Jingyue never expected that she would wake up in Baekhyun. This was their secret meeting room. The room was dark, and she could vaguely see a man's back. He was standing with his back to her, dressed in white, looking like a fairy. There was a deadly familiarity. It was him. Jingyue almost held her breath, took a few steps forward, and hugged his waist, pressing her face against his back. Xianling. The man slowly turned around. When Jingyue saw his face clearly, her smile froze. It was like waking from a dream. Jingyue's expression instantly turned angry.
Who are you?
Earlier, the distance was a bit far, and the lighting was dim, so she couldn't see clearly at first and mistook him. Who I am doesn't matter. Returning to this place again. How does it feel? Xie Zhaozhao smiled. People tend to relax most in familiar places, but they are also easiest to break their guard. Jingyue returned to her usual silence and refused to cooperate. I know you love Xianling and are willing to give everything for him. Xie Zhaozhao still smiled, but then suddenly changed her tone, because I am too. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly pulled her hair, and her 3,000 black strands fell like rain. Jingyue's face finally changed, and her eyes looked coldly at Xie Zhaozhao. Jingyue thought she looked good, but compared to the person in front of her, she clearly looked inferior. Xianling is mine. He loves me the most, Xie Zhaozhao continued. Impossible. Jingyue finally spoke, her delicate face turning angry. He loves me. Love you? You're not even worth comparing to me. I am prettier and younger. He gave you a chance, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid, messing up such a simple thing and dragging him down. How can you still have the face to see him? After speaking, Xie Zhaozhao threw a dagger to her. If you still have half a feeling for Xianling, go die yourself. Don't drag him into it anymore. The dagger hit the ground with a clanging sound. Jingyue looked at the dagger on the ground, her expression gradually turning ferocious.
Impossible.
You want Xianling to come see me? You want him to see me. Jingyue rushed wildly to Xie Zhaozhao, shaking her body. You make him come see me. He won't see you. If it weren't for my timely warning, Xianling would have been killed by you. How dare you still want to see him? Today, I came to ask you where you hid the money Xianling didn't have time to take. Did you save me just for money? What else? If you weren't still somewhat useful, would Xianling risk so much to save you? Jingyue suddenly burst into loud, hysterical laughter. You give me the money so you can run away with him, right? I've done so much for him, and he can't treat me like this. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Jingyue as if she was watching a joke. Since you've already exposed yourself and are no longer useful to Xianling, why would he keep you? Xie Zhaozhao said. Xianling said that as long as you hand over the money, he will treat you with respect for loving him so sincerely all these years, burying you with a noble title so you won't become a wandering ghost.
Concubine?
You mean I should thank you? Jingyue sneered. Jingyue was the smartest and most clever among the orphan girls adopted by the teacher. She was very favored and loved. So she developed a proud attitude, and Xie Zhaozhao's words gradually eroded her self-esteem, almost causing her to break down entirely. Xie Zhaozhao slightly turned her body, raised her hand, and the guards immediately brought over a chair. Madam, please sit down. Jingyue heard the term madam and felt a sharp pain in her heart again. She had told Xianling that she could give up being the host and return to her original life, even run away with him. But he kept making excuses, saying they should save more money first and find a place where no one knew them to start fresh. Because of his words, she gradually believed him. Over the years, she helped him smuggle many girls to different places, earning countless silver coins, yet he kept hesitating and avoiding commitments. She never expected he had already married a young wife. He had been lying to her all along. Xie Zhaozhao sat calmly in the chair, but her commanding presence grew stronger. What else? After all, I am Xuanlang's officially married wife. Jingyue stared at Xie Zhaozhao with angry eyes, as if trying to stare a hole through her.
Don't look at me like that.
You probably want to know why he married someone else instead of you. Why, after doing so much for him and loving him so much, did you not win his heart? As Xie Zhaozhao spoke, Jingyue's face grew paler and more distressed. Although you don't look as good as me, you have ability and status. He only taught you these skills. You even knew him longer, since we married less than a year ago. Stop talking. Jingyu shook her head in pain. He said you were involved in too many dirty things, that you weren't clean anymore. He prefers women who are pure. And you're too cruel. Such a woman as his companion is too frightening. Shut up, shut up. Jingyu seemed to go mad, trying to tear at her, but the guards quickly stopped her. Impossible. You're lying to me. Let him see me. Let him come to see me. Otherwise, you won't get that money. Xianling won't see you, but he asked me to bring you a painting. He's been very kind to you. Xia Zhaozhao raised her hand, and the guards immediately handed over a scroll. She slowly unrolled it. Xianling said this painting was for you, as your final comfort, and it's what you deserve. Jingyu tremblingly took the painting, first crying, then laughing loudly. Finally, she hugged the painting and collapsed to the ground. All these years, the only thing she got was his portrait. What was she? What were her efforts all these years worth? Jingyu tore the painting in anger, glaring at Xia Zhaozhao, then picked up a dagger from the ground. He rushed in front of Xia Zhaozhao and stabbed her in the chest. Since I can't have you, let's die together. But after stabbing, Jingyu realized something was wrong. The dagger didn't actually hurt Xia Zhaozhao. Jingyu tried again and discovered the dagger was fake. The blade would bounce back with a little force. It couldn't hurt anyone. Jingyu then felt something was off. Who are you? Who exactly are you? I am Xianlang's wife, Xia Zhaozhao said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. She picked up a scroll from the ground. Our Xianlang is really handsome. Look at these eyes, so gentle and loving. And these lips. The man on the scroll was none other than Pei Chen, painted from memory. The mysterious man was indeed Pei Chen. Once she confirmed this, it didn't matter whether Jingyu admitted it or not. She was just a. Xia Zhaozhao left, and the curtain around the cell was drawn. The dark room became a little brighter. Jingyu never left the cell. She was just pretending. And everyone outside heard what she just said. Jingyu knew she had been fooled but still refused to give up. You're not Xianlang's wife. Who are you really? I am not Xianlang's wife, but your Xianlang truly wants to kill you. Jingyu, you have been poisoned slowly, and you won't live long. Spend the rest of your life here in this cell. Atone for your sins.
Who are you?
Who exactly are you? Xianlang. I want to see Xianlang, Jingyu shouted wildly, grabbing the bars. But Xia Zhaozhao left right after, ignoring Jingyu's frantic questions, without looking back. Jingyu had lost her compassionate heart and become a cruel, evil woman helping the wicked. Pei Chen was indeed ruthless, and she was the same. This was what she deserved. Xia Zhaozhao, dressed in white, looked strikingly beautiful, hard to tell if she was a man or a woman. Pei Heng had been listening outside, heart pounding with tension, more nervous than ever before. Although the dagger had been confirmed safe, he still worried. What do you plan to do? Xia Zhaozhao asked. Pei Heng hadn't realized Pei Chen had been operating right under his nose all these years. The border town wasn't big, but since Pei Chen had been here for so many years, it wasn't easy to find her. And it would make him very passive. Now he was sure that Xia Huilin and Pei Chen had long been colluding. And this time, Xia Huilin was hiding behind Pei Chen's influence. I won't look for her. Let her come out on her own, Pei Heng said calmly. Pei Chen is hiding his true identity in the border town to deal with him. He won't give up easily if his life is threatened. Especially now, with Xia Huimin added to the mix. Pei Chen has kidnapped many young women and has strongholds in nearby counties. He plans to destroy these strongholds. Once that is done, he will reveal himself. The silver coins Xia Zhaozhao mentioned earlier were actually a lie told by Jingyu, but it turned out to be true. Because of this, Pei Chen won't give up easily. Xia Zhaozhao nodded in agreement. They hide in the dark, searching blindly, and end up losing their composure, making wrong judgments. He probably wanted to anger Pei Heng and make him make mistakes out of frustration. He was sure that no matter what, Pei Heng wouldn't suspect him. Even if they found out it was him, they couldn't do anything to him, because the Pei family can't afford such scandals. If Pei Chen uses the girls sent to high officials as bait, given the current situation of the Pei family, they would likely push all the blame onto Jingyu for their own benefit. And if one day the truth comes out, Pei Chen can naturally blame Pei Heng, accusing him of stealing and covering up. After all, Pei Heng is a judicial officer in the border town, has been there for years, and is the one investigating the cases. Sometimes the truth doesn't matter. What matters is what people think.
Exactly.
Xie Zhaozhao raised her hand and hooked her finger around his, and Pei Heng's broad, kind hand held hers back. She looked up and smiled charmingly. They are rats hiding in the sewer, afraid of the light. As long as we are united, our strength is unstoppable, and we're not afraid of them. Pei Heng raised his hand and brushed her loose hair. Not afraid. Xie Zhaozhao looked down at her slightly long dress. To appear taller, she had patted her shoes, but walking was uncomfortable. Still not hugging me? Pei Heng finally remembered her shoes and immediately picked her up. Zhao Lei and a few others behind them quickly covered their eyes and made strange, amused sounds. Someone said they didn't understand how men could be so tender with their wives. They only care for their wives. But, in fact, her husband truly loves her. Moreover, her wife had just made a great contribution to the government office. Xie Zhaozhao curled up in Pei Heng's arms, closing her eyes. She hadn't slept well these past few days because she was holding something in her heart. Although she still didn't know where Jing Huimin was, she was certain of one thing. She wouldn't be led around by others anymore. To uncover the secret room in Baikei, she stayed up most of the night, trying to get information from Jingyu, and now she was truly exhausted. The carriage rocked all the way, and Xie Zhaozhao drifted into a dazed sleep. Pei Heng first asked Uncle Zhang to open the door, then carefully carried her down the car. Today, Aunt brought Muir and Granny Zhao to the opera house to watch a show. They are not at home now. Pei Heng immediately saw Lin Wanning standing at the door. The carriage parked outside was very obvious. Lin Wanning stood at the door, looked up at Pei Heng holding Xie Zhaozhao, and smiled, saying, "Waiting for you all morning. Won't you invite me in to sit?" Pei Heng frowned, clearly not wanting to. Especially, he didn't want anyone to disturb the person in his arms who was sleeping. The man's voice could be lowered, becoming softer and more hoarse. "Is there something?" Pei Heng looked down at the person in his arms. The expression of the person behind him, who had been frowning, was completely different now. Xie Zhaozhao slowly opened her eyes. Although she wasn't deeply asleep, she didn't like being disturbed. "Husband, visitors are guests. It's not appropriate for Lady Lin to stand at the door," Xie Zhaozhao, just waking up, said softly with a slight nasal tone. Pei Heng's attitude completely changed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips.
All right.
Lin Wanning's face showed a slight awkwardness. She didn't expect that after waiting all morning, she would get a response from just a few words. Pei Heng entered the house and set Xie Zhaozhao down, then took off her shoes and placed them beside her. She was about to help her put them on, but Xie Zhaozhao gently kicked them away. Pei Heng didn't show any anger. Instead, he felt a sweetness in his heart, like being fed sugar. "Sit first, I'll make some noodles for you," he said. She must be hungry after being busy since last night. She originally wanted to eat on the street, but seeing her keep sleeping, he didn't want to wake her. "Lady Lin wants to see you. Leaving the guest behind like this isn't good." "I'll wait a little longer," Xie Zhaozhao said casually. "Wait a moment, I'll go make it now," Pei Heng replied. Zhaozhao loved his noodles the most, so he definitely couldn't let her down. "All right then, hurry up. Don't keep the guest waiting. I'll entertain them first." Xie Zhaozhao lowered her head and adjusted her clothes. The clothes were the smallest size for men, but even so, they were a bit loose on her. Tying the belt made it barely acceptable, but now without the belt, it looked very loose and sloppy. Especially with her hair loose, looking lazy and casual, exuding a unique charm. She looked completely like a woman who had been deeply loved by a man. Lin Wanning felt a wave of contempt. What kind of proper lady acts like this? Even a young wife from a wealthy family would have more manners. Hugging and cuddling in broad daylight, dressed like that. Who knew what she had been doing in the carriage just now? Pei Heng, a very proper man, was being seduced like this. No wonder she could become friends with Feng Qiuxiu. The two are just alike. Lin Wanning looked at Xie Zhaozhao with a calm expression, her smile appropriate. Sorry to say, I know you and Yiji are close, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for a man to cook? Xie Zhaozhao shifted into a more comfortable position, which, in someone's eyes, looked like she was sitting improperly and acting flirtatiously. Compared to Lin Wanning's delicate makeup, Xie Zhaozhao was barefaced today and had spent the night in a cell. The contrast was very obvious. Since you know you shouldn't speak out of turn, Lady Lin, you're a noble lady. Doesn't your family teach you to be careful with your words when visiting others? Xie Zhaozhao played with her long hair and chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Lin Wanning's expression suddenly became awkward or perhaps angry. It was wrong for her to order men to help her put on shoes or cook for her. Men are like heaven. Women regard their husbands as heaven. How can they act so domineering? Madam Pei, if you plan to return to the capital with Yiji in the future, your attitude will not be accepted there and will cause trouble for Yiji. Xie Zhaozhao's mockery deepened. Lady Lin, you're a married woman, so you should understand what married life is about, right? Lin Wanning's face turned red, and she stood up, looking down at her with disdain. Xie Zhaozhao, do you even know what you're talking about? Xie Zhaozhao raised her eyebrows and laughed out loud. Lady Lin, since you're married, there's no need to pretend to be innocent. From what she knew recently, the customs in Daki were quite open. Sometimes, when chatting with Wang Sa and others, they spoke freely, without holding back. Could it be that after marrying into a noble family, they just played house and pretended to be innocent? Lin Wanning was so angry she could hardly breathe. She stood there, looking down at Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Zhaozhao, you're simply shameless. Xie Zhaozhao crossed her arms and looked at her. My husband and I do whatever we want in our own home, and I wouldn't feel ashamed. But you coming to my house and telling me what to do, where do you get the nerve? Lin Wanning was truly furious. She rarely lost her temper like this, but she quickly composed herself. Madam Pei, I only mean well, for you and Yiji. I have no bad intentions. I know the capital better than you, and I'm warning you now, it's better than embarrassing yourself in front of everyone later. Xie Zhaozhao narrowed her eyes, her smile unchanged. Actually, I prefer you to call me Xie Zhaozhao. It feels more genuine, unlike calling me Madam Pei, which sounds so pretentious. Lin Wanning clenched her teeth, trying hard to stay calm. Mrs. Pei, I truly mean well for you. I don't want to be your enemy. Xie Zhaozhao tilted her head, smiling innocently yet cruelly. I don't like pretending with people. You know what you're thinking. We might not be enemies, but we won't be friends either. Lin Wanning looked at Xie Zhaozhao's beautiful yet arrogant face. How did Pei Heng end up liking such a woman? Are you making Pei Heng lonely because of you? Are you completely cutting off our past friendship? If that's the case, then I guess I understand you. My husband and I are returning to the capital. Today, I came to say goodbye to Yiji. After speaking, Lin Wanning stood up to leave. Xie Zhaozhao remained calm and smiled. All right, I'll tell my husband. Then her gaze fell on the box on the table. Lady Lin, remember to take these with you. My husband doesn't lack fabric for clothes. Xie Zhaozhao recognized the mark on the box, some of the finest fabric in the capital. In a small town like Biancheng, most people have never even seen such material, let alone buy it. Xie Zhaozhao knew about it because Pei Seely brought her and Mutter a piece of fabric to make clothes. When Pei Heng finished cooking noodles and returned, he found that Xie Zhaozhao was no longer there. He knew Lin Wanning had left her, especially since the carriage made such a loud noise, and he wasn't deaf. He went to the bedroom and found Xie Zhaozhao already lying on the bed, asleep. She hadn't even changed clothes. She was sleeping in her outfit. Pei Heng didn't want to wake her, so he gently covered her with a blanket and quietly left the room. Xie Zhaozhao slept deeply. When she woke, she covered her eyes with her fingers and took a while to get used to the bright room. She was awakened by hunger. Actually, she was hungry when she first got home, but she was too tired then. Oh, right. Lin Wanning. It seemed she had made Lin Wanning angry enough to leave. Xie Zhaozhao drew back the curtain, about to go out, when Pei Mu ran in on short legs. Mommy is awake. Yes, I took a nap. How was the show today? Xie Zhaozhao patted her son's head. Pei Mu opened his eyes wide, looking a bit confused. Mommy, we watched the show yesterday. Yesterday? Yes, I came back yesterday, and you were sleeping. Dad told me not to wake you, so you've been sleeping until now, Pei Mu explained quickly. Although he spoke fast, he made himself clear to Xie Zhaozhao. Really? Xie Zhaozhao was surprised. She had slept for a whole day and night. No wonder she was so hungry. Is Mommy hungry? Daddy made you noodles and Annie made beef stew. It smells really good. Pei Mu looked like a little greedy cat. Father said they should eat together with Mother, so he served him a small bowl. You saying that makes Mother even hungrier. Mother should wash up first. I'll ask Father to cook noodles, Pei Mu said. Be good. After Xie Zhaozhao finished washing up, Pei Heng's noodles were ready. The mother and son each had a bowl. Aren't you eating too? I'm waiting for Auntie. She and Grandma Zhao went to Brother Wang's house to help. Xie Zhaozhao took a bite of meat first. The beef was tender and soft, and she picked up some noodles, which were very chewy. It was definitely tastier than plain noodles. Xie Zhaozhao thought this beef noodle tasted better than the ones she ate later in life. Since Pei Seely came, not only did the family's meals taste better, but they also became more refined. Take the beef noodles, for example. Grandma Zhao can also make them, but they aren't as fancy and don't have so many toppings. It's clear that only a noble family would pay such attention to detail. Of course, they enjoy the finer things in life. Xie Zhaozhao also enjoyed this kind of elegance because no one likes plain, hard-to-eat food. As someone from a noble family, she still preferred Pei Seely's quiet, cultured manner. It's like a simple bowl of beef noodles might not look impressive, but Pei Seely made it special in his own way. He didn't look down on it as ordinary or worthless. By the way, Lin Wanning has left. Pei Heng's lips curved into a gentle, loving smile. I know. She seemed pretty angry when she left. It doesn't matter. She said she and Lu Rongyu are going back to the capital, and she brought you a gift. I think you wouldn't like it, so I told her to take it back. I really don't like it. You didn't even ask what it was? No matter what it is, I don't like it. Is it okay to be so dismissive of friends for the sake of love? Xie Zhaozhao said proudly. Mother, what does favoring love over friends mean? Pei Mu asked curiously. It was the first time he heard this phrase, and wanted to know what it meant. Well, it means valuing your wife more than friends. Your wife is more important, Xie Zhaozhao said seriously. Pei Mu tilted his head and thought for a moment. But isn't that what men are supposed to do?
Huh.
Father says Mother is a woman, and men should protect women. When I grow up, I will also protect Mother and put her first, Pei Mu said firmly. But Father's friends are also women, Pei Mu said without hesitation. They are other people's wives, not ours. Let their husbands protect them, right? Pei Heng happily touched his son's small face.
Moore is right.
Let their man protect her. Tomorrow I'll reward you with a chicken leg. Pei Mu puffed out her cheeks and laughed. Daddy is the best. Daddy not only cares about beauty, but also cares about me. The case at Baike Temple is temporarily closed, and Pei Heng is preparing to go to Fong City. Governor Tang has arranged for people to help him investigate the missing girl case. Since Xie Zhaozhao hasn't gone out much recently, she took Moore for a walk. It's late autumn now. Auntie and Grandma Zhao are already preparing winter clothes. They plan to stay longer in Fong City. The leather goods in Bian City are more diverse and cheaper than in Fong City. In previous years, Pei Heng would go into the mountains himself to hunt fox pelts, but this year he's too busy. Xie Zhaozhao held Pei Mu's hand, and Xiao Er patiently recommended some items. Xie Zhaozhao especially liked a few pieces, especially a white fox fur she wanted to make a cloak from. Of course, the price was not cheap. But Xie Zhaozhao was not short of silver now, so she ordered several pieces at once. Mua was still young, so after a while, he ran off to play by himself. He saw a tiger. Actually, it was a whole tiger skin, with a tiger's head still intact. This was a non-sale item, placed in the shop to attract customers. Mua was excited when he saw the tiger and called out to his mother. The woman who had just entered the shop heard the familiar call and looked in that direction. Sure enough, she saw that familiar face. Xia Huimin bit her lip, and soon her tongue was filled with a bitter taste. She stared fiercely at the mother and son, even wanting to rush forward and perish with them. But in the end, she didn't go forward. Lu Rong had withdrawn her guards who were looking for her, and she had barely survived. She couldn't be so foolish as to reveal herself now. Moreover, letting her die like this would be too easy. Xia Huimin touched the mask on her face. With her appearance and her broken voice, even if she stood in front of her, she wouldn't be recognized. Everything happy that Xia Zhaozhao has now belongs to her. And she now has nothing. Xia Zhaozhao was smiling softly as she spoke to her son, showing a calm and gentle demeanor. She was completely different from before. In the past, she wouldn't even look at her son, but now she was willing to play the caring mother. Pei Heng truly loved her as always. He bought so many expensive pelts as if they were free. Xia Huimin's throat started to hurt again, the pain so sharp she felt her neck swelling. Xia Huimin instinctively touched the injured part of her neck. The wound hurt. Her heart hurt even more. "Madam, have you reserved this piece of leather? If not, I'd like to show it to another lady," the shop assistant said with a smile. Only then did Xia Huimin realize she had been holding a corner of the leather in her hand without noticing. The shop assistant came to take it, noticing it was being pulled, and reminded her. Xia Huimin narrowed her eyes, her voice hoarse and frightening. "I want this piece of leather." The shop assistant was startled by her voice. If she hadn't been dressed as a lady, he would have thought she was a man. "It's okay, little shop assistant. The piece next to it doesn't matter," she said. Since the leather was sewn into the lining, the other piece was smaller. Grandma Zhao was skilled and could sew it perfectly. "I want that piece too," the rough voice spoke again, with a hint of challenge. Xia Zhaozhao naturally sensed it. It was just buying something, not the only shop around. There was no need to get angry. The shop assistant quickly introduced other options. "Madam, please look at others. We just received some new leather pieces this morning. We're busy and haven't had time to put them on display." From their looks, it was obvious that the lady and young master were from wealthy families. Although the rough voice didn't sound poor, it was quite frightening. Xia Huimin didn't expect that a shop assistant would look down on her, refusing to show her the high-quality leather. Xia Zhaozhao's charming face could attract men wherever she went. Xia Huimin's gaze at Xia Zhaozhao was like poison, cold and sharp. "I want those pieces of leather too." After speaking, she directly placed her purse on the counter, revealing several gold ingots. The shop assistant hesitated. Everyone wanted gold. But he was serving the lady first and had already told her about the goods. Unless she didn't want it, selling to other customers would be unethical. They ran a shop and needed to sell goods, but also had to consider customer feelings to get repeat business. The shop assistant looked longingly at Xia Zhaozhao and then at Xia Huimin. "How about this? I'll take out the leather, and each of you can look at half." Xia Zhaozhao smiled. "No need. The ones I just looked at are already excellent. Please wrap them up. There's no need to be a fool when buying something. Shopping should be happy, not unlucky." Before her words finished, Xia Huimin walked over to her, pointing at the leather on the counter. "Since you haven't paid, it doesn't necessarily belong to you." Xia Zhaozhao smiled when she heard this, her already beautiful face shining even more brightly. The shop assistant was a bit mesmerized. It's not that he favors her, it's just that his rough voice is really too much. "Madam, these few pieces of leather were chosen first by her. Please look at others, we have more in the shop." Xia Huimin snorted softly, interrupting the shop assistant. "Are you afraid I can't pay?" Xia Zhaozhao smiled even more brightly. "These pieces of leather are the shop's treasures. Your gold coins really can't cover them." Although Xia Zhaozhao spoke lightly, her carefree attitude made people even more annoyed. Recently, Xia Huimin had been hiding like a mouse, only daring to go out today. She didn't expect to run into Xia Zhaozhao. Anyway, she wouldn't recognize her in her current state, so she might as well vent her anger. Is this enough? Xia Huimin arrogantly told the person behind her to take out some flying money. Flying money was issued by the Tong Bank and could be used throughout Dachi. Xia Huimin happily looked at Xia Zhaozhao, finally able to win once. The shop assistant saw the two becoming more and more awkward and looked at Xia Zhaozhao, unsure of her thoughts. Xia Zhaozhao looked regretful. Since this madam likes it and can pay, I can only give up. Shop assistant, please settle the bill for this madam. She glanced at the shop assistant. The assistant immediately understood. Money is meant to be earned, not wasted.
Sell it.
Xia Huimin looked at Xia Zhaozhao in front of her, still the same person, but somehow different. She radiated calm and confidence. Even when her beloved was taken away, she showed no anger. She wasn't as happy as she had imagined. Hee. Xia Huimin's laughter was harsh and tinged with sarcasm. If you have no money, why bother shopping for leather goods? Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, indifferent to her words. Anyway, she was determined to be the big fool today. Just as Xia Huimin finished speaking, another shop assistant hurried over, smiling. Sorry, madam, but the young man who was bargaining earlier has already bought all the leather goods in the shop.
Sorry about that.
This time, even Xia Zhaozhao was stunned. She had wanted this madam to be the fool, but unexpectedly, there was an even bigger fool. Curious, Xia Zhaozhao looked toward the counter. She hadn't spoken yet when Pei Mu ran over happily. Mr. Shun. Shun Xianyan came today to pick up some goods. He didn't expect to run into Xia Zhaozhao being bullied as soon as he entered. Most people have a compassionate heart, so he acted without thinking. The leather goods in this shop were already reserved by him in advance. The shopkeeper had promised him he could choose freely. Today, Shin Xianyan wore a rare blue brocade robe. The gentle warmth of every day was missing, but it made her seem more noble. She stood tall and refined, drawing extra attention. Shun Xianyan bent down, holding Pei Mu's small hand, walking over slowly and smiling as he greeted her. Madam Pei. Mr. Shun. Xia Zhaozhao truly didn't expect that the generous fool was Shin Xianyan. This was not his usual low-key style. I ordered some goods from the shop, including those few pieces of leather Madam Pei liked. I'll give them to her, Shin Xianyan said with a smile. The gift she gave last time was very valuable, and her few songs, with their unique melodies, were unlike anything he'd heard in years of traveling, and they helped him a lot. Just a few pieces of leather, that's all. No, that's not right, Xia Huimin interrupted stubbornly. I've already paid for those leathers. They are mine. She cared not just about the leather, but that she could not lose to Zhao Zhao. Madam, Mr. Shin paid a deposit 2 weeks ago. He can choose from the shop's leather goods, the shopkeeper said to smooth things over. His meaning was clear. If Shin Xianyan wanted it, everything in the shop was his. But Xia Huimin refused to give in. All I know is I also paid a deposit. Zhao Zhao smiled slightly. Since Madam likes it, why don't I act as a mediator? Mr. Shin, how about selling these leather goods to Madam? Shin Xianyan suddenly understood that Zhao Zhao's submissiveness had a purpose. It seemed he was disrupting her plan. He overheard her in the courtyard on Chao's day clearly. She was not the type to be bullied. Shin Xianyan raised an eyebrow and said to the shopkeeper, in that case, let her have it. Xia Huimin, holding the fur, sneered coldly. Madam Pei is clever. Just a few words made Mr. Shun bow his head. I wonder what your husband thinks. Both Pei Mu and Zhao Zhao called him Mr. Shin, so he must be the new Shun from next door. Shun Xianyan's face remained calm, but his voice turned cold. A gentleman is straightforward. Madam, be careful with your words. Don't take advantage, and then act innocent. If you don't want these furs, please return them. Xia Huimin let out a harsh laugh. Return them? And let him give them to Zhao Zhao as a gift?
Dream on.
Even if she cut and burned these furs, she wouldn't leave them for Zhao Zhao. Since I paid, they are mine. Thank you both for your kindness, Xia Huimin said with a meaningful look. That Mr. Shin's gaze on Zhao Zhao was definitely not innocent. No wonder Xia Zhao was so pretentious today. It was all to gain Shin Xianyan's sympathy. Maybe the two of them planned to meet here. Pei Mu was just their cover. Also, seeing how close Pei Mu was to Shen Xianyun, perhaps there was already some secret affair. Oh, Xie Zhao Zhao, Xie Zhao Zhao. Truly, some habits are hard to change. Now that she has taken her things, Shen Xianyun will surely feel more pity and give her better treatment. Over time, Pei Heng will find out and won't let them go easily. I'm glad you like it, madam, Xie Zhao Zhao said calmly. Xia Huimin snorted coldly and left with her people, showing off. She decided not to wear that mask next time she went out, so Xia Zhao Zhao wouldn't recognize her. She didn't need to worry. After she left, Shen Xianyun asked, "Do you know that lady?" Xia Zhao Zhao's smile was a bit mysterious. Something like that. Shen Xianyun also smiled but didn't ask further. When they left, Xia Zhao Zhao exchanged some gold coins for the flying money. Shen Xianyun usually didn't ask about such things. However, he had already secretly given her a few high-quality leather pieces. The shopkeeper had set aside some goods for him in advance, similar to the ones just now. Xia Zhao Zhao didn't want to accept them at first, but she was about to leave for Fong City and didn't have time to pick more gifts. She decided to wait until she returned from Fong City to prepare a proper thank-you gift. Xia Zhao Zhao, with Mu'er, arrived home shortly after Pei Heng. Mu'er immediately told Pei Heng about today's events. Although he spoke quickly, he was clever and explained everything clearly. That person bullied my mother, and she stopped me from talking, Mu'er said sadly, looking like he wanted his father to help them get justice. Although young, he already knew that his father was an official. Ordinary people were afraid of officials. Pei Heng looked at her with questioning eyes, but Xia Zhao Zhao took out the few flying coins. The currency in Daki was not silver, but mainly copper coins and gold cakes issued by the court. Of course, some jewelry from the western regions could also substitute. Besides that, there were the flying money issued by the Datong pawn shop. Flying money had a higher face value, was easier to carry, and was popular among merchants and officials. But it wasn't widely circulated among common people. Therefore, using flying money was a sign of status, either wealthy or noble. What does this mean?
Pei Heng asked.
The woman I met today at the leather shop, although her face and voice were unfamiliar, her aura and the way she looked at me were very much like someone I know. Xia Zhao Zhao squinted, a faint smile on her lips. People's expressions can deceive, but their eyes never lie. The woman looked at her with a strange feeling of anger. Xia Zhao Zhao honestly said she hadn't offended many people.
11e Mumin?
Pei Heng guessed instinctively. I think it's her. We should check to be sure, Xia Zhao Zhao said. Pei Heng immediately understood what Xia Zhao Zhao meant. They followed the trail of the flying money. In the border town, there are only 3 shops, so it's not hard to investigate. This way, they can find out where the flying money came from. They might even discover which account it was taken from. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. Once they match a place, they can be sure. Xia Huimin and Pei Chun are working together. Pei Chun has earned a lot of dirty money over the years, and since he can't carry it all, he probably stored it in a bank. By following this trail, they can learn about Pei Chun's financial transactions. They can also find his hideouts in nearby counties sooner. Zhao Zhao, you've helped me again, Pei Heng said with a faint smile in his deep eyes. I told you, when husband and wife work together, nothing can stop us, Xia Zhao Zhao said proudly. She always considers him, so he's naturally happy, but her look at those few pieces of leather goods was different. Shen Xianyun was being overly kind. The lady is right. How are the things packed? We leave the day after tomorrow, and the Luli sisters will come with us. Since the incident in Fengcheng, Pei Heng felt it was even more necessary to arrange guards around her. This trip probably won't be peaceful. At night, Pei Heng heard a familiar secret signal. He glanced at Xia Zhao Zhao, who was deeply asleep in his arms. He kissed her on the forehead, then quietly got up. Pei Heng put on his outer coat and was about to leave when Xia Zhao Zhao's voice came from behind. Do you two have to meet like you're sneaking around? Pei Heng paused, his voice soft and affectionate. Zhao Zhao. First you coax me in the early hours, then you spend the late hours with him. Aren't you tired? Xia Zhao Zhao hummed softly. Pei Heng stepped back and sat by the bed, speaking softly to soothe her. Romeo wants to talk to me about something. Why does it have to be so secretive? You only go after I fall asleep, Xia Zhaozhao said with a side eye. He had slipped out secretly more than once or twice while she was asleep, and even she could sense something strange about the secret signal. Pei Heng swore he had nothing to hide. He wasn't deliberately keeping her in the dark. He was busy during the day, rushing home after court. Once home, he didn't want to leave again. So, he only found time to see her after finishing his work. He never expected she would find out. There's really nothing going on. If I don't go, I won't. We're just sleeping, okay? Pei Heng said patiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the secret signal sounded again. Xia Zhaozhao glared at him angrily, then raised her hand and pushed him away, turning her back and ignoring him. Pei Heng immediately pulled her into his arms and softly said, I was wrong. I won't go, I won't. I didn't say you couldn't go. It's my own choice not to go. It has nothing to do with the lady. Outside, it sounded like she was unwilling, calling out twice more. Lu Rongyu grew impatient, wondering what was really going on. She was sleeping too deeply. If there were assassins, they would have been caught by now. Sure enough, a gentle place is often a dangerous trap for heroes. Lu Rongyu jumped into the yard, pressed close to the window, and called the secret signals twice more. This time, she should hear something, right? But Lu Rongyu waited under the window for a long time and still heard nothing. She paced anxiously, almost knocking on the window. But then she remembered Xia Zhaozhao's temper. If she woke up the young lady, she wouldn't have a good outcome. So, Lu Rongyu called out twice again. Finally, there was some movement. She let out a sigh of relief. At last, she heard something. The room door opened, and Pei Heng's figure appeared at the doorway. Just as Lu Rongyu was about to speak, another figure stepped out behind him. She instinctively tried to run. Young prince, coming so late to my humble home, won't you stay for a drink? Xia Zhaozhao smiled. Her words surprised Lu Rongyu. Since he stopped bothering Xia Zhaozhao, and after what happened in Fengcheng, their relationship had eased. But the matter of Xia Huiwen coming back to life made him feel ashamed to face her. He never expected Xia Zhaozhao to invite him to stay. Young prince, don't you want to stay? I dare not, I dare not. Lu Rongyu forced a smile. I'll prepare some wine, Xia Zhaozhao said, and left. Lu Rongyu, unable to believe it, walked over to Pei Heng. What's going on here? My wife is very kind, Pei Heng replied.
I'm not talking about that.
I've shouted until my throat is hoarse. I'm young, and I already have hearing problems? To prove he wasn't lying, Lu Rongyu pinched his own throat and cleared his voice. All the cats within 10 miles have been called here. How could I not hear? Pei Heng looked at him irritably. If you heard, why didn't you come out? How could I come out? Lu Rongyu pretended to understand and said, I get it. You're afraid of your wife. Afraid of her, right? Pei Heng shook his robe and shot him a glance. What do you know? I don't want to understand either. Lu Rongyu was about to say more, but when he saw Xia Zhaozhao bringing in wine, he quickly shut his mouth. However, seeing only wine on the table, he looked directly at Pei Heng. After working in the kitchen for so long, she only prepared a pot of wine? No snacks, and the wine was cold. Pei Heng looked at him calmly and poured himself a drink. Having wine is good enough. If he doesn't like it, he can leave. His wife doesn't do household chores. Xia Zhaozhao also wanted to prepare a couple of dishes for them, but unfortunately, her cooking skills are limited. If she accidentally burns the kitchen late at night, that would be bad. Having wine is better than both of them wandering outside late at night to find a place. Moreover, Lu Rongyu is about to leave for the capital. If he had known he was coming, he would have asked Grandma Zhao to prepare earlier. Now, late at night, it's not good to bother her to get up again. Thank you, madam, Lu Rongyu said politely. Take your time talking. I'll go check on Muir, Xia Zhaozhao said as an excuse to leave. Lu Rongyu watched her figure disappear before shifting his gaze to Pei Heng's eyes. That look was full of possessiveness and some dissatisfaction. Lu Rongyu picked up his wine and took a sip. The wine is good. Speak if you have something to say. The situation at Baikei and is very complicated behind the scenes. Your younger brother is not simple, Lu Rongyu said. He had been in the capital but never realized that Pei Chun was secretly colluding with his old enemy. Pei Chun is very scheming. Knowing his relationship with Yiji, they are definitely not friends. So he chose to oppose early on. Does the Pei family know? Are you asking if your father knows? Lu Rongyu said directly. What's the difference? Pei Hung snorted softly. Pei Taifu is the teacher of the crown prince. The Pei family wouldn't be so foolish. But Lu Rongyu paused, then looked at Pei Hung again. But we can't say what will happen in the future. After experiencing a catastrophe, can the Pei family still hold on to their original choice? The cost was too great. After you return to the capital, do whatever you need to without hesitation, and don't worry about my feelings, Pei Hung said with a cold, sharp look. The capital is my territory.
You don't need to worry about me.
But you, Pei Chun, has been lurking in the shadows all these years. He knows you, but you don't know him. You should be more careful. Pei Hung frowned slightly. If the woman Xia Zhaozhao met today is really Xia Huimin, it must be either a disguise or a mask made of human skin. This way, there could be countless Xunlong, mysterious men, as described by Jingyue in the future. Jingyue's testimony would then be useless. The man's thin lips curled into a cold, low smile, his eyebrows sharp and fierce. You can rest assured and do your thing. Be very careful. If you encounter difficulties, you can use this seal to ask Fu Donghai for reinforcements. Lu Rongyu, Ren Jinlin, and the Imperial Guard commander naturally have their own forces. This Fu Donghai is one of his people. But the emperor most fears officials colluding with local governors. So he rarely uses force. Even during the attack in Fengcheng, he didn't use Fu Donghai. This time, leaving the seal with Pei Hung shows he trusts Pei Hung. When Pei Hung returned to his room, Xia Zhaozhao was still sleepy. She lifted her eyelids and looked at him. Little prince is gone? Yes. Pei Hung softly replied and pulled her into his arms, unbuttoning her clothes one by one. Xia Zhaozhao pushed his hand away, fixing her buttons. What are you doing? I'm so tired. Go to sleep. You sleep, I'll be fine soon. Pei Hung simply kissed her. She had just fastened one button when he unbuttoned more, even opening her clothes wider. Her entire gown was now open. Xia Zhaozhao was annoyed. Pei Hung, I advise you to behave. The next morning, Xia Zhaozhao woke up feeling stiff and sore. Pei Hung was really too reckless. She tried to warn him again and again, but it was useless. She didn't know what Lu Rong had told him, but he was acting crazy again. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so kind as to let them meet. Pei Hung knew he was wrong. Early in the morning, he bought the wontons Xia Zhaozhao liked. He even prepared the water for washing up. When he heard noises in the room, he personally helped her get dressed. Xia Zhaozhao was originally angry, but seeing him bowing and serving her, her anger faded. Who made him so handsome? Every part of him matched her aesthetic. He was dressed in a black official's robe, looking especially sharp. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, with a commanding yet tempting aura. He looked both restrained and serious. But the more serious he looked, the more he stirred her desire. Honestly, he really had the ability to make her forget her anger instantly. Sometimes Xia Zhaozhao even wondered if he knew what she liked, and was doing this on purpose. She reached out and hooked her hand around his waist. Don't think I'll forgive you just like that. Then what do you want? Next time listen to me. Pei Hung raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, I say what happens, happens. If I say stop, then stop.
I decide.
Okay, you decide. Pei Hung smiled and agreed. If only she had said this earlier, he would see how long his small frame could last.
Ha.
When Xia Zhaozhao was about to leave, she found that the fur coat Mr. Shen had given her was gone. She wanted to take it to Fengcheng and pick some good fabric for Aunt Zhao to make. Still not packed. Pei Hung came in. My furs are gone, Xia Zhaozhao pouted. Buying these in Fengcheng is very expensive. It's okay. I have friends in Fengcheng who can buy some good things for me. It won't cost much. Since it gets dark early, if we don't leave now, it will be cold later. Muir is still young and might not be able to handle the cold. After Pei Heng spoke, Xia Zhaozhao really stopped looking for those leather pieces. Forget it, if we don't see each other, then we won't. If her precious son gets sick from the cold, she will be very worried. Pei Heng secretly sighed in relief. Shen Xianyun has a mysterious aura. He isn't necessarily a bad person, but his background is unclear. It's better to be cautious. Lu Rongyu was returning to the capital, with Lin Wanning this time. He naturally understood her thoughts. Although the assassin in Fengcheng had nothing to do with her, it would be bad if she was manipulated by the Zheng family to do something harmful to Yi and his wife. So, it was better to bring her back to the capital. Lu Rongyu kept a low profile when he arrived in the city, but he made a big show on the way back. Officials from nearby counties came to see him off, and Governor Tang also held a banquet in Fengcheng. There were also many carriages with gifts. Lu Rongyu watched as the gift-bearers carefully instructed, "Be careful, don't damage my lord's fine leather pieces." The guards quickly agreed and checked again before wrapping them properly and placing them on top. Lin Wanning smiled and said, "What good leather pieces? You seem so attentive." The noble young prince, from a young age surrounded by wealth and luxury, now a favorite in front of the emperor, there's no shortage of fine things. If he treasures them so much, they must be extraordinary. Yi Ji gave me these, so they are naturally precious, Lu Rongyu said proudly. The border city has many mountains and animals, so there are plenty of animal pelts. These must have been hunted by Yi Ji in advance and specially sent to him. You still act like you used to, Lin Wanning said softly. Every gift I give him gets returned. Not to mention the return gifts. He knew she was returning to the capital with Rongyu, but still treated her so differently. Lu Rongyu casually said, "You can't compare with me. We share the same bed after all. It takes 100 years to build such a bond, 1,000 years to share a pillow." Suddenly, Lu Rongyu realized that his words sounded a bit off. He meant to say that he and Yi Ji had a friendship spanning several lifetimes. And Lin Wanning and Yi Ji only knew each other earlier in this life. He forced a laugh and comforted her. "I mean, men and women should be careful. Since Yi Ji is married, he should avoid suspicion." Lin Wanning bit her lip. He was sarcastic about her marrying someone else and sleeping with someone who wasn't Pei Heng. Lu Rongyu watched Lin Wanning get into his carriage, shook his head, and thought she was petty. Honestly, Xia Zhaozhao was more generous in this regard. She brought her back to the capital earlier, and it would have been easier for everyone. Pei Heng and his group finally arrived at Feng City before sunset. Feng Shiqiu personally sent someone to meet them at the city gate and then directly returned to his residence. Feng Shiqiu owns his own house in Feng City, and recently he bought the neighboring house as well, giving it to Xia Zhaozhao. She didn't refuse. If she didn't accept, she would feel uneasy. Anyway, she planned to stay in Feng City for a while. Seeing the two of them hugging, Pei Heng couldn't help but want to step forward and pull her back. As they talked more deeply, Pei Heng pinched his son's chubby little face. Muir pouted and said, "Mother." Only then did Feng Shiqiu say, "It's getting late. You should rest first. We can discuss everything tomorrow." After sitting in the carriage for most of the day, the adults were fine, but the children were indeed tired. All matters didn't need Xia Zhaozhao's worry. The housemaids and guards were already prepared. After dinner, Pei Zili directed the maids to organize the luggage. Muir adapted quickly to the new environment and went to sleep at her usual bedtime. When Pei Heng finished his bath and came out, Xia Zhaozhao was leaning on the bed with her legs crossed. She had been leaning on Pei Heng all the way while sleeping, but now she was not very sleepy. "What are you thinking?" Pei Heng lifted the quilt and got in, and Xia Zhaozhao immediately felt the bed warm up significantly. As expected of a large artificial heater, it was very useful in winter, especially since this bed was bigger than the one at home. Sleeping alone felt colder. Xia Zhaozhao, like a koala, snuggled against him. "I was thinking, is your family's house in the capital bigger than this?" "Yes. Since ancient times, few scholars were granted noble titles, and the Pei family was one of them. The house in the capital was a gift from the Emperor Taizu. It was not just big, but also a symbol of status. Then they must have someone to keep the bed warm, right?" Xia Zhaozhao thought of the warm bed maids in novels. Pei Heng used to be a noble son, so he probably had such maids. Pei Heng didn't immediately understand her meaning. Her question was a bit broad. Is that a difficult question? Pei Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Seeing his awkward expression, she wondered if there really were such maids or if something unmentionable had happened. Thinking back, when the Pei family had trouble, Pei Heng was already 16. At that age in modern times, he'd be a little kid. But in ancient times, some had already become fathers. Why are you suddenly asking that? Pei Heng chuckled softly. I don't need anyone to warm my bed. He had practiced martial arts since he was young, strengthening his will. Even in winter, he rarely used charcoal fires, let alone having someone warm his bed. What if it's cold? Pei Heng directly covered her body and chuckled softly. You don't know whether I need someone to warm my bed or not. Xie Zhaozhao pouted, as if she did. Pei Heng was always as hot as a blazing fire. He was already wearing a jacket, yet he still wore only a thin shirt. He had just finished a shower and came in with his clothes open, not at all afraid of the cold. Xie Zhaozhao reached out to touch his exposed chest. The scar from his last injury was still visible, but it didn't spoil his good figure. Instead, it added a wild touch. His abs were just right. His face and body were so perfect that she couldn't resist the temptation. After touching, do I qualify to warm your bed? Pei Heng held her hand, and Xie Zhaozhao clearly felt his strong heartbeat and firm muscles. Then he grabbed her hand and guided it downward. Xie Zhaozhao's breath paused for a moment. She looked down at her hand, then at Pei Heng. His deep eyes were full of invitation, or rather, endless temptation. Xie Zhaozhao felt that the flirting skills she learned from the app were weak compared to him right now. He was so good at it. She had felt cold earlier, but now she only felt hot enough to sweat. Suddenly, it started to rain outside. At first, it was a gentle drizzle. Then the rain grew heavier, with strong winds and stormy weather, making the whole world wet. When Xie Zhaozhao got up, only one button of her clothes was left fastened. Looking down, she could see deep and shallow marks on her body. She rubbed her head, realizing that one shouldn't be easily swayed by beauty. The cost was too high. When Pei Heng pushed the door open, Xie Zhaozhao was sitting cross-legged on the bed, clearly just awake. Should we eat lunch inside the room or outside? Pei Heng asked as he approached her. He sat by the bed and gently massaged her hand. Is it already noon? Then I'll eat outside. What about my aunt and them? Xie Zhaozhao's voice was hoarse and weak. The rain outside had stopped, but the sky was gloomy, making it hard to tell the time. She thought it was still early, but it was actually quite late. My aunt told me not to bother you, and to let you rest well, Pei Heng said. Last time at Baikei Temple, what Xie Zhaozhao said clearly made an impression on her aunt. She thought Xie Zhaozhao was eager for a child because of him. She even advised him that having children should be left to fate, not forced. Other families' children, combined, weren't as clever as Mu were. Having a son was enough to be content. Her words seemed to blame him for putting too much pressure on her. God knows, he had never pressured her about having children. He knew her health was the most important. My aunt is really kind. Am I not? It was good before, but last night, you lost points. Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Shining. Pei Heng looked down at her, his handsome features carrying a hint of sadness, and his deep eyes full of affection. Xie Zhaozhao let out a soft hum, pretending to be pitiful for no real reason. Bad review. I need to go out tomorrow. If things go smoothly, it will take 3 or 5 days. If not, 7 or 8 days. Pei Heng went to the prefect's office in the morning, and Tang the prefect had already arranged everything. Xie Zhaozhao knew he was coming to Fangqing for the case, not for a family trip. But knowing he was leaving still made her feel a little reluctant. Really so soon? Let Lu Li's sister accompany me. He had his brothers from the agency disguised as vendors nearby and also arranged for hidden guards. All right, I will go with you. You must take care of yourself outside and not get hurt again, Xie Zhaozhao said, grabbing his collar. Men's scars are often seen as medals, but that's just nonsense. Getting hurt hurts a lot. The 2 injuries almost cost him his life. Got it, I'll carry you out. Fortunately, This time, he prepared well for the trip. Muir was already dressed in a light quilted coat. It was lined with rabbit fur inside, with a white fur trim on the outside. He was naturally fair and handsome, with little braids on his head, looking as cute as a little girl. Last night, it rained all night, and outside was damp. Peimu stayed inside reading. Paisley read to him once, and he understood most of it. After 2 more readings, he could memorize it. Peimu was not only energetic but also eager to learn. Paisley thought he had too many lessons every day, but he never felt tired and even asked her to teach more. Paisley, who was tasked with running the girls' academy back then, had taught many students. Such an eager learner was truly rare. Seeing Xie Zhaozhao come out, Peimu became even more determined. He promised his mother to pass the imperial exam early. He still had a lot to learn, and he wanted to do it faster. His aunt said time waits for no one. He didn't want his mother to wait too long. On the day Pei Heng left, it rained heavily. Xie Zhaozhao stood in the rain, watching him disappear into the distance, dressed in a raincoat. Perhaps because the weather was getting colder, she felt a strange emptiness inside. Feng Shuqiu was right next door. She had made a door in the wall for easy passage. She carried an oil paper umbrella, walking slowly through the misty rain, looking as beautiful as a painting. Suddenly, Xie Zhaozhao had an idea. Beauty is many-sided. Passionate and glamorous, exotic and charming, gentle as water, misty and soft. The Mingyu Tower could have a new show. Xie Zhaozhao threw herself into her work, filling the empty space in her heart. As a generation that learned talents from childhood to college, Xie Zhaozhao may not have much talent, but she has explored many areas and has good appreciation skills. Moreover, with the right atmosphere, professional skill is not always necessary. With a little guidance from Xie Zhaozhao, the dancers quickly grasped the essence. She arranged different performances based on each person's unique style: dance, songs, opera, and even a skit she had always wanted to try. Women in this era have too few places for entertainment and fun. Feng Shuqiu specially invited a few close friends to watch the show to test its effect. Everyone found it very enjoyable and looked forward to the opening of Manhwa Tower. With such a good place, who would still stay at home arguing with a group of concubines over a fickle and unfaithful old man? Was it because the young lady's waist was not graceful enough, or her singing voice not pleasant enough? The most impressive was the female warrior disguised as a man. Her story was exciting, and her performance was even better. Wasn't she more beautiful than the husband at home? What was there to argue about? Actually, women doing something meaningful is not a bad thing. They realized there was a much larger world outside the inner chambers. The success of the rehearsal boosted the confidence of the two. Feng Shuqiu chose an auspicious date, set for the beginning of winter, to open the business. In the past few days, besides busying with Manhwa Tower, Xie Zhaozhao was also spending time with Muir. At night, Muir leaned against Xie Zhaozhao's chest, like a small stove. "I'm warming Mama's hands. Are you still cold, Mama? You can put your hands on my belly.
See?
It's so warm. Mama isn't cold anymore." "Then, Mama, tell me more about what happened after the great sage was driven away by the master." "The great sage is so good. He only helps the master exorcise demons. What did he do wrong?" "His master is so confused." Peimu's clear black and white eyes were full of hope, wishing Mama would tell him another story tonight. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but smile, knowing her little trickster just wanted to hear stories. She reached up and gently tickled her son's nose. "No, you can't. It's time to sleep now, or you won't grow tall. Can I drink a bowl of milk tomorrow?" Peimu still remembered Mama saying that drinking more milk helps grow taller. "No, you can't. Milk isn't a magic potion. You must finish your sleep tonight. You can't make it up tomorrow. When Daddy comes back, if you haven't grown taller, he won't take you hunting rabbits in the mountains anymore." "When will Daddy come back?" He missed his father too. Last night he even dreamed of him. Xie Zhaozhao paused for a moment. She also wanted to know. They had agreed that he would return in about 7 or 8 days, but now it was the 9th day. Sure enough, men's words are the least trustworthy. Xie Zhaozhao gently pinched her son's little face. When Daddy catches the bad guys, we'll go home. Why are there so many bad people? Daddy can never catch them all. Pei Mu pouted, a bit unhappy. That's because there are more good people, she replied. Really? Of course. Good people hide the bad ones among them, so they won't be found. If everyone were bad, there would be nowhere for them to hide.
Pei Mu nodded seriously.
Mother said that when I grow up, I will help Daddy catch the bad guys. That's ambitious. So you need to sleep well now, or you won't grow tall and strong. After hearing this, Pei Mu quickly closed his eyes and lay quietly. Soon he fell asleep. Xie Zhaozhao kissed her son's face. Such a well-behaved and adorable child is her son. Feeling like a happy, carefree mother is truly wonderful. Lin Wanning finally received a letter from Zheng Sanling. After reading it, a faint smile appeared on her lips. There was good news from her cousin. She watched as the last trace of the letter was consumed by the flame, then she felt at ease. She had warned before that a beautiful woman could bring disaster. Xie Zhaozhao's face might cause trouble for Pei Heng. The king of Lengjia had even come to Fong City personally for her. If she could stay, she really wanted to see how Yiji would choose. Today, Xie Zhaozhao went out to buy ink and brushes and also visited a study. Miss, may I ask if I can have this book? A deep male voice came from nearby. Xie Zhaozhao looked up at the sound. The man had a smile on his face, with charming, elegant eyes that seemed full of wit and grace. Unlike Pei Heng's handsome appearance, he had the mature charm of someone who had experienced many years. Even if Xie Zhaozhao didn't like older men, she had to admit that his looks and aura were top of their kind. She put her book back in its place and smiled lightly. Please, sir. This was her new book, just released yesterday. She was passing by today and decided to see how well it was selling. She was curious if her book was as popular as Aunt Chio had said. To her surprise, only this one was left after just one day. The shop owner said he had left it on the counter after reading it himself, forgetting to put it on the shelf, which was why only this copy remained. The man looked down at Xie Zhaozhao's charming and lively face, especially that faint smile. Though it seemed distant, it felt as if it could captivate a person's soul. It was 100 times more beautiful than a portrait. His trip here had been worth it. When Xie Zhaozhao left his side, he took a deep breath. The faint scent of jasmine made her feel lighthearted and happy. Her whole body seemed to be calling out with excitement. After confirming her script, Xie Zhaozhao planned to go home. She also promised to bring candied hawthorn to Muir. Miss, please wait, called the man again, stopping her. It was the same person as before. Please lend me your book. To thank you, I'd like to invite you for tea. The man looked gentle and polite, but his words were firm. Xie Zhaozhao saw a carriage and guards outside, so she knew he was someone important. It seemed she had met a troublemaker today. Sir, you are too kind. I bought that book myself, so there's no need to ask permission. I'll be leaving now, she said and turned to walk away. Lu Jingjun was called Sir and felt uncomfortable. Many people called him Emperor Uncle, but no one called him Sir. He suddenly felt like an old man. This girl was quite interesting. Xie Zhaozhao hurried away. When Lu Jingjun tried to follow, the Luli sisters at the door stopped him. But Lu Jingjun was not afraid. He looked up, and guards nearby blocked her way. Miss, I just want to invite you for tea, the man said, glancing at Luli and signaling her to step aside. But Luli ignored him and didn't move. She looked ready to fight. Lu Jingjuan's guards also prepared to act. The atmosphere became tense and dangerous. Xie Zhaozhao knew it wouldn't be easy to leave. She turned around and smiled. She signaled the Luli sisters to step aside. She knew she couldn't win a fight against them. Lu Jingjun looked at her bright smile and was momentarily distracted. He thought a beautiful woman should smile. Crying and whining is no fun. Miss, did you agree? Lu Jingjun asked with a charming smile, his eyes full of affection. Sir, are you really going to invite me for tea? She asked. Of course, he replied. Although Lu Jingjun didn't like her calling him sir, since she liked it, he decided to enjoy it. After all, someone was calling him dad in bed too. Sir keeps saying he wants to thank me and invite me for tea, but then he has his men surround us. If someone didn't know better, they'd think he's ignoring the law and robbing a girl in the street, Xia Zhaozhao said with a teasing smile, slowly and calmly. Lu Jingjun waved his hand, letting his guards step back. He was in a good mood, so her attitude didn't bother him. There is a tea house ahead. If the uncle sincerely invites me to tea, just the two of us, I won't let anyone follow, and the uncle shouldn't allow guards to come along either. Okay, Lu Jingjun laughed happily. He liked straightforward people. Women who act shy and reserved are no fun. Xia Zhaozhao gave Luli a signal, and Luli immediately understood. The lady wants them to act naturally later and avoid being caught by the guards, finding a chance to escape. Go buy some candied hawthorn sticks and wait for me there, Xia Zhaozhao said, then looked at Lu Jingjun. Uncle, please go ahead. Lu Jingjun laughed excitedly, expecting some trouble, but it went smoothly. He had a feeling that if she kept being so sensible, he might even break his rules and bring her back to the mansion. Xia Zhaozhao glanced at the sign of the Zen Pavilion. She and Qianyang had visited this tea house before. As the name suggests, the decor inside is very Zen-like, testing one's understanding. The owner had inscribed words here when opening the tea house, attracting scholars and intellectuals, no common folk. Visitors here are not only of status but also of taste. Even the waiters can compose a few humorous poems, which is quite impressive in this era of widespread illiteracy. Lu Jingjun was a bit displeased by the awkward, unfamiliar room names. He could recite poetry himself, but he knew the right occasion. For example, now he preferred. Lu Jingjun glanced at Xia Zhaozhao's firm, graceful hips and slender waist. Women become more charming after experiencing life's ups and downs. Like blooming flowers, they're the most alluring. Following Xia Zhaozhao, Lu Jingjun entered a private room guided by a waiter. The name was strange, and he couldn't remember it clearly. From outside, they all looked the same. What kind of tea does the uncle like? I'll have a pot of long jing, Xia Zhaozhao smiled. Then I'll have the same as the young lady. The waiter quickly brought the tea and some of the tea house's special snacks. The pastries were very Zen-like, simple and pure. Lu Jingjun had never seen such plain, unrefined pastries before. They were truly rustic. Oh well. For the beauty's company, he endured it. Xia Zhaozhao had learned excellent tea skills from her grandfather, but had never had the chance to show them. Today, she took the opportunity to escape, and it turned out to be a good chance for him. Her skillful technique dazzled Lu Jingjun's eyes, shocking him. Indeed, surprises are everywhere with a beauty. She must bring her back to the mansion. She must. Xia Zhaozhao's delicate hands brought the tea to Lu Jingjun. Uncle, please. Lu Jingjun had already lost his soul and spirit, so he didn't care much anymore. He only took a sip and eagerly said, "Good." His gaze never left Xia Zhaozhao's face. "Since you like it, uncle, please finish this cup." Xia Zhaozhao giggled, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering lightly, giving off a relaxed vibe. "Drink, I will." The man's eyes on her were full of obvious desire. That look was impatient, as if he wanted to her right away. Xia Zhaozhao felt disgusted, but pretended not to notice. She smiled as she watched him drink all the tea in his cup. Lu Jingjun, trying to please the beauty, even lifted his empty cup to show Xia Zhaozhao. Xia Zhaozhao's eyes held a charming smile, but her attitude was cold. "Uncle, if you like it, that's good. Would you like another cup?" Xia Zhaozhao rested her chin on one hand, holding her own cup of tea with the other. It looked like she was acting cute or inviting. Lu Jingjun thought this beauty was too obedient. Very good. Excellent. Her skin was as smooth as cream, almost blending with her porcelain-like bones. He smiled and reached out to take her tea, his fingers about to touch her delicate fingers. But just then, Lu Jingjun suddenly felt weak and collapsed onto the table. Xia Zhaozhao sneered in disgust and splashed her tea on him. What a creepy dog, daring to make a move on her. If she didn't want to cause trouble, she would have given him a lesson today to make him remember. Now, escaping was the best option. The Liu sisters saw Xie Zhaozhao finally relax and asked, "Madam, are you alright?" Xie Zhaozhao shook her head. "I'm fine. Let's go back to the house first." Her sedative only lasted for a short while, about an incense stick's worth of time, and he would wake up soon. If he kept bothering her, it would be hard to get away. This man was dressed in luxurious clothes and had many guards around him, so he was quite influential. He must have a high status. She decided to ask Aunt Chiu about him another day. When Lu Jingjun woke up, he was momentarily confused. He wiped the tea from his face and slowly remembered what had happened.
Girl.
She had outsmarted him. Lu Jingjun clutched the cup Xie Zhaozhao had touched, still feeling the softness and smoothness of her fragrance. Today, he would let her go for now. He would have her sooner or later. Xie Zhaozhao drew a portrait of the man based on her memory. Fang Xiuqiu saw it, and her face changed. "How do you recognize him?" "I was just about to ask Sister Chiu about who this person is." Xie Zhaozhao frowned slightly. "This person is the current emperor's biological brother, the Prince of Langia. He is notorious for being wild and promiscuous, always seeking women. Over the years, he has ruined many women." Fang Xiuqiu's eyes narrowed with worry. The king of Langia, years ago, drunkenly entered the palace by mistake or for some reason, and he favored a certain concubine of the emperor. That concubine, ashamed and angry, hanged herself, and the matter became a scandal of the previous dynasty. The emperor had to punish him. If it were anyone else, insulting the emperor's concubine would mean death. But the emperor only demoted him to his fiefdom, forbidding him from returning to the capital. The emperor cared for his younger brother and rewarded him generously every year. When the king of Langia reached his fief, no one supervised him, and he felt free, becoming even more reckless. Perhaps his sudden visit to Fang City was not accidental. Fang Xiuqiu looked at Xie Zhaozhao in front of her. Today, she was at home, dressed casually, her hair loosely. Yet she still looked delicate and beautiful, her every smile and expression captivating. "My sister is so beautiful. Recently, she has stayed home more." The king of Langia acts arrogantly. No woman he desires can escape him. Fang Xiuqiu had a bad premonition. Xie Zhaozhao also frowned. Beauty is not a crime for women, but the world gives them no chance to defend themselves. Is there no one who can control him? Fang Xiuqiu shook her head, her face turning angry. People always blame women for mistakes. When something happens in the family, women either drown themselves or are sent to the ancestral temple. Moreover, he's the emperor's younger brother and has some talent. The emperor trusts him deeply. Neither his family nor his wife would offend the royal family over a woman. Xie Zhaozhao's expression grew serious. In this era, status was a get-out-of-jail-free card. But there are no coincidences. Everything is carefully planned with ulterior motives. She rarely went out, so how did she happen to meet him? "I usually don't like going out. These days, I just want to stay with Muir. Once Pei Heng returns, we will go back to the border town." Fang Xiuqiu held Xie Zhaozhao's hand. "Exactly. I will secretly find out about the whereabouts of the king of Langia. We should avoid him for now. Maybe after some time, he will forget about this." But she couldn't let her guard down. She would strengthen the defenses and protect Zhao Zhao at all costs. Their lives were saved by her. At worst, she would give up her title at the Anwang mansion. Xie Zhaozhao was in a bad mood. Not wanting to go out and being unable to go out were two different things. Luckily, Pei Mu was easy to coax. When she said she wanted to tell him a story, he stopped fussing about going out. A few days ago, it rained heavily. When it finally stopped, they could go out with Muir, but then they were delayed again. That king of Langia, she didn't know if he had left or not. Just as her thoughts settled, the Liuli sisters hurried in. "Madam, the person we met yesterday came to visit." Xie Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. He was so bold. If he truly wanted to force his way in, there was nothing he could do. "Where is he now?" "Gugu Pei is having tea with him in the front hall," Liuli said. "Did Annie ask me to go?" "No, she didn't." Xie Zhaozhao nodded. Auntie grew up in the capital and knows Lu Jingjuan's temper well. so she wouldn't let her go to the front hall. Xie Zhaozhao guessed correctly. Pei Sili saw Lu Jingjuan's visit and was indeed surprised. He said he heard she was in Fangcheng and thought he'd visit since they hadn't seen each other in years. But he was actually asking about Yiji in a roundabout way, even knowing he was married and had a child. He said he brought a gift for the child and asked Pei Heng's wife to bring the child to meet them. He, a prince far away in 1,000 miles, had little contact with Yiji when in the capital. When did he start caring about Yiji's family? Something unusual was definitely going on. It was clear they couldn't meet. Pei Sili smiled politely and said, "My niece-in-law caught a cold a few days ago and isn't feeling well. To avoid disturbing the prince, we will visit another day." Lu Jingjun raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, he seemed very energetic. Could he have poisoned his tea? How could he fall ill so easily? Pei Sili was still the same as back then, very cunning. Lu Jingjuan's gaze fell on Pei Sili. Though he was a bit older now, he still retained his charm. Back then, she was very proud. No young nobleman in the capital caught her eye. A woman who rebelled by opening a women's academy, yet she was exiled to Lingnan. Maybe she had been there all these years. If he took Pei Sili away today, Xie Zhaozhao would obediently come to him. He must not let her escape again, like last time. TSK. One woman as beautiful as a peony, another as cold as a white lotus. He hadn't met women he liked so much in a long time. If they could serve him together, it would be a different experience altogether. Junhua, speaking of which, the emperor almost betrothed you and me back in the day. Seeing you now, I recall many old times. I booked a banquet at Yulo Chun, and we could drink and watch plays, reminiscing together. Lu Jingjun finished speaking and signaled to 2 guards. They were experienced in this kind of task and immediately carried Pei Sili away. "How dare you?" Pei Sili struggled. Guards in the courtyard also stepped forward. These guards had been carefully chosen by Fang Shiqiu and had received strict orders to protect their master with their lives. If they had someone alive today, they wouldn't let Lu Jingyun take the person away. But Lu Jingyun came prepared today and was not afraid at all. Not to mention in a small place like Fang City, even in the capital, few would dare to stop him. "Junhua, are you sure you want to cause trouble? You know my temper," Lu Jingyun openly threatened. Pei Sili straightened his clothes and said calmly, "Prince, although the women's academy is closed, the emperor has not dismissed my position. I am still the Grand Chi official. If the prince invites me to watch a show and catch up, just send the invitation. Such behavior is not proper and damages the dignity of the royal family. This matter must not be made worse. Although Zhao Zhao is grateful to King An, they cannot recklessly do anything that might harm King An's family." Lu Jingyun chuckled softly and waved to let the guards put down their weapons. "You're right, it is indeed improper. Junhua, I always listen to what you say." Pei Sili tidied his clothes and sat down gracefully, cold and reserved. "If the prince sincerely invites me, then just send the invitation." Lu Jingyun smiled slowly, looking proud. "That's easy." Soon, guards brought over the invitation. Pei Sili knew he couldn't refuse, so he had to go. The noise from the guards in the courtyard was loud enough for Zhao Zhao to hear. If she came out, it would be exactly what Lu Jingyun wanted. Fortunately, she had just told Lu Li and her sisters not to bring Zhao Zhao or Mu Er outside, no matter what happened in the front yard. Lu Jingyun watched Pei Sili obediently cooperate, feeling even more pleased. He wanted to see how long this Xie Zhaozhao could hold on. When Xie Zhaozhao received the news, Pei Sili had already been taken away. She clenched her fists. Lu Jingyun was truly hateful. She had to think of a way quickly. Just as she was trying to find a way to rescue him, Uncle Zhao came in from outside. "Madam, you must not go. The brothers have already gone to Lu Chun. They will definitely find a way to rescue Aunt Pei." Xie Zhaozhao had guessed that Pei Heng had arranged secret guards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been gone for so long. The few merchants at the door looked familiar, and every time she went out, 2 of them would hang around nearby. "I already tricked him once. This time, he will definitely be on guard. I need a different plan," Xie Zhaozhao frowned. "Madam, do you have any ideas?"
Cut off the source.
Xie Zhao gritted her teeth and said, there was no need to hold back against such a despicable person. Qionyang had already found out where Lu Jingyan lived and set fire to his old residence. In desperation, this was the only way. But if we do this, Lu Jingyan will not let it go easily. We may not cause trouble, but he won't let us go, Xie Zhao said with her head down. Lu Jingjun has done so many terrible things. He should have been punished long ago. Hiding is not the solution. I need to find a way to completely stop his plans. Yes, madam, they replied. Lu Jingjun boldly came to the house with guards to catch someone, showing they no longer had any fear. Do it thoroughly and cleanly. Yes, madam, rest assured. They have already sent a letter to the young master, who should arrive soon. The young master must have a plan. Fang Qiuxiu also received the news and hurried over. She had already sent people to Yulo-chun. Yulo-chun is her territory, and she is sure she can find a way to protect Aunt Pei. Zhao, we can't stay here any longer. Come to my place to hide. It's safer, and Lu Jingjun wouldn't think you'd be here, Fang Qiuxiu said. She quickly sent a message to her father, who had once helped Lu Jingjun. She hoped her father could mediate and send a few beautiful women to distract him. Maybe he would give up his plans. She usually disliked women being treated as gifts or objects. She never thought she would do the same one day. Zhao didn't oppose this time. She didn't mind. She just didn't want Mu'er to be scared. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Lu Jingjun took Pei Sili to Yulo-chun, waiting eagerly for Zhao to fall into his trap. But instead, guards came with news that the side courtyard was flooding. There were treasures he had just collected there, meant to send to his brother, and he couldn't afford any accidents. Lu Jingjun stood up to leave, but as he went down the stairs, he realized he should take Pei Sili with him. He turned back to find her, but she was gone. Lu Jingjun hurried back, leaving a few guards behind to find her. As long as he had Pei Sili, he wasn't worried about Zhao not coming to him willingly. It would be more interesting if she came to ask for help herself. The manager of Yulo-chun received the news early and created a small distraction to sneak Pei Sili out through the back courtyard. Auntie, Zhao quickly stepped forward to support Pei Sili. Pei Sili also reached out to hold her and comforted her, saying, I'm fine. She didn't understand why Lu Jingjun left so suddenly, but she guessed Zhao was involved. Thanks to your quick thinking, Pei Sili said. It's just a temporary fix. We still need a plan to get him to leave, Zhao said calmly, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had faced many challenges in her past business ventures. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer she needed to stay. Pei Sili looked worried and said, That's true, but Lu Jingjun is usually reckless. He traveled a long way, so it won't be so easy. Pei Sili also felt something was wrong. Xie Zhao paused for a moment, then looked up at Pei Sili and asked, Annie thinks what is his biggest reliance? Of course, it is the emperor's favor. And if that favor is gone? Pei Sili was surprised, and his expression changed immediately. Zhao was right. Lu Jingjun lost the emperor's favor, and he was nothing. The coldness of the royal family is deeply ingrained. They are father and son, brothers and spouses, but also natural enemies. Lu Jingjun's reckless behavior might be to show the emperor that he is not interested in that position, to demonstrate his loyalty. According to the news collected by Qionyang, Lu Jingjun was originally heading to the border town, but changed his plans halfway. After arriving in Fangcheng, he also collected many rare treasures to present to the emperor. Lu Jingjun knows his identity better than anyone. He is not confused at all. The emperor cares for his half-brother, but he is also the ruler. Lu Jingjun sleeping with the emperor's woman might be a test. The emperor also gave his answer, banishing him from the imperial city. Some things are off limits. That incident made both brothers clearly understand each other's bottom line. So, as long as it stays within the emperor's tolerance, Lu Jingjun can do as he pleases. Once he crosses that line, he becomes an obstacle to the emperor's power, and he will be ruthlessly cast aside. In the moment of their eye contact, Pei Sili understood Zhao meaning. It really is a one-time perfect solution. But Lu Jingjun is not that stupid. He wouldn't dig his own grave. The question is, how can he make the emperor believe? At the prefectural office, Pei Hung led people to destroy all the dens involved in kidnapping girls in various counties under his jurisdiction. The suspects were also captured, but none of them had heard of someone called Xianling, let alone the portrait. The case was solved. But Pei Qin remained hidden perfectly. Except for Jinghua, no one could prove his involvement. Jinghua only knew he was Xianling. A portrait couldn't serve as solid evidence in court. Tang Prefect was about to go to the capital for his new post, and before leaving, he added another achievement to his merit list. He was very pleased. After the meeting, Pei Hung packed his things. Just as he was about to stand up, Tang Prefect spoke. Yi, wait a moment. Master Tang. Pei Hung didn't feel proud of his recent success, remaining calm and modest. Although he spoke little daily, he did practical work. As long as he was given a case, he believed he could complete it. Tang Zizhou became more satisfied. After everyone left, he lowered his voice and said, Yi, you have solved another big case. Fangcheng is too small for you. You should have a wider world to explore. You are still young, at the age to take risks. Don't let personal feelings hold you back. This time I go to the capital for a promotion, but the future is uncertain. I need someone I trust around me. We have known each other for years, and you know how I feel about you. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Pei Hung squinted, his face unchanged. I appreciate Lord Tang's kindness, but I have no plans to go to the capital now. However, if Lord Tang faces difficulties, you can ask the young Duke Liu for help. I am very close to him. Tang Zizhou had heard of their connection, but didn't know how deep it was. Pei Hung was usually quiet, and when he called someone his close friend, it meant a special bond. Lu Rong and he naturally knew each other. He was the commander of the Jinlin Guard, someone the emperor relied on. If he could get Lu Rong to help and look after him, the road to the capital would be much easier. But Tang Zizhou still felt a bit regretful. After all, relying on others also requires impressive achievements. If Pei Hung could be his right-hand man, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. What a pity. Yi, if one day you want to go to the capital, just say so. Tang Linfeng, will always have a place for you, Tang Zizhou said sincerely. He valued Pei Hung a lot, having known him for years. Lord Tang, I do have something I need your help with now, Pei Hung said calmly but sincerely. Perhaps because he was backlit, his handsome, cold face seemed to carry a faint darkness. Lu Jingjun sent people to find Xie Zhaozhao and Pei Sili several times, but they seemed to have disappeared without reason. He even checked the princess's estate next door, but found no trace. Lu Jingjun was frustrated and sent people to the border town to watch. As soon as they returned, he would capture them immediately. He had never suffered such a loss after so many years. When Lu Jingjun was showing off his power in the courtyard, Xie Zhaozhao was hiding in a secret compartment. She gently covered Mu Er's mouth, afraid he might make noise and reveal their hiding spot. If that happened, not only would they be caught, but Autumn Mother would also be involved. Unfortunately, Fangcheng was too far from the capital, and news couldn't reach quickly. They had to hide for a few more days. After Lu Jingjun left with his men, Xie Zhaozhao took Mu Er out of the secret compartment. It was dark inside, and Mu Er almost tripped. Xie Zhaozhao quickly blocked him, but the candle holder fell and hit her foot. Mu Er heard faint cries of pain and guessed what had happened. She let go of Xie Zhaozhao's hand, bent down, and gently held her mother's injured foot, asking, "Does it hurt, Mom?" Pei Mu spoke softly, still afraid to make loud noises. He didn't know if the bad people had gone far. Tears silently fell down his face. His mother was protecting him. "Mom doesn't hurt anymore. It's okay now. We can go out. Mom will tell you a story," Xie Zhaozhao said, smiling as she touched her son's face. Pei Mu pouted and asked, "Mom, why are the bad people so mean? I want them to go away." Xie Zhaozhao didn't want her young son to have such thoughts. "They did bad things, but someone will punish them," she replied. "Mom says that good things don't fall from the sky, and bad people aren't punished easily. Mom, I want to study hard and grow up fast." I want to be even stronger than the prince. I will stop all the bad people, Pei Mu said, holding her hand with a look of anger that didn't match his age. Muir, Mom will find a way to make them pay. We will go home soon. Mom hopes you stay happy and don't think about these grown-up things, she reassured him. Protecting Mom makes me happy, Pei Mu said confidently. When Dad comes back, he and Dad will protect Mom and stop the bad people together. With Muir, Mom is also very happy, she said, holding her son's hand as they stepped out of the hidden compartment. The moment the door opened, the bright light outside made her feel uncomfortable. Winter sunlight was not very bright or warm, but after experiencing darkness, she knew how precious light was. Xie Zhaozhao accidentally stepped on a candle holder, and in her worry to not scare Muir or leave a shadow on him, she didn't notice the pain from her foot. Now that she was outside, the pain was sharp, and she limped slightly. Pei Mu supported her arm, wanting to help his mother lean on him. But he was too small and too short to support her. He bit his lip and decided that from today on, he would no longer be lazy. His father was not here, so he had to be the man of the house. Mom, Pei Mu called softly. Mom's fine. Let's go find Auntie, she said, trying to keep calm. In this era, danger was everywhere. Not only did they need to be strong, but they also needed power. She was too weak. Weak enough to hide in a dark, gloomy hiding spot when in danger. And she had to let her son see her in such a helpless state. Just as they were about to continue walking, a shadow fell before them. Pei Mu looked up, first feeling surprised, then feeling wronged. He hugged her leg tightly and called out, Daddy. Pei Hung bent down to pick up his son and pulled Xie Zhaozhao closer. I'm back. Xie Zhaozhao's nose tingled, and she almost cried in front of her son but held back. Pei Mu twisted his body and slid down. Daddy, Mama's foot is hurt. Daddy, carry Mama. Muir can walk by himself. Hurt. It's nothing, I just... Pei Hung had already bent down, lifted her skirt, and carefully examined her delicate ankle with his rough fingers. Her foot was swollen and red, but luckily, no bones were broken. He reached out and picked up Xie Zhaozhao. I've asked my aunt to pack her things. We're going home. Can we go home now? Pei Mu's face was full of surprise. Yes. Will the bad people come to bother us again? No, they've already gone. Pei Hung held Xie Zhaozhao and bent down to talk to his son, who was clutching his clothes. His voice was gentle, and his whole person radiated kindness. Pei Hung first treated Xie Zhaozhao's foot, applying a cooling ointment to reduce swelling and pain. It eased her discomfort. Mommy doesn't hurt anymore. Please ask Granny Zhao to help me brew some chrysanthemum tea, Xie Zhaozhao whispered. Pei Mu nodded seriously and walked outside on his short legs. He loved helping Mommy the most. Xie Zhaozhao moved Pei Mu aside because she had something to say. There were some things she didn't want to say in front of her son. He was too young. But he was also very clever and had his own opinions. He could be easily influenced by bad things. When they returned, she planned to slowly guide him. She didn't want her son's future to be affected by negative emotions. Do you know about Lu Jingjun? Xie Zhaozhao's question wasn't just a simple inquiry, but about many subsequent events. Pei Hung had told them to return to Bianqing, which meant the matter was already settled. In such a short time, what methods had he used? Could it have put him in danger? Pei Hung nodded. It's been taken care of. Will he bother us again? Xie Zhaozhao frowned. Right now, she didn't know why Lu Jingjun suddenly noticed her, but it wasn't a coincidence. Not for now, Pei Hung said calmly. But Xie Zhaozhao heard the deadly intent behind his calm tone. We also thought of ways to make him leave, but it's not that simple, Xie Zhaozhao said softly. Although they considered methods that even made the emperor wary of him, their abilities were limited. Even with Prince An's help, news wouldn't reach the emperor quickly. So they could only hide. Pei Hung wrapped his arms around her waist, leaned down, and gently kissed her face. He whispered, I'm sorry you had to suffer. Xie Zhaozhao leaned back slightly to see his face better. He looked quite tired after more than 10 days apart. His eyes looked dark and blue. Clearly, he hadn't slept well for several days. There's no hardship, Xia Zhaozhao said with a light smile. When I learn to turn hostile instantly, I'll be even more arrogant than him. Pei Heng smiled faintly. Really? Of course. I wouldn't let myself suffer, Xia Zhaozhao said with long eyelashes hiding her eyes, but her smile quickly appeared. Tell me, how did you make Lu Jingjun leave? Share it with me. He had some trouble with his territory. If the emperor finds out, his life could be in danger, Pei Heng said quietly, not revealing too much. Since it involved court affairs, he didn't want her to worry. Xia Zhaozhao hit her forehead in realization. How did I not think of that? His territory is much closer than the capital. That was a real masterstroke. This time, I was careless. I shouldn't have left you alone for so long. Pei Heng felt guilty inside. He received a secret message from Uncle Zhao and others, wishing he could appear before her immediately. He initially planned for Uncle Zhao to secretly help them leave, but when he heard Lu Jingjun had also sent people to the border town, he changed his mind. Fortunately, she came to Fong City this time, protected by the Fong family father and daughter. Otherwise, if she were in the border town, she might have fallen into Lu Jingjun's hands. It's only because of treacherous people behind the scenes. I must find out who's causing trouble and make them pay, Xia Zhaozhao said through gritted teeth. She had only a few enemies she had offended repeatedly. Luan Rongyu was the first to be ruled out. Although she hadn't fully dealt with the matter of Xia Huimin, his attitude now is clear. Next were Xia Huimin, Lin Wanning, and Pei Chen. She didn't completely rule out Xia Huimin and Pei Chen either. Xia Huimin hated her deeply. Pei Chen's business was destroyed by Pei Heng. If she got into trouble, Pei Heng would be distracted, giving him a moment to breathe. Pei Heng thought the same. He had already sent brothers from the agency to the capital to find out about Pei Chen. His mother had never cared for him, and his mother when he was young. He felt the same now. But now, after repeatedly setting traps for him, he couldn't tolerate him anymore. This grudge, I will settle it, he said. All these events started because of him, and he was the one who caused her trouble. Your revenge is my revenge. I won't do anything, but I can't let this anger go. Xia Zhaozhao already had a plan in her heart. She just wanted to live a good life. But someone kept making her unhappy. So she decided to make the other person suffer 100 or 1,000 times more. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it, Pei Heng said silently with a faint smile. He was willing to be her sword and shield. Allow her to do as she wishes. Although Fong Xiuqiu felt reluctant inside, she did not try to stop her. Xia Zhaozhao felt guilty about her recent trouble. She had a faint feeling that such cruel schemes seemed more like Zheng Sanling's way of doing things. If he was behind this, she would feel even more sorry for Zhao Zhao. No matter what, she must find out the truth and not let Zhao Zhao suffer unfairly. She had lived in Zheng's family for 3 years. Even if she had to spend money, she would try to find a way through. That night, heavy snow fell as they returned to the border town. Xia Zhaozhao looked at the father and son building a snowman and couldn't help but feel emotional. When she arrived, it was early spring. Now it was winter. Unknowingly, more than half a year had passed. Pei Seely brought her some jujube tea. It's cold outside. Warm yourself. Xia Zhaozhao's body was weakened from childbirth, and she must stay warm. Whether she would have more children in the future was not important. What mattered was her health, so she wouldn't suffer. After that terrible ordeal, their relationship improved a lot, and they talked openly. Should Annie play with us? Maybe we won't be in the border town next year, Xia Zhaozhao said with a gentle smile. The snow was so white and bright that it was a bit blinding after a while. Pei Seely initially focused on her words about playing together, about to refuse, but then understood her later words. Iji agreed? Pei Seely always hoped Pei Heng would return to the capital. In her heart, only Pei Heng could lead the Pei family to greater heights and restore their former glory. Xia Zhaozhao shook her head and smiled faintly. No, but I want to go to the capital to see it. He will definitely come with me. He's been through so much these years. Some things, like fame and wealth, no longer matter to him or have become a burden. Now, what he values most are his family. Xia Zhaozhao looked at the father and son almost finishing the snowman, her eyes gentle like spring sunshine. Her soft voice carried a faint smile, like the warm tea in her hand, adding warmth to her cold body. She slightly tilted her head and looked at Pei Seely. Some people don't want to let him go. No matter who they are, I don't want to let them get away either. Have you made up your mind? Xia Zhaozhao's lips curled into a slight smile.
Yes.
Last time, I almost died in Fengcheng. This time, I was nearly kidnapped. Haven't I learned enough lessons? Sometimes, taking a step back can open up a wider world. To live a good life, these people must be dealt with first. She couldn't just wait for Mu'er to grow up and leave her troubles to him. Wouldn't that make her a useless mother? Although Lu Jingjun returned to her territory and resolved the crisis, the matter is not finished. In about 10 days, those messages will probably reach the emperor. Should she stir things up again? Should she take his life? Removing the root causes is always troublesome. She never expected that one day she, Xia Zhaozhao, would actually be involved in something like killing. She hardly recognizes herself anymore. Pei Mu proudly ran over to Xia Zhaozhao, pointing at a small figure nearby. Mother, look. That's me made by Dad. Do I look like him? Pei Mu looked at her expectantly, waiting for praise from Xia Zhaozhao. The family of 3 was very lively and realistic. Pei Heng had clearly put a lot of effort into it, even accurately recreating the 2 little pigtails on Mu'er's head. They were tied with 2 red silk ribbons that fluttered freely in the cold wind. Xia Zhaozhao nodded and said, "It looks just like you. It's as if your father made a perfect little brother for you." Pei Mu's eyes lit up. "Then can Dad have a sister for me?" "You should ask your father about that." "Maybe he has a secret," Xia Zhaozhao said seriously. Pei Mu took her words seriously and looked earnestly at Pei Heng in the distance. If that was true, then he wanted his father to have 2 children, a sister and a brother who looked like a snowman. He could teach his sister to play the piano and sing, and teach his brother to ride horses and fight. Father can definitely do it, Pei Mu said confidently. Father is very powerful. He can chase away bad people. He must have a secret. All right, then go ask your father. Maybe one day, he can share it with Niu. Doesn't he also want a sister? Xia Zhaozhao said with a smile. Pei Mu's eyes widened, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. He couldn't wait to tell his father about this idea. There's a little secret between him and his father, and now it's solved. Father, Pei Mu, dressed warmly, ran over like a little ball. Pei Heng, worried that his son might fall, turned around immediately to catch him when he heard him call. Pei Mu rolled into his arms and whispered into his ear. Pei Heng was momentarily stunned, glancing at Xia Zhaozhao nearby, who was watching with a look of amusement. He felt a bit speechless, mostly helpless but also fond. Only she would come up with such clever and mischievous ideas for his son. Think about it, Dad, Pei Heng said, holding his son's small hand to warm it. Yes, yes, I will think carefully. I also want to tell Niu and Niu, Pei Mu said. Pei Heng looked at Xia Zhaozhao again. For now, keep it a secret. Pei Mu nodded seriously. Dad is right. I want to be the older brother before Niu. So, his sister becomes the older sister now. Pei Seely was amused by Pei Mu's serious expression. Mu'er always acts like a little adult, but it's rare to see her act so childlike. Pei Seely could tell that Xia Zhaozhao was teasing her son, probably wanting him to relax a bit. Xia Zhaozhao watched the father and son whisper to each other, with Pei Mu hugging and loving his father, full of joy. In fact, such close father-son relationships are rare in this era. Pei Mu sticking to her shows the natural closeness of mother and child, but for Pei Heng, he is someone no one else can replace. His dependence and admiration are deep. Indeed, children raised by their fathers are different. Unfortunately, there are no cameras in this era, or she could take a photo as a keepsake. But she can sketch the expressions of the father and son with charcoal first, then have Pei Heng draw them. Pei Heng's drawing skills are excellent. She liked the screen he drew last time. Maybe, when he paints, he also hides deep feelings. Xia Zhaozhao hurried back to her room to get charcoal and a drawing board. forgetting momentarily that she was standing on snow. When she turned around, her foot slipped, and she lost control, falling face first into the snow.
Splash.
It was so sudden that everyone was surprised. No one even saw how Xia Zhaozhao fell. She fell into the snow, but it didn't hurt at all. It was just a little embarrassing. She really wanted to laugh. Pei Heng put down his son and quickly walked over to help her up. Xia Zhaozhao had mischievous thoughts and grabbed Pei Heng's hand with force, causing him to fall into the snow pit as well. Of course, Pei Heng didn't fall easily, but since she liked it, he played along. Pei Mu saw her father and mother lying in the snow and wasn't worried anymore, laughing so hard her eyes nearly closed. Pei Heng raised his hand and pulled his son in, and Pei Mu slowly fell along with his father's strength. The family of three all lay in the snow. Pei Mu looked at her father and mother, feeling it was so fun, and laughed even louder. Xia Zhaozhao mischievously looked at Pei Seely and asked, "Auntie, do you want to join?" Pei Seely quickly took a step back and said, "Thanks, but no need. Let them play. They're young." Pei Seely simply went back to her room. She didn't want to stand here and get in the way of their fun. Fun. Pei Mu happily rolled around in the snow. As she rolled, snow got into her collar, cold and a little itchy, but she thought it was fun. She grabbed a handful of snow, grinning mischievously, and stuffed it into Pei Heng's collar. "Daddy." Pei Heng was holding Xia Zhaozhao's hand, and his gaze was very obvious and unrestrained. Being in the cold snowfield was quite a unique experience. He was completely unprepared when his son shoved a snowball into his neck. It was like putting a piece of ice into sugar candy. Really icy. Xia Zhaozhao noticed, but he didn't want to tell him at all. Instead, he quietly winked at his son, showing indulgence. After succeeding, Pei Mu smiled happily.
Haha.
Pei Heng pulled his son onto his stomach. He didn't want to punish him, so he lightly touched his collar with his cold hand, and Pei Mu shrank his neck, begging for mercy. "Dad, I was wrong. Mom, help. Help." Xia Zhaozhao naturally wanted to help his son. He got up and successfully rescued him first. Mother and son sat in the snow, grabbing snow and throwing it at Pei Heng. Pei Heng cooperated, lying there and letting them play. Pei Mu's small face and hands were red from the cold, but he was happier than ever, laughing non-stop. The terrible nightmares from a few days ago were gradually fading from his mind. Only this moment's happiness remained. "Are you ready? I'm about to fight back," Pei Heng said with a gentle, low laugh, clearly happy. Hearing that his father was going to fight back, Pei Mu giggled and leaned towards Xia Zhaozhao.
Mom.
Xia Zhaozhao quickly picked up her son and ran away, but Pei Heng soon caught up. He picked up his son and then held Xia Zhaozhao in his arms. "Great sage, spare my life." Xia Zhaozhao joked and begged. Pei Mu also imitated his mother. "Great sage, spare my life." Pei Heng first kissed his son's face, then lowered his head to kiss Xia Zhaozhao. But this kiss landed on her lips' corner. It was cold and soft, like touching electricity. In an instant, his eyes flickered with tender feelings, full of unspoken love. Pei Heng's lips brushed past Xia Zhaozhao's ear. His warm breath fell on her earlobe, giving her a feeling of hot and cold sensations at the same time. Xia Zhaozhao clearly heard him say, "I'll punish you tonight." Her face turned red, and she stepped on Pei Heng's foot. Pei Heng pretended to grimace in pain, making Pei Mu laugh again. "Mom is Guanyin Bodhisattva, able to subdue the great sage Qitian. And you little demon, tell me your name." Xia Zhaozhao made a gesture, like Guanyin Bodhisattva. Pei Mu's eyes twinkled, and he shook his head and said confidently, "I am Neza, the third prince. I can fight demons and compose poetry. I am skilled at defeating evil, and monsters, ghosts, and demons must listen to me." Xia Zhaozhao pinched her son's little face and said with a smile, "Then we are a family of immortals, coming down to the mortal world to experience life." "Mother, what is experiencing life?" "It's like playing hide and seek. Someone plays the mouse, someone plays the cat. That's called experiencing. So, I am here to experience being a son?" Pei Heng looked at his son with a serious expression, growing more fond of him. His lively personality was most like his mother's. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't hold back her laughter. Yes, yes, I am here to experience being a mother. No, you are here to be my wife, Pei Heng said softly, but his tone was full of deep feelings, joy, love, and certainty. Now it was Xie Zhaozhao's turn to be surprised. Moro is fine, but that's just childish talk. He really took it seriously. Pei Mu's chubby little face was full of pride. Because mother met father first, she was his wife before she knew Moro. Can it be like that? Yes, Pei Mu nodded. Father said that in mother's heart, father is first, and Moro is second. He still remembered what his father said last time. Xie Zhaozhao widened her eyes and looked at Pei Heng. Did they have such conversations? Pei Heng, usually so calm and steady, was saying such childish things to his son. Could he be jealous? To show he remembered correctly, Pei Mu added, that was when Grandma Chow and Annie came, and mother also praised dad for being good-looking. Xie Zhaozhao's expression grew more shocked. She didn't know her father and son had so many secret talks. Pei Heng cleared his throat. Aren't you cold? Xie Zhaozhao looked at her son's red face from the cold outside. They had been outside for too long. They had just played in the snow. In this era, a cold could be deadly. She couldn't take it lightly. Pei Li had prepared tea for the family of 3, with red dates and sugar added. It balanced the spiciness and was sweet. Even Pei Mu, who didn't usually like tea, drank a big bowl. After drinking, he sweated at the nose and felt warm all over. Pei Mu was tired from playing all morning. After lunch, he quickly fell asleep. Children have limited energy. After a fun morning, they are exhausted. Xie Zhaozhao also felt a bit tired. When she woke up from her nap, she planned to draw a big family photo of the 3 of them in the snow. When Pei Heng had time, she wanted to paint it carefully, frame it, and put it in the study. Today wasn't a special day, but it was worth remembering. It was her first winter here, the first snowfall. She wondered if her hometown snowed too. Just as Xie Zhaozhao closed her eyes, Pei Heng, who had just finished comforting Moro to sleep, came in and pulled back the blanket. Xie Zhaozhao opened her eyes, and the intense, aggressive atmosphere was very obvious. What's wrong? Xie Zhaozhao whispered cautiously. The man showed a gentle smile, just to make you sleep. No way. Go out quickly. Xie Zhaozhao pushed him away. Auntie would be so embarrassed if she saw. Auntie is already asleep. Besides, when has Annie ever entered our bedroom? Pei Heng held her hand and directly embraced her. The bedroom is a private space for the couple. How could Auntie be so reckless? That still doesn't work, Xie Zhaozhao said, pouting. I haven't even settled the score with you for all your nonsense. Let's settle it now, one by one, Pei Heng said with a deeper smile and a huskier voice. Tonight, he would settle what he owed her, and tomorrow, she would settle what she owed him. Carefully, without missing a single detail. Outside, it was snowing, making the room bright. The smooth, white surface in front of her was even whiter than the snow outside. The waves of passion surged, low breathing mixed with faint tears. The room was filled with a damp, sweet scent. Pei Heng lowered his head and kissed her already swollen lips. His voice was deep and hoarse. Do you like it? It had been a long time since she said she liked him. That was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Xie Zhaozhao's mind was blank, and faint sounds escaped from her throat. No. The man saw her closing her eyes and shaking her head unconsciously. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and his voice carried a hint of joy. Do you still like me, Zhaozhao? Xie Zhaozhao's eyes were hazy, with a touch of moisture at the corners. She looked at the man causing the storm above her, her reason half aware and half unaware. I don't like it. I won't like it anymore in the future. No one was as fierce and ruthless as he was. Xie Zhaozhao doubted that his tenderness during the day was all a lie. No, now it was daytime. He was just lying. Zhaozhao, say you like me the most. The man coaxed softly. Xie Zhaozhao was exhausted by his torment and could only compromise and plead. I like you the most. Who do you like the most? Pei Hung, my husband. Only then was Pei Hung satisfied, and he lowered his head to kiss her lips again. Outside, the snow felt even harder, and the only sound was the snow landing. When Xie Zhaozhao woke up, it was already dark, but she didn't feel too tired, nor was her body sticky or uncomfortable. She vaguely remembered that Pei Hung had helped her clean up. At that moment, she was extremely sleepy, angry at him, and didn't want to pay attention to him. She even kicked him several times. Xie Zhaozhao drank a bowl of lean meat porridge before asking, "Where is Mu'er?" Father went to the government office. Uncle Zhao Lei took him away. Pei Mu said. Pei Hung usually needs a few days to rest after going out on official business. This time, he was called away immediately after returning, so something must have happened at the government office. Xie Zhaozhao slept all afternoon. In the evening, she wasn't very sleepy and deliberately leaned on the bed, waiting for Pei Hung to come back. When Pei Hung came in and saw that Xie Zhaozhao was still awake, he felt guilty and his heart skipped a beat. He had lost control a bit earlier that afternoon. He had been gone for more than half a month, and she had suffered so much hardship. He felt very sorry for her. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't bear to leave her. Today, seeing her mood improve a little, they lay together in the snow in the morning, and he thought about her closely. Fortunately, the snow was cold enough, so he kept his composure. Later, back in the room, he naturally couldn't hold back. "Madam." Pei Hung forced a smile, clearly feeling guilty. Xie Zhaozhao looked up at him, her smile gentle and long. "Husband is back. Come, lie down." Pei Hung stumbled on his feet, almost twisting his ankle. "Even on flat ground you trip? Husband, are your legs feeling weak?" Xie Zhaozhao covered her mouth in surprise, looking shocked. "Ahem. Weak legs? His legs are weak?" Pei Hung really wanted her to understand clearly whose legs were weak. But for now, he wasn't sure if she was angry with him, so he didn't dare to be too bold. He forced a smile and stepped forward, pulling a brocade box from his. "I passed by today and saw this. I thought it was pretty and suited madam. Didn't go to the government office, so why did you go to the jewelry shop again? Your legs are quite long." Xie Zhaozhao opened the brocade box and looked at Pei Hung again. Her expression was a mix of affection and teasing, full of tender feelings. Pei Hung felt that his legs did seem a little weak, especially his knees. He knelt down. "Madam, do you like it?" "I like it. Of course I like what my husband personally chose," Xie Zhaozhao said, wiggling her finger. "Come here, I have something to tell you secretly." Seeing that Xie Zhaozhao was not angry and even approached him willingly, Pei Hung couldn't resist. He kicked off his shoes, stretched out his long legs onto the shoe rack, and sat directly on the bed. Just as he was about to hold his beauty in his arms, Xie Zhaozhao pinched his ear. "Pei Hung, you dare to come back? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" This time, Xie Zhaozhao really used her strength. Compared to him, she was no match in strength. But pinching his ear was a different matter. The more he struggled and the harder he pulled, the more it hurt. Pei Hung had seen someone being pulled home by their wife by the ear on the street before. He never thought he would be pinched by his wife like this someday. It was new and strange, but it really hurt. Pei Hung had to lean his head close to her hand to lessen the pain. "Madam, you are magnanimous. Please forgive me. How could husband have done something that needs my forgiveness?" Xie Zhaozhao raised her eyebrows, but did not loosen her grip on his hand. "Today I was a bit reckless. Please forgive me, madam." Pei Hung was hunched over, leaning against her shoulder, speaking softly in a seductive tone. Xie Zhaozhao glared at him.
"Stop it."
Unconsciously, she squeezed his hand tighter, her sharp nails digging into his ear. Pei Hung let out a muffled groan. It truly hurt. He pressed closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I truly apologize for my mistake. Indeed, it was his fault." Relying on her recent good temper, knowing she wouldn't ignore him or avoid him, he had become a bit bold. "Just saying sorry with words, but your bad habits never change. When will you learn?" This time, she wanted to set clear rules for him. He was becoming more and more reckless. Who would think that the seemingly cold and aloof Pei Kanjun in front of others was like this in private? There's a saying, men are creatures who think with their lower half. Xie Zhaozhao scolded him with a glance, but instead of warning him, it only made him want to tease her more. Madam, I dare not anymore. I have something to tell you, Pei Heng said with a low laugh. She, like Muir, loved listening to stories. Muir enjoyed hearing her tell the journey to the west. She loved listening to his detective stories. He even planned to write a detective novel once he gathered enough material. So, he was sure she would ask about it. Don't try to change the subject. If you dare to act up again, I'll make you kneel in the yard for an hour. Angering your wife isn't just for an hour. You might kneel all night. Madam, don't let your health suffer. Pei Heng knew he had upset Xie Zhaozhao today, so he obediently lowered himself, willing to say anything soft. After all, kneeling before his own wife was different from kneeling before others. You'd better remember what you said today, Xie Zhaozhao snorted softly, then pretended to be casual. If you want to tell me something, just say it. She was indeed a little angry with him, but some of her displeasure was feigned. She wanted him to learn a lesson. With his bad habits, no wonder the original owner avoided him and went to the capital to find her lover. Pei Heng rubbed his reddened ear, where she had grabbed him. Madam, do you remember Jingyue? Of course I remember. What happened to her? She's dead. Xie Zhaozhao was curious. She was poisoned with a strange toxin, but it shouldn't have killed her so quickly. Pei Heng nodded. Exactly. We've already sent someone to Fengqing to ask the coroner to examine the body. You destroyed those hideouts earlier, and then Jingyue died. Don't you find that strange? Xie Zhaozhao sat up from his embrace. But this does prove that Pei Chun is indeed involved. If he has been hiding all along or has returned to the capital, what should we do? He should still be in the border town. How do you know? Just a hunch. Aside from money, Pei Chen's main reason for doing these things was to deal with him. As long as he remains in the border town, he won't leave easily. He hides in the dark, always ready to strike back. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with an idea. Do you remember the day I tricked Jingyue into thinking there was some silver? Jingyue admitted it. We can make something up, and people will take the bait. According to Jingbai's confession, Bai Kei has done many secret tricks over the years. The accumulated gold and silver are quite a lot. Only Jingyue has seen Pei Chen's true face. At this moment, Pei Chen killing to silence someone shows he's afraid Jingyue might reveal something he shouldn't. But money is tempting. Pei Chen could kill Jingyue, but he might not be willing to part with the silver. Madam, if you are really alive, Zhuge. Zhao Zhao's idea was quite in line with his own thoughts. Stop with the sweet talk. Today, I'll punish you to sleep in the study. Xie Zhaozhao stuffed a pillow into his arms and kicked him, not allowing him to get close. Pei Heng tried to say something nice but failed. He could only hold the pillow and cautiously leave, looking back every few steps. If the madam feels cold, just call me. I can help warm her feet, Pei Heng said at the door. Don't worry, husband. I've already prepared a hot water bag. I'm not cold. You should go to sleep early and rest well. Have a good dream. Xie Zhaozhao smiled and waved at him. Since they had already started the act, they had to keep playing along. Of course, there would be lessons to be given. It snowed heavily for 3 days. Today, the weather cleared, but it was very cold. Xie Zhaozhao stayed at home, not going out. The snow blocked the doors, making communication difficult, and she didn't know if the message had reached the capital. She sighed again. This era was so inconvenient. In her time, news could spread overnight, or even within a few hours. Despite the heavy snow, Pei Heng had been going to the yamen every day, carefully planning. Now that the bait was set, he had to catch a big fish. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard the sound of a zither from inside. Pei Heng glanced at the neighboring courtyard, his face darkening. Shin Xianyun, that old man, had no good intentions. Muir, just a 3-year-old child, was playing a love song. Was this really what a child should learn? Pei Heng entered the house. Muir became even more serious. Even if Pei Heng didn't want to admit it, Shen Xianyun wasn't a good person, but he was indeed a good teacher. Mir had learned some things from him. He was too busy and couldn't pay proper attention. When Muir grows older, he will teach her himself. Despite this, Pei-hung still found some faults to criticize. Of course, he was not criticizing his son. Xia Zhaozhao looked at her son with joy, clearly seeing he was her own child. She could never get enough of him. She didn't notice Pei-hung's changing expression. Seeing Xia Zhaozhao so happy, Pei-hung felt a mix of sourness and sadness. He thought such petty tricks are beneath me. It's just some playful antics and a love song. Pei-hung cleared his throat softly. Madam, I am back. Xia Zhaozhao rested her chin on her hand and responded without turning. She knew he had been back for a while but was still criticizing her son's music, which was rude. Madam, you have a letter. Hearing about the letter, Xia Zhaozhao turned around. Is it from Qionyang? Quickly give it to me. It should have arrived by now. The heavy snow probably delayed it. Pei-hung felt a bit frustrated again. The music was more important to him. The letter was more important. He had been sleeping in the study for 5 days straight, but she didn't even glance at him. Xia Zhaozhao took the letter and eagerly tore it open. After reading it, she hurriedly left, saying, It's done. It's done. Auntie, our plan is successful. Pei-hung watched her leave in a rush, feeling even worse. Isn't Annie more important than him? Today, Xia Zhaozhao went out to meet Qionyang, accompanied by her Aunt Pei. They had planned this together, so they discussed it as a group. The emperor had already ordered Lu Jingjun to come to the capital. If he dared not go, it would be defying the imperial decree, and the Jinlin Guard could execute him immediately. If he went to the capital, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Now, they needed to find a way to make Lu Jingjun refuse the order, so he would be proven guilty and die on the road. Such a villain had ruined many families, and his death was well deserved. Xia Zhaozhao adjusted her collar. Today was warmer than yesterday, but still cold. There was a charcoal basin in the carriage, so it wasn't cold anymore, but it felt stuffy. She lifted the curtain to let in some air. Just as she was about to lower the curtain, her eyes caught a familiar figure. Though the clothes and hairstyle were different, she was sure she wasn't mistaken about the face. Stop the carriage.
Quickly, stop it.
Xia Zhaozhao urgently shouted. Although Uncle Zhao didn't know what was happening, he stopped the carriage as she asked. Pei Seely still hadn't had time to ask what was going on when Xia Zhaozhao jumped out and ran full speed. Father. She called out anxiously to the figure's back. The other person seemed not to hear and continued walking forward. Xia Zhaozhao saw the other person about to get into the carriage and hurried to catch up. She suddenly hugged the man's arm from behind. Voice trembling, she said, Dad, why don't you answer me? Zhaozhao. The man stopped and turned around, looking at the girl with surprise. Is that really you? Xia Zhaozhao nodded excitedly, tears falling like rain. Yes, it's me. Dad, I thought I would never see you again. She suddenly threw herself into the man's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, she thought she was hallucinating, but now she knew it was really her father. She never expected him to look so handsome in ancient clothes and to seem even younger. How could I not see you? I came just to see you, but I got held up by some things. Although the man found her way of calling strange, seeing her was more important than anything. You're always busy. I didn't expect you to still be busy even here. Xia Zhaozhao wiped her tears and said with a small complaint, Dad, did you come alone? While she missed her parents, she missed her grandparents and great-grandparents even more. After all, she was raised by 4 elders and felt the deepest bond with them. The man frowned as if confused but was very patient. They are no longer here. It's just me. Zhaozhao, you still have me, he said softly. Xia Zhaozhao finally stopped crying but couldn't hold back her tears again. How could they be gone? They were in good health when I left, and they seemed fine then. She cried so hard that she couldn't control herself. The thing she was most worried about had happened. Xia Zhaozhao's words made Zhao Mingyi more confused. Her speech was all over the place. When her father passed away, she and her aunt knew about it, and her aunt even helped with the funeral arrangements. After her father died, he left with his master to travel around and only returned to Huaxian a few days ago. When he got home, the old servant told him that shortly after he left, his aunt also passed away, leaving only his cousin. His cousin had married years ago and had a child, but she visited the grave every year. The old servant said that every time she visited the grave, she would cry for a long time, clearly unhappy with life. Her husband would get impatient and would directly carry her away and put her into a carriage, acting very roughly and harshly. If it weren't for the heavy snow delaying him, he would have arrived in Fangqing already. This time, he came to seek justice for his cousin. If her brother-in-law truly mistreated their mother and son, he would bring his sister and nephew back to Huaxian. Although the Zhao family is not very wealthy, they live comfortably enough to support themselves and their children. Today, she met a friend from the government office, and if her cousin were to leave her, perhaps they could talk. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other on the street. "Zhao Zhao, don't be sad. Your cousin will stand up for you." Zhao Mingyi patted her shoulder. Zhao Zhao was speaking chaotically, and she was crying so much that it was clear her life was really difficult. When she heard the word cousin, her mind was struck like lightning, and her tears suddenly stopped. She looked up from the man's shoulder with disbelief. "What did you say? What cousin?" "Zhao Zhao, you've suffered. Your cousin has returned, and he won't let you be wronged anymore," Zhao Mingyi said with more concern, holding her fragile shoulders to comfort her. Her parents died early, and her aunt only has this one daughter. He shouldn't have been away from home for so long. From now on, he will take good care of his cousin and niece. Zhao Zhao shook her head. What was happening? Clearly, he was her father, so how did he become a cousin? How could he be a cousin? What is really going on? Who do you say you are? I am your cousin, Zhao Zhao. I know that after your aunt passed away, life was hard for you. Don't worry, it's all in the past, Zhao Mingyi said with both pain and anger. What kind of life had she been living all these years? It had turned her into this state. Zhao Zhao's mind was about to burn out. How could she not remember having a cousin in the book? Mistaking her father was one thing, but now there's a cousin too? He just mentioned her aunt. Could he be the son of her original family's uncle from Huaxian? Before she could figure out what was happening, a cold, indifferent voice came from behind her. Xia Zhao Zhao. Turning around, she saw Pei Heng's handsome, cold face. His dark eyes, like ink spilled over, rolled with intense anger. Everyone could see he was furious. He was very angry. Pei Heng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He almost couldn't contain his inner rage and impulse. He was fishing with bait, and Pei Chen might want to use Zhao Zhao to deal with him. He knew she was going to meet Fang Qiuxiu today, and he was worried she might be in danger, so he hurried from the government office. But before he even reached the tea house, he saw her jump down from the carriage and, regardless of the crowd, hug a stranger on the street. Recently, she had been ignoring him and wouldn't let him sleep in his room at night. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, seeing her holding someone else, he endured and didn't draw his sword to kill her on the spot. He didn't even know how he managed to walk this path. Pei Heng, Zhao Zhao released Zhao Mingyi and hurried over to explain. She knew he misunderstood. What a dramatic and complicated story. She unexpectedly got involved in it. Does the author have to be so unfair to her? Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Mingyi grabbed her arm. Pei Heng? So he is Zhao Zhao's husband. Look at how he clearly calls her by name with a cold face, showing he usually treats Zhao Zhao badly. Bullying Zhao Zhao's family, huh? Today, he wants to stand up for Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, don't be afraid, Zhao Mingyi said softly. Although her surname is Xia, she is also part of their Zhao family. Xia Zhao Zhao saw Zhao Mingyi holding her hand tightly and struggled a bit. Let go quickly, my husband might misunderstand. Pei Heng looked silent, but clearly jealous. When he gets angry, he's very scary. His face now looks very frightening. Let go of your dirty hands. Pei Heng's face was dark and full of anger, speaking through clenched teeth. Pei Heng's cold and sharp presence was very strong, and Zhao Mingyi's cold and disdainful aura was just as powerful. They looked at each other, both unwilling to back down. Zhao Zhao was caught in the middle, feeling anxious. Scenes like this are very exciting to watch on TV. But for her it was very hard to choose sides. Pei Heng, he is my cousin. He came to Bianqing just to see us, she explained. Pei Heng's anger didn't lessen. Not just a cousin, if he were a real brother, he wouldn't behave like this. And cousins are the most likely to develop feelings. Seeing them hugging made him very uncomfortable. Zhao Mingyi sneered coldly. Zhao Zhao, don't be afraid. With your cousin here, he will stand up for you. Cousin, let's sit down and talk slowly. There are people watching us on the street, Xia Zhao Zhao said softly. A few days ago, everyone stayed indoors because it was cold, but now there are vendors and many pedestrians on the street. Pei Heng, dressed in official clothes, looked very eye-catching. Xia Zhao Zhao didn't expect her cheap cousin to look exactly like her father. Because she had traveled into a story, she naturally thought her father was also part of it. She couldn't blame herself for confusing them, as they even had faint scars on the same spot near their eyebrows. Her grandmother told her that when she was born, her father was very happy. He often came home from the research institute whenever he had free time. Once, he hurried back home and, before resting, played with her. He was so tired that he fainted, but before passing out, he protected her in his arms and hit his head on the table corner. He bled a lot that time, and he fainted from exhaustion, which scared everyone. Because of this, he was given a month off work, the longest time he had stayed at home. But she has no clear memories of it. Looking back now, I realize that Grandma mentioned this matter because she was missing her son. Xia Zhao Zhao has now calmed down, and the memories of her previous self are gradually coming back. She indeed has a cousin. He hadn't returned all these years, and he never appeared even after her death. Suddenly, Xia Zhao Zhao remembered that after Xia Huiyuan returned to the capital, she kept in contact with people here in Bianqing. Because at that time, Wang Qiushuang, who was managing the Pei family affairs, mentioned that the lady had sent silver to the eldest son again. The eldest son naturally refers to Mu'er, and the person Wang Qiushuang mentioned should be Zhao Mingyi. Although the Zhao family was wealthy in Huaxian, they couldn't even approach the gates of the duke's residence in the capital. The only one they could turn to was Xia Huiyuan. No wonder Xia Huiyuan was able to buy so many shops in the capital and was generous in winning people's favor. Now I understand. When Zhao Mingyi saw Xia Zhao Zhao speak like that, he loosened his grip, but he still looked displeased at Pei Heng. Xia Zhao Zhao reached out to tug at Pei Heng's sleeve, trying to persuade him to show some weakness. In terms of status, Zhao Mingyi was her brother-in-law, her sister's husband, so it was normal for him to soften a bit. And she clearly saw that Zhao Mingyi had some misunderstanding about Pei Heng. Zhao Mingyi was a relative of her maternal family. From their perspective, no matter what, it was definitely their girl who was wronged. From his point of view, that was also understandable. But just as Xia Zhao Zhao moved, Pei Heng pulled her into his arms, clearly declaring his ownership. His embrace was so tight that it almost hurt her waist. However, she didn't resist. She looked up from his arms, pouting, and softly said, "I haven't seen my cousin in many years. Please don't do this." Pei Heng looked down at her, his expression softening a little. Even after so many years apart, he shouldn't have hugged her and cried like that. Even if she was wronged and wanted to cry, she could only do so in his arms. He looked again at the man in front of him, tall, handsome, with features that did resemble Zhao Zhao's. His skin was a bit darker, but even so, it didn't diminish his charm. Zhao Mingyi was also observing him. No wonder Zhao Zhao chose him as her husband. He really looked like a young, handsome face. He carried a sword at his waist, which looked proper, though he wondered how many punches he could take from him. For today, let Zhao Zhao speak first and sit down to talk. He wanted to see how he would argue. Zhao Mingyi called over his servant, gave some instructions, and the servant nodded and hurried away. Xia Zhao Zhao quickly said, "Cousin, the tea house where Autumn and I agreed to meet is just ahead. Why don't we go there?" Zhao Mingyi didn't want to make things difficult for her and nodded, "As you say." Pei Heng had nothing to say. Xia Zhao Zhao couldn't help but smile at Zhao Mingyi. Given his face, Xia Zhao Zhao naturally liked her cousin. Honestly, their tense confrontation just now made her feel quite uncomfortable. It was like being caught between her disapproving father and her boyfriend. By the time Xia Zhaozhao arrived at the tea house after all the trouble, it was already late. In modern times, it didn't matter, but in ancient times, she couldn't take her cousin to meet Xiaonyang, so she booked a private room next door instead. She told her aunt to go discuss with Xiaonyang first, and she would join them later. The waiter brought in tea, intending to say some lucky words to earn a tip. But seeing the tense atmosphere, he wisely left quickly. If he stayed and didn't get a tip, or upset the guests, he might get a slap on the face, which wouldn't be good. Xia Zhaozhao was about to pour tea for her cousin, but Pei Heng took the lead, picking up the teapot. With him there, she didn't have to do the serving chores. Xia Zhaozhao tilted her head to look at him, her chin tight with lingering anger. But even so, she was reluctant to let him do the work, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Honestly, Pei Heng was quite good at this. No matter how the original owner caused trouble or how cold he seemed, he never neglected her. Just look at his cooking skills to know. Zhao Mingyi had traveled all over the north and south over the years. He had seen many people. Seeing Xia Zhaozhao acting like a child, it was obvious he liked her. Although Pei Heng's face was not pleased, he carefully held her hand, protecting her, afraid she might fall accidentally. But the old servant wouldn't lie to him. He wanted to see what Pei Heng would say first. Since I haven't heard from my cousin in many years, seeing him now, my sister was a bit out of line earlier. Please don't laugh at me, cousin. Xia Zhaozhao picked up her tea, then looked at Pei Heng. Together with my husband, this is my close cousin. You must respect him in the future and not be rude. Her words carried a bit of childish innocence. This not only brought her closer to Zhao Mingyi, but also played the little girl card, making Zhao Mingyi unknowingly go along with her. Pei Heng felt a sting in his ears from her playful scolding mixed with a hint of threat. He clearly understood that Zhao Zhao was still on his side. He obediently picked up his tea. It was my fault just now. Please forgive me, uncle. Zhao Mingyi was not unreasonable either. Otherwise, he would have gone to find Pei Heng to settle accounts as soon as he arrived in the border town. Instead, he first asked Ma Chongshi about him. One reason was to learn about Pei Heng's character. The other was to plan ahead for their separation, so Zhao Zhao wouldn't suffer later. Zhao Mingyi chuckled softly and stretched his tone. What family members say isn't important. You and Zhao Zhao are doing well, so I am happy to see that. Pei Heng clearly understood what he meant. If they were good, he would be happy to see it. If not, they would be enemies. Pei Heng didn't speak immediately. Instead, he looked at Xia Zhaozhao. That look was like a hook, pulling her entire soul out. Zhao Zhao didn't think she was a fool for love, but that look made her heart race. Pei Heng slowly looked at Zhao Mingyi, his eyes full of sweetness and pride that couldn't be hidden. Uncle, don't worry. I and Zhao Zhao will live happily together. Although Zhao Mingyi wasn't yet married, he had seen many things. He was showing off and trying to intimidate him. That's good. Zhao Zhao has been spoiled by her aunt since she was young. She can't stand hardship or anger. If she angers her brother-in-law, he will tell me, and I will comfort her. Pei Heng raised an eyebrow. He would comfort her? What right did he have to do that? Zhao Zhao was now his wife. Uncle, you're joking. Zhao Zhao is kind and gentle. The neighbors also praise her. Living together, only the two of you know the warmth and cold. Others' praise might just be flattery. Zhao Zhao watched the two men go back and forth, full of subtle hints. She couldn't help but smile. She was reminded of how she felt like a rare treasure. The people of the Xia family had always clung to her, trying to drain her blood, and she had never felt genuine family concern before. But now, she could clearly feel that her cousin was truly caring for her. Husband, cousin, have some tea. Is your mouth dry? Zhao Zhao offered tea to both men. She served it evenly. Although they didn't like each other, the tension eased, and they could sit and enjoy tea peacefully. Although Zhao Mingyi came from a merchant family, he had traveled with his teacher across the south and even sailed overseas, so he was experienced. But the more he knew, the more Pei Heng felt he was a strong opponent. Next door lived a handsome young man, and now another appeared. There would be more in the capital in the future. Pei Heng's heart grew more uneasy. But it wouldn't be proper to show disrespect to his cousin in front of Zhao Zhao. Zhao Mingyi had said everything he needed to, so he didn't press further. Zhao Zhao finally felt at ease. After calming both men, she hurried to see Aunt Qiu and discuss important matters. Aunt Gu was already talking to Qiu about meeting her cousin on the road, so she didn't need to explain again. Lu Jingjun has already gone to the capital. My father has made arrangements. Plus that nursery rhyme. The best outcome is being confined. He won't be able to cause trouble again, Fang Xiuqiu said. That person is definitely not kind-hearted. He has kept his own son confined in the palace for many years, let alone his younger brother. Your Majesty is too suspicious. Perhaps uncle should be more careful, Xie Zhaozhao advised. Don't worry. Although father is carefree and relaxed, he is not completely unaware of what is happening. Pei Seely nodded. The situation in the capital is complicated. Until things settle, we must stay alert. The princess also needs to protect herself. Lu Jingjun has repeatedly gone to the Fang family's courtyard, clearly suspicious. Those two families have a grudge against each other. Auntie, don't worry. I always have guards with me when I go out. I am very careful. She received news from the Zheng family, confirming that Zheng Sanlang was responsible for creating the portrait of Zhao Zhao. Since Zheng family acts this way, she naturally won't let herself suffer this loss. She secretly destroyed some of Zheng's business deals. This is just the beginning. Zheng Sanlang is a villain, so she must be cautious. But she doesn't want her feud with the Zheng family to involve Zhao Zhao again. She wants to handle it herself. After the three of them finished discussing, Pei Heng and Zhao Mingyi had almost finished their tea. They left the tea house, and Zhao Mingyi saw a woman wearing a veil near Zhao Zhao. Although her face was not clear, her outline and figure showed she was a beauty. When she looked over and saw her, Zhao Mingyi nodded slightly, and she responded with a gentle bow. Soon, they left under the protection of guards. Such a grand display and demeanor did not seem like ordinary wealthy families. It seemed that Zhao Zhao's close friend had some influence. Xie Zhaozhao originally wanted to invite Zhao Mingyi to stay at her house, but he refused. He had an appointment with Ma Changshi and was already late. He couldn't afford to miss it. Although Pei Heng treated Zhao Zhao well earlier, he still wanted to check things himself to be sure. He wouldn't falsely accuse him, nor would he let his sister suffer injustice without support. Once I finish my work, I will come over. Rest assured, cousin, I plan to stay for a few more days this time. Zhao Mingyi originally wanted to gently ruffle her hair like when they were young, but since she is now married, he thought it would be inappropriate. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder. Now that only he and his sister are left in the Zhao family, he must ensure she is doing well so he can feel at ease. When Pei Heng saw him say he would stay longer and saw him patting Xie Zhaozhao's shoulder, he felt even more jealous. He disliked it. He disliked it very much. The moment Zhao Mingyi got into his carriage and left, Zhao Zhao's nose tingled, and her eyes turned red. She thought of her father again. They really looked too much alike. Because her deepest memory of her father was of him leaving, just like now. Pei Heng saw how reluctant she was to let go, and his inner anger grew stronger. He didn't say much and simply carried her into the carriage. Aunt Pei saw the young couple seemed upset and didn't want to cause trouble now. She said she needed to go to the shop ahead to pick some fabric and told Uncle Zhao to go first. Pei Heng didn't just hold her. He seemed to keep her close in his arms. It was as if she would run away if he loosened his grip. Xie Zhaozhao pushed him, but he didn't let go. She tugged at his ear, but he didn't move. Pei Yiji, can you be a little smarter? Have some humility. Can you stop looking so miserable? Xie Zhaozhao said, raising her chin in annoyance. They had explained everything clearly, but he kept bothering her. What was he trying to do? How do you want me to be more generous and let you leave with him? I tell you, don't even think about it. Pei Heng's tone wasn't as firm as his words, but he still held her tightly. If she liked to twist his ear, he would let her. A real man shouldn't be so fragile. Xie Zhaozhao's face darkened instantly. What nonsense are you talking? He's my cousin. Pei Heng looked resentful, like a hurt puppy. He's not a real brother, and besides, he already has a marriage contract with you. When Xie Zhao and he got engaged, a steward from Zhao's family came to discuss the marriage. But since the main family wasn't there, no one paid attention. Xie Zhao burst out laughing. What nonsense are you talking? He's my uncle's son, my close cousin. How can we marry? Why not? That Pei Chun was secretly involved with his good father and his cousin. Plus, it was common for cousins to marry. Xie Zhao suddenly realized that ancient people didn't have the concept that relatives couldn't marry. She released Pei Heng's ear and explained seriously, I read in a random book that if relatives marry, they might have silly children. Pei Heng didn't feel comforted, but instead felt even more wronged. You want to have children with him? Xie Zhao. It's hard to comfort a man when he's being unreasonable. Xie Zhao looked at him without blinking. Seeing his sad face, she couldn't help but laugh and lazily teased him. Such composure for a judicial officer. When I reunite with my cousin, I only hug him, and you're already jealous. If I truly liked my cousin, you wouldn't stand a chance. You're my official husband, and I'm in your arms. Why are you upset? Pei Heng. He held her hand in his palm, his rough fingers gently tracing her skin. You've never been this excited to see me before. Xie Zhao. How should I explain this? Is she saying she mistook her cousin for her father? Though it's true, she doesn't believe it herself. Xie Zhao pouted. When you saw Auntie, you also hugged her tightly and cried with joy. My cousin is also my family. I have loved ones who care for me. Are you unhappy about that? Of course he's happy. But he can't. Though reason tells him it's wrong, he just can't help himself. She hugged him so tightly, her emotions completely relaxed, with no pretense. She's never been like that in front of him. Actually, he's not angry with her. Don't hug others from now on. The man looked into her eyes with a low, husky voice. Only me. Only cry in my arms. Xie Zhao pursed her lips and hummed. I try to comfort you, but you want to make me sad and make me cry. Do you have no conscience? Who said only sadness makes me cry? Suddenly, Xie Zhao blushed and said angrily, Pei Yiji, what nonsense are you talking? I'm talking about being moved. What are you thinking? Xie Zhao raised an eyebrow. If you keep being unreasonable, I might think you're deliberately trying to match me with my cousin, planning to give the main wife position to him. Dream on. The man's voice was stubborn, his eyes deep and dark. I'm petty and not generous. I won't let go in this life, and I won't let others have her. Xie Zhao's lips curled into a smile. If you won't let go, then what's there to be angry about? If you make yourself so upset, I might as well find a strong, healthy young man to enjoy life with. Before she finished, Pei Heng pressed his lips against hers, his grip on her chin heavy and fierce, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. After a long moment, he finally released her, his voice husky and his eyes reddened. I won't allow it. Xie Zhao panted slightly, her cheeks flushed, her lips swollen like crushed rose petals, looking beautifully disheveled. She raised her hand to push him away, her face serious. If you say no, then no. In your heart, am I really like that? I'm not. Pei Heng almost wanted to swear by raising his finger. She is so good, yet he always causes trouble for her. He worries she doesn't want him. You keep saying you love me and care for me, but everything you do is the opposite. You just bully me when I have no support. As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and tears shimmered in her eyes. Now my cousin only protects me a little, and you start to feel jealous and upset, not caring about my feelings at all. I try to be kind and gentle with you, but you are stubborn and unmoved. When my cousin comes tomorrow, I will take Mu Air back to Hua County and never return. Xie Zhao kicks him and then asks Uncle Zhao to stop the carriage. Pei Heng sees she is angry and quickly hugs her, wishing he could melt her into his body. Xie Zhao pushes him away with a flick of her hand, but Pei Heng becomes more eager to get close. He leans forward and his chin rests on her shoulder. A crisp sound rings out, very refreshing. Pei Heng naturally holds her hand and asks, Does your hand hurt? Should I massage it? Xie Zhao pouts and glares at him, pulling her hand back. She cannot be soft-hearted now. She won't give him any chance to be playful. Every time her cousin visits, he gets jealous. Does she have to comfort him every time? I am not tolerant enough, not generous. Lady, don't be angry, or it will make you sick. Xia Zhaozhao snorts coldly and hardens her heart. You don't care about my life or death. A man so petty and jealous really opened my eyes. I've been too used to you lately. Yes, lady, you're right. Stop pretending to be pitiful. I think you need some fresh air to cool down. Get off the carriage quickly, or you won't be going back to your room tonight. Pei Heng immediately becomes anxious when he hears he can't go back to his room. He just moved back from a study last night. To show he's truly changed, he did nothing but hold her and sleep together. He planned to show off his good behavior tonight. If he's sent back to the study and Zhao Mingyi comes tomorrow, it might give him a chance to take advantage. No, it's not acceptable. Absolutely not. I'll get off the carriage now. I will, Pei Heng says with a sad expression. His usually calm and serious eyes look quite wronged. It's clearly Zhao Mingyi's fault. But he came back at this moment, trying to stir trouble between them. Xia Zhaozhao sees him get off the carriage and smiles slightly, then asks Uncle Zhao to turn the carriage around. It's so cold outside, and her aunt is still out there. Her aunt treats her so well, she can't let her freeze. Pei Heng follows the carriage closely, pretending to be polite. Uncle Zhao wants to laugh several times, but holds back when he sees the master's look. He heard what the young couple said inside the carriage. He didn't expect the usually noble and calm husband to have such a petty side. Not far from the turn, they saw Pei Seely. Pei Seely looked at her nephew, who was lonely and chasing after the carriage, feeling both worried and amused. He remembered how jealous he looked just now. He never thought this usually calm and serious nephew would have such a playful side. However, the playful teasing between the young couple is also part of their affection. She should not interfere. Pei Heng initially wanted his aunt to help persuade her, but she only glanced at him before getting into the carriage. He was left alone in the cold wind, feeling lonely and sad. Uncle Zhao pointed to the seat beside him. Sir, would you like to sit here? Pei Heng shivered slightly. He was a strong man, just walking a few steps. His wife liked his waist and stomach muscles the most. Walking is the best way to exercise the body. There was also a stand selling roasted chestnuts ahead, which was convenient for him to buy. Xia Zhaozhao quietly opened the window to look outside, a smile on her lips. Humph, little one, I can still handle you. After dinner, Pei Heng took a quick shower and used the plum-scented soap that Xia Zhaozhao made herself. He even put on her favorite outfit and lay early in bed, warming the blankets. When he heard movement at the door, he deliberately loosened his collar, revealing a hint of his good figure. His wife said that a good figure should be shown off. And he was much more handsome than that cousin. Unlike him, dark and gloomy. At night, without turning on the lights, no one could find him. Xia Zhaozhao entered and saw Pei Heng on the bed, his black hair spread on the pillow, his shoulders slightly exposed. Under the flickering candlelight, his skin looked like jade, giving him a somewhat handsome appearance. Especially since he was the one warming her blankets. Xia Zhaozhao just reached the bed and was pulled onto it. It's so cold. Let me warm you. She leaned against his chest, lightly teasing his chin with her finger. Such a handsome young man, so adorable. Much more considerate than my husband, who only gets jealous. Pei Heng's deep, handsome eyes carried a joyful smile. Does my wife like me? Xia Zhaozhao blinked, leaning her face closer. Yes, of course I like you. How about making you my little husband? The corner of his lips unconsciously curved further. If you like me so much, why not leave that unwise husband of yours? Xia Zhaozhao smugly smiled, her finger tracing from his chin to his eyebrows. You have big ambitions, wanting to be the main wife. Not possible? The man raised an eyebrow. Of course not. My husband, though a bit childish and jealous, treats me very well. He can handle both the household and the kitchen, earn money, and share the big bed.
Can you do that?
His thin lips pressed against her pearl-like earlobe, gently kissing her, his voice becoming seductive. Give me a chance. and you'll see if I can do it. Xia Zhaozhao was kissed by him, and her body trembled almost to the point of weakness in his arms. Pei Heng wrapped his arms around her waist and turned her over. Wife, do you want to try? Xia Zhaozhao's eyes and face were filled with desire, but she still refused. Such a bold young man. Aren't you afraid my husband will come back and break your legs? Have you never heard that under a peony flower, even death can be romantic? His voice was tense. Wife, you must keep your promise and let me be the main husband. Xia Zhaozhao looked up at him, her face charming enough to seem to drip water. It was originally just a playful tease, but somehow he turned the tables and became the one in control. Young man, you're too impatient. I don't even know how you'll perform, she said stubbornly. Help me, wife, he pleaded. Xia Zhaozhao chuckled softly and teased. You need help with that? Maybe it's not possible. My belt is stubborn. Wife, help me loosen it, Pei Heng said, pulling her hand to his waist. His lean abdomen was not only firm but also warm to the touch. Xia Zhaozhao's cheeks turned red like the finest rouge, her heart pounding wildly. The scene was getting more and more out of control. Why don't you say anything, wife? Is everything okay here? His low, seductive voice was full of charm. Soft kisses like spring breezes brushed over water, creating ripples. They made her feel like she was floating in the wind, losing all sense of direction. Good, good, good. She swallowed hard and said 3 times, completely defeated. Is it okay if I stay alone? Yes. Is it okay if you undress for me? Yes. Is it okay if you hurt me a little? Yes. Xia Zhaozhao couldn't remember how many times she said yes, and when she woke up, she wanted to hit herself. She had promised to toy with him, to playfully hold him in her hands. She had promised to pinch him. She was both inexperienced and loved to play. She always lost to him. Xia Zhaozhao was exhausted and lying on the bed, not wanting to move. When could she finally take control? After a while, a small head peeked through the door. Mother! The soft, sweet voice made her feel a little happier.
Muya.
Pei Mu heard her respond and hurried over. Mother, are you hungry? Dad made chicken soup noodles. Xia Zhaozhao let out a small sigh in her heart. She used this trick every time. But right now, she was indeed hungry. It was true that winning a woman's heart is most important by winning her stomach.
Clever man.
He deliberately sent Muir over. Actually, last night was... Never mind, she wouldn't mention it. If she ever tried to him again in the future, she would be a dog. Mother, Dad said an uncle is coming to our house. Pei Mu sat on a small stool, keeping company with Xia Zhaozhao. Yes, do you like uncle?
Pei Mu nodded. Yes, I do.
You haven't even met him yet, and you're saying you like him? Daddy said uncle is my mother's older brother, a good person to her, and he will also care a lot for Muir. Pei Mu said seriously. Xia Zhaozhao was surprised. He didn't expect Pei Heng to speak up for his cousin. That's right, uncle will care a lot for Muir, Xia Zhaozhao said, patting his son's head. The silver money sent to the Duke's estate by Zhao Mingyi was the best proof. Although all that money ended up in Xia Huiman's pocket. Muir will also care for uncle. Daddy said we should treat uncle well. Before he finished speaking, Pei Heng came in with noodles, rubbing his son's little head. Go find Auntie to eat noodles. It will get cold soon. Xia Zhaozhao looked up at him. Suddenly so generous? Yesterday, he was jealous, and today he's so magnanimous, even planning good wine and delicious food to entertain. I am the main wife, so I should have the grace of a main wife, Pei Heng said meaningfully. Xia Zhaozhao suddenly remembered last night, his face flushing again. But he refused to admit defeat with words. With such grace, why haven't you brought me a little husband? Last night's little husband and wife were quite satisfied. If you're happy, can he serve us again tonight? Pei Heng squinted, his usually proper and generous demeanor now carrying a hint of mischief. He was clearly taking advantage and acting innocent. Enough already. Xia Zhaozhao scolded him. Madam taught me to be generous last night, but you're being petty, Pei Heng deliberately brought up last night. But she was the one who started it, so he could only accept this silent loss. Are you still making me not enjoy my noodles? Back to Zhao Mingyi's visit yesterday to Ma Chongsher's house. He and Ma Chongsher already had some friendship, and he brought generous gifts. Not to mention, that box of glass beads was priceless. He only received a small salary each year, and those glass beads gave him the confidence to quit his dull job and retire at home. Ma Chongsher increasingly thought he was his long-lost half-brother. He even asked his wife to bring out her treasured fine wine. Last time, when Li Sishi visited, he didn't dare let him drink. So, you are General Pei's brother-in-law. Your sister-in-law is really lucky, Ma Chongsher said. They were both close to Li Sishi, so their relationship shouldn't be too friendly. But Pei Heng was too kind-hearted. He never kept the credit to himself. Even the cases he solved alone were shared with everyone. Not only him, but even Li Sishi was considering a promotion because of Pei Heng. Based on Lord Li's meaning, after he becomes governor, he wants to bring him to Fangcheng as well. Getting promoted is naturally good, but he worries that Fangcheng is too big and hard to settle in. The courtyard in Fangcheng costs several times more than in the border town. As a small official, he can't afford it. Recently, he's been thinking of selling the house in the border town to gather some money. Just when he was worried, Zhao Mingyi's gift arrived. It was just in time to help him out of his urgent trouble. Marshal Ma naturally praised Pei Heng highly. But Zhao Mingyi frowned when he heard this. Such dedication to work suggests he probably neglects his family. As a minor officer, how much salary can he earn in a month? From Marshal Ma's words, it seems he doesn't seek money or titles, so why is he so busy? Is he just showing off his enthusiasm? Zhao Zhao is still so young and is expected to have children soon. He left his wife and child behind to earn a good reputation outside. It's simply irresponsible. How can he trust someone like him to take care of Zhao Zhao and his nephew? No, it's not acceptable. He wants to persuade Zhao Zhao carefully, not to be fooled by a man's face. A man's prime years are only a few, and there are plenty of good young men. Money is not an issue. Today, Pei Heng deliberately didn't go to the government office. Although he was jealous, since his brother-in-law was visiting for the first time, he wanted to host him well. He couldn't let the occasion be spoiled. To show sincerity, Pei Heng booked a table at a restaurant. It should be about the right time now. When Pei Mu heard the noise at the door, his eyes lit up. It must be uncle arrived. But Pei Heng felt the footsteps sounded too hurried and not quite right. Before he finished thinking, he heard Zhao Lei's voice. Brother Pei, there's movement over there, Zhao Lei panted, looking anxious. Brother Pei is the backbone. Losing him would ruin the plan. If something goes wrong, all their efforts would be wasted. Pei Heng's expression turned serious. After days of planning, he was finally ready to strike. Xie Zhao Zhao seemed to understand his worries. Go ahead, the important thing is the matter. I'll talk to my cousin. Pei Mu quickly ran over and handed Pei Heng his sword. Father, go catch the bad guys.
Muer will entertain Onkel.
Pei Heng patted his son's head, then looked at Xie Zhao Zhao, and hurriedly left with Zhao Lei. Zhao Mingyi had been busy early in the morning. He had prepared these gifts long ago. Although he was unhappy with Pei Heng, since he was his brother-in-law and he cared about his sister, he couldn't be too harsh. So, he also prepared a few jars of good wine and some fine tea for Pei Heng. Of course, it couldn't compare to what he had carefully prepared for his sister and nephew. He was just making up the numbers. The carriage was filled to the brim and slowly headed towards the Pei family. It finally entered a small alley. The people living here are not poor, but they are simple, modest families. Why does the Xie family, with their spacious house, choose to live here? My cousin has truly suffered over the years. Zhao Mingyi shook his head. Men's vanity. Pei Mu heard the carriage and was happy. She went to see Xie Zhao Zhao first. Mother, this must be uncle this time. After saying that, she ran ahead to greet him. Father said that mother and uncle are very important, so they must be treated well and not neglected. Pei Mu and Zhao Mingli met face to face. They looked at each other and recognized each other's identities. A cute, adorable little kid, who looks just like her cousin, must be his clever and unique eldest nephew. Uncle. Pei Mu ran quickly into Zhao Mingli's arms, holding onto his leg. Zhao Mingli bent down and picked up Pei Mu. Do you recognize me? Pei Mu nodded seriously. Uncle has appeared in my dreams many times. Uncle is tall, handsome, and cheerful. Others don't have such a good uncle. Zhao Mingli was overjoyed, hugging and kissing Pei Mu repeatedly. Good nephew, no wonder uncle loves you. These gifts are for you. Yuan Bao, take the gifts inside for the young master. Although Zhao Mingli is not from a noble family, he comes from a wealthy background and has heard many flattering words since he was young. He was proud and arrogant in his youth, looking down on flattery and praise. Over the years, traveling with his master, he gradually subdued his temperament. He rarely shows such open emotions. Yuan Bao could tell that the young master was truly happy. Zhao Mingli liked Pei Mu more and more, and even when sitting, he kept holding him in his arms. Looking around, although the yard was a bit small, it was tidy. The sister and Pei Mu's clothing were also good, and there was an old maid to take care of the household. Pei Hung was somewhat considerate. Although the uncle and aunt were not here, Pei Gu was clearly a sensible person. Xia Zhao Zhao, though she had seen Zhao Mingli yesterday, couldn't help but stare at his familiar face and drift into a daze. Zhao Mingli felt that after a few years, the delicate and willful little girl had grown into a young woman. She even looked like a good wife and mother. If only she had her parents' protection, who would want to grow up. Only she herself knew the hardships behind it. Where is my brother-in-law? He was supposed to wait for you, but something suddenly came up at the government office, and he couldn't leave. Zhao Mingli did not think Pei Hung did not value him. After all, he was here today to see his sister and nephew, not for himself. He only noticed that Zhao Zhao's tone was normal, showing she was used to it, but he still felt a little sad for his sister. Zhao Mingyi put down his teacup and said, "Since your cousin has been away all these years, you've had a hard time." He heard from the old servant that after their aunt passed away, Zhao Zhao was very sad, crying every day, and once fell into the water but was saved by Pei Hung. Because they had a close moment, Pei Hung had to marry her. Zhao Zhao married at just 15 years old, and the Xie family was full of fierce and cunning people. No one truly cared for her. He was still a child himself, and had a son named Mu'er. In the end, he blamed Pei Hung. Couldn't he wait until Zhao Zhao was a bit older? He cursed Pei Hung silently. Luckily, he was not here today, so he wouldn't have to see Zhao Zhao upset. Mu'er is growing up quickly, and this yard isn't big enough. If you don't like the Xie family's old house, your cousin can buy you another one. When everything is settled, you can move in before the new year. Zhao Mingli thought Zhao Zhao didn't want to stay in the old Xie house because she was sad about old memories. "Cousin, don't waste money like that." Zhao Zhao quickly stopped him. Zhao Mingli thought his sister was worried about money and said, "Don't worry, I have plenty of silver. If I don't spend it on you and Mu'er, who will I spend it on?" His father's death left him most worried about his aunt and Zhao Zhao. Now that his father was gone, he had to take on the role of the eldest brother. It's not about money. It's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, I like living here now and don't want to move somewhere else. Could it be that your brother-in-law is worried about losing face? Zhao Mingli frowned. His aunt's dowry was quite generous, so Zhao Zhao could easily afford a house. Moreover, when he traveled, he told the old servants to take good care of his mother and sister. "Cousin," Zhao Zhao lowered her voice, "my husband will return to the capital later. Please don't tell anyone." Zhao Mingli raised an eyebrow. The capital? So he was from the city. No wonder Marshal Ma didn't know about his past. Zhao Zhao knew her cousin would want to ask more, so she told him about the Pei family. Zhao Mingli didn't think it was a good thing. There were many dirty secrets among noble families, and he had seen and heard a lot. It was probably safer to stay in the small border town and join the army. Maybe, in the end, they would think Zhao Zhao was not suitable for him. Zhao Mingli's opinion of this marriage grew worse. But he didn't say much in front of Zhao Zhao, to avoid hurting her feelings. Now that he knew, as her cousin, he had to pay more attention. He wouldn't stop Pei Hung from pursuing fame and wealth, but he wouldn't allow them to hurt Zhao Zhao's family. Zhao Mingli finished his lunch and paid more attention to Pei Seely's words and actions. Seeing her genuinely care for her younger cousin, he felt a bit more at ease. He hoped the Pei family was polite and respectful, but maybe he was overthinking. After they left, he quietly left a stack of silver notes for Xia Zhaozhao. He didn't want the house, but money was always needed. Whether in the border town or the capital, silver was useful everywhere. If Zhao Zhao wanted to go to the capital, he needed to prepare. Zhao Mingli's generous gift surprised Xia Zhaozhao. Cousin, this is too much. Use it freely. A few years ago, I traveled overseas with my master and made a lot of money, enough to ensure you and Mu'er have no worries. Zhao Zhao was even more shocked. No wonder Zhao Mingli could support the duke's household. He had earned money from overseas trading. In this era, most ships that went out to sea never returned. Those who did come back must have made enough money to last many lifetimes. He looked just like his father, and he was also the financial supporter for her and her son. She hugged him tightly. She had to hug him. As soon as Pei Heng entered the yard, he saw Zhao Zhao with red eyes, hugging Zhao Mingli. Zhao Mingli was smiling so broadly, it looked like a pomegranate. It was quite eye-catching. Zhao Zhao was truly touched. It felt like a dream connection between a father and daughter across another time and space. Although she couldn't see other family members, seeing her old father's familiar face was comforting. Pei Heng saw that Zhao Zhao showed no sign of leaving and couldn't help but step forward to stop her. Last night, she promised not to hug other men or cry in other men's arms. But she had forgotten everything after just one night. Women, it seemed, couldn't be trusted when they were in bed. Pei Heng pulled her into his arms and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. The wind is strong, don't cry, and hurt your face. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Mingli with a calm gaze. What good was this cousin? He had only just returned and already made his wife cry twice. It would be better if they saw less of each other in the future. Zhao Zhao knew Pei Heng was feeling jealous again. His jealous attitude was obvious, but who was he trying to impress? Still, she was too tired to bother with him now. Cousin, you should also take care of your health. Don't work too hard. After finishing your current tasks, come stay at our home for a while. Mua wants to hear your stories about traveling. Of course. Zhao Mingli also cared for Mu'er. The child was very charming. Pei Heng glanced at Mu'er, who was holding Zhao Mingli's arm. He found it quite rare. After going out, his wife's son had been stolen away. What stories of wandering? Mu'er loved listening to stories about Neza causing trouble in the sea or the Monkey King. He also liked listening to his wife tell stories. Tonight, he will listen together as well. However, the lady prefers him to be generous, so he naturally wants to show his good manners in front of her. Today I was careless with my uncle. I will apologize to him another day. Please give me a chance, uncle, Pei Heng said sincerely. Zhao Mingli glanced at the pretending man and was too lazy to expose him. My son-in-law, don't worry. I will move into the house in a few days. There will be plenty of opportunities. Pei Heng didn't expect him to actually move in, and his smile almost faltered. He felt like saying, I'm done pretending. Who wants to act generous? How can he be at ease with this man living in the house? He's afraid the house might get stolen. Xia Zhaozhao pinched Pei Heng's waist, forcing him to keep his smile. Then I am relieved. Uncle, you should come early. After saying these insincere words, Pei Heng looked up at the sky. He was genuinely afraid he might accidentally get struck by lightning. Pei Mu also looked forward eagerly. Uncle, come early. He liked his uncle very much. After finally sending away the annoying person, Pei Heng looked at the mother and son beside him, both eager and expectant. That breath he was holding suddenly caught in his chest. He couldn't breathe out, couldn't swallow it down. This uncle is even more dangerous than the one named Shin next door. Mu'er, Pei Heng bent down to pick up his son, planning to win back his son's affection first. Daddy, Uncle has big thighs, Pei Mu said with wide eyes. What big thighs? My mom said he's very generous, meaning he can hug big thighs. And what about Daddy?
Daddy
Has long legs. Pei Heng felt his chest tighten even more. That long-legged man probably just looked tall like a relative's kid during New Year visits, with no obvious advantages worth praising, just tall. Not praising him hurt even more. Muir couldn't wait to take his strange toy and play with their Nyo. Zhao Mingli gave him several boxes of glass beads. He thought they looked nice but didn't realize how precious they were, so he wanted to share them with their Nyo. Xia Zhaozhao glared at Pei Heng. Look at your expression just now, as if I was cheating on you. Pei Heng's eyes were fixed on her face, clearly feeling wronged. You promised me not to hold him. Xia Zhaozhao paused, truly forgetting. Who remembers what was said on the bed? Besides, she had agreed to many things last night. She smiled and said, yes, as your wife, I definitely can't hold him, so I was just holding him as a cousin. His wife, Zhao Mingli's cousin, is none other than her. Such tricky words. Again, just fooling him. Xia Zhaozhao's smile was gentle as she hugged him and coquettishly said, all right, I promise I will remember next time. I won't hug anyone else. Only you. Is that okay? Pei Heng said nothing. She was good at using sweet words to deceive him. Xia Zhaozhao then hugged his waist again, saying, from now on, I will hug you every day, morning and night. Even Muir can't compare. If you don't say anything, I won't coax you anymore. Pei Heng saw her retreating. Otherwise, he might end up walking home again, just like yesterday. His wife still liked him the most. After all, she only coaxed him alone. Remember to keep your promise this time, or I will punish you. Punish me how? You tell me. Pei Heng looked at her red lips, his intentions clear. Xia Zhaozhao tiptoed and kissed his lips lightly, saying, if there's a next time, I will be punished to kiss you 100 times. Afterward, she winked at Pei Heng. You know I like you the most. Don't be spoiled or jealous without reason. Be good, okay? Xia Zhaozhao leaned against Pei Heng's chest, gently rubbing against him. The anger that had been pressing on his heart gradually eased, leaving only her sweet words. Seeing that she had been coaxed enough, she then asked about today's case. He hurried out in the morning and didn't have time to ask much. Now that he was back, he must have gained some information. Pei Chin didn't show up. Only a little came, but to avoid alarming others, we let him go. However, he was scented with honey orchid perfume. This scent lasts for 3 days. As long as he goes to see Pei Chen, he can follow the fragrance to find him. Since Xia Huimin can change her appearance, how can you be sure that the person who came today wasn't the disguised Pei Chen? Xia Zhaozhao asked. You're right, but this person is smaller than Pei Chen was back then. It can't be him. Pei Chen is half a year younger than him and about the same size, so he was very confident. Such careful planning shows he's very deep-minded. You should be more cautious too. Pei Chen is in the dark, and he is in the light, giving him an advantage. Madam, rest assured. I have enough patience to wait him out. The more critical the moment, the more patience is needed. He must not let his emotions be affected or be manipulated by him. That's good. Governor Tang wants to leave for Fong City before the Grand Court session to take up his new post. He will leave soon, and Director Li will also take office early. We will probably need to go to Fong City ahead of schedule, Pei Heng said. Have you promised Director Li?
Yes.
Why did you suddenly change your mind? Since being demoted to serve as a judicial officer in the border city, he had not left. The previous official was the current Governor Tang, who was transferred to the capital. It wasn't that he had no chance, but he simply didn't want to leave. Now that he has left the border town, it is actually a sign. Pei Heng is probably close to returning to the capital. Some things I can give up, but others cannot be taken by others. I must seek justice for my mother and also for you and Muir to reclaim what is rightfully ours. He is willing to endure hardship in the border town, but he cannot let his wife and children suffer. If not for his incompetence, or if Lu Jingjun hadn't been manipulated by others, he wouldn't dare to make such reckless moves. He must personally fight to regain what he lost.
Romeo is right.
His concessions won't bring peace. Their identities were decided the moment they were born. Xia Zhaozhao's delicate, beautiful face lit up with a bright smile. Then I will wait for my husband to earn me a noble title. I want to be a powerful wife, carefree, every day. Pei Heng lifted her chin and gently kissed her lips, smiling softly. What plans does the lady have for causing chaos? Well, I'll definitely bully men and steal some handsome young men like my husband. Xia Zhaozhao used to love joking with her roommates, dreaming of holding a selection banquet when she's rich, watching various brothers dance for her, competing and fighting for her attention. Unfortunately, she earned enough money but ended up here in the blink of an eye. Xia Zhaozhao, do you know the cost of such reckless words? Pei Heng pressed his face close to hers, his voice low and husky. Xia Zhaozhao chuckled nervously and pushed him away. Let them serve my husband with calligraphy and painting, help him take off his shoes and massage his feet, so he won't be surrounded by beautiful women in the mansion, serving tea, feeding him, and warming his bed, making me feel suffocated every day. Before she finished, Pei Heng sealed her lips, and after a long moment, he released her. Stop talking nonsense, or you'll be punished. I need to see how you perform. If you don't do well, I'll take Muir and travel far and wide, living happily without you, and we'll part forever. Xia Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Pei Heng's status kept rising, and with it came many temptations. She had to adapt to this era. But her husband was a private possession. She would never share him with others. That's her bottom line. There will never be a day when the lady gives up. Following that lead, Pei Heng found a secluded courtyard, but he was still a step too late. If it was just coincidence once, then twice was no longer accidental. He had doubts in his mind but could only remain calm for now. He took a 2-day leave at home, as his target was too big and only Zhao Lei was sent to investigate secretly along the clues. He had been busy with cases these days, but Zhao Mingli came every day. It turns out that the friend Xin Xianyan was waiting for was Zhao Mingli. Indeed, the people he dislikes have reasons behind their actions. 1 or 2 people with bad intentions never give up easily. Pei Heng cannot rest easy. At dusk, Zhao Lei's younger brother, Chen Wu, came to deliver a message. Join the army. Brother Zhao might be in trouble. I found this at the inn he often visits. Pei Heng recognized the bloodstained cloth, which was indeed Zhao Lei's clothing. Judging by how dry the bloodstain was, it had been there for about a day. Zhao Lei is in trouble. Pei Heng clenched the cloth with a serious expression. Zhao Lei is someone he trusts the most. This time, he is suffering for him. Pei Heng hurriedly left. Just as he stepped out, Wang's eldest brother arrived. Wang's eldest brother is usually calm and steady, rarely appearing so anxious. Could he also know that Zhao Lei is in trouble? Since Wang Qiushuang's leg injury healed, Granny Wang started arranging her daughter's marriage. Coincidentally, Zhao Lei often visited Pei's house and had met Wang Qiushuang at the alley entrance several times. He had secretly fallen for her. He is now of marriage age. When he heard that the Wang family was looking for a match for their daughter, he asked Pei Heng to help. Because of previous issues, Pei Heng was cautious and entrusted this matter to his aunt. After both families met, they were very satisfied. The engagement was set half a month ago, planning to hold the wedding next spring. When Zhao Lei got into trouble, the Wang family naturally panicked. Qiushuang is missing. She went to deliver cakes to her brother-in-law today. She should have returned by noon, but there's been no news. I went to Zhao's house to look for her. The neighbors all say they haven't seen her. She must be in trouble. I came to ask Commander Pei to help me find her. Wang's eldest brother choked up at the end, worried that the remnants of human traffickers hadn't been fully caught and that they might be involved in such heinous crimes again. Don't worry, Brother Wang. Pei's office just stepped out on official business. I've asked my cousin to go look for him immediately and to ask the officials to help search. Cousin, hurry. Pei Heng had just left his office, and a swift horse should be able to catch up. Wang Qiushuang, now recovered, apologized and said she would visit with Wang's eldest sister. Every time she met Pei Heng, she made a point to avoid suspicion. Granny Wang's scolding was a real lesson for her. Although she couldn't become close friends with Qiushuang, she couldn't ignore a human life either. Zhao Mingli isn't very warm-hearted, but since his cousin asked him, he had no second thoughts. However, he was worried that his family might have left, so he left Yuanbao in charge. If danger arose, Yuanbao could seek help from Shen Xianyun next door. Pei Heng first went to the inn where Zhao Lei often stayed. Sometimes, when working at the government office, it was inconvenient to go home, so he would rest at the inn and ask the officials to reimburse the expenses. Take it slow, Commander. It's cold. Have some wine to warm up. Chen Wu handed his water pouch to Pei Heng. Since that time, Xia Zhaozhao suggested they carry water bags when traveling, both for easy access to water and to warn against possible poisonings. Now, everyone going out carries a water bag. Pei Heng raised his hand and said, "No need." He knew the other person meant well, but he didn't like using others' things. To join the army, it's this room. Chen Wu pushed open the door first and frowned. Why does it smell strange? Join the army, quickly cover your nose. Chen Wu took out a handkerchief and quickly covered Pei Heng's nose. Pei Heng pushed it away and said no need. Then he walked inside and immediately saw someone lying on the bed. It was a woman. Pei Heng suddenly felt something was wrong, quickly stopping in his tracks. His voice turned cold. Chen Wu. Chen Wu knelt down with a thud. Join the army. I had no choice. I did it for Brother Zhao. For his sake. Could it be that he asked you to harm me? Pei Heng's tone was very cold. He had instructed Zhao Lei to secretly gather information, knowing someone nearby was a problem, and to divert the officials' attention while Zhao Lei investigated in secret. Chen Wu was Zhao Lei's most trusted person with a deep friendship, so Pei Heng trusted him a lot. But it turned out to be a trap. Join the army. I really didn't mean to harm you. It's just that Brother Zhao is in their hands. I had no choice. Chen Wu knelt on the ground, looking up at Pei Heng. Actually, it wasn't really to harm him, just a woman. As long as it could save Brother Zhao, he didn't care about anything else. Pei Heng felt dizzy, his body swayed. He instinctively grabbed his sword at his waist, feeling exhausted. It was that handkerchief from earlier. He didn't like using others' things and had already pushed it away. But in that moment, he still fell for it. What's in the handkerchief? Pei Heng's eyes turned red, and he radiated a fierce, killing aura. It's just a sleeping drug. It won't harm your body. Chen Wu saw how Pei Heng was trying to hold back and knew the drug was taking effect. Pei Heng sneered. Who told you to drug me? Where is Zhao Lei? He didn't think it was Pei Chen's doing. If it were Pei Chen, he would have killed him. Pei Heng closed his eyes, feeling his body temperature rising continuously, wanting to tear off his clothes. This was definitely not just a sleeping drug. He had been accidentally drugged before, and he was very familiar with this feeling. Today's potion was even stronger than that time. His whole body felt like it was about to explode. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms, pain keeping him conscious. But his mind was filled with images of Xia Zhaozhao's alluring figure and charming voice. Husband. Pei Heng shook his head. It was all a hallucination. He must not be fooled. It's not Zhao Zhao.
That's not Zhao Zhao.
Pei Heng also saw the woman's face clearly in the distance.
It was Wang Qiushuang.
Her mind was clearly less steady than Pei Heng's, and she mistook him for Zhao Lei. Brother Lei, you're finally back? Although Pei Heng recognized it was Wang Qiushuang, he felt more and more out of control. He saw Wang Qiushuang, but his mind was filled with thoughts of Xia Zhaozhao. Pei Heng knew it was a hallucination. He quickly stepped back, staggering to leave, but Chen Wu held onto his leg. Soldier, you can't go. If Soldier Pei left, how could he explain to that person? Let go. Pei Heng used all his strength to kick Chen Wu away. Soldier, I am not here to harm you. As long as you enjoy the woman in bed, that's enough. Please, soldier, I beg you. Chen Wu desperately blocked the door. Anyway, it was already locked outside. He couldn't get out. Get out of the way. Pei Heng's body became more uncontrollable. His eyes gradually blurred. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Subordinate helped the soldier rest. Chen Wu stood up, trying to help Pei Heng to Wang Qiushuang's side. At this moment, as long as he touched the woman, no man could control himself. Blood slowly flowed from Pei Heng's mouth. He bit his tongue. If he lost control today, given his relationship with the Wang family, if he didn't accept Wang Qiushuang, he would end up forcing the Wang family to their doom. But if he accepted her, he would be betraying his brother and hurting Zhao Zhao, who loved him dearly. All he could think of were her words to him. He absolutely could not betray her. Pei Heng raised his hand, drew his sword, and slashed his own arm to stay alert. Chen Wu was shocked. Soldier, don't hurt yourself. I don't mean to harm you. Just accept it, soldier. It's just a woman. No matter what, soldier Pei wouldn't be at a disadvantage. While Chen Wu tried to stop him, Wang Qiushuang had already embraced Pei Heng. Calling him brother Lei over and over, Pei Heng's mind was filled with Zhao Zhao calling him husband. Helpless, he could only raise his hand and knock her out. Chen Wu, if you have half a brain, you'll see that the other person's intentions are evil. Wang Qiushuang is Zhao Lei's fiancé. If you truly care for him, let me leave. Chen Wu shook his head. No, I can't. That person said he doesn't want soldier Pei to die. Pei Heng sneered coldly. Chen Wu, is it really just Zhao Lei threatening you? A flash of panic crossed Chen Wu's eyes. Soldier. Chen Wu, if you repent now, I will pretend nothing happened and I won't tell Zhao Lei. Brother-in-law, is it you? Zhao Mingli's voice was like a savior to Pei Heng. Although he didn't like Zhao Mingli, he had to admit that he arrived just in time. Chen Wu's face changed color. There was clearly someone guarding outside, but now they were gone. Before he could think further, Zhao Mingli had already kicked open the door. Zhao Mingli first went to the government office. Luckily, he knew how to use silver and had some connections with Marshal Ma, which is why he brought people here. When Zhao Mingli saw that Pei Heng's face was red, his expression was dazed, and there was a wound on his arm, he knew what had happened. Having traveled around, Zhao Mingli had seen many things. He immediately recognized that Pei Heng had been drugged, and it was probably not just any ordinary drug. When Wang Daniu saw Wang Qiushuang on the ground, he quickly stepped forward and hugged her. Little sister, little sister. She's fine, just fainted. Take her to see a doctor, Pei Heng said. Zhao Mingli immediately wanted to kill Chen Wu. Chen Wu was present when Pei Heng was called away. That scoundrel. If anything happened to Pei Heng, how sad would Zhao Mingli be? But Pei Heng stopped him. Uncle, don't be anxious. He's still useful. Marshal Ma, take him back and interrogate him properly. Pei Heng forced his eyes open and said to Marshal Ma. Marshal Ma was cautious and careful, not very capable, but he would not make mistakes.
For now, he could be trusted with the task.
Chen Wu might truly care about Zhao Lei's life, but there must be another reason. Pei Heng had to stab himself with a sword to hold on until now. Seeing someone come, he felt a bit relieved. Zhao Mingli supported Pei Heng. I'll take you home first. He didn't care about anyone else. Pei Heng was already sweating heavily and looked pained. Even though Zhao Mingli had some strength and skill, Pei Heng's weight was not light, and he had been drugged. The two men struggling together looked unusual. Hey, stay awake and don't try to take advantage of me, Zhao Mingli snapped irritably.
He was still a young man.
He had never been with a woman, let alone a man. Pei Heng lifted his eyelids and looked at Zhao Mingli. His body, already exhausted, felt even more tired. I'm not blind. Even if he was unwell, he wasn't so desperate as to sleep with anyone. If it were him, he would rather draw his sword and end his life. Zhao Mingli snorted. Pretending to be innocent, he was just here to save him. If he hadn't arrived in time with people. Forget it, forget it. Zhao Mingli didn't dare think further. He checked his pulse. This drug was too cruel. Not only Pei Heng was suffering, but the women too. No, no. How could Zhao Zhao's body withstand this? He needed an antidote. Where are you taking me? Pei Heng asked. To find a doctor. It's too late. Pei, don't think you can come back and bother my sister. I warn you. Pei Heng couldn't help but interrupt him and forced himself to stay calm. This medicine is very strong and can't be solved by ordinary people. You put me in cold water and used a silver needle to puncture points. Then I used my internal strength to force it out. He could tell Zhao Mingli was somewhat skilled in medicine, so finding the acupuncture points shouldn't be difficult. Although this method is harmful, it's better than harming Zhao Zhao. Last time, his reckless action scared her, but this time, he wouldn't do that again. Seeing his attitude, Zhao Mingli said impatiently, "You should have said so earlier. Finding a medical clinic isn't easy, but finding a basin of cold water isn't hard." Although the inn had problems, it wasn't a black shop. The owner was already scared silly. He was a straightforward businessman and didn't want to get involved in legal trouble. Since Zhao Mingli only needed a basin of cold water, he quickly took him to the small yard at the back. The water here was the coldest. It was even frozen. Zhao Mingli used his sword to break the ice and put Pei Heng inside. Although he knew some medical skills, he didn't have silver needles on hand, so he could only use ordinary needles from the shop. He first heated the needles over the flame, then stabbed the 2 acupuncture points Zhao Mingli mentioned. Pei Heng practiced his internal energy and soon spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The medicine's effect wasn't fully gone, but he was already awake. Pei Heng struggled out of the basin, and Zhao Mingli had already asked the shopkeeper to prepare clean clothes. He couldn't just watch him freeze to death, especially since they were close family. Pei Heng's face, which had been flushed earlier, was now pale as paper.
He looked very weak.
Seeing him heading toward the government office instead of home, Zhao Mingli became anxious immediately. "Where are you going? Are you crazy? Zhao Lei's life and death are uncertain. I can't just ignore it." Zhao Lei was investigating secretly on his orders, and he absolutely couldn't ignore it. "No, come back with me. Otherwise, how can I explain to Zhao Zhao? People's lives are at stake. I can't delay even a moment." "Sorry, brother-in-law," Pei Heng said, flicking his whip and riding away. Zhao Mingli was furious, but could only follow him. If he died like this, his sister would be widowed. Such a stubborn person. Owed him a debt. In his previous life, they even dug up his grandfather's grave. When Pei Heng arrived at the government office, Magistrate Ma had already detained the person separately. To prevent accidents, he specifically sent 2 people to guard at the door. Magistrate Ma was indeed a careful man. Pei Heng nodded to Magistrate Ma. "Thank you for saving me tonight, Magistrate Ma. I will remember this." "You're welcome, Commander Pei. You don't look well. Take care of your health." Magistrate Ma politely said a few words before leaving. After returning to the government office, he didn't interrogate Chen Wu. This case involves Pei Heng, and he has been the one handling it. Chen Wu is also loyal to Pei Heng. He is just helping out with his duties. Doing what is within his role is acceptable. If he does too much, he might be accused of taking credit. Knowing too much about certain matters can be dangerous. Moreover, Pei Heng is not a petty person. He remembers kindness. No need for many words. Pei Heng directly went to the cell where Chen Wu was held. He entered from outside, carrying the coldness of night. He was dressed in simple cloth, but his noble and cold aura could not be hidden. Even more intimidating than when he wore official robes, with a stern, chilling presence. Chen Wu saw Pei Heng and instinctively shrank back into the corner. "Salute, army officer." Pei Heng's face was pale, but his expression was colder. "I don't have much patience. Just tell me who is behind this, where Zhao Lei is, or you will not escape death today." His tone was calm and steady, not loud, but it felt like he was serious about doing it. Zhao Mingli stood beside Pei Heng, watching the expressions of the people around. These officers usually work together on cases, and they might have some camaraderie. Chen Wu might also have an inside man. Once bitten by a snake, one must be cautious. Chen Wu stayed silent in the corner. Pei, as an officer, is ruthless with criminals but cares for his subordinates. Those following him are better off financially than others. They're lucky to serve under him.
He remembers that well.
But he truly doesn't understand. Just sleeping with a woman, why is Pei so obsessed? A faint, cold smile appeared on Pei Heng's lips, adding a strange aura in the dim candlelight of the prison. He stepped forward slowly, deliberately placing his foot on Chen Wu's hand. Then came a scream that seemed to shake the roof. It was terrifying to hear. Pei Heng's face remained expressionless. Having been raised in the palace since childhood, he has seen the cruelest methods of killing without bloodshed. The palace's secret punishments are just as brutal as the Jinlin Guard's executions. Sometimes it's about appearances, sometimes about internal strength. He understood this from a young age. Just like now, he didn't seem to use much force, but it was a clever move. Bones shattered beyond healing. Even the strongest man couldn't withstand it. The officers outside felt cold sweat running down their backs. It had been a long time since Pei Heng last interrogated a criminal. According to Zhao Ge, Pei Heng was afraid of bloodstains on himself, and his wife wouldn't let him enter the house afterward. Pei Heng lowered his head, looking down at the curled-up man, and spoke calmly. Say it or not. Chun Wu was in so much pain, he almost fainted. It's true he didn't see blood, but the pain was 100 times worse than bleeding. However, he really couldn't speak. Pei Heng didn't give him much time to think, and soon heard the sound of bones breaking. Chun Wu's hand was naturally ruined. I don't know, I really don't know. Pei Heng loosened his grip on his leg, and just as Chun Wu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Pei Heng's foot pressed down on the other leg. You will remember. Chun Wu thought he could endure a little longer, but with the pressure increasing, he immediately wished he could die right away. I didn't see that person's face. Chun Wu, in pain, crawled on the ground like a pig or dog, but judging by his size, he seems to be a woman. Chun Wu's voice was broken and faint, almost fainting from the pain. But every time he was about to faint, the pain woke him up again. Pei Heng didn't give him a moment to rest. With another forceful stomp, right on the joint, Chun Wu's voice became hoarse from shouting. Think carefully, are you sure she's a woman? Yes, she's a woman. She threatened me with Brother Zhao, and gave me a bag of gold cakes. They're buried under the locust tree at my door. She said if the plan succeeds and I get half, I couldn't resist the temptation. I'm sorry for joining the army. The news was leaked earlier, but you did it. Chun Wu shook his head, on the verge of death. I've told everything I know, just want to die quickly. Chun Wu had been in the government office for many years and knew that confessing never meant leniency. So, when he confessed, he knew he wouldn't survive. But it was too painful, and he just wanted to die quickly. How did you meet her? I was blindfolded and led there, but I think I heard the sound of blacksmithing. Maybe there was a nearby blacksmith shop. The city was not big, so it wasn't hard to find. After questioning Chun Wu, Pei Heng saw that dawn was breaking. Zhao Mingli followed the whole time. The aphrodisiac on him hadn't been completely removed. If they kept torturing him like this, his body would be ruined. He initially wanted to persuade him to go home, but with his stubbornness, he wouldn't listen. So he decided not to bother, to save words. Pei Heng went directly to the West City, where many different kinds of people gathered. The local officials rarely stepped foot there. It had indeed been neglected before. Chun Wu's description was very likely about a blacksmith shop here. Pei Heng and his team searched around the blacksmith shops, one by one. Finally, they found Zhao Lei in a small courtyard. Pei Heng saw a piece of paper on the table beside the bed. Dear Soldier Pei, your strong will is admirable. The person you wanted has been returned. Until we meet again. Pei Heng held the paper with a serious expression, as if a storm was about to break. Zhao Lei's injuries were not fatal but very weak, and he needed a doctor immediately. After going through so much trouble and involving so many people, is the goal just to drug him? That doesn't make sense at all. There must be some other hidden plan behind it. Everything can only be known after Zhao Lei wakes up. Zhao Mingli sent Pei Heng home safely before going next door to rest. He spent a whole day and night with him, without sleeping, exhausted. He doesn't want to do this kind of thing again in the future. Pei Heng's face looked visibly bad, and Xie Zhaozhao was worried he might faint at any moment. Interestingly, he even took a bath for himself. Wearing loose, clean underwear, he looked a bit delicate and fragile. But the wound on his arm, which had been untreated for so long, looked quite fierce. When Xie Zhaozhao applied medicine to him, she felt both angry and worried. You're really reckless. Why don't you think about me and Mu'er? Sorry. Pei Heng turned his head and hugged the bowed Xie Zhaozhao. Sorry doesn't help. You need to understand that your life is mine. For my sake, you must take good care of yourself. I hope you only love me and remain loyal to me, but in life and death, Nothing else matters. Pei Heng looked at her face, feeling layers of pain in his heart, like ripples enveloping him. Life and death are important. Faith is more important than life and death. In that moment, she became his belief. Pei Heng lowered his head before she could react, and his soft lips pressed against hers. This time, Xia Zhaozhao didn't push him away. She responded to his kiss little by little. After a long while, Pei Heng reluctantly let go. "Zhao Zhao, help me." Xia Zhaozhao's face blushed, her eyes dreamy. Before she could react, she was pressed down beneath him, and only then did she remember his injuries. "Are you okay?"
Try me and see.
Pei Heng's body was still affected by residual medication, relying solely on his willpower. His mind was completely overwhelmed now, only hearing her softly calling him husband. Xia Zhaozhao slept deeply for a whole day and night, with no sign of waking up. Zhao Mingli punched Pei Heng in the face. Pei Heng was hit, but his gaze was still fixed on the sleeping Xia Zhaozhao. He was indeed overwhelmed last night, but he was not without reason. Compared to usual, he wasn't too reckless. And Zhao Zhao was worried about his health, so he stopped after just once. In the past, Zhao Zhao would sleep more when tired. But now, she was only breathing and her pulse was normal, yet she was unconscious and unaware. Zhao Mingli pulled Pei Heng aside. "Pei Heng, you'd better give me an explanation. The doctor said she's fine and will wake up." Pei Heng's voice was soft. "What do you think of her? When Zhao Zhao wakes up, I will take her home." Pei Mu was originally kneeling on the footstool, holding Xia Zhaozhao's hand. Seeing Pei Heng being beaten, he got up from the footstool and stood in front of Pei Heng. "Uncle, don't hit Dad. Mother is asleep." Mother still wants to tell him stories about the great sage, and they haven't reached the Western Heaven or obtained the scriptures yet. Zhao Mingli was angry, but when he saw Mu'er, his anger gradually subsided. He raised his hand to touch Mu'er's head, but Mu'er's small body shrank back clearly, tears in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Mingli. That look made Zhao Mingli feel like slapping himself. He was truly furious. How could he hit someone in front of Mu'er? "Uncle, Mother is just sleeping. She's not sick." Mu'er's eyelashes trembled, and tears streamed down her face. Zhao Mingli seemed to see his cousin when she was little. She was always relying on her good looks, making everyone feel sorry for her. He wasn't spared from being bullied by her. In the end, he was the one who got hit. Whether it was making mistakes or wanting stars in the sky, adults would find ways to satisfy her. Now Mu'er was crying like she did when she was little. "Yes, your mother is just sleeping." Pei Heng even invited Dr. Fong Chung, but both said her pulse was normal. They didn't know why she was in a coma and not waking up. At first, Zhao Mingli thought it was Pei Heng's fault for not restraining himself, but it had been 2 days. Surely, she should wake up by now. Maybe for some other reason. But the doctor checked and confirmed it wasn't poisoning. In these days, Xia Zhaozhao hadn't left the house. She ate and drank at home, yet she remained unconscious. Brother Pei," a hurried voice came from the yard. Zhao Lei was carried into the yard on a stretcher. He usually had a cheerful face, but now he looked worried and anxious. He had serious injuries. On his left hand were cut off and he had other wounds. He just woke up today. The first thing he wanted was to see Pei Heng. Brother Wang had no choice but to ask the neighbors to carry him over. "Brother Pei," Zhao Lei tried to get off the stretcher, but Brother Wang stopped him. "You still have injuries." But Zhao Lei ignored him and slapped himself. "It's my fault. I hurt my sister-in-law. It's all my fault. I should have woken up earlier." Because Zhao Lei was injured and had no one to care for him, the Wang family took him in. The moment he woke up, he asked about Pei Heng. Brother Wang told him what happened that day, how Pei Heng was willing to hurt himself rather than hurt his sister. This reassured Zhao Lei and also made him genuinely grateful to Pei Heng. Later, he asked Xia Zhaozhao about why Brother Wang hadn't visited the Pei family recently, but he didn't know. He insisted he must see Pei Heng. Only he could explain clearly. Others' passing messages wouldn't do. Seeing Pei Heng's tired face, he knew he was too late and something had already gone wrong. Pei Heng, hearing him mention Xia Zhaozhao, hurriedly stepped forward. Because he was so anxious and trying to match Zhao Lei's height, he kneeled directly on one leg. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Zhao Lei closed his eyes in regret, saying it was his carelessness. Following the clues, he tracked the person's whereabouts and sent Chenwu back to deliver the message. He managed to sneak in first. He thought no one in the West Market would recognize him. But unfortunately, he was recognized by someone.
Xia Huimin.
Zhao Lei nodded, gritting his teeth. Yes, it's her. She is now like a madwoman. Get to the point. Zhao Lei took a deep breath. Brother Pei, you were not only drugged with an aphrodisiac, but also with a love charm. The evil of the love charm is that it can transfer. When emotions are stirred, during the intimacy, the curse is passed to the loved one. The curse insect also stays completely inside the other person. Xia Zhao Zhao is sleeping because of the curse insect's influence, which is devouring their past memories. When the sister-in-law wakes up, she will forget you. If you force her to remember and make her like you again, she will die of heartbreak, and there's no cure. This is Xia Huimin's cruelty. She is determined to break up Brother Pei and his wife. Even if she can't have him herself, she won't let them be happy. If Brother Pei had lost control with Qiu Shuang that day, the love curse would stay in Qiu Shuang's body. Then, even if Qiu Shuang forgets everything, there would be a rift between Brother Pei and his wife, making a good ending impossible. But even so, it would be better than today, when his wife forgets Brother Pei. It's all my fault for being useless, waking up too late. He had been holding himself up, determined not to faint, wanting to tell Brother Pei himself. But he was still a step too late. Pei Heng's face was pale as paper, and he suddenly coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Pei Seely saw his nephew like this and couldn't bear it. He helped him up.
Is it?
Pei Heng raised his hand to stop him, closed his eyes, and looked ashen. If she never sees me again, will she be safe? As long as the sister-in-law doesn't remember you, it will be fine, Zhao Lei said reluctantly. He knew how much Brother Pei loved his wife. The pain of seeing her not recognize him must be terrible. This love curse was originally made by a flower thief, used to humiliate women. When women wake up and forget him, he can be at ease. He never expected Xia Huimin to use it to harm others. Pei Heng got up and said nothing more. Today is the second day that Zhao Zhao is in a deep sleep, and she will wake up tomorrow. Tomorrow. Pei Heng holds her hand, recalling the past, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Fortunately, she has forgotten him. Otherwise, with her gentle nature, she would have suffered so much. Pei Mu doesn't know when he entered the room. The small boy doesn't understand much, but it seems he understands something. He neither cries nor makes trouble. Pei Heng gently picks up Mu Er, who is sleeping against him, and holds him in his arms, while still holding Xia Zhao Zhao's hand. From sunset to dawn, Pei Heng stays awake all night. He turns his head to look at the faint light outside the window. Zhao Zhao is about to wake up. That's good. That's fine. As long as she lives well. Xia Zhao Zhao hears someone calling her name softly in her ear, and it sounds like a child's voice. She knows she is dreaming and wants to wake up, but her mind is hazy, and she falls back into the dream. She dreams of her grandparents, then her parents. No matter how much she calls them, they don't answer. And the more she calls, the more they run away. She desperately chases after them. But the road seems endless, getting longer and longer. She is exhausted and stops to catch her breath. When she looks up, their figures have completely disappeared.
Zhao Zhao.
She hears someone calling her from behind. She turns around and sees a handsome, refined face. Her face lights up with joy. She wants to call his name, but realizes she doesn't know his name. She tries to rub her temples, trying to remember something, but her mind is fuzzy. The man leaves her at this moment.
Wait.
Wait for me. Zhao Zhao calls out anxiously, but he seems not to hear her and walks faster. The quiet street suddenly becomes busy, with people coming and going. His figure merges into the crowd, and she can't find him anymore. She runs desperately, pulling at passers-by to look at their faces, hoping to find him. In the end, she realizes she has forgotten what he looks like. So familiar. It seems she knows his name, but she can't remember it.
Who is he?
Who is he? Zhao Zhao wakes up suddenly from her dream. Zhao Mingli quickly steps forward. You're awake? Zhao Zhao throws herself into his arms, her eyes welling up with tears.
Dad.
She doesn't know exactly why she's so upset, but she can't hold back her tears. Zhao Mingli stands silently by the bed, holding a cup of tea. Why does this child keep calling him Dad? It was like this last time too. Zhao Zhao, I am your cousin. Zhao Zhao is shocked by the words cousin and pushes him away before she can think. She looks around at the decorations in the room and rubs her temples. I remember now. She has entered a poorly written book. She became a minor character with the same name as hers. At first, she thought she had woken up back in her world, but she was still here. The man in front of her, who looks exactly like her young father, is her uncle's son, her close cousin. Xie Zhao Zhao also recalls the story from the poorly written book. It's very melodramatic. Basically, her cousin's sister-in-law took her place, or more precisely, the child of the original protagonist's husband. The family lives happily together. What was the original protagonist's husband's name? Why does thinking about it make her feel sad and restless? Xie Zhao Zhao touches her chest, frowning with a slightly pained expression. Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore. Her main task now is to make money. Whether in modern times or here, money is the real currency. Zhao Zhao, what's wrong? Zhao Mingli supports her shoulder. My chest hurts a little, Xie Zhao Zhao says with a serious look. I was supposed to talk to Qionyang, but why am I here? She hasn't fully woken up, so Zhao Mingli isn't sure what's going on. You've already met her. Your notebook is on the desk. Zhao Mingli points to the desk nearby. Xie Zhao Zhao sees her manuscript box and nods. It's definitely her stuff. I remember now, I even met my cousin on the street that day. Xie Zhao Zhao raises her eyebrows. Zhao Mingli cautiously asks, besides that, do you remember anything else? Xie Zhao Zhao frowns slightly, looking confused. What else?
She asks.
Zhao Mingli's eyes flicker with complexity. The Manhwa building has opened, he says. Xie Zhao Zhao smiles lightly, feeling a bit more relaxed. How's the business? Is it good? That's my and Qionyang's venture, she says. Clearly, as Zhao Lei said, she doesn't remember Pei Heng. She doesn't remember anything related to him, including Mu'er. Her memory stops at the tea house that day. But that day, not only Feng Shiqiu was there, but also Pei Sili. Business is booming, making money daily. Sister has good taste, Zhao Mingli laughs. As for other things, she dares not say or ask more. Xie Zhao Zhao stretches lazily and gets out of bed. Of course, she says. She put a lot of effort into it. She can do without a man, but she must have money. Xie Zhao Zhao looks at the snow outside the window and murmurs, it's snowing again. When Zhao Mingli hears the word again, his hand tightens unconsciously and his eyes show some nervousness. But after waiting a long time, he doesn't hear her say anything more. He hopes she remembers, but also fears she might suddenly remember everything. He had heard of the poison of the goo insects before, but today he truly experienced its power. Of course, he hoped his sister would be happy, but only if she was safe. Xie Zhao Zhao stood for a long time, feeling an emptiness in her heart. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Thinking about it made her chest hurt, and yet she felt like she had forgotten something. Pei Heng sat by the window, staring absent-mindedly at the falling snow. In his mind, he saw a family of 3 building a snowman in the small yard. Now, everything had changed. He didn't know how much time had passed before someone sat across from him, but he didn't look away. Is she awake? Zhao Mingli nodded softly. Looking at the man with white hair from last night, his mood was complicated. He was somewhat unhappy with Pei Heng. To his family, no matter how good a son-in-law was, he couldn't compare to his own daughter. Zhao Mingli, being an old father, naturally found faults with Pei Heng. But now he felt a little pity. Though he was a man, he had to admit that men are often cold-hearted. Someone like Pei Heng was rare. Does she really not remember? Pei Heng knew the outcome, but still held some hope. Maybe the so-called love-breaking poison was just a legend. Maybe she woke up and remembered everything, and they were still the same as before. Zhao Mingli pursed his lips. Not only had she forgotten him, but she didn't even remember his name. She even misunderstood him as someone who had a new love and forgotten his old feelings. You must take good care of Muir. Zhao Mingli wanted to advise him to take care of himself, but seeing his listless, gloomy look, only Muir could bring his heart back. Pei Heng smiled slightly. His brother-in-law had never been happy with him, but now caring for him was rare. He would naturally take good care of Muir. She was their child. Muir's body carried half of her blood. He would love her even more. I'm taking Muir back to the capital. Have you thought it through? There are many famous doctors in the capital. I will find a way to save her. He remembered that Dr. Su from the palace knew a lot about folk medicine. There was a special department in the capital responsible for strange stories from the martial world, and maybe it had records. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. Moreover, Xia Huimin and Pei Chen had already returned to the capital. They caused him and Zhao Zhao so much trouble, he wouldn't let them go. He had been exiled here by the emperor, and without an imperial decree, he couldn't return to the capital. But as long as he wanted to, he could carve out a bloody path. Xia Zhaozhao had another dream. It was strange and bizarre. She kept dreaming of that man, but she could never remember his face. This time, she finally caught up with him. She grabbed his arm and called out to him happily. She remembered his name, Pei Heng. Pei Heng. This name sounds so familiar. Pei Heng. She suddenly woke up from her dream, sitting up excitedly. Cold sweat covered her forehead, and her heart was pounding. Zhao Zhao. Zhao Mingli looked at her worriedly. Xia Zhao Zhao lowered her head, realizing she was holding Zhao Mingli's arm. She slowly let go. A feeling of loss and regret washed over her. Xia Zhao Zhao opened her mouth, took a moment to regain her senses, and said, I remember the man's name now. What man? The man from my dream. His name is Pei Heng. As soon as she finished speaking, it was as if a breeze blew into the room. The beaded curtains swayed slightly, making a clear, tinkling sound like jade hitting jade. Zhao Mingli forced a light smile and said, He is your ex-husband. Xia Zhao Zhao looked stunned. Is it really him? Then she chuckled softly, so it was him. Better not to mention that unfaithful man. Your face doesn't look good. Tonight, Lily can stay with you to keep watch, Zhao Mingli said with concern. Xia Zhao Zhao shook her head. No need. My cousin Li can bring me a glass of water. I'm a bit thirsty. Her lips were dry, and her throat felt itchy. After drinking water, she lay down again. Soon, the candle flickered out by itself, and the room fell into darkness. After a long while, the figure outside the door disappeared. She called his name in her dream. She actually remembered his name. Cold sweat dripped down her face, and her expression was pained. Surely the pain was deep and heartbreaking. Until she found a way to lift the curse, he couldn't see her again. Pei Heng stood in the courtyard, looking around. This place held too many memories. Now he was leaving. He knew, of course, that he would leave sooner or later. But he didn't expect to leave in such a way. Muir wore a tiger-headed hat, looked up at Pei Heng, her small face streaked with tears. Mother isn't coming with us? Tears clung to Muir's eyelashes, and when she spoke, she exhaled a small puff of white mist, looking even more helpless and pitiful. In recent days, he had returned to his old quiet self, not talking much or smiling. Traveling back to the capital is tiring, and Mother is still unwell. When the weather gets warmer, Father will bring you back to see her. Can't we wait until the weather is warmer to go to the capital?
Muir insisted.
He was worried they would leave, and Mother wouldn't be able to find them when she returned. Pei Heng picked up his son, wiping the tears from his face with his dry hand. Let's make everything ready first, so that when Mother goes back, she can see our new home. Mother likes grapes. We can plant a grapevine, and when she comes back, she can enjoy the grapes. Good. Pei Heng's voice was tight, and he couldn't say more. Dad, I want to build a snowman. When mother returns, she will see it. Pei Heng turned his face away, not letting his son see the redness in his eyes. He put down his son, and they built a snowman together for the second time. This time, they were much faster than before. But compared to the joyful atmosphere last time, their figures looked especially lonely. Finally, Pei Heng tied a red ribbon on Mu Er's snowman and closed his eyes, as if making a firm decision. He then hugged his son and said, "Let's go." Pei Zili closed the courtyard door and sighed softly. She came to the border town because her brother told her that if the new wife was not well behaved, she should find a way for Yi Ji to leave her.
Now,
She had never suffered from love, but she knew the pain of separation and loss. At this moment, Yi Ji must be heartbroken and deeply hurt. The heavy snow covered all traces, as if they had never existed. Manhwa Tower since opening, Manhwa Tower has been very popular, making a lot of money daily. The women in charge of the inner courtyards of each household naturally managed the affairs, and they were the wealthiest. They also spent more generously. Manhwa Tower is known for its elegant, refined atmosphere. It caters to their tastes, so business is never poor. In the past 6 months, nearby counties and towns have opened a few clubs for women to relax, riding on this trend. But none of these could compare to Manhwa Tower. Not only Manhwa Tower. After the story of the Monkey King from Journey to the West was adapted into a small theater performance at Yulou Spring, it was always full, gaining great fame. Theaters everywhere invited the performers from Yulou Spring with big payments. Besides the Chang'an Pavilion in the capital inviting us, the Qianqiu Jian in the capital also wants to buy our troupe with a lot of money. They've come several times secretly. If they really want to go to the capital, why give them discounts? Xia Zhaozhao's lips curled up. Fang Shuqiu's eyes lit up. My sister and I have thought of a plan. The capital has many noble people, and behind many businesses are their supporters. But she is also a noble princess of the Great Qi. In terms of status and background, she is no less than others. With a strong background, the rest depends on their skills. During the Lantern Festival, the lanterns and masks of the Monkey King were in high demand, supporting many merchants. Many children on Fangqing Street competed to dress up as the Monkey King. Speaking of which, she must thank Mr. Shin. His vivid portrayal of the master and his disciples was very lively and expressive. Fang Shuqiu was confident. Everyone says that the wealthy in the capital are tempting, and I also want to see it. This spring, several heavy snowfalls made winter especially cold and long. Spring had barely passed, and it suddenly became summer. It was only April, but the heat was already making people restless. The Lantern Festival in Beijing during Qixi is especially lively. If we hurry, maybe we can catch it. But if not, that's okay. August is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xie Zhaozhao nodded. We need a few days to prepare. We also have to settle the business here. This is our main base. We can't lose the big gains for small ones. You're right, sister. Those shopkeepers are under your guidance. They need to gain experience, Fang Shuqiu said. Xie Zhaozhao nodded again. I also need to discuss with my cousin. Her cousin treated her like a sister, taking care of her in every way. She planned to go to the capital, so she wanted to talk with him first. She thought her cousin would support her, but he strongly opposed.
Why?
Xie Zhaozhao was confused. The capital is the richest place, definitely better for business than Fang City. Why can't I expand there? Zhao Mingli couldn't tell her that it was because Pei Heng was in the capital, and she couldn't get involved before her poison was cured. Since Pei Heng left the border town, her heartache had not happened for a long time. He couldn't take risks. Moreover, Pei Heng had just sent a letter a few days ago, and they hadn't found a way to control the poison yet. After returning to the capital, Pei Heng learned that Dr. Su had already passed away. The secret documents from the Court of Justice did mention the love-breaking poison, but that was over 30 years ago. They couldn't find useful clues for now. If Zhao Zhao rashly went to the capital and they met, it could be dangerous for her life. The capital is under the emperor's rule, full of relatives and officials. How can 2 young girls like you cause trouble there? It simply won't work. Eldest brother is like a father. You must listen to me. You're too stubborn, cousin. I'm not a child. I want to discuss this with you properly, but you just shut me down. Don't forget, Qionyang is also a royal relative. Anyway, I am determined to go to the capital, Zhao Zhao said firmly. Seeing her persistence, Zhao Mingli said, if you want to go to the capital, you can. But first, you need to settle your marriage with Xian Yun. Zhao Zhao opened her eyes wide, her charming face full of speechlessness. Big brother, when did I and Shin Xianyun get engaged? I didn't know. I just decided it recently. You don't need to know. Brother, you have so much free time to worry about yourself. I was married and had children. What about you? Still a bachelor. Zhao Mingli was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xie Zhao Zhao. Don't speak yet. I haven't finished. You and Shin Xianyun are always together, almost sleeping in the same bed at night. Don't drag me into this. I won't be a third wheel. Zhao Mingli was so angry that a halo appeared around his eyes, and he quickly raised his hand to rub his forehead. His temper was even more rebellious than when he was a child. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Xianyun and I share the same ideals and are innocent. I will definitely approve of your marriage this time. Your approval doesn't matter. It has to be mine. I want to make money, not men. If you force me to marry, I will. Bring a man home every day. You can deal with that. Zhao Mingli felt dizzy again. He had survived big storms before, but now, after just a few words from his sister, he wondered why he even came back. Marriage and children, it's all a sin. Shin Xianyun stood at the door, hesitant whether to speak or not. He overheard Zhao Mingli suggesting that Xie Zhao Zhao marry him and instinctively stopped in his tracks. He was already of marriageable age himself, so he wanted to know her thoughts. But he didn't expect her to say something so shocking. He truly found it hard to speak now. Xie Zhao Zhao was about to leave when she turned her head and saw Shin Xianyun standing under the red cherry blossom tree. He wore a white shirt, gentle and refined like jade. Indeed, anyone looks beautiful standing under a cherry blossom tree. This moment was perfectly composed, a beautiful scene worth capturing. She didn't deny that Shin Xianyun was handsome, elegant, learned, and talented. Women who liked him could line up from here to the South City Gate. But she simply didn't feel anything. No spark. Mr. Shin. When Zhao Mingli heard her call him Mr. Shin, he saw him slightly turn his head, with a very interesting expression on his face. Shin Xianyun smiled gently, maintaining his graceful demeanor, as if he hadn't heard the siblings' argument. Xie Zhao Zhao secretly hoped he hadn't heard what they said. Nothing bad, just a misunderstanding. She greeted him confidently. Shin Xianyun smiled and stepped forward. Zhao Zhao, Shun and my elder brother haven't had any improper relations. You misunderstood. Just then, Xie Zhao Zhao had felt hot and stuffy, but now she suddenly felt cold. A chill ran down her back. What kind of day was today? She forced a couple of awkward laughs. Very good, very good. Then she hurried back to her room. She shouldn't have come today. She should have packed her things and gone to the capital, leaving only a letter for her cousin. She had already planned to leave. Now, she was even more determined. How embarrassing. Shin Xianyun waved his folding fan and asked, Brother Shin, are you really going to marry Zhao Zhao to me? Zhao Mingli was silent for a moment, then looked towards Xie Zhao Zhao's room and sighed. I just wanted to stop her from going to the capital. I didn't mean to say those things, and I ended up causing trouble for you.
Sorry about that.
I am willing to marry. What did you say? Zhao Mingli was surprised. Shin Xianyun, a respectful and proper gentleman, restrained himself and replied politely. He had just heard Zhao Zhao Zhao's words. Did he truly want to marry her? I said I am willing to marry Zhao Zhao. She is the only woman who has ever made me think about settling down. Shin Xianyun smiled gently. He had never thought about it before, but today, hearing Zhao Mingli's words, he started to feel a bit hopeful. You know my family best. I want to decide Zhao Zhao's future, but I can't really make the decision. I only have this one sister, and I don't want her to be sad or upset. So, I can't agree to your proposal. Those words earlier were spoken in front of Zhao 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 because he didn't want her to go to the capital. But she is stubborn, and he fears he can't stop her. Shun Xianyan seemed to expect this. Mingli is practically a protective older brother. How could he force her to do something she doesn't like? The world isn't very big. If she goes to the capital, they will meet sooner or later. Even if they forget their past feelings, they still have a child. It's truly a difficult situation. Shun Xianyan raised an eyebrow, his expression calm and composed. What if I accompany her to the capital in the name of her fiancé? A strong woman fears being bothered by a man, but over time, she might be willing to marry him. And what if Pei Heng finds a way to detoxify her? And what if he doesn't? Shun Xianyan smiled faintly, his voice soft. Since she wants to marry someone, why can't it be me? When Zhao Mingli entered, Xia Zhao Zhao was sitting cross-legged on a soft couch, covering her face with a pillow, clearly refusing to communicate. Seeing him come in, she took the pillow away and showed a stubborn attitude. Can you go to the capital? We can put the marriage aside for now, Zhao Mingli said, but then noticed she still looked indifferent. Are you listening to me? Xia Zhao Zhao finally put down the pillow. I'm waiting for you to finish talking. Don't tell me there are no other conditions. Zhao Mingli was amused and a little frustrated with her. I want Shun Xianyan to accompany you to the capital in the name of your fiancé. Xia Zhao Zhao suddenly sat up. You're still not giving up? Zhao Mingli calmly explained, Xianyan just asked me to marry you. Are you trying to sell your sister for fame? Stop joking. Zhao Mingli looked serious. I only have you as my family. I would never joke about your lifelong happiness. Xianyan is gentle and polite, understands us well, and will love and protect you in the future. Xia Zhao Zhao looked speechless. I can live well without a man. Please just focus on your own lives. Stop talking nonsense. You started first, big brother. I won't respond. If you have the courage, all of you come to the capital and watch me closely. Don't blink. Watch me become rich and successful. Zhao Mingli closed his eyes, feeling a bit helpless. He wasn't sure if the Zhao family ancestors were wealthy or noble. But since he could remember, there had always been business at home, and money was never a problem. His father and aunt weren't materialistic. As for him, unless he had a strange adventure, he wouldn't have such wealth. He had said before that all of it belonged to her. He, a grown man, didn't need so much money. But this girl was like a money grubber, completely obsessed with wealth. Who does she resemble? Shun residence young master. Absolutely must not go to the capital. The city is dangerous and will put you at risk. Butler Shun hurriedly advised when he heard Shun Xianyan plan to go to the capital. Isn't every place dangerous? Besides, the more dangerous, the safer it is, Shun Xianyan said calmly, giving him a look. Butler Shun knew the young master had made up his mind and couldn't change it. He sighed quietly and packed his luggage. He always knew that Xia Zhao Zhao would cause trouble for the young master sooner or later. Sure enough, she is a troublemaker for the heart. Butler Shun shook his head. Shun Xianyan sat in a chair, looking at the moonlight outside. They say the moon is brightest in one's hometown. But tonight, he thought the moon was especially beautiful. Fong residence courtyard. Fong Xiuqiu finished bathing and saw Xia Zhao Zhao lying openly on her bed. Their houses are separated by a wall. Xia Zhao Zhao often came over, and even the maid in the house was used to it. What's wrong? Did you have another dream? I haven't had that dream in a long time. Xia Zhao Zhao rested her chin on her hand. Andy Shui, why don't you consider taking my brother as your husband? Becoming a concubine is fine. No need for formal marriage. Fong Xiuqiu was amused. Honestly, your brother cares so much about you. It's not really your brother, more like a real father. Xia Zhao Zhao pouted. Who says it's not? Sharing the same face as her old father, she automatically thought of him every time she saw her. He and Shun Xianyan planned to go to the capital with me. What do you think about that? Fong Xiuqiu was surprised. I've already said Shun Xianyan doesn't have pure intentions toward you. Fong Xiuqiu also knew about Xia Zhao Zhao being poisoned. Over the past few months, she had been trying to find out more. Actually, she decided to go to the capital for 2 reasons. Besides opening Manhwa Tower and Yulo Spring there was another reason. Her father sent a secret message saying that the southern border envoy was about to arrive in the capital to celebrate His Majesty's longevity, and the poison from the Goof family originated from the south border. There might be a way to solve it. She knew that Pei Heng loved Zhao Zhao deeply. Without the poison issue, they should have been a happy couple. She couldn't bear to see their love broken and butterflies flying alone. Pei Heng's love for Zhao Zhao was undeniable, otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the capital so decisively. Even when Zhao Zhao arrived in the city, with his love for her, he wouldn't risk her life. He has his own power to like, and I have the power to refuse. No one owes anyone anything, Xie Zhao Zhao said clearly. Love is never completely fair. It's not about who gives more will get more in return. It's good that you understand. I'm just worried you might be temporarily moved, Fang Shiqiu said, pouring wine. The two of them sat at a small table, drinking together. When love comes, it's often without reason. But I see he's very clear-headed. I feel like I've loved someone before. Xie Zhao Zhao tilted her head in thought, then suddenly smiled. It probably isn't my ex-husband, right? His separation letter was very cold and heartless, talking about how the wife should straighten her hair, tidy her eyebrows, and choose a high-ranking official as her husband. It's all nonsense. It's just that she no longer loved him. A wave of discomfort hit her chest again. Fang Shiqiu saw her face was pale and quickly poured her more wine. Don't think about the past. There are so many handsome men in the capital. You might get distracted. That's right. He must be as handsome as Pan and talented in both literature and martial arts, able to handle official duties and cook in the kitchen, and also able to make me happy, Xie Zhao Zhao said as she took a sip of wine. Fang Shiqiu sighed inwardly. Isn't all this just about Pei Heng? Hopefully, this trip to the capital will help her get rid of the poison. In the capital, Pei Heng leaned on the bed, glancing at the man sitting beside him eating a peach, his handsome face showing a faint tiredness. Don't you have a family of your own? Can't you go back to your house and stop bothering me all the time? Lu Romeu looked up at him, then threw the peach pit away. I just came to see you. When will you stop ruining yourself? Do you think the Pei family's heartless people will care? Pei Heng closed his eyes and said calmly, None of your business. Lu Romeu straightened up, sneering without regard for manners. Can you stop being so lifeless over a woman? You're covered in white hair, like an old man. Xie Huimin is locked in a dark prison with no sunlight. Pei Chen also died this time. You've done enough for her. Pei Heng looked at him with raised eyebrows, but his expression remained as calm as a still pond. It's my own choice. What does it have to do with her? If she cannot resolve the poison, he will never find happiness in his life. Just die, you. Lu Romeu said this, but he still couldn't bear to see him sad. The southern border envoy is coming to Beijing to celebrate the emperor's birthday. The witchcraft and poison originate from the south. Maybe there's a way to fix it. The man leaning on the bed suddenly brightened his eyes. Really? This time, he finally killed Pei Chen, but he was set up by Pei Chen and betrayed by his own father, and he was badly injured. He has been resting and healing these days, so he naturally doesn't hear much news from the palace. Lu Romeu snorted softly. If lying benefits you, then fine. But since Xie Zhaozhao's poison isn't cured, I think you're not feeling happy either. Pei Heng is risking his life in Beijing for her. He's risking everything, yet that woman is carefree and happy. Fortunately, he already sent people from Chang'an Pavilion to Fangcheng to discuss cooperation. A messenger on a fast horse brought news that Xie Zhaozhao is already on her way to the capital. For Pei Heng's sake, he still wants to see them as a couple. Even if there's no way to cure the poison, if she dares to flirt with other men, he would eliminate them one by one. If she pairs up with someone else, he would kill them all. Pei Heng is alone, and she will have to grow old in loneliness. Have you found out who is traveling with her? Where are they staying? Pei Heng supported himself with his arm, sitting upright. He seems to have regained some spirit. Rest well, and focus on your recovery. Your matters are my matters. I will inform you as soon as I have news, Lu Romeu said. With his impatient attitude, if he finds out, he might go even if he's injured.
Got it.
Now go away. Pei Heng closed his eyes, returning to his usual coldness. In the past, he was just stern and serious, but his heart was warm. Now, even his heart has frozen. The only thing that can move his emotions is Muir. And he said Muir has been asking about father these days. You should rest well. If he dies, I might as well adopt Muir as my son and have him inherit the title someday. Get lost, get lost, get lost. The Pei family isn't a good bunch. Pei Taifu favors Pei Chen, and the second and third branches of the family enjoy watching their quarrels. Now, with one dead and one injured, they probably celebrate in their own way. After Lu Romeu left, the room fell into silence. Pei Heng's gaze fell on a nearby folding screen. It was a picture of a family of 3 playing in the snow. She sketched the outline with charcoal, then had him redraw it based on her draft. But she never had time to do so properly. She didn't know when she would be able to show it to him. Xie Zhaozhao woke up again from her dream, startling Feng Qiuxiu. I dreamed that my son kept crying, calling mother, save me. He clearly didn't want to follow me, but wanted to go back to the capital with his father to live a good life. Why did he come into my dream? Is life not good enough? She was sweating all over, her chest aching faintly. She wanted to comfort him, but couldn't find where to do so. The pain seemed to have legs and could run away. Feng Xiuqiu poured her a cup of tea. It's just a dream. I often dream of my son crying and calling me. Xie Zhaozhao looked sad, feeling inexplicably blocked inside. Once I get into the capital, I want to see him. Her son wasn't born from her. She thought she had no strong feelings. But just now, in the dream, when her son cried, she also felt heart-wrenchingly painful. Even now, thinking about it makes her feel uncomfortable. Of course, go to sleep first. We need to hurry tomorrow, Feng Xiuqiu comforted her. Xie Zhaozhao nodded. Although she lay down, she couldn't sleep at all. In half a month, they would reach the capital. She was eager to enter the city, feeling like someone was waiting for her there. But she couldn't remember who it was. Could it be because her body belonged to the original owner, so she was worried about her son? Xie Zhaozhao didn't sleep well that night and felt unwell the next day. The weather was hot, and she was feeling drowsy. Zhao Mingli saw she was not energetic and suggested they rest at the inn for a day. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the capital anyway. Taking an extra day might make things easier. He had already written to Pei Heng to prepare for their arrival, so he thought the letter should have arrived by now. Xie Zhaozhao was drinking tea with Feng Xiuqiu when Steward Shen brought in some ice and placed it around her. Lu Li skillfully fanned the air, making the room cooler. Feng Xiuqiu secretly glanced at Xie Zhaozhao with a look of amusement. Young Master Shen's intentions are very obvious. The small town where they stayed had only a few places that could afford ice. But this young Master Shen not only got some, but also used it to cool off. TSK. Even as an onlooker, she couldn't help but think that although it seemed opportunistic, it was quite good for Zhao Zhao. Xie Zhaozhao gently fanned herself with her handheld fan, saying, "Love is never fair. If I accept him, it would be cruel to myself." Before leaving for the capital, she had already told him clearly she didn't like him and wouldn't consider marriage. In this era, as described in books, men having 3 wives and 4 concubines was common, and they were all rotten cucumbers. She wasn't interested in picking up trash. Shun Xianyun said he wouldn't force her and would only be friends. Since they were friends and exchanged visits, she decided to give him some silver. Actually, he's not bad, Feng Xiuqiu gave an honest opinion. Do you want to give it to him? Feng Xiuqiu patted her arm. Stop talking nonsense. Xie Zhaozhao hesitated for a moment, then looked back at the ice. I think he is a bit hard to read. Perfection without a single flaw, like it was custom-made. If this were modern times, it would be a typical scam setup. She couldn't see through him. Since she didn't like him, she naturally wouldn't bother to test his heart. Feng Xiuqiu frowned and thought. She had known him for a long time, but she had never seen any negative emotions on his face. He was polite and respectful, like wearing a mask. He was indeed nice to Zhao Zhao and had put in effort. But this kindness lacked genuine feelings. It wasn't the kind of emotion that should be there. So, what do you plan to do? Reciprocation doesn't necessarily mean feelings. In the evening, Shen Xianyan received the gold cake sent by Lu Li on behalf of Xie Zhaozhao.
Bold and straightforward.
Shen Xianyan waved his fan and smiled, asking Steward Shen to take it. Even such shocking words could be spoken. What was sending a gold cake? A lifetime is long, and one should find an interesting companion to avoid boredom. Lu Li bowed respectfully and then went back to report. But as soon as she turned around, her smile disappeared. Ugh, such shamelessness. Taking advantage of others' difficulties, trying to steal someone's partner. If this happened in their village, she would have been beaten half to death. Their lady just forgot her master. She wasn't stupid. It was a pity that the young master had once called him teacher. Steward Shun held the box, feeling like cursing. Who did he look down on? His master wouldn't lack money. He was ungrateful. But then he thought again, and found it quite good. A woman who remarried, how could she be worthy of the young master? At least she had some self-awareness. They traveled from the border town to the capital for over 3 months and naturally missed the Qixi festival. But soon it was Mid-Autumn Festival. The capital was lively, and after Mid-Autumn, there was the emperor's birthday celebration. The whole country rejoiced, making it even more bustling. Chang'an Pavilion and Qianqiu Jian sent people to greet them outside the city and prepared inns. Fang Shuqiu had a residence in the capital, but declined their invitation. The capital truly lives up to its name. Full of gold, Xie Zhaozhao thought she was in the right place. This was the grandeur of a great nation. Full of gold, but also full of danger. The people from Chang'an Pavilion and Qianqiu Jian are so well informed. Their background must be complicated, Zhao Mingli said. The wealth in the capital was tempting. But behind it, there were shadows and dangers everywhere. Since we're here, let's face whatever comes, Xie Zhaozhao yawned. Her cousin was right. They were new here, and although she had the status of young Lady Qiu, the capital was full of officials and noble families. Being the only outstanding person often invites jealousy, which is not good. So let many flowers bloom together. In such a big market in the capital, one shop cannot satisfy everyone. You are quite carefree. I'm not carefree. I've been thinking all along. Maybe my cousin regrets not wanting to invest in me anymore. Xie Zhaozhao pretends to be pitiful. Although she has saved some money, opening a shop in the capital still needs more. Zhao Mingli taps her forehead and says, "Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Brother, that hurts." Of course it does. She is disobedient and insists on coming to the capital. Pei Heng's injuries are almost healed. He has made great contributions this time, and the emperor has promoted him to be the head of the Dali Temple. His official position is higher than his father's, which feels like a slap in the face. The Pei family's case was cleared, and the emperor restored their noble titles. Pei's father also regained his position as the crown prince's junior tutor. Although the crown prince's ban has been lifted, he has not been reinstated as crown prince, only as the Prince of Qin. Since the great Qi has not appointed a crown prince, this junior tutor position is just a nominal title. But Pei Heng's ambitions are not fulfilled. He wants to serve the court, but the emperor promotes his son instead of him. That really hurts. After being injured, Pei Heng moved out of the duke's mansion. The emperor quickly granted him a residence. Now, not only the Pei family but the entire court is secretly waiting for the father and son to face each other. The most favored son of the grand tutor Pei was killed by Pei Heng. Not only was he killed, but his body could not be recovered. To protect the family, Pei Chen's name, which was carefully recorded in the family tree, was erased. This was not just murder, but a deep desire to kill. Years ago, the Princess Chang protected the Pei family with her life, but the grand tutor Pei had an affair with his cousin and had a child in Lingnan. That was during the princess's mourning period. Can anyone not hate this? Lu Rongyu finally managed to get someone to meet him. Today, the Peach Blossom Source added new dishes, and he brought Lu Rongyu to try them. He had been investigating cases since returning to the capital, and they hadn't had a proper meal together. Although Pei Heng was here, He seemed absent in spirit, drinking cup after cup, not speaking. Lu Rongyu knew he was feeling upset and didn't try to persuade him. Anyway, he was good at drinking and wouldn't get drunk. While they were drinking, Lu Rongyu's guard came in and whispered in his ear. Lu Rongyu looked at the man across from him and then sneered. The table is overturned, and the shop is smashed by me. No way, Pei Hung said calmly. He has strong internal strength and excellent hearing. Even if the guard lowered his voice, Pei Hung still heard him. The guard was hesitant. Their young master dares to set fire to his own mansion, and in this capital, besides the palace, there's nowhere he wouldn't dare to do it. Prince Pei is not someone to be easily provoked. Watch what you're doing. Who do you think you are? Lu Rongyu kicked a guard. I can't stand brothers being cuckolded. Xia Zhaozhao is your person for life, and her ghost will haunt you after she dies. It's just a meal. Do you have to be so rough? Pei Hung didn't lift his head and continued drinking. Are you so carefree that you think you can control the whole capital? Shin Xianyun is your cousin's good friend. He hopes to break you apart. Otherwise, why would you rent out the entire restaurant just for a simple dinner with singing and dancing? Does she like him? Lu Rongyu was so angry he stood up. She doesn't remember you anymore. She only likes other men. Who knows if they've already decided to be together? Pei Hung clenched his hand around his cup and pressed his lips without speaking. Lu Rongyu raised his eyebrows proudly. The table was overturned, the restaurant was smashed, and the handsome guy's leg was broken. The guard responded affirmatively and then withdrew. Lu Rongyu looked pleased. The capital is our territory. If a woman is taken here, not only you, but I also have no face to live. Last night, he interrogated Xia Huimin again, making her hand over the antidote for the poison. She refused even after losing 2 teeth.
They were really at odds now.
When the southern border envoy arrives in the capital and finds the antidote, he will cut her apart, piece by piece.
Not to be done again.
Lu Rongyu chuckled. Pei Yiji, just pretend. Who was it last time, drinking and crying while holding a scroll? Can you shut up? Pei Hung was annoyed by him. Today is Zhao Mingli's birthday, and Xia Zhaozhao plans to give him a surprise. Her brother really treats her well. One must have a conscience. This restaurant belongs to Feng Shiqiu, and they closed for the day to celebrate Zhao Mingli. Xia Zhaozhao even prepared a song. Shun Xianyun's playing was good, perfect to add to the fun. But just as the food was served and the birthday cake hadn't arrived yet, a group of people stormed in. They overturned tables and smashed chairs. The worst part was they also broke the musical instrument. The instrument was bought with great money by Xia Zhaozhao. Today, Shun Xianyun was going to tune it and give it to her son. Although her son was the original owner's child, she had taken over her body and had been dreaming of him lately. Perhaps the original owner missed her son. While shopping, she inexplicably entered a musical instrument shop and immediately liked this instrument. Now it was all destroyed. Xia Zhaozhao was upset about the instrument and wasn't prepared when a guard suddenly rushed to Shin Xianyun. Before she could react, a stick was swung at Shin Xianyun's leg. Feng Shiqiu was also very angry. This is in the capital city, under the emperor's watch. It's surprisingly reckless. Don't you have any sense of law? Feng Shiqiu shouted. They moved so quickly that by the time the palace guards reacted, they had already left. On their way out, they smashed the sign that said shop closed for good luck and closed for the day. Really crazy. Sir, are you alright? Steward Shun helped Shin Xianyun up, angry. He didn't even see clearly what happened. The sir was just attacked. He looked at it, wondering why it was coming straight at their sir. Could it be that the sir's whereabouts were discovered? The capital city is indeed a dangerous place. The sir was also foolish. Why didn't he fight back at such a critical moment? Xia Zhaozhao quickly put down her lute and looked at Shin Xianyun. Are you hurt? Steward Shin rolled his eyes at Xia Zhaozhao, about to speak, but Shin Xianyun's gaze stopped him. It's probably broken, Shin Xianyun said casually, not even frowning. It seemed as if his leg wasn't broken at all. Steward Shin was even more upset. He let out a meow and started crying. He had warned that beauty could bring trouble, The Sir being with her wasn't a good sign. One person go get a bone-setting doctor, and another report to the Dali Temple, Fong Shiqiu ordered. Since it happened in her shop, she couldn't just ignore it. Shen Xianyun was indeed someone who kept his true strength hidden, but he hadn't done anything to hurt them. They couldn't just see him as an enemy. This was very strange. They had just entered the capital and hadn't offended anyone, nor had they done anything out of line. It seemed more like it was targeting Shen Xianyun. They only broke his leg. The Wang family estate. After Shen Xianyun was carried back, Steward Shen immediately knelt down. Sir, the capital is a dangerous place. It's not good to stay too long. Whether it was someone who found out Shen Xianyun's whereabouts or the Emperor of Daki knowing his identity, it would be a big problem. Today, those people's identities were definitely not simple. Shen Xianyun sipped tea calmly. If he sent someone, today, it wouldn't just be my leg. What do you mean, sir? Steward Shen wiped his tears. Our identity hasn't been exposed. Uncle Shen, don't worry too much. Then who sent those people today? Steward Shen asked. Shen Xianyun smiled faintly, still calm and composed. You don't need to know. Sir, you're risking my life. Steward Shen sighed. I think the Wang family's feng shui is bad. The Sir has only been here a few days and already broke his leg. It might be better to move out with Lord Zhao. The capital is big, and living here isn't easy. Renting a place costs money, but living here with all necessities covered isn't bad at all. Steward Shen. All right, whatever you say. Xie Zhao felt a bit guilty. If she hadn't asked Shen Xianyun to play the zither, he might not have been so shy and avoided her. Moreover, she was the first to hold the instrument, not caring about Shen Xianyun at all. How could she be so heartless? Even a passerby would show some concern. It just didn't add up emotionally or logically. He had broken his leg. He wouldn't recover well in less than 2 or 3 months. It would be better to give him a wheelchair, practical, and a way to show apology. Meanwhile, Peiheng was still drinking in Peach Blossom Valley when the official report from the Dali Temple arrived. It wasn't that the subordinates lacked insight or made a fuss over nothing. This was a case reported by the Prince of An's residence. They had to take it seriously. Most importantly, daring to smash the Fong family's restaurant meant the person behind it was not simple. It was like a fight among gods, and ordinary people suffered. He dared not make decisions on his own. Finally, he managed to find out about Lord Pei's whereabouts and hurried over. Lord Pei, will you take this case or not? Lu Rongyu was in a good mood. He was relieved that the young man had broken his leg. His subordinates handled the matter efficiently this time, all rewarded. If they misbehaved again, they'd have another leg broken. No, cut off their hands. Let them see if they dare to play the zither and decent women. Peiheng glared at Lu Rongyu. You caused this mess, and now you have the nerve to smile? I'm happy, so what? Lord Pei just now tacitly approved, Lu Rongyu said without even lifting his eyelids. Zhang Xiji wished he could go deaf. What had he just heard? Lu Xiaowengi was famous for being reckless. Zhang Xiji lowered his presence, dared not wipe the sweat from his forehead, and the sweat soaked his collar. Peiheng looked at Zhang Xiji, who was turning pale. The case is accepted. Tell the Prince of An's residence I will investigate personally. I will find out the truth and make the other party compensate for the restaurant's losses and apologize in person. Zhang Xiji finally relaxed. It was good that he wasn't being used as a scapegoat. Actually, Lord Pei was quite reasonable. At least he didn't shirk responsibility and let his subordinates take the blame. He quickly slipped away, afraid that Lu Xiaowengi might break his leg too. You wouldn't really want to push me out to apologize, would you? I tell you, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. Peiheng raised an eyebrow and said calmly, how many people in the capital dare to smash the Fong family's restaurant? You saying that makes me feel complimented, Lu Rongyu replied. Fong De was the only non-Han prince in Daki, which naturally made him suspicious. But the Fong family didn't involve themselves in court politics. They handed over military power. In front of the emperor, they were like a well-groomed cat. If the emperor wanted to show kindness, it was hard to do anything against the Fong family. Sometimes, even in small harmless matters, there is favoritism. Well, praise you. Pei Heng's deep voice remained calm, but the slight smile at the corner of his mouth showed he was feeling relaxed. Lu Rongyu smiled and said, "You're testing me, huh? I dare to take responsibility. No need for you, the Minister of Justice, to come personally. I will surrender myself." "You're so generous, Prince." "Pei Yi, I feel like I've been tricked by you. Who am I jumping around for? Our family depends on you to be together." Lu Rongyu leaned back slightly in his chair. "It's good that you know. Coming to the capital for Xia Zhaozhao wasn't to help her and some other unworthy people. In short, once you're here, don't think about leaving. Yi Ji is risking his life for her, so he can't just watch and do nothing." The chief of the Justice Department personally went to the prince and's residence, respectful and polite. "This case is being investigated and handled personally by Lord Pei. Rest assured, Princess, Lord Pei will make the culprit compensate for your loss and will visit to apologize." Lord Pei? Which Lord Pei? Fang Qiuxiu thought it couldn't be a coincidence that this Lord Pei must be Pei Heng, the newly appointed head of the Justice Department, Lord Pei Heng. "Rest assured, Princess, Lord Pei is very strict and fair in law enforcement. The nationwide shocking case of a girl kidnapped and sold, Lord Pei had carefully traced from the border town all the way to the capital. Even involving high officials in the court and their households, Lord Pei was fearless, sweeping through everything. Lord Pei was like a god to them." Fang Qiuxiu's face stiffened. "Yes, it really was him. Fate, huh? Then I thank Lord Pei. You're too polite, Princess. We will take our leave now. Rest assured, we will bring news soon." After Zhang Sizitzi left, Xia Zhaozhao stepped out from behind the tree. "That Lord Pei is probably my ex-husband who abandoned his wife, right? He seems to be doing very well." Fang Qiuxiu forced a smile. "Are you still not over it?" Xia Zhaozhao pouted and said lazily, "Not really. Just thinking of him and hearing his name makes my chest feel tight. It shows how deeply he hurt me." "Zhaozhao," Fang Qiuxiu hesitated, then finally said, "It's good that you're over it. Old people and old matters are best left in the past." Although she hoped the couple would reconcile soon, given Zhao Zhao's current situation, she didn't dare take that risk. Xia Zhaozhao was momentarily lost in thought. What old people and old matters? She had no memory of them at all. Strange, really. She carried the memories of the original owner, but she simply couldn't remember Pei Heng and their son. "I need to go out for a while." "You don't have to come with me," Xia Zhaozhao said. "You are not familiar with the capital city, so I will ask Xingqing to accompany you." "No need. It's precisely because I don't know the place that I want to explore on my own." Xia Zhaozhao waved her hand confidently. Fang Xiuqiu saw her bringing the Liuli sisters and felt reassured. Xia Zhaozhao first visited a carpenter's shop and showed her sketches to the master there. With a brief explanation, the master understood immediately. Indeed, ancient people were not foolish, just different. After solving the wheelchair issue, Xia Zhaozhao relaxed. Since she was in the capital, she needed to understand the local environment and market. Some of her ideas might be new, but they might not suit the market. After all, there is a real generation gap. Today, she came out for shopping. Xia Zhaozhao and the Liuli sisters confidently entered Qianqiu Jewelry. The aesthetic taste of the people in the capital is truly good. They know how to enjoy life. The young waiter took Xia Zhaozhao directly to the second floor, which had a better view and was more suitable for female guests. Most women here come to watch plays, often from noble families or wealthy merchants' daughters, who are not short of money and care more about the environment. Xia Zhaozhao was here to investigate the market, so she didn't hesitate to spend money. She ordered the most expensive drinks and gave generous tips to the waiter. The waiter immediately smiled happily and became more attentive. "Madam, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll be waiting nearby." Xia Zhaozhao nodded, and the waiter happily left. Seeing that this lady was quite stern, she didn't expect her to be so generous. It's probably because the emperor's birthday is next month, and many officials have brought their families to Beijing to celebrate. She didn't dwell on it. As long as she could get a reward, that was enough. Xia Zhaozhao sipped the newly brewed osmanthus wine and nodded in approval. Its taste was indeed good. Although the wine at Manhwa Tower was also nice, it still didn't match this one in flavor. She planned to ask the waiter about it later. While enjoying the dance, the dancer's movements grew faster with the drum beats, her graceful waist spinning elegantly. Xia Zhaozhao was worried she might break her tiny waist. This was real skill, seductive yet refined. No wonder they called it Qianqiu jewelry. It was truly impressive. And this was just the appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Xia Zhaozhao looked forward to it even more. Just as she was captivated by the performance, a group of people entered. The respectful attitude of the shopkeeper showed the visitors' high status. The leader was very eye-catching. From afar, Xia Zhaozhao saw that person's white hair. He looked quite young. What a pity, white hair so early. When she saw his profile, Xia Zhaozhao felt her breath catch. He was tall, cold, and handsome, an elegant and cool aura. Just moments ago, she was annoyed by the white hair, but now she found him truly attractive. His white hair made him look both divine and aloof. His presence elevated to a new level. He was simply like a celestial being. That person seems to be looking this way, with some interest. Xia Zhaozhao didn't have time to look away. When their eyes met, her heart beat very fast. Pei Heng's fingers curled, and his whole body stiffened. His steps became a little unsteady. It really was her. Pei Heng struggled to control his urge to go over and find her. Under the guidance of the shopkeeper, they sat in the best seats with a good view. Her heartbeat was a bit too loud. Xia Zhaozhao took a deep breath, feeling that the person looked somewhat familiar. It seemed like she had seen him somewhere before. As soon as she thought this, she felt a terrible headache and discomfort in her chest. Never mind, forget it. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Pei Heng's seat was not far from hers. Although separated by a screen, he could still recognize her figure at a glance. His mind was full of that unintentional look they shared just now. Although it was only for a moment, it was like a mark engraved in his mind. Even when she was not beside him, she was still very beautiful, bright and charming, like a blooming rose. She said lovers are like flowers. Poor soil cannot grow beautiful roses. But now he knew it wasn't because he took good care of her, but because she was naturally wonderful. Just like now. Before finding an antidote, he had to control his desire. His love might harm her. All night, his eyes were not on the stage, but on her behind the screen. Pei Heng was silent. The officials who accompanied him saw he was distracted and dared not say much. Usually, the guests would throw gifts and gold onto the stage, cheering loudly. Even though the Qianqiu mirror had rules, people still tried to sneak a touch of the performer's small hand. But today, everyone was unusually quiet, honestly placing gifts on the trays that usually looked like decorations. They left after placing the gifts, without making excessive demands. The atmosphere was good earlier, so why did it suddenly turn into an administrative meeting during the concert? Was it necessary to be so serious? It seemed like the mood changed after that person arrived. Xia Zhaozhao waved her hand and called a young servant nearby, asking, "Who is that white-haired young man next door?" Xia Zhaozhao was indeed curious about the mysterious person's background. The young servant waited all evening for this chance to be useful. "Madam, be quiet. That person is very important," he whispered. Their first lesson was to recognize the powerful officials and children of the court. Otherwise, offending the wrong person could be deadly. Take the person next door. No matter which identity you mention, you can't offend him. He is Pei Heng, the emperor's close nephew and the minister of justice. Pei Heng, is that really Pei Heng? Xia Zhaozhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, he's Lord Pei. You won't find another like him in the whole city. Although he was young and had white hair, it didn't affect his good looks at all. Many young women in the city admired him. Xia Zhaozhao felt terrible. She touched her forehead, unsure if she was shocked or angry. So, it was him. That's great, really great. Xia Zhaozhao wanted to slap herself. She had just been enchanted by this young man again. Serves her right to be abandoned. The reason she didn't remember him was because the original owner was hurt badly, and her subconscious probably blocked some memories of him. But today, when she met him, she really needed to find him. Xie Zhaozhao gave the waiter a gold cake and whispered a few words. Although it was a bit difficult, it was still a gold cake. It could earn enough in a few years. "Don't worry, I'll try," the waiter said with a smile. It's understandable. Many women are interested in Lord Pei because of his handsome face. He could help invite people, but whether it would succeed was not guaranteed. This lady was stunning, and she looked quite fitting with Lord Pei. Pei Heng followed the waiter to the private room door and stopped in his tracks when he saw the person inside. His usually calm and serious face flashed with panic. After reacting, he quickly turned around. Just as he moved, a familiar voice came from behind. "Divorcing isn't a big deal. Do you really have to avoid suspicion?" Pei Heng's tense breathing gradually eased as if he had gathered his courage and turned around. "Zhao Zhao," before he could speak, Xie Zhaozhao interrupted. "Call me Mistress Xie." "Yes, Mistress Xie," Pei Heng replied politely. His tone was a little cold, but it sounded very pleasant. Xie Zhaozhao frowned slightly and felt uncomfortable again. "Lord Pei, please sit. I brought you here mainly to talk about our son," she said directly. Although they had divorced, the son was still the biological child of the original owner. Since she had taken over her body, she felt she should fulfill her duties as a mother. "Tell me, what do you want?" Pei Heng asked calmly. His tone carried a sense of superiority, as if looking down on her. It sounded like he was offering charity. He knew Xie Zhaozhao's temper and understood how to easily anger her. He was very observant and didn't miss her frowning just now. The poison in her body hadn't been cured, and approaching her was dangerous. If it acted up, even finding an antidote wouldn't help. So, he could only make her dislike him. Or even hate him. Xie Zhaozhao's anger was indeed stirred up. She truly was blind. And quite blind at that. Looking at the cold and stern face of the man, Xie Zhaozhao sneered without emotion. "Although my son has the surname Pei, I gave birth to him with all my might. There's a difference between being my biological child and being raised by me. Lord Pei, you should know this, right? I came to the capital today just to see my son." Pei Heng gave a cold smile with a hint of thin sarcasm. "It's just to use your son to control me. Tell me, how much silver do you want this time?" Xie Zhaozhao considers herself polite and rarely gets angry. But this Pei Heng, every word seemed to attack her weak points, bouncing around her heart repeatedly. "Lord Pei, are you trying to bully the weak? So what if I am? When we divorced, didn't you already know?" Pei Heng chuckled softly, his voice indifferent and lazy. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her hand and splashed tea in Pei Heng's face. "You're simply a scoundrel." Xie Zhaozhao was very angry. In modern times, she would have filed a lawsuit in court, and the court would enforce the judgment. But this era was a patriarchal one. Divorced couples, even if the mother's family was strong, the children belonged to the father. Even Princess Chiao, who was a noblewoman, found it hard to see her son. And more so for her. She thought Pei Heng would be better than that Zheng Sanling. But now she saw they were just the same. Xie Zhaozhao stormed off in anger. If she stayed longer, she was afraid she couldn't hold back and might hit him. But she knew she wouldn't be able to win. This scoundrel could do such things. He might even hit his wife. It seemed she had to find another way to see her son. Money could make miracles happen. She didn't believe Pei Heng would always guard his son. She would find an opportunity. When she returned to her seat, she vented at the Liuli sisters, scolding Pei Heng harshly. The Liuli sisters exchanged a silent glance, not daring to speak a word, just quietly listening. "What's wrong with you two? Why aren't you helping me curse that?" Xie Zhaozhao's chest heaved with anger, her figure more alluring than ever. The two sisters looked away, afraid to speak or look too long. After Xie Zhaozhao left, Pei Heng sat alone, unmoving for a long. The Liuli sisters exchanged a silent glance, not daring to speak a word, just quietly listening. "What's wrong with you two? Why aren't you helping me curse that?" Xie Zhaozhao's chest heaved with anger, her figure more alluring than ever. The two sisters, when she saw Pei Heng about to kneel, He raised his hand to stop her. Did she remember something? Luli shook her head. The lady doesn't remember anything, but she often dreams. Once, she called out the names of her master and young master in her sleep. Luli and her sister stay up every night to watch over Lady Xia, fearing any sudden accidents. She wants to see Muir. I will find a good chance to take Muir out and create a chance encounter. You should cooperate when the time comes. Luli's face lit up with joy. The master truly cannot bear to see the lady sad. Rest assured, I will cooperate well, Luli said. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke again. Master, that Mr. Shun, even with an injured leg, still sent someone to buy the osmanthus cake the lady likes. It clearly shows ill intentions. The handsome man's face remained expressionless, calm, and untroubled. As long as she is taken care of, everything else is not important. Luli became anxious. The master was too trusting. The lady now remembers nothing. If the antidote isn't found and she is taken away, what should be done? There's one more thing I need to tell you. It's inconvenient for her to stay at the prince's residence. I have a house here. Find a way to let her notice it, Pei Hung said slowly. He felt helpless about making her angry. He couldn't bring himself to ignore her completely after knowing she came to the capital. Since he knew she entered the city, he prepared this house. Zhao Mingli was very eager to protect his sister and refused to accept this. So, he could only rely on Luli and her sister. He still knew Zhao Zhao's preferences. That house was definitely something she would like. Pei Hung sat at the table, talking to Lord Zhang beside him. When Xie Zhao Zhao left, he looked calm as usual. Even when he casually glanced up, his expression remained cold and indifferent. E.g., Pei Hung only slowly looked up when he heard the voice. Princess Wanning. Lin Wanning had noticed the two long ago and also saw the faint, unintentional glance Pei Hung cast when Zhao Zhao's figure disappeared. She felt lonely and sad. She didn't know what had happened between them, but seeing their silent reunion, it seemed they had a falling out. When Pei Hung brought Muir back to the capital, she sensed something was wrong, but Aunt Pei was meticulous and refused to tell her. Although Pei Hung returned to the capital, in these 6 months, including today, she had only seen him twice. The last time was during a spring outing at Qinghe River. He took Muir along, but Muir was unhappy. He was busy comforting his son and didn't say much. I think I just saw Lady Pei. Was I mistaken? Lin Wanning smilet. The officials behind Pei Hung seemed to be drinking with their heads down, but their ears were alert. Men's curiosity about gossip surpasses that of women, especially when it concerns her. Ever since he brought a 3-year-old child to the capital, rumors have been spreading nonstop. Some say the child is illegitimate. Some say Pei Hung abandoned his wife of many years. Others say his wife was unfaithful and left him. In short, there are many rumors. But no one dares to ask the truth. Is the Lady of Wanning really so powerful? I heard she and the young master grew up together and have a close relationship. One has a son and the other has a daughter. Could it be? However, the Empress has sent the Blue Mist Princess to stay in her chambers, and it is said the Empress intends to matchmake. Now, another lady, Madame Pei, has appeared. People are very eager to know what is really going on. Pei Hung looked up slowly, his handsome face cold and distant. His voice was even more icy. You're not mistaken. It's her. Lin Wanning was surprised that Pei Hung would admit it directly. She paused for a moment, then smiled softly. It's good that Madame Pei has returned to the capital. I will visit her another day. Of course, this was polite but also a test. When she left the frontier city, she bid farewell to them. She remembered clearly how Xie Zhao Zhao treated her. No need. She's not familiar with you, Pei Hung said flatly, rejecting her directly. He didn't show her any respect at all. Lin Wanning felt a little embarrassed. She even found it hard to believe. Back then in the frontier city, he and Xie Zhao Zhao were husband and wife. But now that he's returned to the capital, their relationship is impossible. Why does he still leave no room for her? She looked at the man before her, familiar yet strange. He was no longer the young boy he once was. Although he used to be cold and distant, he would never embarrass her in front of others like this. He wasn't unaware of worldly manners. He was doing it on purpose. She remembered the scene when he was with Xie Zhaozhao. Without comparison, there's no pain. Her heart ached painfully. No matter how close she tried to get, she couldn't enter his heart anymore. Lin Wanning forced a smile. All right then. Madame Pei prefers quietness. Pei Heng nodded, and Lin Wanning managed to save a little face. But she couldn't stay any longer and left with her maid. Go find out if Xie Zhaozhao is living at the Pei residence, she ordered. Pei Heng refused several times, but Xie Zhaozhao was spoiled and proud. She wanted to see what kind of ending this perfect couple would have. Xie Zhaozhao had been busy these days, but everything was going smoothly. The Qianqiu Mirror and Chang'an Pavilion were nearby, and a theater was being transferred. They had been pushed to the limit by these two businesses. She had only recently renovated it at the beginning of the year, but business was still poor. Now she was tearfully selling it. Just take the money and sell. Feng Shuqiu and Xie Zhaoshao immediately decided to buy it. This wasn't a gift from the sky. It was like a golden pie falling from the sky. Next, she decided to redesign the shop. Xie Zhaozhao didn't plan to redecorate again because it would cost too much and take too much time. Soon, the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Emperor's birthday would arrive, and many officials would come to Beijing to pay their respects. Business would surely be very busy, so she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Xie Zhaozhao believed that soft decorations and creating a good atmosphere were more important. She made some adjustments based on the previous setup, focusing mainly on the content she provided. Feng Shuqiu was busy recruiting people, while Xie Zhaozhao stayed at the shop. With her experience from Manhwa Tower, they worked well together. After finishing her work, Xie Zhaozhao realized she was a bit hungry. Recently, she had been eating hurriedly to save time, but today she really wanted a good meal. The Luli sisters were naturally happy. The lady of the house had been running around so much that she had lost some weight. There was a nice restaurant not far away, and since it was past the busy hours, they didn't have to wait. As soon as Xie Zhaozhao entered, she saw Lin Wanning coming down from a private room upstairs. Madame Pei, Wanning stood on the stairs, smiling politely, like a noble young lady. But Xie Zhaozhao sensed something unusual in her tone. It seemed a bit sarcastic. Their eyes met, and Xie Zhaozhao remembered her. It was her, one of Pei Heng's failed romantic interests. However, seeing her look so unfulfilled, it seemed she hadn't gotten what she wanted. So, the childhood sweethearts and the pure love in her mind didn't matter much to men when something new came along. Lady Wanning, Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. The Luli sisters behind her became alert. They wondered if this Lady Wanning might say something inappropriate. If so, they would have to be firm. Wanning smiled softly and said slowly, "Why isn't Iji with you?" Her people had already found out that Xie Zhaozhao didn't live in the Pei residence, and they had separated. Xie Zhaozhao shook her head with a bitter smile. Women shouldn't make things difficult for each other. Why, can't I eat without him? Wanning's face stiffened. The couple really seemed to have no respect for each other. Well, Iji has been busy with the Qinggu princess and the polo match these days, so he must be quite busy, Wanning said with a meaningful smile. Did she think that without her, they could live happily ever after?
Dream on.
Xie Zhaozhao wasn't angry as she had expected. She had seen Pei Heng's ruthless and shameless side before. He was very experienced at abandoning his wife. It wasn't surprising. Polo, why don't the county lord go? Do you not like it? Xie Zhaozhao looked at her and smiled. She didn't even show any sarcasm, and Lin Wanning already felt she had been deeply humiliated. She was a widow who had lost her husband. She was often talked about behind her back as being unlucky. Although she was clever and gained some sympathy, and even more decent than most young ladies, the circle of the Green Mist Princess was beyond her reach. Taking advantage of Lin Wanning's distraction, Xie Zhaozhao sneered and left. She was very hungry now and had no time to argue with her. Xie Zhaozhao, she suddenly spoke as she passed by Lin Wanning. You're just a woman who lost her status now. What are you so proud of? Full of spite and satisfaction. Xia Zhaozhao had to stop and looked at her with a proud and sarcastic expression. I'm very proud because, without Pei Heng, that annoying guy, I can have many young handsome men. If the county princess is really lonely and bored, I can introduce a couple for you? Xia Zhaozhao saw the smile forming at the corner of Lin Wanning's lips and didn't understand her meaning at first. Was she foolish? With her generous heart, she shouldn't be. She was prepared, ready to fight if Lin Wanning made a move. Even though she was hungry, it didn't affect her fighting spirit. She was quite happy at first, but her mood was really spoiled. She felt very annoyed, until she heard her speak. Yi Rongyu, what a coincidence. Only then did Xia Zhaozhao turn her head to look. Standing at the door were two people, looking like black and white impermanents. Weren't they the two fools? Pei Heng remained calm and unmoved, while Lu Rongyu looked full of righteous indignation. Obviously, they heard her earlier boast. Xia Zhaozhao rolled her eyes and continued upstairs. If they just heard, then so be it. Really, didn't they check the almanac before leaving? All the annoying people are gathering to find her for attention. Lu Rongyu quickly stepped forward. Xia Zhaozhao, stop right there. Pei Heng held him back. But he couldn't stop Lu Rongyu from speaking. As a woman, you say such things in public. Aren't you ashamed? None of your business. Xia Zhaozhao even didn't turn her head. That idiot broke Shen Xianyun's leg and smashed Qiu Nyang's restaurant. She hadn't even settled accounts with him yet, and now he's meddling again. Even the Dragon King of the East Sea wouldn't interfere so much. Xia Zhaozhao, you're rude. Lu Rongyu's face turned red with anger. This woman really knew how to provoke him. She made him furious every time. If any of you dare to seek attention from me again, I can be even ruder. Pei Heng, take good care of your cats and dogs. I don't have patience for this. After speaking, she walked away lazily, not bothering to argue. Hey, who do you think you're calling a dog? Lu Rongyu said angrily. But Xia Zhaozhao had already gone upstairs to the private room, so she couldn't hear him and wouldn't pay attention. I'm calling you a dog. Lu Rongyu looked at Pei Heng with disbelief, who was smiling at the side. What kind of look is that? You're happy to see me get scolded. I'm standing up for you, okay? It's none of your business. Did you not hear what she said? Honestly, I've never seen such a rebellious woman in the whole city. Today, I finally saw her.
Who are you siding with?
I'm your brother. Lin Wanning stood alone, watching the two men laugh and leave her behind, not even glancing at her. Her heart was full of hatred. What was she? She was like a clown jumping around, always causing trouble. In the end, she was disliked. They were all abandoned. Why should Xia Zhaozhao be proud? Last time, she almost succeeded, but then Ji Jingjun had an accident. Why was her luck so good? But her luck wouldn't last forever. Without Pei Heng's protection, with her face, who could really protect her? Lin Wanning looked back at the few people who had already disappeared and then left the restaurant. Lu Rongyu and Pei Heng also went into a private room on the second floor. Pei Heng looked calm, even more lively than usual, unlike his usual cold demeanor. She's still under your name. Do you really let her be so reckless? Lu Rongyu said angrily. None of your business. Pei Heng imitated Xia Zhaozhao's tone. You're angry at me too? Honestly, this woman's stubbornness is all because of you. Pei Heng looked at him coldly. I like to spoil her. Look at you, so useless. Do you see if she still cares about you? I'll tell you, if she dares to look for trouble, she'll get her legs broken. Lu Rongyu was serious about doing it. Xia Zhaozhao already had a face that attracted trouble. Seeing how Pei Heng was willing to risk everything for her, she knew many men would go to great lengths for her. Pei Heng looked at him coldly. Don't touch her. Just spoil her then. Lu Rongyu was speechless. They still had to find a way to get rid of this cursed poison, or else Xia Zhaozhao would eventually be wearing a big green hat from Yi. Xia Zhaozhao was already hungry, and now she turned her energy into an appetite. She asked the Luli sisters to sit down and eat together. Xia Zhaozhao tore a chicken leg for herself. Honestly, ancient food was very natural. This chicken leg was chewy. Delicious. Xia Zhaozhao poured herself a glass of wine again. You two are not allowed to mention that bad man anymore. Mention him once, and I will take away your chicken drumsticks. The Liuli sisters weren't afraid of losing their chicken legs, since the adults never neglected them. But taking away their chicken legs was too much. They loved eating chicken legs the most. They were caught off guard. They could only nod with tears in their eyes. The lady misunderstood the master a bit too much. She didn't know when she would be able to clear that misunderstanding. Xia Zhao Zhao let out a burp and accidentally ate a bit too much. It's best if she doesn't eat them. Otherwise, she could take the chance to act. When Xia Zhao Zhao went downstairs to settle the bill, she found out that it had already been paid. She sneered silently, thinking that small favors wouldn't make her feel better. She definitely wouldn't forgive that. Xia Zhao Zhao, exhausted, returned to her home and saw Shen Xianyan and others waiting at the door. More precisely, he was sitting in a wheelchair. Recently busy, after the carpenter made the wheelchair, she still had Uncle Zhao deliver it. Shen Xianyan pushed the wheelchair over to Xia Zhao Zhao. Although it was made of wood, the wheels were smooth, making it easy to move. Thank you for the wheelchair, or I'd be stuck in my room, Shen Xianyan said with a smile. His sincere tone made Xia Zhao Zhao feel a bit embarrassed. It was all caused by Lu Rong and that scoundrel. It all started because of her. Mr. Shen, don't say that, she replied. Still calling me Mr. Shen? Shen Xianyan looked at her with gentle eyes, as soft as bright moonlight. We've been through hardships together. We can consider each other friends now. I go by the single name Bin, with the courtesy name Xianyan. Just call me Xianyan from now on. Today, he wore a jade-colored round collar shirt. Even sitting in a wheelchair, he looked handsome and elegant, adding a touch of delicate charm. It reminded Xia Zhao Zhao of one of the four beauties from her youth, a character who stood out. Since he said this much, she really couldn't refuse anymore. She nodded and agreed, Xianyan. Then I'll call you Zhao Zhao, just like Mingli. Shen Xianyan raised his eyebrows, his expression becoming more lively. Shen Xianyan handed her a box. She wanted to refuse, but he insisted strongly. Open it and see. You'll like it. Xia Zhao Zhao finally took it. When she opened it, her eyes lit up, and she casually picked one out. She usually liked to use charcoal pencils for drawing. When she was in the border town, she bought some, but they were soft, easy to break, and not portable. The box of charcoal pencils Shen Xianyan gave her was better than hers, and she loved it very much. Although it wasn't made of gold or silver, it truly touched her heart. Thank you, I like it very much. Xia Zhao Zhao's eyes are bright and clear like silver. It's not a valuable thing. As long as you like it, that's enough. A sword light suddenly strikes. Before Xia Zhao Zhao can react, the box she is holding is sliced in half. She looks up and sees Lu Rongyu, who appears out of nowhere. I don't tolerate dirty things in my eyes. Where did you come from? Get lost quickly, Lu Rongyu says coldly, looking at the man in the wheelchair. If it weren't for Xia Zhao Zhao, this unkind woman, he would have cut not just the box but also this man's head. Prince Lu, this isn't your house. You can't act wildly here. Xia Zhao Zhao quickly holds back her anger. This man is simply a scoundrel, he's everywhere. Lu Rongyu shakes his robes and says, so what? Today, I am a guest of the princess. The other day, my men were looking for some bad guys, but they got the wrong information and accidentally damaged the princess's restaurant. I'm here to apologize today. Feng Xiuqiu nods slightly at Xia Zhao Zhao, confirming his words. The Jinlin Guard handles official duties. Not only her, but even princes and kings must give way. Lu Rongyu claims he's here on official business to catch people, and she can only swallow her anger. You should not only apologize to Mother Qiu, but also to Mr. Shen. His leg was injured by your men, Xia Zhao Zhao says sternly to the shameless man before her. Apologize? Lu Rongyu sneers, pulls out a gold cake, and tosses it into Shen Xianyan's lap as if shooing away a beggar. In my eyes, you're only worth this. And that's already considering Xia Zhao Zhao's face. Shen Xianyan remains completely calm and doesn't get angry. Thank you, Your Highness, he says politely. Lu Rongyu raises an eyebrow. You're sensible. I warn you. Stay away from Xie Zhaozhao in the future, or I can't guarantee you'll stay in the capital. Prince Liu, even with your great power, interfering in Zhao Zhao's personal affairs is too overbearing, Shen Xianyan says, meeting Lu Rongyu's gaze. Lu Rongyu sneers coldly. Shen Xianyan, I don't have that much patience for you. Try me if you dare. He openly threatens. This is in the capital city. Besides the emperor on the throne and Yiji, he doesn't care about anyone else. My affairs are none of your business, Xie Zhaozhao snaps back angrily, but with a forced smile. Although she doesn't like Shen Xianyun, she dislikes someone meddling in her matters even more. I will handle it whether you like it or not. Try crossing the line, he says, threatening her. He can't touch her, but he can deal with the men close to her. I have already divorced Pei Heng. I can marry whoever I want. Xie Zhaozhao's delicate and charming face was full of anger. Divorce or not, even in death, I want the Pei Xie family to be written on my tombstone, Lu Rongyu said boldly with a carefree smile. In the border town, he simply let her do as she pleased. But this was in the capital city. Especially given the current situation. Yiji couldn't step forward. He came instead. After speaking, Lu Rongyu swaggered away confidently. Xie Zhaozhao clenched her fists in anger, but she couldn't do anything about him. Fang Qiuxiu gently held her back and shook her head. Lu Rongyu's personality meant he could do what he said. Plus, the emperor spoiled him. After all, he bore all the blame and bad reputation, so the emperor just tolerated him. Mr. Shen, I apologize, Xie Zhaozhao said, looking at the broken charcoal stick on the ground. That scoundrel not only broke the box but also stepped on it to crush it. Shen Xianyan smiled slightly when she called him Mr. Shen again. That's okay, I still have more, he said.
Thank you, sir.
You're too polite, Zhao Zhao. Shen Xianyun's words carried a meaningful tone. Xie Zhaozhao thought of their recent agreement and felt even more apologetic. Pei Heng, that scoundrel. She would find time to clarify things with him. Until then, it was better to keep some distance. Who knew what that crazy Lu Rongyu might do? After Shen Xianyan left, Xie Zhaozhao was so angry she wanted to stamp her feet, eager to confront Pei Heng right then. Fang Qiuxiu hesitated to speak because she knew she couldn't say anything. When Lu Rongyu returned to his residence, he ordered someone to inform the officials inside to discuss matters. Seeing the urgency, the officials thought something major had happened at court, or at least a big issue in the prince's residence. When Lu Rongyu saw everyone had arrived, he took something out of his sleeve, but everyone was confused. What kind of poison was this? Or a hidden weapon? I don't care what methods you use, but you must produce a charcoal pen better than this. 3 days, at most 3 days. If you can't, pack up and get out. Lu Rongyu always spoke directly, but he was generous with money and held a high status. Even proud scholars had to endure his bad temper. But now, asking them to do this felt like a waste of talent and was very humiliating. Before they could think further, guards outside brought in a golden cake. Whoever makes the best one, this gold cake is theirs. Remember, it must be hard enough, easy to carry, and not dirty your hands. Everyone looked at the shiny gold cake. What was this? Food? Ridiculous. The next morning, Xie Zhaozhao rushed straight to Pei's residence. Zhao Mingli wanted to stop her, but couldn't. He could only go with her. Now, he was praying that Pei Heng was not at home. Generally, the heavens see his sincere heart, and the guards quickly come to report that the Lord went into the palace early in the morning and probably won't return home all day. Zhao Mingli quietly relaxes, glad he won't see her. Thank goodness. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly remembers Lin Wanning saying that Pei Heng has been spending time with Princess Qingwu playing kuju. She sneers. He goes daily to worship the princess's feet, yet she cares about his affairs. Fine. Very well. Xie Zhaozhao takes out a prepared sleeve dart and shoots 3 arrows at the signboard of the Pei residence. The arrows are sharp, cracking the sign, which finally falls heavily to the ground. Xie Zhaozhao carefully stores the sleeve darts, finding them very useful. Does she want her tombstone to have his name? Bah. First, she will smash his sign. The guard looks at the woman before him, whose appearance and temper don't match, and silently thinks that the Lord is truly perceptive. Sure enough, a stunning woman has come to cause trouble. Could it be that the Lord has gotten into some romantic trouble outside? Tell Pei Hung I will come again. You can't run from a monk, nor from a temple. All the pretty words in the divorce letter are just nonsense. The guard nods quickly and responds. The Lord says not to fight back or curse. If her next arrow hits him, he might lose his life. Shijaljal's carriage leaves, and the guard reports back. Master, that woman has already left. Pei Hung nods and continues to instruct his son's boxing practice. Pei Mu seems distracted. Father, is it true that mother came to see us? He heard his father just now talking to the guards. His father usually isn't so tolerant or patient with others. It must be mother. Pei Hung nods. Yes, but you can't see her now. I want to hide quietly so mother won't see me. Can I just take a quick look? Pei Mu looks at Pei Hung pleadingly. He hasn't seen his mother for a long time. He misses her. In his dreams, mother is holding him and kissing him. Be good. In a few days, I will find a way for you to see her. But remember our promise, or we will lose mother forever. Pei Hung gently pats his son's head with loving eyes. Pei Mu nods, obedient and determined. Don't worry, father. Mu won't say anything. Mu will even scold father with mother, so mother will feel sorry for Mu. Later, Mu will bring mother back home. Pei Hung tenderly hugs his son. Today we stop here. I will take you to eat osmanthus cakes. Pei Mu struggled to come down. No, I still want to practice. In the future, Mu'er will protect mother with dad. Mu'er doesn't want mother to leave us again. Pei Mu's small, fair face was full of determination. He is already 4 years old, not a 3-year-old anymore. He knows there are more bad people in the capital, and there are also the bad people in the Duke's mansion. They all seem to like him, but only his aunt is truly kind to him. He especially dislikes his grandfather. He notices that his father's look at him is different from how his father looks at his father. He doesn't like his father at all. He even protects the bad person who made mother sick. Pei Hung feels more and more guilty, with mixed feelings in his heart. It's not dad's fault. Both dad and mother are the best. The bad people did wrong. We didn't do anything wrong.
Dad, don't be sad.
Mu'er will stay with you. Pei Mu reached out his chubby little hand to touch his father's face. Dad clearly had no tears, so why did he look so sad? Does Dad miss Mother? After a long while, Pei Hung finally smiled. All right, Mu'er will stay with Dad. Let's practice a little more. When you grow older, Dad will teach you archery. I already know how to ride a horse. I can learn archery now. Pei Mu's eyes sparkled at the mention of archery. Dad gave him a small pony, saying that once he was good at riding, he could switch to a bigger horse. On his birthday, the Duke Lu gave him a small foal, which he really liked. Although he was a bad person before, he has now turned over a new leaf and is helping him and Dad. He reluctantly forgave him and accepted the small foal. Your strength isn't enough yet. It's dangerous to pull the bow and shoot. I'm not afraid. I can practice. I can do it 100 times, 1,000 times. I will definitely be able to pull it. He now wishes he could use all his strength to learn well and save his mother. He misses his mother so much. If you can master this set of boxing moves and lift that wooden bucket, Dad will teach you. Pei Hung pointed to the water bucket not far away. Pei Mu stared at the bucket, his face puffed up, then finally clenched his small fists and said, Dad, you have to keep your promise. 10 days, no, half a month, 10 days is enough. Good. Dad believes in Mu'er. Pei Mu practiced for another half hour before going to the study to read. Mother said a good man should be both talented and martial. Only knowing martial arts makes you a warrior. Only knowing literature makes you weak. Only combining both makes a true man. He wants to be a true man. Have you heard? Someone smashed the plaque in our mansion. How could I not know? I heard even the guards didn't dare to stop him. Who is that young lady? I heard she is very beautiful. Could she be an adult's close companion? A few young maids lowered their voices, clearly curious about her identity. Actually, They were more interested in the master's affairs. When he first arrived in the capital, he killed his own brother and quickly became the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, gaining great fame. He has no wife but has a son. Some say the young lord is not the child of the master. But the young lord clearly looks just like the master, and the master treats him with great care, as if he might break or melt if handled roughly. People say fathers don't hold their sons, but the young lord is always in the master's arms when he goes out. They were talking happily when they suddenly saw a small figure standing in front of them. It was the young lord, who should have been reading in the study. Though only 4 years old, he carried a commanding presence that made others feel naturally respectful. "What are you talking about?" The young maids quickly knelt down. "Sorry, young lord. Please forgive us." Even though he was only 4, the young lord had a strict routine for eating and sleeping, and he didn't need much help. He also didn't like to be disturbed while reading. So, they only served him from outside. They didn't expect him to come out himself. Pei Mu looked at the person beside him. "Ting Yu, gather the servants in the house. I have something to say." Pei Mu raised his voice slightly, but still sounded gentle. But no one dared to underestimate him. He was one of the 2 masters of the house. Everyone knew how much the master valued the young lord. They quickly gathered around. Pei Mu looked at everyone before speaking. "Today, I will only say this once. The woman is my mother. She is my father's wife. Because my father hurt her feelings, she refused to return home. Don't even think about a plaque. And if she wants to burn down the Pei house, you must help her. Just say these words from me. Keep them in your hearts. If you discuss this privately or spread it around, and it makes my mother sad, I will remember it. When that happens, I won't be so forgiving as today." After speaking, Pei Mu's guard, Ting Yu, sternly said, "Remember what the young lord said. We will remember and dare not disobey." Ting Yu then waved his hand. Everyone stepped back. When everyone left, Pei Mu spoke again. "Ting Yu, I need you to do something." Ting Yu respectfully bowed. "Young lord, just tell me what to do." The master had told him to take care of the young lord, and any order from him must be obeyed. "Go make 100 plaques. Remember, they shouldn't be too thick, so they don't hurt my mother's hands." Ting Yu dared not refuse. "Yes, sir." After Ting Yu left, Pei Mu's face suddenly looked sad and helpless. The grapes in the courtyard haven't ripened yet, but they are growing well enough to provide shade. The osmanthus flowers are already in bloom, and every day the kitchen prepares osmanthus cakes. But when will mother be able to return home? Xia Zhao Zhao is guiding performers in their movements, when suddenly she feels a sharp pain in her chest. Before anyone nearby can react, she faints. Zhao Mingli sees she isn't waking up and becomes very anxious. He keeps thinking about what to do. He keeps saying she shouldn't be allowed into the capital, but she insists on going. What should he do now? Feng Qiuxiu is also worried. "I've asked the butler to get Doctor who is the best healer." Before she finishes speaking, the butler comes back looking gloomy. "He will stay in the Fengke Palace tonight." "What about the other doctors?" "I heard they are all in the Fengke Palace." "There's no more information he can get." Fengke Palace is the Empress's residence, and she has been very favored since returning to the palace. Who dares to go into her palace to demand someone? No one would risk their life. Since they can't get a court doctor, there are many famous doctors in the capital. They can't compete with the Empress, but finding a well-known doctor in the city is still possible. The butler hurries off again. Everyone is worried when suddenly there is a commotion at the door. Pei Heng arrives in the night dressed in dark clothes, walking through the shadows. His dark, brooding appearance seems to blend with the night. Behind him is Doctor, who, carrying a medicine box. Feng Qiuxiu sees Pei Heng and feels like he is a savior. He walks quickly to Xia Zhaozhao's bedside, where she lies quietly. Her beautiful, oval face still looks charming, but she has lost her usual sparkle. Her lips are pressed together, unable to speak sweet words. "Doctor, who, please check her condition." Pei Heng's handsome face is now full of tension, very different from his usual calm and serious demeanor. Doctor, who nods repeatedly, approaches with his medicine box, and doesn't dare to delay. This is the person who could take her from Fengke Palace. If something goes wrong in Fengke Palace, it could be dangerous here too. These powerful people are not easy to mess with. Doctor Hu checks Xie Zhaozhao's pulse, which appears normal. She seems to be sleeping. But Pei Heng's tense expression suggests it's not that simple. This is troublesome. Doctor Hu can't help but sweat slightly. If he can't figure out what's wrong, he might not be able to go home. Please wait a moment, Lord Pei, says Doctor Hu, taking out silver needles from his box. He says to wait, but his hands move faster than usual. At the acupuncture points of Bai Hui, Feng Fu, and others, the needle was inserted. When it was time for the last needle, Imperial Physician Hu looked at Pei Heng and asked, "Does this needle need your cooperation, Lord Pei?" Actually, he could do it alone. But seeing how nervous Lord Pei looked, if he did it himself, he might be blamed. So, he decided to let him cooperate. Having stayed in the palace for a long time, to survive, one must not only rely on medical skills but also observe people's words and expressions. Every day, he held his breath, hoping for sunset, waiting to return home safely. That was the only way to feel alive. One careless moment, and life could end. Following Hu's instructions, Pei Heng pinched Xie Zhaozhao's chin, forcing her to open her mouth. Hu quickly inserted the needle, and then carefully observed. "Lord Pei, it seems the lady's symptoms are caused by poisoning," Hu said with a frown. As soon as Hu finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to him. They didn't expect the palace doctor to diagnose a poison, so maybe there was a way to cure it. Hu is truly a skilled doctor. Your wife has indeed been poisoned by a strange toxin. Pei Heng also felt a glimmer of hope. The envoy from the southern border had just arrived in Luoyang, and those sent to gather information hadn't returned yet. He was anxious every day, feeling like he was being fried in oil. Hu's brow furrowed even deeper. He didn't know much about the toxin. If Brother Su were here, he might have a solution. Unfortunately, Brother Su had passed away 2 years ago. The reason the lady fainted is because her body is trying to resist the control of the insect poison. There is no immediate danger to her life. She should wake up in about half an hour. Before he died, Brother Su did leave some notes. I will go back and check if there's a way to cure her. But Lord Pei, you should also consider other plans and not delay her treatment. As a doctor, he naturally had a strong desire to conquer difficult illnesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a good doctor. But if the challenge failed, his life would be over too. So, he secretly worked 10 times or even 100 times harder, but he dared not speak openly about it. Pei Heng understood what Hu meant and said repeatedly, "Thank you, Lord Hu. If you need anything, just say so." With this, Hu felt a little more at ease. As doctors, they preferred to face reasonable and understanding family members. Take the Taiji Palace's person, for example. Never mind, I dare not say more. Pei Heng sent Hu back, but at the door of the room, Zhao Mingli stopped him. Zhao Zhao will wake up soon. You saw it too. Her body has already started to react after seeing you. The reason her body could resist the insect poison was because her emotions had stirred. Zhao Zhao truly liked him, so how could her heart be completely unaffected? That's why she was eager to break free from the control deep inside. Pei Heng did not look at Zhao Mingli, only glanced inside the room. The room was brightly lit, but he felt no light in his heart. Zhao Mingli truly couldn't bring himself to say harsh words. Pei Heng, if you find the antidote, I won't interfere in what happens between you and Zhao Zhao. But now, seeing her like this, as her eldest brother, my first thought is to let her live well. Pei Heng's gaze remained fixed on the room, though he saw nothing. I understand, he said softly. Though he only spoke 3 words, they sounded full of deep sadness. The faint, dim light cast his shadow long and stretched. Finally, he turned and took step after step outside. Just as he was about to leave the courtyard, he heard Zhao Zhao's voice. He suddenly turned back, looked at the tightly closed door, and silently curled his lips into a bitter smile. It's good that she woke up. In the end, he was too selfish. Master Pei. The wooden wheel rolled on the ground with a clattering sound. Mr. Shen, Pei Heng's tone was very calm, like a cold night. Are you here to deliver the antidote? Shen Xianyan smiled, calm and gentle. But Pei Heng knew that behind that smile was deeper coldness, even cruelty. He precisely stabbed the most cold and painful part of his heart. The antidote. Without it, what does it matter if he sees Zhao Zhao again? She can only hate him, dislike him. When did Mr. Shin start caring about us as a couple? Pei Heng's seemingly casual words carried a warning. He freed Zhao Zhao, but that didn't mean others could jump around in front of her. He was not sincere, so where was his true heart? He even felt that Shen Xianyun was a dangerous person. Shen Xianyun smiled faintly and said, "You two are already divorced. Zhao Zhao is free. She hasn't agreed to my proposal, but as a friend, I can ask about her." Pei Heng sneered coldly, his eyes sharp. "Mr. Shen, you should know the laws of Daki. Our divorce paper isn't stamped with the border city government seal and hasn't been filed officially. So, she is still my wife. Your meddling as a friend is too much. If you have time, better take care of your own health." After speaking, Pei Heng strode away. Shen Xianyun stood there in a daze. No. He sat in his wheelchair, stunned for a moment before he laughed softly. "No official seal? Pei Heng. Oh, Pei Heng, don't be too scheming. He claims to care for her and give her freedom, but secretly plays tricks behind her back. His love is just so much." When Pei Heng returned to the Pei residence, night had already fallen. The large courtyard was silent and still. Because only she and Muir are at home, with just a few servants, the yard feels very lifeless. Although lanterns are lit in the yard, Pei Heng sees no light in his heart, only a barren land with no grass. His chest aches painfully. He used to think nights were too short. They passed in a blink, and morning came too soon, forcing him to leave her. Now he feels the night is so dark and so long. Pei Heng rushed to Fengke Palace to have the imperial doctor examine his wife. The news spread quickly through the city overnight. The empress had caught a cold, but was found to have a joyful pulse, which made the emperor very happy. He ordered the entire imperial medical office to wait at Fengke Palace, fearing any accidents with the empress. Pei Heng dared to go and take the doctor at this time, showing how much he loved his wife. Risking offending the emperor and empress, he was willing to stand up for her. Recently, everyone in the city has been talking about this. Xie Zhaozhao heard and sneered coldly. Who says that man doesn't know how to care? He just doesn't care about her. She only wanted to check on the child for the original owner, but he refused. He's willing to risk everything for his new love. Xie Huimin is a bit more delicate-looking, but what makes Pei Heng so captivated by her? Men.
Bah.
They're all good-for-nothings. It's strange, Xie Huimin used to love showing off in front of her, seeking attention. Why has she been in the capital so long without ever appearing? Xie Zhaozhao rested her chin on her hand, leaning back in a rocking chair, swaying gently. She didn't know what serious illness she had, but it made him compete with the empress to take her. Yet, she was fighting for her own biological brother-in-law, so she should be the one sick. It would be better if she died from her illness. Xie Zhaozhao was angry inside. She kicked her legs hard, causing the rocking chair to wobble, nearly falling off. She was crazy. What was she angry about? Men in the world aren't all gone. After she finished her work, once the Manhwa Tower opened, she planned to find a handsome young man to play with. Her sister is doing well, and her husband is busy with exams.
Norus.
First, focus on her career. Xie Zhaozhao rested enough and continued painting. The shop was almost ready. The most important thing now was rehearsals. She would sketch the movements on her drawing book first, then refine them to match her imagination. She must say this charcoal pencil is really good, almost as good as modern standards. She thought Shen Xianyun had improved the formula, but when she saw the later gift from him, the feel was completely different. She didn't know who the kind-hearted person was who did this good deed. Thankful. The Bright Moon Pavilion opened 3 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, fulfilling previous promises to collaborate with Changyin Pavilion and Qianqiu Jewelry. They adapted the stories Monkey King Causes Havoc in Heaven and the White Bone Spirit into their performances. To show sincerity, Xie Zhaozhao personally guided the performers. Now, these 2 plays are their signature shows, drawing full houses every day. The two shop owners were very generous this time, not causing trouble. They sent flower baskets and came to congratulate in person. In the past, whenever a new shop opened on the street, it would be pushed out within half a year by the combined efforts of these two rivals. The shop owners are surprisingly generous. The Bright Moon Pavilion was lively and full of surprises, especially when the dancer gracefully tossed flower petals while spinning around colorful silk ribbons, like a celestial maiden descending. Today, Xie Zhaozhao was also part of the performance. One of the young fairy actresses accidentally hurt her arm before stepping onto the stage. As the planner of the event, she knew this show best and had to perform herself. But since everyone wore masks, no one was worried about being recognized. Lu Rongyu also came today. With such a big event, Iji couldn't come, so he came to support. He wanted to see which fool dared to ruin the show and was ready to teach them a lesson. He thought her taste was decent, the decorations were nice, and the performance was quite innovative. Especially, Lu Rongyu suddenly realized that the young fairy in red looked familiar. Looking closer, it was indeed familiar. It was Xie Zhaozhao. This woman, a married woman, dressed like that to attract attention, showing her waist and arms openly. It really made him angry. Lu Rongyu climbed onto the railing and flew towards the stage using his light skills. Xie Zhaozhao was lost in her joy as the Nine Heavens fairy, when suddenly she was caught by Lu Rongyu and flown up to the second floor. The guests thought it was part of the act, cheering loudly, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Some even thought they could rush forward to grab the fairy, but they lacked the light skills. Meanwhile, the guards of Bright Moon Pavilion stepped in to maintain order, ready to stop anyone trying to take her. Once Xie Zhaozhao was free, she slapped Lu Rongyu across the face. Lu Rongyu, are you crazy? She disdainfully fixed her clothes, wishing she could stay far away from him. So annoying. Lu Rongyu was stunned, standing there in shock. After a moment, he angrily said, "You're the crazy one. Do you even know who I am? I can recognize you even if your face turns to ash. And who gave you permission to dress like that and act flirtatiously? Xie Zhaozhao, are you still a proper wife?" Xie Zhaozhao frowned. The mask she wore covered her entire face, only revealing her eyes. How did he recognize her? Xie Zhaozhao tried to take off her mask, but Lu Rongyu quickly covered her again with his hand. "Don't take it off. Do you want everyone to know you're dressed like this?" If someone saw her, where would Iji's face go? She was really about to get angry enough to explode. Lu Rongyu pressed her mask back on quickly and forcefully, making her nose hurt. "If you're sick, go see a doctor. What I wear is none of your business."
Get lost.
"Manhwa Tower doesn't welcome you," Xie Zhaozhao said angrily. That Pei Heng not only refused to let her see her son but also sent some troublemaker to bother her now and then. "Good, very good. Do you believe I'll have someone smash this broken shop of yours?" Lu Rongyu's forehead veins bulged, clearly furious. But after saying that, he regretted it. He was here today to celebrate her new shop opening. He even arranged guards among the guests to deal with any troublemakers directly. He didn't intend to destroy her shop.
Truly, he didn't.
Smack! Xie Zhaozhao slapped him again, using all her strength until her hand went numb. She was so angry her chest rose and fell rapidly. She knew he was a nobleman, a person of high status. But she just couldn't hold back. "You and Pei Heng are the same, both good-for-nothings." Lu Rongyu remained calm after being slapped, like a child who had done something wrong. It made Xie Zhaozhao seem like a bully who bullied men and women alike. She felt a bit guilty. Hitting someone felt good in the moment, but the consequences would be disastrous. She decided to slip away. This really dared to smash her shop. She needed to find Qionyang and think of a plan. "Xie Zhaozhao, you idiot. Why can't you just stay calm? Why you? You're not allowed to take off the mask." Lu Rongyu shouted anxiously as she started to leave. "Don't take it off, got it? And change your clothes." Xie Zhaozhao ignored his shouting behind her. She thought he was crazy. Not only was he a former husband's friend, but even her current husband had no right to control her. Lu Rongyu got angry seeing her stubborn attitude. Only Iji spoiled her like this. If she were his woman, he'd definitely. He thought he was going crazy. He'd rather be struck by lightning than marry a woman like her. Lu Rongyu drank 2 jars of wine in frustration before leaving. Before he left, he reminded the guards, if anyone dared to cause trouble, drag them out and beat them badly. He had promised Iji he would stay until the end today, but he was too annoyed and decided to return to the palace. In 3 days was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the palace would be lively as always. His father had no special skills, only good at sleeping with women and having children. The palace was full of babies, sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain. The women in the backyard are applying makeup and dressing up, looking like ghosts, and their outfits are quite inappropriate. It's already autumn, yet they dress like this without fear of catching a cold. Lu Rongyu encounters his trembling younger siblings, who bow to him politely. He doesn't want to say a word. He's already done a good deed by not scolding them harshly. As soon as he returns to the courtyard, he sees Pei Heng sitting alone in the pavilion, drinking wine. Lu Rongyu quickly walks over. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Is Manhwa Tower closed? Lu Rongyu chokes, instinctively touching his face, which has been slapped twice. It hurts. He feels wronged but has no way to explain. Pei Heng sits there, his whole person calm and gentle under the orange light. 2 conflicting qualities blend perfectly in him. Lu Rongyu plops down opposite Pei Heng and pours himself a glass of wine. I messed up. His voice is muffled, with a hint of regret. Pei Heng pinches his brow, a faint smile in his eyes. You probably didn't ruin her shop and get beaten for it. Although the pavilion isn't very bright, Pei Heng still notices the swelling on his cheek. Few people in the capital dare to slap Lu Rongyu. Lu Rongyu's temper is also unlikely to suffer losses. Only Zhao Zhao could make him so angry. Lu Rongyu glances at Pei Heng irritably. It's all your fault for spoiling them. Why hit her face? And on the same side too. Pei Heng can't help but laugh softly. He still considers it a light punishment. You're laughing? You too, just let me be the one to be bullied. Lu Rongyu speaks loudly, his face also hurting. Most importantly, his heart hurts too. There's news from the southern border envoy. What's the news? Although Lu Rongyu still looks lazy and relaxed, his eyes become serious. The poison is indeed from the southern border. Their high priest can cure it, but there's a condition. I must meet him before we can talk. Pei Heng's tone is calm, as if he's discussing something very simple. It's probably not easy to do. Lu Rongyu frowns. The people from the southern border act strangely and are skilled with poison. Dealing with them requires extra caution. Whether it's easy or not, I have to do it. I'll leave tomorrow morning. If I can't make it back by the Mid-Autumn Night Feast in 3 days, you'll have to find a way to explain to the emperor. Pei Heng states calmly, clearly having made a decision before coming. They are here to pay homage to the emperor. They should arrive in the capital within half a month at most. I can't wait that long. Not even half a day feels too long to him. Moreover, the high priest also hopes he will go personally to show sincerity. Fine, I can't stop you. I will find a way to cover for you. I will also send people to watch over Manhwa Tower. Rest assured. Muir, how do you want to arrange things? Or should I bring him back for a couple of days? The little guy is quite interesting, so cute and lively, just like his mother. No need. My aunt will come to take care of him these days. That's good. Auntie loves Muir the most. If needed, I can stay for a few days. You should go quickly and return safely. Be careful in everything. Although they didn't reveal anything about Prince Pei last time, everyone knew the truth. Pei Heng pulled out so many nails at once, so King Wei must hold a grudge and look for a chance to get revenge. That's why Pei Heng kept the news of leaving the capital a secret. Thank you. Soon after, Pei Heng left, disappearing into the dark night. Business at Manhwa Tower is booming. Xia Zhao Zhao finally feels relieved and has time to reward herself. Although Auntie Chiu treats her well, it's not proper for her to stay in the royal residence all the time. She has already discussed with her cousin to move out after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Her cousin has found a house and has been tidying it up in his free time. Xia Zhao Zhao saw it and was very pleased. The house is clean, and she only needs to buy some furniture to move in. In the capital, land is precious, and it's rare to find such a big house at a reasonable price. Brother, you're buying so many toys for children. Xia Zhaozhao paused mid-sentence and realized, are you buying them for Mu'er? Zhao Mingli nodded. It's almost the festival, and children love these things. He didn't want her to know at first, but since she saw it, he didn't hide it. Actually, he had given gifts several times and had seen Mu'er from afar. But they couldn't recognize each other, as he was afraid the child would cry for his mother. When they returned to the capital, the child clung to him and cried like a tearful person. The Zhao family only has this one child, and as his uncle, he secretly gave him gifts. It's all because of that broken love potion. That Xia Huimin is really no good. When will you send it? Zhao Mingli cleared his throat, clearly afraid Xia Zhaozhao would go with him. I won't go. I bribed a servant in the Pei residence to secretly deliver it. Xia Zhaozhao pursed her lips and softly responded. Oh. She knew how Pei Heng was. He wouldn't let her send anything. Her son has become his. It's too much. Seeing her disappointed, Zhao Mingli felt distressed, but didn't know how to comfort her. Maybe. After some time, he'll come to understand. That cold-hearted man only cares about punishing my son because he is unhappy himself. Since she came to the capital, Pei Heng has been a prominent figure. Naturally, he has heard about the strained relationship between him and his father. Zhao Mingli. Pei Heng has already left the capital to find a cure. Once Zhao Zhao is free of the poison, all problems will be solved. Although he tried to stop him from seeing Zhao Zhao, he couldn't bring himself to curse him out of conscience. Brother, what's with that look? Do you also think that once the couple is separated, the son must disown his mother? Xia Zhaozhao felt a heavy knot in her heart. She was in a good mood at first, but now she felt upset again.
What are you talking about?
Mu'er is also blood of the Zhao family. Of course, I support you. Calm down, calm down. There's always a way to fix this. Zhao Zhaozhao felt like she was carrying a heavy stone in her heart, but she didn't know what was making her so upset. I'm going out for a walk. I won't be back for dinner.
Please tell Chunyang.
Zhao Zhaozhao said quietly. Going for a walk is good. Tonight the streets are lively. Luli sisters can keep you company.
Got it.
The Mid-Autumn Festival in the capital was indeed lively. Today is only the 14th, but the streets are already decorated with lanterns and many vendors are playing riddles and poetry games. Although Zhao Zhaozhao is a modern scholar, she isn't very good at these traditional games. She just joined in for fun, to enjoy herself. Prince, I've been watching her for a long time. Right now, besides those two women, there are no other guards around her. Lu Jingjun stroked his chin, a sinister smile on his face. If it weren't for the scheming of the couple, he wouldn't need to prove his innocence or cut his leg to make a statement. Since ancient times, there have been no emperors in Daki with illnesses. If he lost his leg, that would be the end of that path. He has indeed thought about that position. As a prince, who hasn't dreamed of it? So, he pretended to be drunk and slept with his brother's woman. No one is allowed to sleep peacefully beside the bed. Especially not a woman. When his brother drove him out of the capital, he knew he would never return. Leaving him alive was already a mercy, considering they are siblings. He gave up his plans and lived recklessly. But someone was scheming behind the scenes, bringing up old matters. Pei Heng. Lu Jingjun gritted his teeth in anger. This time, he would see how he could protect this woman. Go ahead, do it quickly and cleanly. Lu Jingjun's men, disguised as commoners, pushed their way to Zhao Zhaozhao's side, scattering her and the Luli sisters. Zhao Zhaozhao was just about to paint a rabbit lantern with a family portrait to give to Mu'er, as tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival, an appropriate gesture. After Xia Zhaozhao paid the money, she was about to turn around when she suddenly felt a pain in her neck and lost consciousness. When Xia Zhaozhao woke up, she was in a strange room, specifically on a strange bed. Her hands and feet were tied, and she couldn't move at all. She struggled back and forth, but it only made her bindings tighter. No, I must stay calm. Xia Zhaozhao looked around at her surroundings. The room was very large. The bed was very big. It which tied her up here. Could it be because the business at Manhwa Tower is too busy and someone is jealous? Oh no. The waters of the capital are really deep. Hopefully, they only want money. My cousin has plenty of silver. He will surely give it. Xie Zhaozhao heard footsteps approaching quickly, so she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. The door opened, and she heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel a shadow looming over her. Her instinct was to clench her fists tightly. Her nervous heart was about to jump out of her chest. Suddenly, her chin was pinched, causing great pain, and she had to open her eyes. Xie Zhaozhao looked at the person in front of her with fear. It's him. He isn't the one who broke his leg and returned to Langya, so why is he still in the capital? Surprised, little beauty? I knew you'd wake up, Lu Jingjun said. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He didn't expect that after his men hit her, she would faint for so long. He almost thought his men had killed her and beat him up badly. The palace doctor said she was fine, just physically weak and fainted because she was unconscious for a while, but she would wake up soon. He didn't expect she would really wake up. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone is busy celebrating. The Fong family's father and daughter went to the palace for a banquet, so no one would notice she was missing. Xie Zhaozhao instinctively wanted to stay away from him, but her body was and her chin was pinched, so she couldn't move. Prince, Xie Zhaozhao forced a faint smile. Lu Jingjun sneered. Since he broke his leg, he had become more sinister. Good, you recognize me. I was afraid Madame Pei might forget me, Lu Jingjun said with an even more sinister smile, his face looking more ferocious. Prince, you've misunderstood. I am no longer Madame Pei. I have already divorced Pei Heng. Xie Zhaozhao forced a dry smile. Lu Jingjun, being a good husband, might have lost interest now that he knows she is no longer a madam.
Divorced?
That's good. Lu Jingjun tightened his grip again. In the future, you should stay by my side and be a warm bed maid. The wife of the Dali Temple's chief should be my warm bed maid. Just thinking about it is exciting. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes widened. He's crazy. Isn't she a good wife? She's not a wife now. Is he no longer picky? After saying that, Lu Jingjun was about to untie Xie Zhaozhao's clothes. Such a beautiful woman. He had been thinking about her for more than a day or two, and now he finally had her in his hands. He couldn't wait any longer. Wait a moment, Prince, I have something to say. Xie Zhaozhao twisted her body back and forth. Lu Jingjun liked playing with women, but he didn't like women with fiery tempers. It was more fun when she willingly cooperated. Speak, I give you a chance. But later, you have to make me happy. You know what to do, right? Lu Jingjun smiled meaningfully, looking very lecherous. His once handsome face now looked greasy and disgusting. Xie Zhaozhao could only try to delay time. Can you untie me first? I'm hungry too. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Xie Zhaozhao was indeed hungry. To escape, she had to save her strength. She needed to buy herself some time. Untie you so you can run away? Lu Jingjuan's smile turned cold, his face darkening. He had been hurt by this woman before and had to be cautious. Why would I run away? Following the prince is better than following Pei Hengfeng. I'm just a weak woman, and I have such a powerful backing with you. Even if you chase me away, I won't leave. Don't think about playing tricks. Lu Jingjun snorted coldly. Although he hadn't agreed, Xie Zhaozhao could see that his expression seemed to soften a little. Men often like to hear women say they are better than other men, even if it's not true. I'm not playing tricks. Your Highness is high and mighty, and you are the Emperor's close brother. Pei Heng is just a small Dali Temple official. And he only got his position by abandoning his wife and kneeling before the princess. You must help me vent my anger. Xie Zhaozhao spoke passionately. She truly disliked Pei Heng. But she didn't think about revenge. Even if she left him, she wouldn't do something so immoral. But at this moment, her words seemed to improve Lu Jingjuan's mood. He even looked a little pleased and proud. Prince, please untie me first. The house is full of your people. Where could I run? After we finish eating, I'll serve you well. Xia Zhaozhao still winked and acted cute, her voice long and sweet. Prince, I beg you. Her sticky, sweet voice made her own skin crawl with goosebumps. But Lu Jingjun clearly enjoyed it. He reached out and pinched her face. This little mouth, it's like honey. Why do I find it so charming? Then, can you let me go, please? I'm begging you, Xia Zhaozhao pleaded in a soft voice. Lu Jingjun smiled and moved closer to her, and Xia Zhaozhao thought she was about to succeed.
No.
Xia Zhaozhao's smile froze on her face. But she couldn't give up. Don't loosen the bonds.
The prince can feed me something.
I'm really hungry. Can I, please? Xia Zhaozhao said sweetly. Lu Jingjun was amused by her look. When it came to beauties, he always felt a bit of pity. All right, I will feed you. How could I bear to let my delicate girl go hungry? Lu Jingjun raised his voice. Servants, prepare the meal. Soon, someone brought a table of food and drinks. Xia Zhaozhao took the chance to say, Prince, feed me. Lu Jingjun, when in a good mood, also served the beauty. Xia Zhaozhao took the initiative to invite him, acting gentle and sweet, and naturally enjoyed his company. Anyway, she couldn't run away today. Xia Zhaozhao rudely ordered Lu Jingjun to serve her more food, eating until she was full. Prince, do you want some? How about we drink a toast? Tonight is our wedding night. Xia Zhaozhao lightly touched Lu Jingjun's shoulder, smiling charmingly and playfully. Lu Jingjun was so happy, he kept praising her. He thought, women who have experienced love are more lively. Lu Jingjun was so captivated by Xia Zhaozhao that he loosened the bonds and ordered wine again. Do you know how to drink a toast? Xia Zhaozhao picked up her wine cup, sat on Lu Jingjun's lap, and smiled flirtatiously. How does Jiao Jiao want to drink? There's a small toast and a big toast. Let's start with the small one, shall we? Whatever Jiao Jiao wants. Lu Jingjun hugged her waist and pinched her on the buttocks. Her figure was so tempting. Just thinking about it was exciting. Xia Zhaozhao felt sick, but had to endure the nausea. A brave person doesn't eat the loss in front of them. Her goal was to escape, so she endured everything. She planned to find a chance to run away first. Tonight's Mid-Autumn Night Banquet was especially lively in the palace. Not only because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, but also because the Empress had been pregnant for 3 months. The Emperor was very pleased, reducing taxes and pardoning prisoners nationwide. He even allowed Prince Qin to participate in the discussions in the Tai Chi Hall. The Empress returned to the palace, regaining favor, and the Pei family was rehabilitated. But the Emperor only lifted the prince's house arrest. Although he was made Prince Qin, he was not allowed to participate in politics. Because of past events, the Emperor still held a grudge against him. Now, suddenly allowing him to join the discussions might be a sign. The Empress was pregnant again, giving Prince Qin more security in his power struggle. Mei Fei clenched her teeth in anger. Ning Shi, that shameless woman, was already old but still giving birth. I don't know if the child can be born, and I am so showy about it that I don't fear shortening my life. The Emperor is also hopeless. There are children in the palace. Mother, don't worry. Misfortune can turn into blessing, and blessing can turn into misfortune. The outcome of this game is still uncertain, Wei Wang said meaningfully. Concubine Mei and her son exchanged a knowing look and took their seats in their respective places. Today's palace feast is indeed lively. The Emperor and Empress sit on the main stage, with Concubine Mei and Concubine Li on either side. Below them are several princes. Lu Rongyu, who is not a prince, sits opposite Wei Wang, showing his high status in the Emperor's mind. Lu Rongyu and Wei Wang have never gotten along. They fought often in the palace as children. As they grew up, Lu Rongyu supported the crown prince, while Wei Wang and he were like enemies, always opposing each other in court. But today, Wei Wang was in a good mood and raised a cup to Lu Rongyu across the table. He really dislikes these hypocritical little people. However, Wei Wang's lackey-goo air was not here today. Usually, wherever Wei Wang Lu Jincheng is, he is there too. This is strange. Lu Rongyu looked at the guard beside him and signaled slightly. The guard quickly left. Lu Jincheng naturally noticed this, but now he realized it might be too late. No. Maybe he can still catch up and retrieve Pei Heng's body. Lu Jinchuan's right-hand man was dead. Even if the Empress gave birth to 10 more, it wouldn't help. Xie Zhaozhao coaxed Lu Jingjun to drink several cups, intending to get him drunk. Clearly, he had a good alcohol tolerance. She had made a mistake. How could such a useless person have poor drinking capacity? She had to think of another plan. Otherwise, something serious might happen. The only handy thing she had was a plate, and she wasn't sure how likely she was to knock him out with it. If she couldn't knock him out, she wouldn't have another chance. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes fell on a nearby candlestick. That's useful, but it was too far away. Your servant will dance a dance for the prince, Xie Zhaozhao said, pointing to Lu Jingjuan's chin. All I want now is to be with you. Lu Jingjun lowered his head and pressed his lips against Xie Zhaozhao's. She pushed him away quickly and said hurriedly, a dance. I'll take off one piece of clothing each time I dance, and by the time I reach the bed, I'll be completely undressed. Do you like it, Your Highness? Good, good, I like it. Jiao Jiao, you really know how to play. I'll cherish you well. Pei Heng, oh Pei Heng, you've given up such a treasure. You're blind. Xie Zhaozhao jumped out of Lu Jingjuan's arms, spun around, and threw her scarf onto his chest. Lu Jingjun picked it up and sniffed it at his nose. Smells good. Really good. Lu Jingjun clapped his hands and said, good, very good. Keep dancing, keep dancing. He found it very interesting. He had been with many women, but she was the most fun. If he could win her over, it might not be impossible to take her as a wife. Xie Zhaozhao spun around again and took off another outer garment. Lu Jingjun couldn't help but stand up and follow her steps. Xie Zhaozhao took the opportunity to run a few more steps forward and called out, Prince, come chase me. Jiao Jia, wait for me. Lu Jingjun caught up and tried to hold her in his arms. No need to take off more clothes. He would do it himself. Xie Zhaozhao moved closer to the candlestick, grabbed it, and, catching him off guard, smashed it hard toward Lu Jingjun. Lu Jingjun still had a smile on his face, but he staggered and fell to the ground. Xie Zhaozhao picked up some clothes from the floor, quickly dressed, and hurried out of the room. She didn't know where she was exactly. If she were in the capital, it would be easier. If she were far away, it would be troublesome. She couldn't run very far on her legs. Not long after she left the room, a commotion broke out in the yard. Someone must have realized Lu Jingjun was knocked out. Xie Zhaozhao was unfamiliar with the layout of the prince's residence and might accidentally reveal herself. She looked for a hiding spot. Lu Jingjun, after receiving an injection from the palace doctor, slowly regained consciousness. He muttered, catch that scoundrel. Whoever catches her first, I'll reward her first. Lu Jingjuan's guards had seen Xie Zhaozhao. She was a stunning beauty. If they could sleep with her once, it would be worth it. They all looked eager and energized. Xie Zhaozhao hid behind a fake mountain, trying several times to come out but was forced back each time. Guards guarded every side entrance. Going out was like inviting death. She definitely hasn't gone far. She's still in the residence. Dig 3 feet deep if you have to, Lu Jingjun said angrily. Woman. This time he wanted her dead. She heard footsteps getting closer outside, as if someone had found her. Her heart pounded, and she casually picked up a stone from the ground. At worst, she would fight to the end. She couldn't just sit and wait. Prince, Pei Heng has broken in, a guard hurriedly reported. How could he be in the capital? Lu Jingjun was confused. He should be outside the capital by now, dead already. I don't know, but it's him. How many people does he have with him? Just one. The guard stammered. Pathetic. Just one? What's there to be afraid of? He came at the right time. Let's kill him, Lu Jingjun said through clenched teeth. Then he rubbed his head, feeling a terrible headache. He was in pain. Pei Heng, holding a sword, looked fierce and ready to fight. The guards instinctively stepped back and protected Lu Jingjun. Thank you for your message. Here is the improved and translated version in simple English. Xie Zhaozhao? Of course, she is on my bed. I must say, the feeling is wonderful. No wonder Lord Pei can't forget her. Hand her over, and I won't kill you today, Pei Heng said with a cold, frightening expression. His face was covered in blood, and he looked like a fierce warrior from. Pei Heng, you better save your own life first. If you kill someone, I will give the beautiful Xie Zhao Zhao to whoever wins, along with 1,000 gold coins. Just as a guard rushed forward, he was silenced with a sword. Then, several more guards fell under his sword. The guards looked at each other and said, "Brothers, attack together." Pei Heng, look at who this is. Lu Jingjuan's sword was at Xie Zhao Zhao's neck, shining coldly. If he pressed harder, he could cut her delicate neck. Xie Zhao Zhao knocked down 2 guards, but her strength was limited. She was eventually caught by the guards hiding behind a fake mountain. "Let her go," Pei Heng shouted. Lu Jingjuan's face twisted with a fierce smile. "Let her go? Sure, as long as you stab yourself twice first, then I will let her go." Pei Heng looked at Xie Zhao Zhao with deep eyes. His bloodthirsty gaze suddenly softened into tenderness.
"Although, I am sorry."
He was too impatient, caught in Lu Jichen's trap. By the time he hurried back to the capital, it was too late. "Don't be stupid. Even if you die, he won't let me go," Xie Zhao Zhao snapped angrily. "Shut up, you woman," Lu Jingjun wished he could strangle her. He had lived so many years and played with many women, but this was the first time someone had played him like this. Pei Heng raised his sword, about to stab himself in the chest. At that moment, Xie Zhao Zhao quickly raised her elbow and struck back hard, then quickly squatted down. Pei Heng's sword changed direction and stabbed straight at the guard holding Xie Zhao Zhao. They worked together perfectly. Xie Zhao Zhao understood his meaning from his eyes. After all, he was the hero of the story. How could he do something so stupid? She guessed what he was about to do, so she shifted her attention and took the opportunity to run away. Just as she was about to reach Pei Heng, Lu Jichen, acting crazily, snatched the guard's sword and stabbed at Xie Zhao Zhao. Though he was limping, he moved quickly.
He just wanted this woman to die.
Pei Heng had no time to react. He quickly reached out his long arm and pushed Xie Zhao Zhao away. Lu Jingjun missed his target and lost his balance, stumbling forward. His sword crookedly pierced through both of them. Lu Jingjun didn't expect to kill 2 people with 1 sword. His eyes showed satisfaction from revenge. Dead at last. I finally avenged this leg. Now I can rest in the underworld as a ghostly couple. Before he finished speaking, he was struck in the chest by an arrow, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. No, it wasn't an arrow. Pei Heng, with his last strength, pulled out a hairpin from his hair and threw it at Lu Jingjuan's other chest at the same time. Lu Jingjun looked ahead in disbelief, wanting to speak but unable to, his eyes wide as he collapsed. Yiji, Lu Rongyu rushed over, holding both of them. "Sorry, I arrived too late." That night, he sensed something was wrong when Yiji said he was going to see the high priest. But Yiji was usually careful, and Xie Zhao Zhao's poison couldn't be delayed, so he didn't think much. It turned out to be Lu Jincheng's conspiracy.
"I am Fine. Save."
Zhao Zhao. Pei Heng's blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Xie Zhao Zhao was also injured by that sword, but her wound wasn't as deep as Pei Heng's. When she looked down, she saw Pei Heng's blood flowing along the blade, as if it was about to enter her body. Suddenly, many unfamiliar images flooded her mind. He said, "Insulting me is pointless. Insulting my wife is unbearable." He said, "I am petty and unforgiving. I will never let go in this life, nor will I allow others to do so." He said, "Zhao Zhao, you are my legally married wife." His embrace, his kisses, all their sweet moments, it was him. All those memories she felt like she had forgotten, she now remembered.
"Pei Heng, don't die."
I remember now. Muir is still waiting for us to go home." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Xie Zhao Zhao's face. The killing intent in Pei Heng's eyes faded, replaced by a faint smile. "Zhao Zhao, wait for me, wait for me." But he had already fainted. One sword pierced through both of them. It was dangerous to pull out the sword recklessly. Lu Rongyu and others had to find a stretcher to carry them back to the room, and also sent someone to call Dr. Hu and Dr. Song. "Young prince, these people." Guard, Nanfeng said. Not killing them is to ease my deep hatred, Lu Rongyu replied. He pulled out the hairpin from Lu Jingjuan's chest, wiped it on his sleeve, and then placed it back in his hair. Nanfeng seemed to guess his intention and hurriedly stopped him. Let my subordinates handle this. Lu Rongyu smiled slightly, his lips curling up. It didn't matter how Lu Jingjun had behaved in life. What mattered was that he was the emperor's only legitimate brother. Now that he was dead, someone had to take responsibility. How can a guard withstand the wrath of the sacred anger? Lu Jingjun died under my arrow. Remember that, Lu Rong said coldly. Although it was a full moon night, Lu Rong felt the moonlight was so cold that it made his heart freeze. His mother also died on such a full moon night. It seems that a full moon for him does not symbolize reunion. It only means separation by life or death. Lu Jichen's plan is so cruel. Either Pei Heng dies outside the capital, or he survives by luck and risks everything to save Xie Zhaozhao. He definitely won't stand by and watch. Tonight, one of them must die. I am willing to follow the prince, nonsense. You are my trusted men. I have important matters to tell you. I will confess to the emperor later, but the throne of the noble prince's residence cannot be deceived by those little brats. If I die, let the entire noble prince's residence share my fate. Lu Rong's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. That old man was hoping for his death. If he died, no one would survive. Yes, we will remember the prince's orders. Nanfeng was the first to kneel, and the others followed. The young prince was not kind, but he had never mistreated them. They owed their lives to the young prince and swore loyalty to him. Lu Rong did not look at them and strode away. Pei Heng and Xie Zhaozhao were moved to the nearest room. The imperial doctor was on his way. The guards only used gauze to stop the bleeding for both, not daring to draw their swords. Pei Heng had already lost consciousness, but Xie Zhaozhao was extremely alert. She felt this was the greatest punishment from heaven. Punishment for her having cursed Pei Heng with those words. So she had to watch helplessly as his life slowly slipped away. It hurt her so much. Much more than when she forgot him. A pain that pierced her heart. She would rather die herself. Lu Rong was lying on the bed, looking at the two people, and suddenly recalling the phrase born together. Die together. Though it sounded gloomy at that moment, he understood what it truly meant. Have you remembered everything? Lu Rong's voice was hoarse. Xie Zhaozhao remembered, but she still disliked Lu Rong. Moreover, her chest hurt terribly. She had no time to argue with him. Xie Zhaozhao, treat Yiji well in the future, or... Lu Rong's words stopped here, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was not a mocking smile, but more like helplessness. Or what? Xie Zhaozhao's eyes filled with tears. Kill me? He had done this more than once before. You woman, Lu Rong shook his head, his tone gentle and calm. Yiji will be fine. You must take good care of yourselves in the future. After saying this, Lu Rong turned away resolutely. He has no more worries in this world. Xie Zhaozhao's wound hurt, and she leaned slightly on Pei Heng, unable to see his full figure. She felt his words were unnecessary. She had already remembered the past and would treat Pei Heng well. Dr. Song entered to see the two of them covered in blood like a blood gourd, almost fainting. He was good at treating external injuries, but had never handled such a situation before. Doctor, who looked at their wounds quickly and saw the cause. Lord Pei's blood had seeped into Lady Pei's wound through the sword's blade. Lady Pei, do you remember now? Xie Zhaozhao nodded gently. Sure enough, the poison was cured. The blood of a loved one's heart is the antidote for this broken love spell. Because this method is very dangerous, if the poison isn't cured, both could die. No one had ever tried it. But drawing the sword is very risky, especially for Lord Pei, who would suffer two painful heart and bone injuries when drawing it. There's also a risk of severing the heart's blood vessels. Old song, how to draw the sword. I'll listen to you. Doctor, who was frowning, thinking about how to draw the sword, when he suddenly felt uncomfortable hearing whose words. This old fox, he's the court judge, now saying he'll listen to him. He just wants to shift the blame. What if Lord Pei's situation worsens and he can't report to the emperor? As expected, only those with a lot of tricks can sit as court judges. No wonder his medical skills aren't as good as his senior brother's. Think of a way to draw the sword. I'll do acupuncture to stop the bleeding. Old song. We can't delay any longer. Doctor, who looked serious. Dr. Song nodded. Indeed, they couldn't delay. Although he hadn't handled this exact situation, he had plenty of experience with external injuries and his own special skills. These skills were only passed down to non-direct heirs. Dr. Song examined Lord Pei's wound and asked about Xie Zhaozhao's condition. Lord Pei was unconscious, which was better, but Xie Zhaozhao was awake, making drawing the sword more complicated. It would definitely hurt, and if she moved carelessly, she could worsen the wound. The heart area must be treated with utmost care, no mistakes allowed. Lord Pei was so fond of her that he had barged into the Fengke Palace to rescue her, and he spoiled her terribly. It was said, he even let his wife smash their family plaque for fun. There was no other person in the whole city who loved his wife as much. If something went wrong, Lord Pei might smash his head in frustration. Lady Pei, it will hurt a bit. Please bear with it, Dr. Song said carefully. It's more than just a little pain. It's almost unbearable. But medicine cannot be used recklessly in this area. She could only endure it. I can endure it. Dr. Song nodded, prepared the medicine, and then began to draw his sword. Meanwhile, Doctor, who was assisting nearby. This person was known for being ruthless and fierce. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a master of treating external injuries. At the moment the sword was drawn, Xie Zhaozhao felt a sharp pain that made her whole body go numb. In the next instant, everything went black before her eyes, and she fainted. Dr. Song's face was splattered with blood, as if he had just finished a violent act. But he was busy tending to the wound and didn't pay much attention. Doctor, who was also covered in blood. The young servant boy nearby was very frightened. They had never seen such a scene before and didn't know if the person could be saved. Lord Pei's injury is very dangerous, said Dr. Song, finally relaxing after bandaging the wound. Today, he had used all his best skills. That's right, said Dr. Hu, wiping sweat from his sleeve. Although she was temporarily safe, if she developed a fever in the middle of the night, it would be troublesome. They still needed to watch her carefully. Fortunately, both men were in good health normally. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it. When Xie Zhaozhao woke up, Zhao Mingli and Feng Shiqiu were there. Zhaozhao, how are you? Have you woken up? Asked Feng Shiqiu. That night, she lost contact with Lu Li and her sisters, so Feng Shiqiu sent guards from the palace secretly to look for them. But they searched all night without any news. At first, she suspected it was the work of the Langyin Pavilion or the Qianqiu jewelry shop owners. She didn't care who was behind it. She simply ordered her men to block both places. They then told the truth. They had received orders from the young Master Lu to take care of Manhwa Tower. They didn't have the courage to challenge Manhwa Tower or to kidnap anyone. Until Feng De found out that Lu Jingjun had returned to the capital, he instructed the guards to secretly investigate all the residences of Lu Jingjun in the city. But there was no news at all. Feng Shiqiu could only go to the Pei residence and ask the Dali Temple for help, but Pei Heng was not in the city. So she went to find Lu Rongyu. Lu Jingjun indeed hadn't kept Zhao Zhao at his residence. That house belonged to a wealthy merchant. And behind that merchant was the Gu family. All of this was part of Wei Wang's plan. Once this play started, Pei Heng could survive and return to the capital, but he and Lu Rongyu would both die. Do you think Lu Rongyu confessed? Feng Shiqiu nodded. Yes, but the news hasn't been announced yet. My father said the emperor is furious and has already put him in the death cell. Lu Rongyu had been the commander of the Jinlin Guard for years and had made many enemies. He had fallen from power and many people secretly or openly wished him dead. Even King Qin didn't dare to openly interfere to protect him. Lu Rongyu supported the crown prince before because he was the legitimate heir. But now, King Qin was just a prince. Lu Rongyu was now under the emperor's control, and King Qin's pleas would only make him die faster. I didn't expect the usually indifferent Lu Rong to be so loyal and brave. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly remembered his smile before he left. She had already made her decision then. So, his visit to Pei Heng was a farewell. Has Pei Heng woken up? Not yet. Fang Shiqiu shook his head, carefully observing her expression. Doctor Hu says he has a strong will to live and will wake up soon. Zhao Zhao, have you really remembered everything? Doctor Hu said the way to break the love-breaking spell was to exchange the loved one's heart's blood, but there had never been a successful case before. If both could wake up, it would be a miracle. Xie Zhaozhao softly hummed, I remember now, Aunt Xiao. I used to scold him for being unfaithful, but now I see that I am the ungrateful fool. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, but Fang Shiqiu stopped her. Don't move, you're still hurt. The wound is on her heart, which is hard to heal. Zhao Mingli echoed, yes, miss, don't cry. Rest well, and heal your wounds. You and your husband are both injured, and Muir is the one who's pitiful. Muir said that during last year's Mid-Autumn Festival, they were not at home, but went to Fengcheng. It was said they also got injured there. And this year, again. Could it be that the couple has bad luck during Mid-Autumn? Xie Zhaozhao grimaced. She didn't want to cry, but couldn't help it. Lu Jingjun was partly to blame. But he also dragged Pei Heng and Lu Rong into it. She felt very guilty. Pei Heng only woke up near noon the next day. Dr. Hu and Dr. Song stayed close, worried about any complications. Lord Pei, you're finally awake, Dr. Hu said. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Dr. Song asked quickly. Pei Heng looked around first, but he didn't see Xie Zhaozhao or Lu Rong. Dr. Hu smiled and said, Madam Pei has gone to the inner room. Once their injuries are more stable, they can return home. But they can't move for the next couple of days. Pei Heng nodded. Has Lord Lu returned to the residence? Dr. Hu had been watching here, didn't know what was happening outside, and honestly replied, when I arrived, Lord Lu had already left. Pei Heng frowned, feeling a vague sense of unease. Lu Jingjun was dead. This matter wouldn't be so easily settled. But even if something happened, he doubted they would find out. Thank you both, doctors. After I recover, I will visit to thank you. The two doctors hurriedly said, no need, no need. Zhao Mingli and Fang Shiqiu personally saw the doctors off, and of course, they paid well. However, Zhao Mingli still had a few questions for the doctors. Dr. Hu. Zhao Mingli respectfully bowed to Dr. Hu. My sister's poison has really been cured. Will there be any lingering effects? Should she take other medicines? Dr. Hu stroked his beard and smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. There will be no aftereffects. Your sister's health is good, and she will recover quickly. Thank you, Dr. Hu. Dr. Hu nodded, showing a kind attitude. This Mr. Zhao is really a good person and generous. This box of glass beads is enough for him to use for half his life. Dr. Song also smiled warmly and gave a few reminders. His worries eased, and he felt he gained something valuable. There was nothing more to say. He felt happy. After today, his medical skills improved to a new level. But overall, it was quite good. Pei Heng woke up and called his trusted guard, Listening Wind. This concerns Lord Lu's life. There must be no mistake. Pei Heng was also worried that Xie Zhaozhao's remaining illness hadn't fully healed, but Dr. Hu said that poison from insects is different from regular poison. The insects are dead, so the poison is gone and there will be no aftereffects. Instead, his old chest pain and new injuries needed proper rest. If not, it might affect his lifespan. Dr. Hu wasn't exaggerating. When he was in the border town, the doctor had said the same thing. But at that time, he was in a hurry and had no other choice. However, he would take good care of his injuries and would not let himself have another accident. 2 days later, their injuries stabilized and they returned to Pei's house. Honestly, Zhao Mingli couldn't bear to see his nephew crying every day. It was more painful than losing his life. Dealing with such troublesome parents, what could he do? This child's life is hard, and he's worried sick. Pei Mu hadn't seen his mother for over half a year. He held her arm and cried like a tearful child. Mother, you're really better now? You won't forget me anymore? Pei Mu seemed to find it hard to believe. He had just seen his mother, and had tried very hard not to cry out loud. But when she recognized him, the tears couldn't be held back. He waited a long time for his mother to call him. His father always said he wouldn't keep his promises and that he would take him to see his mother once he could lift the wooden bucket. But he could lift the bucket, yet his father had left the house. Fortunately, his mother was brave and came back. Yes, I won't get sick again. From now on, Mother will stay with Muir every day. Pei Mu wiped his tears with small hands, but more tears kept coming. Everyone around felt their eyes sting. Zhao Mingli turned and left. He was old now and had shallow tear ducts. He couldn't bear to see such scenes. Pei Seely let the servants leave and also exited the room, quietly closing the door. A family of 3 is enough. Let them enjoy their reunion peacefully. Pei Hung said nothing, only watching the mother and son cry together with their heads bowed. After crying enough, the mother and son both turned to look at him at the same time. It's all your fault, father. It took so long to bring mother and son to his side. Pei Hung quickly admitted his mistake without any excuse. It's my fault. Father needs to get better soon. Pei Mu blinked, tears almost falling again. He also feels sad when father is hurt. He doesn't want father and mother to get hurt. In the past 2 days, father was injured and that bad grandfather came to visit, saying he wanted to take him back to the Duke's estate. Aunt didn't agree. Pei Hung listened to his son and frowned. It seemed his injury this time caused some trouble. The situation at the Rongwang mansion will only get worse. Rongwang has been under his son's control for many years, and now he will likely try to eliminate Rongyu's influence in the mansion. He can't act now, but he also can't let Rongwang succeed. Rongyu might have already made desperate plans before leaving. But he wants to keep Rongyu safe, so Rongwang can't be allowed to succeed for now. He ordered Tingyu to find Nanfeng and make other arrangements. If we can't find solid evidence against Lu Jingjun, we can't clear the young prince's name, Xia Zhaozhao said. This time, Lu Rongyu truly risked his life to save her and Pei Hung. She has accepted this kindness and now must repay it. Last time, Lu Jingjun broke his leg to save himself, which eased the emperor's doubts. This time it won't be easy. I will handle this matter. You should rest and recover. The scheme by King Wei was a trap meant to destroy him and Rongyu. Since that's the case, he will play along. He will make sure the accusation of colluding with the southern border is pinned on Lu Jingjun. He will personally ensure Rongyu's safety. Take good care of yourself too, Xia Zhaozhao said, her delicate face looking pale. Although she is healthy, she lost a lot of blood this time and needs various medicinal soups daily.
Pei Hung nodded.
Resting at home will help him recover, and he can also better focus on dealing with King Wei. Have you thought of a plan? Xie Zhaozhao asked. But the guards around Lu Jingjun are very skilled and fierce. She has trained in military boxing with her grandfather for years and learned martial arts for many years. Ordinary guards wouldn't be easy to escape from. That night, she took the initiative and took down 2 guards, but the others were too tough, so she was captured. Pei Hung and those men knew well. They weren't ordinary guards but elite fighters sent by King Wei to assassinate Lu Jingjun. When King Wei gave Lu Jingjun these elite fighters, he had already planned everything, knowing that even if they caught him, they wouldn't be able to get any information. So Rong and Gon simply decided to kill all these people. That night, there was indeed no trusted aide of Lu Jingjun present. Xia Zhaozhao frowned. Since King Wei wanted him dead to complete his plan, he wouldn't leave loyal followers nearby to cause trouble. He is truly clever in his schemes. This plan he won't win either. Since he wants to use Lu Jingjun's death to make a point, he should do it properly. The husband and wife, one on the bed, the other on the couch. Muir takes turns giving water and medicine to each, which is quite convenient. Zhao Mingli feels sorry but knows this child is very obedient and wants to do everything himself. He just hopes his parents recover quickly. During these days of recovery, Pei Hung uses the bedroom as a study. Now he can walk around, so he discusses affairs outside. Xia Zhaozhao also learned some news from outside. Lu Rong has already been transferred to the 3 courts. He is being investigated jointly by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate. The head of the Ministry of Justice has some connections with Rome, and the Supreme Court is controlled by Pei Hung. Now only the Censorate's officials remain. These officials have long been involved in investigating Lu Rong and the Jinlin Guard. Their rivalry is not new, but the Censorate looks down on Lu Jingjun, who commits crimes and forcibly takes women. Compared to that, they think Lu Rong's current actions are just removing a threat, and Lu Jingjun's death is good. But they separate the issues. They see Lu Rong as a troublemaker too. Sir, the southern border envoy has entered the capital, Ingfeng reports. Pei Hung narrows his eyes. Good. They arrived just in time. Don't harm him. Just imprison him. Feed him water daily to wear down his will. People often say crazy talk is untrustworthy, and silencing him is the easiest way to prevent suspicion. Moreover, the southern border high priest and King Wei are not united. They work together for mutual benefit, but can part ways when interests change. King Wei is very cunning, planning from the border city, using the emperor's birthday and the southern border envoy's arrival to step-by-step set up his schemes. First, Pei Qin took the blame for him. Now Lu Jingjun is a scapegoat again. He always hides perfectly. Prince Qin, known for his gentlemanly demeanor, is no wonder he's so dominant in court. Pei Chun is loyal to King Wei, but what about the Pei family? Their stance? The Pei family was wronged in the past, but honestly, wasn't the most unfair the crown prince at that time now Prince Qin? Does the Pei family endure humiliation quietly, or do they have other plans? Pei Hung half closed his eyes. He has also doubted this. Back then, King Wei was just a young boy and not as cunning as he is now. The events of that time had too great an impact. The Empress Dowager left the palace to practice. The Eastern Palace was abolished. Noble families led by the Pei family were exiled, and dozens of officials were executed. If those events were part of a big secret plot, then someone else was behind it all. Only a few people in the court had such power and skill.
Who could it be?
Seeing Pei Heng's expression, Xia Zhaozhao knew he already had an idea. Although Pei Qin was dead, the Pei family's ambitions had never faded. Pei Hung was badly hurt this time, but he was in a good mood and recovered quickly. Every day, Pei Mu supervised her parents taking medicine and made sure the kitchen prepared delicious food in creative ways. At such a young age, she was taking care of her whole family. Zhao Mingli often felt exhausted when he saw Mu'er, his injured father, stubborn mother, and a broken little girl. But Mu'er felt especially happy. Now, when she opened her eyes, she could see her father and mother. She finally felt she was not dreaming. Of course, it would be better if her father and mother weren't hurt. She used to wish her mother would give her a sister, so she could be a big sister. Now, she just hopes her father and mother stay safe and can always be with her. Xia Zhaozhao liked eating grapes, so Mu'er peeled some and offered them to him. Mother, there are grapes in the yard. The dry father brought back the best kind from the western regions, but they won't bear fruit for 3 years. Pei Mu then fed another grape to Xia Zhaozhao, with a small look of curiosity. Who is the dry father? Pei Mu stood up and bowed to Xia Zhaozhao. It's Lord Lu. This was a promise I made with him earlier. Mother, don't be angry. Lord Lu said he would help me find my mother and asked me to call him Dry Father in the future. A man keeps his promises. He will be Mu'er's Dry Father when he grows up, and Mu'er will be very filial to him. Xia Zhaozhao gently touched his son's round face. Mother isn't angry. Mu'er is grateful and kind. Mother is happy for Mu'er. Pei Mu saw that Xia Zhaozhao was truly happy. His clear black and white eyes shone brighter, and he looked relieved. Mother is the best mother. When his father was discussing affairs, Mu'er overheard that the Dry Father was captured to save her father and mother. Lord Lu was her father's close friend and a good person. He was a man of his word. So today, he wanted to tell his mother the truth, without hiding anything. Once his mother recovered, they would hold a grand feast and perform the respectful bowing ceremony. Pei Hung listened to the mother and son talk while handling official duties. Sometimes, He discussed matters with his aides outside, separated only by a screen, and the mother and son could hear everything. At first, Xie Zhaozhao was worried that her son would be bored, so she found books for him to read himself. Over the past 6 months, Pei Mu's reading skills improved greatly, and he could now recognize and understand written words on his own. Sometimes he would ask about things he didn't understand, and he would figure out the answers quickly. However, Xie Zhaozhao noticed that, despite his young age, he listened very attentively to political discussions. Sometimes, when she watched him, he would frown or nod, and she felt as if he was wise beyond his years. Clearly, Pei Heng had brought his son to meetings before. Pei Mu was familiar with the names of the officials in the court. After outsiders left, he would tell her amusing stories about the inspectors from the supervisory office. For example, one inspector once tried to hit a pillar in the court but failed, and was carried back to his residence by guards. Another inspector was beaten on his way home with a sack over his head, and then scolded during the next morning's court session. Even the emperor secretly asked Lord Lu whether such scandalous acts were carried out by the Jinlin Guard. After the Jinlin Guard denied involvement, the emperor finally relaxed. "Mother, I saw that Inspector Lu in my father's study. He has a nickname called Lu Ironmouth. He once scolded my father for being unfilial and disobedient, but later he apologized and even praised me." "What did he praise you for?" "He said I resemble my father and will be successful when I grow up." These things must not be told to others. Xie Zhaozhao knew her son was clever, but he was still a child. "Don't worry, Auntie already told me. If these things get out, some people might say that my father is forming alliances and that the emperor will blame him." Through her son's explanation, Xie Zhaozhao gained some understanding of the court situation. No wonder Pei Heng was so calm about the joint trial of Lu Rongyu by the 3 legal departments. It turns out there were allies within the supervisory office. Not long after returning to the capital, Pei Heng had already made these arrangements, truly worthy of being the hero of a novel. When Lu Rongyu appeared, Pei Heng was completely unfazed. Prince Wei was unwilling to give up, but he arrived a day later than expected. "You still owe me a life," Lu Rongyu said lazily, his tone indifferent. "It doesn't matter whether you owe me or I owe you, Rongyu. I need to discuss something with you." Pei Heng's dark eyes flickered with complex emotions, suppressed hatred, and murderous intent. "No wonder I haven't been able to find anything by targeting Prince Wei all these years. Instead, I only found the key witness after being reminded by Xie Huimin. Unfortunately, that person died not long after." However, the Pei family was cleared of suspicion, and after returning from Lingnan, he stopped further investigations. Now it seems there is someone behind the scenes. The other party even managed to involve Prince Wei. However, Lu Rongyu frowned and said, "I don't think Minister Pei knows the inside story. He seems more like he has been bought by King Wei. Maybe these things were part of his plan all along." But with all the competing forces, the princess's life was unfortunately lost. Knowing so much about the Pei family, as well as King Qin and King Wei, who else could it be besides that person? Lu Rongyu didn't say the 2 words. He remained silent. From this perspective, that person indeed was the biggest beneficiary. He was controlling the noble families, suppressing the crown prince's palace, and supporting the new powerful figure led by King Wei. Now, the new power and the noble families were balancing each other, creating unprecedented harmony in the court. Xie Zhaozhao arranged a feast in the kitchen, partly to celebrate Lu Rongyu's safe return. Also, today, Mu'er kowtowed to Lu Rongyu and offered wine, and her godfather officially accepted her. Lu Rongyu was a bit surprised and flattered. He wanted to be Mu'er's godfather, but he knew Xie Zhaozhao and Mu'er didn't like him. That day, he just said it casually to make Mu'er happy, not expecting her to remember it. Lu Rongyu was so moved he almost cried tears of joy. From today, he was also a father. He was grateful. He had previously caused trouble for Xie Zhaozhao and Yi Ji, and now he truly regretted it. Lu Rongyu raised his cup and said, "Let bygones be bygones. From now on, you are my true sister-in-law. I drink to that. Feel free to drink as well." Lu Rongyu drank 3 cups in a row with great spirit. Actually, after being slapped twice that day, he felt like his heart was being torn apart. He was restless and anxious. In those 2 days, he didn't even report Xie Zhaozhao's news, nor did he pay attention to the messages from Manhwa Tower. He didn't expect that Xie Zhaozhao would get into trouble that day. Yi Ji had told him before leaving the capital to protect her. He had betrayed his trust. So, when he received the news that she was kidnapped by Lu Jingjun, he wanted to tear him apart. From the moment he learned the news, he decided that Lu Jingjun must die. No matter the cost, even if it meant risking his life, he had to kill him. After 3 drinks, only the eldest sister-in-law remained in his mind, and no one else. During this time recovering from her injury, Xie Zhaozhao almost forgot about that person, unless Shin Xianyun came to visit. Pei Heng really wanted to drive him out, especially since this guy took advantage of Zhao Zhao's amnesia to do some sneaky things. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao was firm in her will, or it would have been hard to say. Although he couldn't be kicked out, he certainly wouldn't be welcomed with a smile. Pei Mu still remembered Shin Xianyun, especially because he had been his first teacher, particularly in playing the zither. After Pei Mu returned to the capital, he was always kept close by Pei Heng. He had met many high officials at court. Although only 4 years old, he behaved with the manners of a noble gentleman. Shin Xianyun, though not fond of Pei Heng, had to admit that he had raised his son very well. After his son left, Pei Heng casually asked, "Is Mr. Shin here for visiting friends or staying permanently?" But his cold, focused gaze clearly showed he was very interested, unable to hide his feelings. Although he couldn't do much, the fact that Shin Xianyun knew about it made him uncomfortable. "I thought Lord Pei knew," Shin Xianyun said with a meaningful look at Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Zhaozhao was usually honest and straightforward. But with his gaze, it seemed like the two of them had some secret. Pei Heng raised an eyebrow. "Good, since you're so obvious. Don't blame him if he doesn't treat guests well on his own territory." "Thank you for your enthusiasm, Mr. Shin. I am truly touched. If you don't mind, you could resign and become a concubine for my wife. Since I am the main husband, I should have that kind of generosity." Pei Heng smiled softly, but his smile looked quite creepy. Before Shin Xianyun could react, Xie Zhaozhao couldn't sit still anymore. What nonsense was he talking about? He was joking, yet he openly said such things in front of others, making it seem like he was very generous. Shin Xianyun was naturally shocked, but he refused to let him succeed. "Brother Pei, you are generous. Shin Xianyun will not feel wronged. Please consider inviting me into your home one day. If it's inconvenient, I can prepare my own carriage." Shin Xianyun spoke calmly, even with a look of expectation. "If that's what you wish, that's good. But once inside the house, you should be more generous and not act petty or jealous, making things difficult for my wife." If he dares to enter the house, he will be shut out in the small courtyard. It's better to watch him closely than let him run around outside. After all, this man had already convinced his good brother-in-law to submit. Knowing full well that this man's intentions weren't pure, he still brought him into the house. "Brother Pei, rest assured." Zhao Mingli and Steward Shin watched their interactions, eyes wide with shock. Were they really going to let their sister have a harem? What about the future? Zhao Mingli couldn't imagine 2 men competing for affection. He couldn't bear to look. Steward Shen also looked like he thought his lord was crazy. Having a wife and concubines, and everything was turned upside down. "Do you think I'm dead? If I were to find someone, I'd look for a young, handsome one. You two are not ashamed of yourselves at your age." Xie Zhaozhao originally did not want to pay attention, but seeing their increasingly absurd words, she feared they might soon settle on a date. Pei Heng looked speechless. Is he old? 25 years old, not young anymore, but not old either. Shin Xianyun looked at Pei Heng's white hair. Today, he was unfairly involved because of him. "Mr. Shin, I may have forgotten some things, but I remember clearly that I never agreed to anything with you, and I have explained this to you already. Honestly, your vague words earlier caused my husband to misunderstand. That's not how a gentleman should act. I believe I have not offended you, so why are you harming me? Xia Zhaozhao didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so she thought it was best to clarify things face to face. Shen Xianyun smiled as he stood up from his chair, still looking calm and composed. I do love my wife. My earlier proposal was because of your separation. I know your heart belongs to someone else. I only regret that we met too late. What I said earlier was out of jealousy towards Brother Pei, and I was unhappy. I have no intention of ruining your marriage. But I, Shen, declare today that if Brother Pei doesn't cherish his wife, I will personally go to his house and offer a fortune to marry her, to cherish and protect her. Pei Heng snorted lightly, pretending to be lovesick in front of him. Don't worry, you won't get that chance. Brother Pei, that's still too early to say. Then you'd better keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Don't worry, Brother Pei. Shen will stay in the capital from now on, and I will see everything clearly. Xia Zhaozhao simply stood up and left. The two of them kept arguing, endless and tiring. It was so headache-inducing. Turns out men can be so noisy even when fighting. Pei Heng. It's all Shen Xianyun's fault. He has bad intentions. Shen Xianyun. And he still dares to claim he's a proper husband? But after Xia Zhaozhao left, they stopped arguing. Zhao Mingli wanted to mediate, but after thinking it over, he decided not to. If they couldn't be persuaded, it might turn into a fight. His son-in-law's wound wasn't fully healed yet. If something worse happened, Mu'er would be left fatherless. No, that's not acceptable. Although Pei Heng wasn't very generous, he still took responsibility for having a child. For Mu'er's sake, he decided to take Shen Xianyun away first. Today's situation was truly unexpected. He left. When Pei Heng went to the pavilion, his mother and son were playing chess. Xia Zhaozhao was playing Go SOSO, so she decided to teach Pei Mu how to play Gamoku instead. She used to be able to win him, but she didn't expect this child's skills to improve so much in just over half a year. Now she had no advantage even in Gamoku. Auntie is good at chess. Mu'er has been learning from her these days, Pei Heng couldn't help but say, clearly trying to flatter her. Xia Zhaozhao looked calm and confident. A talented student like him could learn very quickly. But it was strange. Why hadn't her aunt, who had already returned to the capital, gone back to serve the empress? Did father make mother angry? Pei Mu sensed something unusual. Yes, Mu'er, comfort your mother. Father knows he was wrong. Pei Heng sat between them, speaking to his son but looking at Xia Zhaozhao. Mother finally came home, and father shouldn't have made her upset. Does father remember what he said before? Pei Heng had said many things, but when his son suddenly brought it up, he couldn't quite recall. Father said that a real man shouldn't kneel for just an hour, but all night if needed. Tell mother not to worry her health. Pei Heng looked at his son with a sad expression. He truly was his biological son. He had indeed said that, and he remembered clearly. Xia Zhaozhao held back a smile and looked up at Pei Heng, waiting to see how he would end this.
So,
yes, you're very good. Pei Mu squinted and smiled innocently, like a harmless little rabbit. Thank you, father, for your praise. Go on, find a sunny spot and get some sun. It's good for your mind. Pei Heng's face hardened. He knelt down. He was a man, and a man's words must be kept. Mu'er glanced at his mother, who had just lost again, blinking and saying, could it be that mother is still not fully recovered? That's why she lost to Mu'er. She had never won a game before. Her pride was a little hurt. Xia Zhaozhao forced a laugh. She couldn't argue much about talent. But whatever he said, the injury hadn't healed. She looked at Pei Heng nearby. He was still injured, almost forgetting about it. This guy, though not generous and a bit jealous, was definitely a good man. He must not kneel badly. Mu'er, mother is thirsty. Let your father pour her a cup of tea. Okay, I'll go right now, Mu'er said, rushing towards his father. He was still his father's good big son. Seeing her son's eager and caring look, Xia Zhaozhao immediately understood. Such a clever little boy. He was clearly worried about his father, so he deliberately said his injury wasn't fully healed. He was still young after all, but he was only 4 years old. When he grew up, that would be a different story. Pei Heng personally poured the tea, and the matter was settled. Xie Zhaozhao didn't really want to make things difficult for him. Besides, if he knelt badly, she would feel sorry. She was a little angry at him, but not truly upset. She liked him just the way he was. Today is Chongyang Festival, a day for climbing high and enjoying the view, but Pei Heng plans to cook himself to make up for it. He made sweet and sour pork ribs for Muir, fish head with tofu that Zhao Zhao likes, stir-fried lettuce strips, fried eggs, and also prepared chicken soup noodles as the main dish. Hearing the sound of wind in the kitchen, Pei Heng was found frying eggs and wondered if he was seeing things. He looked again carefully, still surprised. Could it be true? An adult actually cooking himself? Where is the cook in the house? Why isn't the steward managing this? How dare he let an adult cook? The adult is resting in the house, not doing such chores. Master, what's the matter? Pei Heng replied, somewhat displeased. But he didn't stop his work. Eggs taste best when hot. When cold, they get a fishy smell, so he added the eggs last. Hearing the wind look at the golden eggs on the plate, he was even more shocked. The appearance isn't worse than in a hotel, and the aroma is so tempting. Seeing the master's expression, the wind quickly withdrew his thoughts and said seriously, Master, the young prince has sent a message. Pei Heng knew this message must be secret. Otherwise, the wind wouldn't be so anxious. He first asked the maid to bring the dishes to the room. Tell madam and the young master to eat first. No need to wait for me. Then he looked at the wind and said, Notify Mr. Wang to discuss matters in the study. The wind dared not delay and hurried to find someone. Mr. Wang and others were about to dine, but upon hearing about the meeting, they didn't dare delay and followed immediately. When they arrived, Pei Heng had already finished reading the letter. There are records of officials entering the palace daily, except for April 3rd. If it's just one place missing, it might be an accident. If none can be found anywhere, then it's deliberate. The Jinlin Guard surrounded the Pei house on the evening of April 5th. The mother entered the palace on April 6th, kneeling all day, until the emperor finally agreed to see her. However, shortly after returning home, her mother swallowed gold and took her own life. Pei Taifu believed that suicide was a serious crime and thought the Pei family was implicated because of her, so they hurriedly buried her. Pei Heng, following the emperor's decree of exile, immediately left the capital and didn't even see his mother one last time. All these events seem to confirm that the emperor is behind everything. After all, he is the one who benefits from all this. Pei Heng knows that the imperial family is ruthless and the duke's mansion is unfeeling. But now, it seems both the emperor and the duke's mansion know the ending. Only the mother does not. Yet she chose to die bravely. Although the investigation that day turned up nothing, officials who entered the palace recently cannot be completely ruled out as suspects. Or perhaps the other side was just pretending. How is the investigation in Yongzhou going? It's about time there should be news. I just received a letter, but I haven't had a chance to present it to you. Mr. Wang had planned to do so. When I received the letter, it was already noon. I was worried about disturbing the adults during their meal, so I decided to wait until they finished dinner before reporting. Pei Heng finished reading quickly and showed a contemptuous smile. Prince Wei indeed sent someone to Yongzhou. The governor of Yongzhou, Nie Yuanfeng, commands a strong army. The prince has connections with generals, so he might have other plans. Mr. Wang was shocked. Could it be that Prince Wei, fearing the emperor's favor for Prince Qin, plans to take action? Although Nie Yuanfeng is a military general, he is not foolish. He knows his own value better than anyone. What can Prince Wei offer him? Prince Wei cannot easily persuade Nie Yuanfeng with sincerity, and if he tries too hard, it might attract the emperor's suspicion. Nie Yuanfeng has been the emperor's loyal guard for many years and is not easily bought. The emperor has been balancing court relationships, concentrating power in his hands, and this situation could be used to break that balance. Generals are not allowed to leave their posts. Nie Yuanfeng did not go to the capital to pay respects to the emperor, but his wife and children came to the capital. Since Nie Yuanfeng was the commander of Jinlin Guard at that time, he probably knows some inside information. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Pei Heng thought for a moment. Please give your orders, sir. Nie Yuanfeng is loyal, but serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. He might not leave himself without a way out. After all, Pei Heng didn't finish his sentence, but looked at Mr. Wang with meaningful eyes. Mr. Wang immediately understood. I understand. I will send someone to handle it right away. Rongyu is currently handling affairs that Nie Yuanfeng previously managed, things done for the emperor that are somewhat secret. If these matters are exposed someday, a scapegoat will have to be found. Rongyu is a member of the royal family. At worst, he would be demoted to commoner status, but not executed. After all, if the entire royal family were to be executed, the Lu family would be extinct. But Nie Yuanfeng is different. He has a wife and children, so he must leave himself some room to retreat. Pei Heng isn't trying to trouble him. He just wants to know the true cause of his mother's death. He doesn't want his mother to die without explanation. Pei Heng picked up a pen and wrote a letter, handing it to Ting Feng. Give this letter to Lu Yushi. Lu Yushi is very straightforward, and in the past few days, court affairs have been somewhat neglected. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to bring trouble upon himself.
Yes.
Xie Zhaozhao was asking Mu'er if Pei Heng had been so busy all along while she was away these days. She said he was resting after an injury, but it seemed no different from working at the government office. He just got out of bed and was handling official matters outside. His health had improved recently, so he went to the study in the outer courtyard again. They had agreed to celebrate Chongyang Festival properly today, but he left them alone and went to discuss affairs again. Father was busier before, Pei Mu honestly said before both I and my father stayed in the outside study. Father would bring him when going to the government office or discussing matters in the study, unless going to the palace or outside the capital. Father always wants to cure mother's illness quickly. Now, it seems he has encountered a very difficult problem. Nothing is more important than eating. Your father knows to let us eat, but he doesn't take care of himself. Xie Zhaozhao is angry that he doesn't understand how to care for himself. People need to love themselves at all times to have the strength to love others. Mother said, later, I will have dinner, and once I have the strength, I will teach Dad a lesson. Mother is about to taste the chicken soup noodles. Dad says chicken soup is nourishing and good for health. You're good at making Mother happy. Let's eat quickly, then we'll ask the kitchen to make 2 more dishes to send to Dad. Thank you, wife, for caring about me. Pei Heng has already come in and sat beside Xie Zhaozhao. Even in plain white clothes, he looks distinguished. Because of his injury, he has become quite thin, looking like a graceful scholar. But his white hair is annoying. She must find a way to cure his hair.
Who cares about you?
Mu'er said you always have stomach pain. Xie Zhaozhao scolds him with a glance. Pei Mu nods. Father often drinks at night. Once he got drunk, looked at Mother's portrait, and cried, then vomited blood. His godfather called a doctor, who said Father's spleen and stomach were weak, and his liver was congested. He said Father has a heart problem. Pei Heng looks at his son beside him. The little boy secretly winks at him. It's true, but there's no need to help him complain in front of the lady. He knows the lady cares deeply for him. Dad, please eat quickly. We missed all the festivals before. Today is the double 9th festival. Would it be okay for you and Mother to stay with me tonight to release lanterns and make wishes? Pei Mu looks expectant. Even when he was smaller, he didn't remember any festivals, but since he learned about these festivals, their family hadn't celebrated together. Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, they all missed, but luckily, they can celebrate the double 9th. Xie Zhaozhao feels a bit sad hearing Mu'er talk. They exchange glances, then look at their son together and say, yes. Although they can't climb high, releasing lanterns to pray is still fine. Later, Dad will eat dinner with me, and Mother will write down her wishes. Okay. Pei Mu raises his small hand to serve food to Dad and Mom. Dad and Mom, get well soon. When it snows, we will build a snowman together. Since it is already Chongyang Festival, snow is not far away. Xie Zhaozhao looked at the painting on the wall. She remembered that she had drawn it with charcoal and placed it in a woven basket, not yet having asked Pei Heng to redraw it. She didn't know when he had painted it. But the room was filled with portraits of her and Muir. Muir said there was also one in the study, but it wasn't hung up. It was kept in a scroll tube. Once she recovered, she planned to take all the paintings back. All right, when it snows, I will take you and Mother to stay at the village for a while. Father will teach you how to hunt. When Pei Heng said this, not only Pei Mu but even Xia Zhaozhao looked at him with anticipation. She also wanted to try hunting. After all, it's illegal in modern times. During university, a roommate's father shot a few wild chickens and was detained and fined. Seeing the same look on mother and son, Pei Heng couldn't help but smile slightly. He planned to stay at home to recover before the new year, so he could spend more time with them. The village was his mother's retreat. When the Pei family's estate was confiscated, this place was not taken. Over the years, Rongyu had sent people to repair and clean it, so it was well maintained. This time, Pei Heng kept his promise and made sky lanterns with Muir. The lanterns rose higher and higher in the sky. Muir closed his eyes and made a wish. He hoped their family would never be separated. He hoped his father and mother wouldn't get hurt or sick. He wished all bad people would disappear. And, if possible, he also wished to play with Ernyo again. His wishes were many, but that was okay. He released many lanterns, believing the gods could hear him. Xia Zhaozhao and Pei Heng held hands, watching their son make his earnest wishes with affection. He was just a child. Lu Rongyu stood outside the courtyard, watching the sky lanterns rise, a faint smile on his lips. However, he didn't go inside. "Prince, aren't you going in?" Nan Feng asked with doubt. The prince had brought wine, saying he wanted to stay until he was drunk with Lord Pei. Lu Rongyu hesitated for a long time before shaking his head. "No, I won't." Their family rarely celebrated together, so he decided not to disturb them. Will the prince return to the mansion?
Go.
To Manhwa Tower. Understood. Jinlin Guard Prison Xia Huimin sensed a faint light and squinted her eyes as she looked toward the distance. She had been imprisoned in the dungeon for months, battered and exhausted. At her most painful moment, she begged Pei Heng to kill her, but he refused and instead tormented her daily. "Pei Heng, is that you?" "It's me. So it's the little Prince Lu. Are you going to kill me again?" Xia Huimin's voice was hoarse, and her smile was strangely sinister. This man was even more ruthless and cold than Pei Heng. She thought he always had some feelings for her. Unexpectedly, he decided to kill her. But perhaps it was for the best. She had lived long enough. Lu Rongyu stepped forward and spoke. Xia Huimin's hands and feet were chained, and she could only stand there involuntarily, desperate to survive but unable to die. "Today, I have news for you. Xia Zhaozhao's poison has been cured." Xia Huimin sneered. "That's impossible. Don't try to fool me." Pei Heng had tried every method. She wouldn't be tricked. In this life, they would never find the cure. They used their own blood as bait. "The poison insect is dead." "Xia Huimin, you're no longer useful." Hearing this, Xia Huimin's face showed shock and disbelief. Her eyes widened almost crazily. "No way, absolutely impossible. No one has ever survived. You want Pei Heng to see me? To come to me?" She knew Pei Heng didn't like her and wouldn't marry her. But she didn't want to see them grow old together. He separated them, shattered their perfect mirror, and made them live apart in pain. Lu Rongyu chuckled softly. "He's with his wife and children at the mansion. He has no time to see you. No, you make him come. I have a secret I haven't told him. A very big secret." "Xia Huimin," Lu Rongyu interrupted her. "Even if it's an earth-shattering secret, he won't see you. He's very happy and wouldn't look at a rat like you." "No, you don't understand." "I won't tell you." Xia Huimin desperately shook her chains, ignoring her pain. Her already hoarse voice sounded even sharper. "Doesn't he want to know about his mother's death?" Lu Rongyu looked up. She indeed knew. Xia Huimin saw his silence and suddenly burst into laughter. "You make him come. Let him come. I'll tell him." "No need. He already knows the truth about that year. He will personally avenge his hatred." "Xia Huimin, it was my mistake not to kill you back then, the troublemaker. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been separated for so long." Today, I won't make the same mistake. Kill me? Fine, kill me. You will all die too, because the one who sits on the throne in the future. Her words were cut off abruptly. Lu Rongyu's flying dagger had already pierced her throat. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Who sits on the throne has nothing to do with me. I don't want to know. He would no longer believe her lies. It was because he trusted her before that so many troubles arose. He thought the day the Pei family was cleared would be better. But unexpectedly, problems kept coming one after another. Since it is so, why does he need to know about the future? Because no matter what happens, they will work together and face it as one. If he is destined to cause chaos, then so be it. He will be there with him. Her eyes fixed on Lu Rongyu, she warned, "You will regret this." Behind her, Jean Linwei entered to confirm that Xia Huimin was dead. However, because of what happened last time, Lu Rongyu was much more cautious this time, planning to bury her after cutting off her head. After all, she also has the surname Xia, and Xia Zhaozhao probably wouldn't want her to die a wild death. Lu Rongyu felt a sense of relief after settling a matter in his mind. When he left the dungeon, he felt much lighter. He said that Xia Huimin was like a rat in the gutter. What he had done over the years was not much different. Lu Rongyu looked toward the palace, a cold smile appearing on his lips. It was half a month before Xia Zhaozhao heard the news that Xia Huimin was dead.
Oh.
Xia Zhaozhao showed a hint of sadness. Lu Rongyu must have felt guilty after his last mistake. Now that her poison was gone, he naturally wouldn't keep her alive. Xia Zhaozhao thought this sadness probably came from the original owner, since she didn't have much sisterly affection for Xia Huimin. But the original owner had deep feelings for her cousin. Xia Huimin had been oppressed in her own home, mostly living at the original owner's house. Xia Huimin was scheming and had a firm grip on the original owner, who truly loved her like a sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given her all her dowry savings. Even now, she still felt reluctant to part with her. Are you unhappy? Not really, just a bit sentimental, Xia Zhaozhao sighed. Her life shouldn't have been like this. If she hadn't taken a dark path, she could have had a bright life of her own. There's no right or wrong. Everything is a choice. Pei Heng sat beside Xia Zhaozhao. I don't believe in vague dreams. Zhao, I just want you to stay with me. Xia Zhaozhao suddenly looked at him, feeling like there was more behind his words. Did you find out? Pei Heng held her hand. What? You're right. Cherish the people in front of you. Xia Zhaozhao was about to speak further, but was interrupted by footsteps outside. Pei Heng frowned in displeasure, but outside, Tingyu reported, My lord, there is an imperial decree. Please come to the palace. Why is there a sudden decree at this time? It's probably about the southern border affairs. Don't worry. If the emperor suspects me, it won't be the delivering the message. It seems your illness can't be properly treated, Xia Zhaozhao said with concern. The emperor does know how to command people. So many ministers in the court, yet he calls someone who is resting at home to come to the palace. Just a matter of discussion, nothing serious. His injuries had mostly healed. He could live normally and didn't need to use internal energy for a short time. The who announced the decree outside was still waiting, and Pei Heng didn't want to delay too long. The officials soon changed, and his bright red robes made his white hair look even more charming and elegant. However, recently he had lost some weight from his injuries, and his official clothes were a bit loose. No matter what happens, I will wait for your return. Throughout history, many powerful officials have gained fame, but few have retired peacefully. He had been planning to use the emperor's birthday as an excuse to avoid going out while recovering, but now it seemed impossible. When Pei Heng arrived, he happened to meet Lu Rongyu's guards at the palace gate. It was obvious he was there. Nan Feng looked worried. Sir, the king of Qin and the emperor are arguing in the Taiji Hall. Our young prince asked his men to stay here and tell you that the matter is not yet settled. Please don't speak lightly. What exactly happened? Why are they arguing? Nan Feng shook his head. Lord Cui went to Shandong a month ago to investigate disaster relief grain. On the way back to the capital, he was ambushed. Was he injured? Pei Heng asked nervously. He was shot and fell into a coma. The assassins had the badge of the Wei prince's residence. The king of Qin went to the palace because of this and said some harsh words. Pei Heng frowned. Even if the badge of the Wei prince's residence was found, the Wei king could still frame others and deny everything. The king of Qin rushing into the palace to demand an explanation was too impulsive. His relationship with his father had just improved, yet he caused the emperor to be embarrassed. No wonder the emperor was angry. Earlier, there was a drought in Shandong, but the court's relief grain never reached the people, causing tens of thousands to starve. The emperor was furious and sent Lord Cui to investigate. Now the truth was about to come out, but the incident happened near the capital, clearly indicating corruption among officials. When Pei Heng arrived, the empress was also in Huaqing Hall. Although she was granted a seat, her face looked grim. The king of Qin knelt at the front, with scattered memorials around him. His forehead injury was probably from a falling document. The emperor's face was as dark as a hot iron pot, showing he was very angry. Disgraceful. You believed others' slander so easily. After all these years, you've made no progress. You should go back to your fiefdom. The emperor scolded angrily. Pei Heng's expression remained calm, but he was shocked inside. If the king of Qin was sent back to his fief, he would lose all chance of competing for the throne. If father insists on protecting him, I would rather go back to my fief and never interfere in court affairs again. The king of Qin was usually polite and gentle, rarely showing such firmness. There must be a reason behind this. The empress spoke. Chuaner, don't say such angry words that upset your father. Mother, can't you see that father is biased? He simply doesn't like me, but I am not at fault. 8 years ago, and now if he wants to accuse me, he has plenty of reasons. Foolish child, you're so blind and useless. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Immediately leave your territory. No order. No return to the capital. Pei Heng saw the situation and quickly knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, the truth of this matter still needs investigation. Don't fall for someone else's scheme to sow discord. Lu Rong echoed. Your Majesty, Yiji's words are reasonable. Someone is trying to create a rift between you and the Qin prince. Such a person deserves punishment. The emperor's face remained grim. You two grew up with him. Don't defend him anymore. I gave him a chance, but he is too unworthy. He has disappointed me again and again. The Qin prince closed his eyes briefly, then looked at the emperor sitting on the high platform. Father, have you ever truly trusted your son? I've been timid since I was young. When I was crown prince, I was so cautious, afraid of making even the smallest mistake. Although I haven't done anything wrong, I haven't achieved much either. I know you wanted to remove me from the throne. These years, being confined in the Eastern Palace, I've actually felt more at ease, no longer worried about failing your expectations. Now that you allow me to participate in court affairs, I know many eyes are watching, hoping I will slip up. Today, I came to Tai Chi Hall because no one in my staff agreed, but I insisted. Though I am simple-minded, I am not blind or deaf. I can give up my position or even abandon being the Qin prince and live as a commoner. But I will never let the realm of Great Qi fall into the hands of someone like the King of Wei. I would die with no peace in my heart. The emperor slammed the table, startling everyone in the room. What nonsense are you talking? The King of Wei is handling my birthday celebration in the Ministry of Rites. He has never sent anyone to the capital. Does the emperor need to personally kill someone? Just a look is enough. Many others can help eliminate the threat. The King of Wei dared to leave his token because he has planned everything long ago. Chuaner, stop talking. The empress interrupted, her face pale. The Qin prince's eyes reddened, but he did not cry. He looked at the empress, then finally at the emperor. This was the first time since he learned the truth that he looked directly at his father. He is his father, and also the emperor. The Qin prince knelt and said, I cannot wish the emperor a long life. I wish you happiness and good health. I am leaving now. Your Highness. Pei Heng instinctively called out. Perhaps the events of that year were controlled by the emperor, but the crown prince truly did not know. He is gentle by nature and has never had such a fierce argument with anyone. Moreover, he is the emperor. Previously, he had no warning, which shows that Prince Qin was very determined. Prince Qin slowly looked at Pei Heng. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. I am sorry for you. After saying this, he left without any hesitation. The emperor looked straight at Prince Qin's back, silent for a long time. Pei Heng and Lu Rong exchanged glances. It seemed the emperor's invitation to him to enter the palace also carried some hesitation. After all, he and Rongyu grew up with Prince Qin, but he never expected that today, the usually cautious and indecisive Prince Qin would be so firm. The empress was feeling faint, and with the help of palace maids, she managed to stand. Your Majesty, I will take my leave. Her voice was choked with emotion when she said this, and her eyes showed deep sadness. The empress had given birth to 2 sons and a daughter for the emperor, and now she was pregnant again. Prince Qin was their eldest son, who was made heir at birth and later became crown prince. Naturally, they had high hopes for him. Now he was leaving the capital, and they might not see each other again. The empress must have felt very sad. Pei Heng and Lu Rongyu quickly bowed. We wish the empress well. The emperor sat on his throne, looking unhappy. Yi, this matter is for you to investigate. No matter what, I want the truth, he said, gripping the armrest tightly, veins showing on his hand, clearly angry. Pei Heng felt nervous, but nodded in agreement. Whether it was the King of Wei or not, the conflict between Prince Qin and the emperor had already begun, leaving little room for reconciliation. However, today, Prince Qin also planted a seed of doubt in the emperor's mind. He knew the emperor well, and Prince Qin knew him too, so he could guess what was happening. Prince Qin gave up fighting for the throne, and from today, the King of Wei was also losing his chance in the emperor's eyes. With both older princes out of the picture, Pei Heng started to wonder who would benefit most. If it wasn't the King of Wei, then this plan was very clever. Besides the one in the palace, who else could have such skills? Pei Heng lowered his gaze and stopped thinking further. He respectfully said, I will follow the order. The emperor looked truly tired and waved his hand. Everyone leave now. Pei Heng came out of the Taiji Hall with a complicated expression. Prince Qin is not the impulsive type. People's circumstances can change greatly, so it's not surprising if their temper changes. Lu Rongyu looked up at the sky, then turned his gaze into the distance. But that doesn't sound like you, he said. You know everything about Master Chui's affairs, so tell me as we walk. Do you still remember Chui Liangdi from the Eastern Palace?
Lu Rongyu asked.
Pei Heng nodded. When the crown prince was married, the Pei family hadn't yet had trouble, and he was still in the capital, so he had some impression of her. When the Eastern Palace was sealed, someone was rude to the crown prince. Chui Liangdi was strong-willed and scolded the palace servants, saying that the crown prince was no longer the heir, but still the emperor's eldest son. To insult the crown prince was to insult the emperor himself. During an argument, she accidentally fell. She was pregnant at the time, and with the palace sealed off and no good doctors available, Chui Liangdi's maid desperately sought medical help. The doctor arrived but missed the best chance, only saving the baby. Chui Liangdi's death moved the emperor to feel pity. During the palace's closure, they no longer lacked clothes or medicine, and the palace servants no longer dared to mistreat her. The man Chui was her brother, also a man of integrity. The siblings came from the Chui family of Qinghe. Although their family had fallen on hard times, they still kept their pride and did not disgrace their family name. He always thought Lu Jinchuan had long forgotten Chui Liangdi, but now seeing him defend Chui's honor, he realized he had never forgotten her. Back then you were already in the border town, so you didn't know. Chui Liangdi left behind a son, 2 years older than Mu'er. I've seen him a few times. He looks very much like his mother. How is Chui's injury? And what about those assassins brought back? They're all in the Jinlin Guard prison. Before the emperor issued an order, I didn't have them interrogated, but one of them is definitely from the Wei prince's residence. Does the Qin prince know? Lu Rongyu nodded. He probably knows, but I also wonder why he hasn't mentioned it. Pei Heng paused for a moment. No matter what, He needed to see the Qin prince before he left the capital. Lu Rongyu directly arranged for the assassins to be transferred to the Dali court, and the Jinlin guard escorted them openly. He thought there might be an accident on the way, but surprisingly, everything was calm and peaceful. When Pei Heng returned home, it was dinner time. He had just set the table when Pei Heng arrived. Xia Zhaozhao teased him, saying she could smell the food and knew he was back. In the past, the Pei family had strict rules of not speaking at meals or sleeping, but Xia Zhaozhao changed that. She liked family members chatting while eating. Naturally, she asked about palace affairs, and Pei Heng didn't hide anything from her. Xia Zhaozhao knew that in history, palace struggles were often cruel, and that the royal family had little brotherly or fatherly love. But she also understood that what happened in her eyes was different from what she read about. She had seen the Qin prince once from afar at Manhwa Tower. He was gentle and refined, clearly a disciplined person just by his appearance. Xiaonyang recognized him, but only because he was in plain clothes and with a child, so she didn't dare to approach and disturb him. "Why didn't you interrogate those assassins overnight? If they confessed, the Qin prince wouldn't have to leave the capital," Xia Zhaozhao said with some sympathy for the Qin prince. "If he insists on leaving the capital?" Xia Zhaozhao was stunned. Yes, she thought about it carefully, and indeed the Qin prince might really do that. He was the legitimate son of the central palace, with a younger brother and sister to support him. And he also has support from a powerful family behind him. Currently, his situation is better than that of King Wei. Why does he want to leave the capital? As a prince, sometimes it's not about whether he wants to fight or not. His birth means he must compete and struggle. Pei Heng's gaze falls on Mu'er, who is eating, knowing that parental love for a child often involves careful planning. As a father, he somewhat understands why King Qin is so cautious. Rongyu said he saw that young man, who looks very much like his mother and is probably a very clever young man. King Qin knows he might not succeed and doesn't want to risk his son's life. Plus, with the matter of Lord Cui, he feels disheartened and leaves. King Qin is honest but not foolish, so he decides to make this matter widely known. First, it makes the emperor suspicious of King Wei, and secondly, King Wei dares not act rashly, which at least keeps him safe for a few more years. If that's the case, leaving a place of trouble might be good. Once at his own territory, he can be more free. Pei Heng nods. Let's eat first, or it will get cold. Mu'er has not spoken all this time, quietly listening. Actually, he has seen that young man from King Qin's residence before. It was when his aunt took him out that he met him. That brother can also solve the 9 linked rings puzzle. But he can't make lanterns with the 9 linked rings, so he taught him. That brother is leaving the capital. Will they never see each other again? In fact, that brother is smarter than Ernyo, and among the friends he has met, he is the cleverest. He even thought that if there was a chance to play together again in the future, it seems that won't happen. Why are you so lost in thought? Xia Zhaozhao noticed her son's unusual behavior. Mu'er blinked, thinking about when it will snow. Xia Zhaozhao didn't expose her son's little eye, as he usually talks a lot. Tonight, he is especially quiet, especially when talking about that young man from King Qin's residence. Mu'er listens very carefully, clearly wanting to know more about him. Pei Heng also notices this. Neither of them asks questions. Later that night, after Mu'er falls asleep, they start talking again. Mu'er probably has seen that young man from King Qin's residence. It should be so. Did you take Mu'er there recently and not tell me? Xia Zhaozhao looks up at him. Maybe Aunt took him. Aunt is familiar with King Qin. Aunt has taught the princes and princesses. She has a good relationship with them. Pei Heng doesn't think much of it, finding Mu'er's attitude a bit amusing. But he doesn't want to discuss this further. His hand slips under her clothes. Xia Zhaozhao was still somewhat rational, but soon she couldn't resist. It seems she also has some small desires. A gentle, lingering intimacy, like water flowing smoothly. On a cold winter night, the world is quiet and deep, but the room is warm and cozy. Pei Heng quietly gets out of bed, dresses, and leaves the room. As soon as he steps out, he feels a cold wind hit his face. It's still dark before dawn, and the night seems endless, like the unpredictable chaos of the morning court. Today, the king of Qin leaves the capital, but no officials or soldiers see him off. Everyone knows that once he departs, he won't return for a long time. He will be a prince with nothing to do but relax. Moreover, the king of Qin was forced out of the capital by the emperor. In the future, when people think of him, only dislike remains. This is how cold and unkind the world can be. Lu Jinchuan wears a black cloak and a jade crown. Though silent, he doesn't seem sad, but rather relaxed. You and I grew up together, like brothers. If there's anything worth staying for in the capital, it's you too. I am 3 years older than you, but all these years, you've taken care of me. Now I am fallen so low, I feel guilty. Behind him, his family supports him, but they are always calculating their interests and won't put all their hopes in one person. Even if he loses power, they will find new allies. But these two have always supported him, which is why King Wei sees them as enemies and has harmed them several times. Brother, please don't say more, Lu Rongyu chokes with emotion. He thought that after Yi Ji returned to the capital, the brothers would reunite and help him become a wise ruler. But now, Yi Ji has come back, and he has to leave. From now on, the three of them will probably never meet again. But this is his choice. He respects it no matter what. Lord Cui, I ask you both to take care of him. If he wakes up, tell him I am waiting for him at my estate. If he doesn't wake, send his ashes there. That's easy enough. But I have one question. His Highness usually discusses matters with us. Why is this time so sudden? Pei Heng looks at Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan is silent for a long time, then says, I'm tired of this life. I don't want to live in fear anymore. Yi Ji, Rongyu, today we part ways. See you again someday. He pours himself a glass of wine, drinks it in one gulp, and acts boldly, very different from usual. Pei Heng always feels there's more behind his words, but his nature is such that if he doesn't want to say, he never will. It's better for him to leave. There's really nothing worth staying for in the capital. Here's to you. Pei Heng also raises his glass and drinks. Lu Rongyu drinks his in one go. Though they have drunk quite a bit, none are drunk. When they leave, the king of Qin pats their shoulders and looks serious. Take care, he says. Then he gets into the carriage of the king of Qin. King Qin left quietly with a small group, disappearing into the morning fog. After the carriage vanished, Lu Rong spoke again. What is he really afraid of? He left in such a hurried and embarrassed way. Besides him and King Wei, who else do you think has the best chance to take that position? The sixth prince? The sixth prince is King Qin's biological brother, also 15 years old this year, soon reaching the age to be granted a title and become a prince. Lu Rong shook his head before Pei Heng could speak. King Qin is kind but not incapable. When the empress left the palace, the sixth prince was still young and often followed Princess Qinggu around. He has become somewhat timid. Lu Rong clearly thinks the sixth prince isn't fit for such a heavy responsibility. Pei Heng nodded in agreement. The sixth prince always talks about his elder sister and relies heavily on Princess Qinggu, even more than on the empress. Lu Rong suddenly seemed to think of something. Are you talking about Princess Qinggu? Not yet certain, he replied. But the possibility of Princess Qinggu is very high. Maybe when Lord Cui wakes up, they can find some clues. As soon as Pei Heng returned to his room, Xia Zhaozhao woke up. She vaguely knew he had gone out in the morning but was too sleepy to ask. Did you go to see King Qin? Xia Zhaozhao instinctively moved closer to him. Yes. But Pei Heng stepped back. He had just come in from outside, carrying a cold aura. He had just taken off his cloak and wanted to sit nearby for a while before getting closer, but she had already woken up. Xia Zhaozhao refused to let go and pulled him into the quilt. He left so freely, leaving such a mess behind. The case of Lord Cui's assassination seemed like an investigation, but it was actually very dangerous. And those families who supported King Qin before probably didn't expect this either. That's why King Qin left so hurriedly. He was afraid he might not make it out himself. Getting out alive is already rare, Pei Heng sighed. Usually, princes who failed in their struggle for the throne don't survive. King Qin stopped in time, which was wise. But it did leave a mess behind. In the future, the court will likely become even more chaotic. The emperor's long-standing balance was completely broken in just one day. That's true. Once this faction falls, others will rise. Let's see. Within a few days, there will be unexpected people shining in the court. Madam, you have such insight. That's nothing strange. The court won't be ruled by just one wind. When one leaves, a storm will rise. I think you shouldn't worry too much about investigating the case. Maybe if you wait a little longer, the answer will come on its own. Pei Heng nodded and agreed with him. He gently pinched Xie Zhaozhao's nose and said, Madam is indeed clever. Since the evidence is insufficient, we must wait until Lord Cui wakes up to continue. I want to sleep a little longer. Waking up early in winter is too hard. Please stay with me. Xie Zhaozhao leaned into Pei Heng's arms. Last night was late, and he had to wake early to send Prince Qin off. Pei Heng hadn't slept much either. Now, with warm jade and gentle fragrance, she quickly fell asleep. Mua woke up and found the room quiet. Father and Mother hadn't woken up yet. Usually, Father was the earliest to get up, so today was strange. It must be because his injury hadn't healed. He tiptoed to get dressed quietly and quietly left the room. When Tingyu saw the young master come out, he was about to speak, but made a shushing gesture. After they walked away, he said, Father and Mother are still resting. Don't wake them. Today, the kitchen will send meals later. You can practice boxing with me first. In Muir's mind, although Mother had recovered, he couldn't be sure there wouldn't be bad people in the future. He still wanted to become stronger early. So, he practiced martial arts every day without fail. Tingyu was most aware of the young master's progress. At first, he dared not use much strength, afraid of hurting him by mistake. Now, he could use 50% power and the young master was improving rapidly. If this continued, in less than a year, the young master's skills would surpass his. Xie Zhaozhao sighed again, thinking that in her previous life, she must have done good deeds, so heaven sent her such a good son. She hugged her son, full of pride and affection. Madame had never been so enthusiastic about him before. Although it made her feel a bit jealous, she was also comforted inside. After all, her son was also her own. The case of Lord Cui's assassination was progressing slowly. The emperor asked several times, but Pei Heng always replied that the evidence was insufficient and no conclusion could be made. After that, the emperor stopped asking. Time passed, and it was the emperor's birthday. Today, the family attended the palace banquet. Pei Heng sat near the front, and his family naturally sat near him. Xie Zhaozhao's seat was next to Fang Shuqiu's, making it easy for the two to talk. This was her first time attending a palace banquet. Pei Heng had already told her the rules. Fang Shuqiu also reminded her to avoid touching too many things at the banquet. At first, Xie Zhaozhao was quite looking forward to it, but when she arrived, she found the dishes were cold and the pastries were a bit hard. Maybe they tasted good at first, but because they were left out too long, they lost their flavor. So, she had no appetite at all. Not only her, but Xie Zhaozhao also noticed that everyone else wasn't eating much. Even the program itself was dull and uninteresting. Xie Zhaozhao was so bored that she started to miss the Spring Festival Gala. Compared to this event, the Spring Festival Gala is much more fun. However, no one dares to doze off during such a serious occasion. Though it was boring, everyone stayed alert and attentive. After all, if they were careless, their lives could be at risk. Pei Mu sat properly beside Pei Heng, looking very commanding despite being so young. The father and son sitting together clearly looked formidable. Pei Heng's seat was at the top, next to Duke Gua, and it seemed the emperor was deliberately provoking Duke Gua, making Pei Heng always seem to be above him. But Duke Gua could only bear it quietly. The singing and dancing were average, but everything was peaceful. That was until the southern border envoy stepped forward to offer birthday wishes. Xie Zhaozhao looked up and saw the high priest dressed like a religious figure, very gaunt with bulging eyes, looking like he was up to mischief. Pei Heng remained calm, as if he had never seen this person before. The high priest suffered a setback in Pei Heng's hands and avoided his sharpness. "Please send my regards to the emperor for his longevity and prosperity," the high priest said, performing the highest southern border greeting, then presenting a gift. "High priest, please rise," the emperor said happily. He was in a good mood and unaffected by the recent departure of Prince Qin from the capital. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but sigh. Emperors always wanted many children, which was highly valued, but when their sons grew up, they were seen as enemies. The great Qi also prepared a gift for the southern border king. The atmosphere was harmonious, until the high priest spoke again. "This trip is to wish the emperor a long life, and also to ask for a marriage between our king and a princess of Great Qi." Such a big event was completely unexpected. Even Pei Heng was surprised. Zhao Zhao said that the court was about to face trouble, but she never imagined it would come from the southern border. They exchanged glances, both feeling uneasy. The hairpin fell to the ground, and her hair was piled like clouds. No one had heard of the emperor leaving the morning sun. The envoy's wife was dedicated to the country, but no one knew where the general was used. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly thought of a poem. Gold hairpins fall to the ground, her hair piled like clouds. No one heard of the morning sun's departure. The envoy's wife cares for the country, but where is the general? Reading history, she knew that the princess involved in marriage alliances often suffered greatly and rarely had a good ending. The emperor clearly hadn't expected this either, hesitating while stroking his beard. Consort Mei raised an eyebrow. At this moment, she wouldn't speak. The empress looked calm, but palace people are skilled at hiding their emotions. Most likely, her heart was already stormy with turmoil. After all, the only suitable princess in the palace was Princess Qingwu. First, Prince Qin left the capital, then the southern border sought to marry a princess. These events seemed clearly aimed at the empress. This pregnancy of the empress was very noticeable, making many people restless. The high priest looked at the emperor, who remained silent, then bowed again and said, "My king sincerely wishes to marry Princess Qingwu of Daqi. Your servant, say that if this wish is granted, I am willing to acknowledge Daqi as my lord, pay tribute every year, and forever be loyal." The emperor was somewhat tempted by the idea of acknowledging vassalage and tribute. If one woman could solve a problem, why use armies and waste resources? Princess Qingwu naturally attended the palace banquet tonight. She remained calm and poised throughout. The emperor's gaze fell on Qingwu. She was his most beloved daughter and his proudest woman. He was reluctant to see her marry far away.
And
the emperor also seemed to think of the empress. "High priest, Qingwu is my most cherished daughter. I have already chosen a husband for her. This matter may not be possible." Although the emperor refused, his tone did not completely shut down the possibility. "Having chosen someone doesn't mean they are married yet, so there is still room for change. Your Majesty, my king is willing to offer 20 cities as a bride price to marry Princess Qingwu." The envoy from the southern border added more terms, and the emperor's expression grew complicated. This matter needs more consideration. The high priest's return date is still far off. Perhaps there will be a better candidate in the future. The songs, dances, and ambitions brought by the southern border delegation were as splendid as their aspirations. But no one was in the mood to watch. Everyone knew the court wouldn't be peaceful, but this was too much. Rushing would only lead to failure. King Wei and Princess Mei's actions this time were a bit too harsh. The palace banquet ended late, past Muer's usual bedtime. On the carriage, Muer was already asleep in Pei Heng's arms. Xie Zhaozhao gently kissed her son's face. Though clever, he was still a child, and when asleep he looked like a soft, adorable little ball. "Me too." Pei Heng waited a long time, but Xie Zhaozhao's kiss didn't come. He looked disappointed and said, "You're such a grown-up." "Xie Zhaozhao, you say you love me the most." She said she loved him the most, but every time she kissed Muer, she forgot about him. Is this also something to argue over? "Of course. You said you love me the most." Pei Heng emphasized the word most very seriously. He wasn't competing with his son but wanted to be the most in her heart. Xie Zhaozhao quickly kissed his face, but Mu'er suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were a little red, and his expression was just as sad and wronged as Pei Heng's earlier. Mommy also says she loves me the most. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but hold her forehead. Their expressions made it seem like she was a woman who abandoned her family. She wasn't lying, it was just how things are sometimes, no need to take it too seriously. The first and second things weren't that important. What mattered was that they all held it in their hearts. The father and son looked at her eagerly. Xie Zhaozhao nodded and looked very determined. All right, one is my most beloved husband, and the other is my most loved son. The list is different, but both are equally important. My heart only has room for you too. Pei Heng curled his lips and smiled faintly. The father and son exchanged a glance and together leaned in to kiss Xie Zhaozhao on the cheek. Mother is also my favorite mother. Pei Mu looked up at Xie Zhaozhao, hugging her neck with his small arms. His fair, pink face had a red mark from just waking up, making him look even cuter. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but cuddle her son. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and the mother and son nearly fell forward. Fortunately, Pei Heng reacted quickly and caught them. Just as he was about to ask what happened, someone outside announced, Lord Pei, Princess Qingwu's guard Mingzhi requests to see you. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Pei Heng. Before she regained her memory, she had heard some rumors about him and Princess Qingwu. Lin Wanning had also hinted several times that Princess Qingwu, who is still unmarried, was waiting for Pei Heng. Today, the emperor said he was choosing a husband for the princess and seemed to glance at Pei Heng unintentionally. However, although Pei Heng's face was attractive, Xie Zhaozhao trusted his character. If they had gone through life and death together, and she still doubted his feelings for her, then perhaps life was not worth living. Go back to the mansion with Mu'er first. I'll be right back. Mingzhi was Princess Qingwu's guard and confidant, always by her side. His personal visit indicated urgency. It seemed that Nanjiang's sudden marriage proposal had made Qingwu anxious. She had her own ambitions over the years, and having ambitions wasn't a bad thing. Many princesses throughout history had participated in politics, so it was not unusual or surprising. Xie Zhaozhao nodded, but Mu'er's little face was puffed up and frowned, showing a bit of stubbornness. Dad is going to do important work. Don't be upset. Xie Zhaozhao gently pinched her chubby son's face.
Mu'er pouted.
I'm not angry at Dad. Mother, will Aunt Qingwu go to marry someone? Don't you want her to go? Pei Mu shook his head. No, I don't want her to marry far away. Otherwise, she might be bullied by her in-laws, and she can't use her dowry to help her brother marry. Aunt Qingwu was going to Nanjiang, so far from the capital. If she was bullied, no one would stand up for her. And with 10 city gifts, if they were for Aunt Qingwu, she should be the mistress of those cities. She didn't belong to Great Qi or Nanjiang. Xie Zhaozhao smiled. You understand quite a lot. I already knew. It was Grandma Wang who told me. I heard that Grandma Wang couldn't bear for Aunt Xiao Shuang to marry far away, and she didn't want Uncle Zhao Lei's dowry to be used for Dainiu and Erniu's marriages. Grandma Wang loves her daughter, but Grandpa Huang doesn't care about his daughter. At that time, I thought that if I ever had a sister, I wouldn't let her marry far away either. The farthest would be just next door. And I would save a lot of dowry for my sister. Mu'er is right, but nothing is decided yet. Princess Qingwu might not have to marry to the southern border. Really? We will know when your father comes back. Are you and Aunt Qingwu very close? Pei Mu nodded seriously. When Mother was sick, Aunt Qingwu helped Dad a lot. She also didn't want to marry Dad. When he first entered the palace, he heard palace maids whispering that Empress Dowager wanted to arrange a marriage for Princess Qingwu with Dad. At first, he didn't like Aunt Qingwu, thinking she wanted to take Mother's place. Later, he heard Aunt Qingwu tell Andy that she wouldn't marry Dad. She didn't want the tragedy of that year to happen again. She couldn't afford that cost, and Dad couldn't either. He didn't quite understand what she meant by cost at first, so he asked Auntie later. Auntie saw his curiosity and told him, Years ago, his grandfather and grandmother fell in love at first sight, then married. His grandmother was also a princess. The crown prince couldn't participate in politics, so his grandfather could only be a famous but powerless grand tutor. Later, his grandfather regretted it. He hated that his grandmother had ruined his plans, ruined the Pei family. You can't have fish and bear paws at the same time. It was clearly his grandfather's fault, but his grandmother bore the consequences without reason. His grandfather was just like what mother said, wanting everything, thinking everything should go his way. Shameless. He had never seen his grandmother, but she must be a very good person. Because when Auntie mentioned her, her eyes looked a little moist, and she was silent for a long time. He could feel it. You know quite a lot. Xia Zhaozhao patted her son's head. When mother is not here, I want to protect your place, and no one else can touch it. Actually, Dad is doing very well himself. That lady of Wanning County always came to see Dad, but he never saw her. Xia Zhaozhao hugged her son. Thank you, my dear. During the time she lost her memory, whenever Pei Heng had a thought, they could never go back to how they were now. Mother smells so nice. Then hug her more. Xia Zhaozhao let her son lean on her chest, gently patting his back. At first, the little guy was still talking to her, but soon he fell asleep again. He was young and trying to stay strong, but now he really couldn't hold on anymore. Getting out of the car in the rain, she held him as they descended. He seemed to sense that her scent was unfamiliar, looked up with half-closed eyes, then closed them again. Xia Zhaozhao was originally lying on the bed waiting for Pei Heng to return, but she was too sleepy and fell asleep unknowingly. In her drowsiness, she heard movement outside in the yard and was suddenly alert, instinctively reaching for the hairpin under her pillow. Since the last time Lu Jingjun had caught her, she had asked Xiaonyang to make this hairpin for her. It looked ordinary, but the pin was made of dark iron, very sharp. She never parted with it. She refused to let herself fall into such a desperate situation again. It wasn't until she heard Pei Heng and Tingfeng talking that she loosened her grip on the hairpin. Her palms were sticky, sweat from nervousness. The candle flame flickered in the room, casting a warm orange glow. Xia Zhaozhao sat on the bed, her hair loose, looking especially delicate and charming. Why aren't you asleep yet? I just closed my eyes for a moment. I woke up when I heard you speak. Xia Zhaozhao's voice was a little hoarse. I woke you up? Pei Heng had just finished bathing next door, still carrying a warm scent. You're always so late. Go rest soon, you're exhausted. Xia Zhaozhao yawned. She was used to sneaking out late at night or returning late. Did you ask Princess Qinggu what she told me? Pei Heng chuckled softly. The last time they met at the restaurant, Lin Wanning had deliberately mentioned Princess Qinggu in front of her. Does she not care about him at all now? Can it wait until tomorrow? I want to sleep now. Xia Zhaozhao found a comfortable position, placing her legs directly on his stomach, treating him like a human-shaped pillow. Seeing her like this, Pei Heng could only go along and smiled helplessly. All right, go to sleep. Xia Zhaozhao's hand rested on his chest, and she casually reached into his collar, murmuring softly with her eyes closed, "Who's as petty as you?" "I'm very generous." Pei Heng held her wandering hand. "Madam Pei, I'm not that generous. If you keep moving around, you won't sleep tonight." Xia Zhaozhao pinched him. "Are you still human? I just want to hold your hand." Her palms had been sweaty earlier, but now they felt a bit cool. She just wanted to warm her hand. And besides, why can't she touch him? Xia Zhaozhao almost half leaned on his chest, liking to sleep this way. It felt safe, and it was easier to fall asleep. Cold? Pei Heng held her hand. Indeed, it was a little cold. Xia Zhaozhao rested her head on his chest, closed her eyes, and responded softly, yes. She was tired overall. I just heard some movement, and woke up suddenly, thinking there was a bad person, she said. Pei Heng kissed her on the forehead. Don't worry, it won't happen again like last time. In the future, can we not go out at night? Winter is very cold. Okay. Then, let's go to sleep. All right, sleep well. Xia Zhaozhao closed her eyes. Actually, she didn't like him being too close to other women. Princess Qingwu didn't want to marry Pei Heng, but it wasn't because she couldn't. She said neither of them could afford the cost. It's not that she didn't like him, but that she couldn't. Because she has a clear understanding and plan for her future. Tonight was the first time she saw Princess Qingwu. The Empress was chosen for her beauty, and Princess Qingwu's looks were just as stunning. She was bright and elegant, with a commanding presence in her every move. During the gathering, even though the southern border high priest spoke eloquently, she remained composed. Whether she had ambitions or not, she was undeniably charming. Tonight, she summoned Pei Heng. Would her attitude change? She shouldn't think that way. Even if she didn't trust Princess Qingwu, she should trust Pei Heng. Thinking of this, Xia Zhaozhao leaned closer to him, adjusted her posture, and directly placed her leg on his lower abdomen. Pei Heng's already restless body grew even hotter. Did she think he wouldn't move her? Maybe she was awakened, feeling very sleepy, but unable to fall asleep. After a while, Xia Zhaozhao shifted her position several times. Sometimes her leg was on her stomach, sometimes on her thigh, until she accidentally touched a sensitive spot. She planned to pretend nothing happened and quietly move away, but Pei Heng caught her leg. Xia Zhaozhao, can't sleep? Want to do something else? Pei Heng's lips brushed her ear intentionally or unintentionally. Before she could respond, he kissed her. Xia Zhaozhao was overwhelmed by the kiss and lost all reason. She floated like a small boat on the waves, drifting along. After breakfast, Fang Shiqiu arrived. Pei Heng happened to be going to the government office, so he just nodded and left quickly. Are you really letting him handle Princess Qingwu's affairs? Fang Shiqiu asked. Between men and women, maybe there was no love at first, but many grew to love each other over time. Although she was Zhao Zhao's friend and supported her, she had to admit that Princess Qingwu's face was just as beautiful as Zhao Zhao's. Pei Heng was indeed very good at what he did. Men's love is often passionate at first. Just like at the beginning, she truly liked Zheng Sanling. He even gave up his concubine for her, but what did that matter? It couldn't withstand the test of time. Whether he allows it or not, he's already involved. Besides, as women, I don't want Princess Qingwu to marry far away, Xia Zhaozhao said calmly. If Princess Qingwu really marries into the court, no one can restrain the King of Wei. Even if King Qin leaves, making the emperor suspicious of Prince Wei, currently among the princes, Prince Wei is still the most powerful. The empress is pregnant, and if Prince Wei's mother and son cause a palace coup, the throne could change hands. If Prince Wei ascends the throne, Pei Heng will have no future. Their conflict is deep, and reconciliation seems impossible. Therefore, both publicly and privately, Pei Heng must get involved in this matter. Fang Shiqiu nodded. That's true. But what is the emperor's attitude? The emperor probably knows all this, but he is reluctant to give up those benefits. Now he's just weighing the pros and cons. In the emperor's mind, these princes and princesses are not only his children, but also his subordinates. As a father, he hopes his children will succeed, but also obey him. As a ruler, he wants his subordinates to be capable, but not too harmonious. Right now, only Princess Qingwu can rival King Qin and Prince Wei. First, King Qin left the capital, then Princess Qingwu. It feels like there's someone pushing from behind. Suddenly, everyone is caught off guard. It's good that you think clearly. I'm just worried you'll overthink, Fang Shiqiu said, afraid she might be upset. Although she doesn't have a very close relationship with Princess Qingwu, they've interacted a few times, and she finds her very charming. People like Lin Wanning, who pretend to be noble and reserved but are actually pretentious, she isn't worried about. But Princess Qingwu, she truly doesn't trust. Then just don't think about it. Focus on how to improve the business at Manhwa Tower. Good idea. Manhwa Tower's business is good now because customers find anew. Once the novelty wears off or other shops imitate it, the business will naturally decline. After discussing, Fang Shiqiu left after lunch. In the afternoon, the sky was dark and cloudy, as if a storm was coming. Xia Zhaozhao took a nap and woke up to find it was already dark. Moore was very excited and ran in from outside. Mother, it's going to snow. The snow fell on his face, feeling cool. Although it was very small, he knew it was snow. Is the first snow coming so early? No, I've been waiting for a long time. Mother, father said he will take us hunting. Pei Mu was very eager. He had been waiting for this for a long time and was finally able to do it. He wanted to catch a rabbit to make a scarf for Mother, and a fox would be even better. But you said foxes are hard to catch, and catching a rabbit is already impressive. Hearing this, Xia Zhaozhao remembered something. But she wasn't sure if Pei Heng had time. She didn't want to ruin her son's excitement, so she tried to be a good listener. Soon, Liuli came over and asked if they wanted to set the table. Seeing that it was getting late, and they might not make it back for dinner, Xia Zhaozhao said, "Let's go." Just as they were about to start eating, Pei Heng returned, looking tired and dusty. Snow had settled on his dark cloak, clearly visible. Pei Mu got down from her chair and hurried into her father's arms. "Daddy, it snowed." Pei Heng took off his cloak and smiled. "I remember, we were going hunting in the mountains, right?" Pei Mu nodded excitedly. "Daddy promised." "Yes, but the snow has stopped now." "It's still snowing, but we can't go up the mountain," Pei Heng patiently explained. While talking, he took off his cloak. Liuli quickly took it from him, and the young maidservant brought water for him to wash his hands. Afterward, he picked up his son and strode over to sit beside Xia Zhaozhao, placing his son down nearby. There's a hot spring in the village. It's perfect for soaking at this time of year. Why not invite Uncle and the princess to join us? It would be lively, Pei Heng suggested. She hadn't had much free time since coming to the capital, so she was happy to relax with trusted friends nearby. Aren't you the one who doesn't like crowds? But if you're happy, I like it most. I also like it when Mother is happy, Pei Mu echoed. Then it's decided. Since it will be lively, why not invite little Prince Lu too? Xia Zhaozhao proposed. Since she had invited her good friend, she couldn't favor one over the other. Lu Rongyu was also one of Pei Heng's closest friends. Pei Heng raised an eyebrow. You don't like him and me to be together? Because Mother also hopes Daddy will be happy. Besides, the godfather is a good person now. Xia Zhaozhao pinched her son's nose. He's quite clever. Pei Mu was so excited he went to bed half an hour later than usual. Xia Zhaozhao took a nap in the afternoon, so she wasn't too tired. She decided to tell him a new story. Qinxiang is so pitiful. When will he meet Mother? Why didn't Lu Yanqing send Qinxiang to learn skills earlier? He can't fight, and he's not very smart. What is the third Saint Mother like about him? Xia Zhaozhao paused, realizing she hadn't thought about this before. Maybe because he's love-struck. Lu Yanchang is a handsome scholar, and most women like that type. What is love-struck? It means giving up oneself, not loving oneself, and putting all energy into the other person. Has he been cursed? That's one way to put it. Then Daddy is better. Daddy saved Mother on his own. I am happier than Qinxiang. Yes, a happy child. It's time for you to sleep, Xia Zhaozhao said, pinching his small face. Pei Mu obediently closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Xia Zhaozhao yawned and returned to her bed. Pei Heng put down his book and pulled her into his arms. Girls like handsome scholars. Do you like them too? Pei Heng Gong, although reading a book, heard their mother and son's conversation. Xia Zhaozhao had just been explaining to Mu'er and forgot about her jealous feelings. She then said seriously, I only like you. Pei Heng looked at her. What about Yang Ming?
Yang Ming?
Xia Zhaozhao almost forgot who he was. Yes. 3 years ago, he missed the imperial exam due to illness. Today, his name appeared on the list of candidates for next spring's exam, and he is in the capital city. The bedroom was not very bright. Pei Heng was facing away from the light, with a face partly lit and partly shadowed, his features deep and serious. Xia Zhaozhao's eyelashes fluttered. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she really met Yang Ming? The book didn't mention the two of them, but it subtly hinted that when Pei Mu visited her mother's grave, there were offerings. Thinking this way, there might be some childhood love between them. Otherwise, Xia Huimin wouldn't have been able to provoke her successfully. What's the matter? Do you have news about him? What if I do? Pei Heng's expression darkened, and his face showed concern. Then we can visit him together. I've known him for many years. Now we're both in the capital, so it's like meeting an old friend abroad, Xia Zhaozhao said casually. But her words were carefully chosen. Otherwise, tonight, her jealous heart might overflow. Xia Zhaozhao, Pei Heng's hand around her waist tightened a little. How can you be so carefree? It was like a gust of wind passing by, ignoring the ripples in the water. Pei Heng's sigh was hard to tell whether it was more sadness or affection. Are you saying I should have feelings for him, or abandon you and moor for him, Peiji? Don't come and accuse me if you have your own thoughts. Be honest. Xia Zhaozhao pinched his chin, looking at him perfectly, taking control of the situation. I don't have any. Pei Heng stared into her eyes. If you say no, then it's no. Whatever I say, you won't believe. Don't use that old interrogation trick at home. If you do, I'll swap your tea for vinegar. If you love drinking it, then drink your fill. Xia Zhaozhao sat on him, looking down at him with a commanding presence. This was the real negotiation stance. But Xia Zhaozhao only felt proud for a moment before Pei Heng turned the tables. I was wrong. Pei Heng gently kissed her lips and then said, Madam, forgive me. He accidentally saw a name on the list and then looked up the person's hometown, confirming it was Yang Ming. Within half a day, Feng had found out all about him. 5 years ago, he went from the border town to the capital for an exam, passing through Zhongzhou, where there was a plague. He unfortunately caught it. This delay cost him half a year, causing him to miss the exam, and he spent all his silver. His journey to the capital was truly difficult. However, despite the hardships, he did not lose the dignity of a scholar. Since arriving in the capital over half a year ago, he's been teaching a few young men at the Fan family school, introduced by a friend. Actually, he had seen Yang Ming at the Fan family's place. But at that time, he didn't know that person was him. He looked like a refined scholar straight out of a book, a proper scholar's face. No wonder Zhao Zhao couldn't forget him. Does childhood love matter? You're like Lady Wan Ning, childhood sweethearts who even talked about marriage.
And now?
Xia Zhaozhao looked thoughtful. Everyone has a youth. Right now, I am with you, and I will be with you in the future. Even if the original owner truly liked him, it no longer matters. She is not the original owner. Xia Zhaozhao lowered her head, gently tracing his lips with her finger. Pei Heng, we must live well, or we'll be unworthy of the sword that pierced our hearts. Their remaining years were gained through life and death struggles. How could they be easily betrayed? The snow fell intermittently for 3 days. On the day it stopped, Pei Heng kept his promise and took the mother and son hunting. They also planned to stay at a village for a few days. The matter of Princess Qingmei had been dealt with, and now all that was left was for the emperor to decide. Even though the emperor had plans for the southern border, the most important thing now was internal stability within Diqi. Outside the city, the world was covered in snow. Looking out, everything was white and pure, and Xia Zhaozhao felt much more relaxed. Mother, it's so beautiful. Pei Mu pushed aside the curtain in surprise. Actually, he had seen snow before. On the way back to the capital, it snowed off and on, but at that time, he was in a bad mood and hid in his father's arms, crying all the way. Even the most beautiful snow scene couldn't lift his spirits. The distant mountains stretched endlessly, covered in white, shining brightly under the sunlight. Do you want to ride a horse? Pei Heng saw his son eager and felt a bit reluctant. Taking him hunting was just to relax. Staying inside the carriage would be a shame given the beautiful scenery. It was indeed cold, but there was no need for boys to be so delicate. Pei Mu wanted to nod but instinctively looked at Xia Zhaozhao. Xia Zhaozhao glared at Pei Heng but ultimately agreed. Don't run too fast. Wear your hat properly. Don't worry, mother. Daddy wrapped me in a big cloak, and I feel very warm, said Pei Mu. Daddy was always like this before. He leaned in Daddy's arms and fell asleep, so he wasn't cold at all. All right, stay safe.
Pei Mu nodded seriously.
Don't worry, mother. Outside, uncle and godfather are here. I am very safe. Seeing his son eager to go, Pei Heng picked him up and got out of the carriage. The weather was clear today and many people were out hunting. Looking at the wagon tracks, many had passed by earlier. Pei Mu, wrapped in Daddy's arms, only showed his head, curious about everything. He asked about one thing, and then another. Pei Hung was always patient with his son and answered every question carefully. Nearby, Lu Rong and some carefree boys occasionally made jokes and laughed. The sound of horse hooves and boys' laughter came from afar. Their carefree look reminded Lu Rong of himself and Pei Hung in the past. Pei Hung also heard this and said with a smile, "It's a few young men from the Fan family." When he heard the name Fan, his smile froze for a moment. Could it be a coincidence? But he was disappointed to find out it was indeed a coincidence. The Fan family was highly favored at the moment. Second Master Fan held strong troops and had guarded Hedong for many years. Even the Zheng family, the leading family of Hedong, respected him. The Fan family soldiers were skilled in archery and riding. They wouldn't miss this lively event. Among the lively young men, there was also a figure dressed in a moon-white cloak, elegant and steady, as if blending into the world. Pei Heng's sharp eyes recognized him instantly, Yang Ming. He looked back calmly, showing little emotion. While lost in thought, a few young men caught up with them. Brother Rong, Brother Iji. Lu Rong and Pei Hung had learned archery from Second Master Fan when they were young and had some connection with the Fan family. "Are you also going hunting?" Lu Rong asked. "Yes, it's rare to have free time." "Father isn't testing our studies," said Second Young Master Fan. The Fan family was originally military, but now, with peace in the world, they valued literature over martial skills. Even the prestigious Zheng family respected them. The Fan family's young men were not very skilled in studies, and several teachers had left. Until a relative recommended Yang Ming, who was about their age and got along well with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here today. "Mr. Yang, hurry up or we'll miss lunch," said the girl in the carriage, Zhao Zhao Zhao. When she heard someone call Mr. Yang, she was surprised. Could it be him? "I thought I was overthinking again. There are many people with the surname Yang in the world, so it's unlikely to be such a coincidence." Before Xie Zhao Zhao could think further, a few young men left saying, "Older brothers, we'll go ahead first." A burst of horse hooves sounded as they hurried away, and Xie Zhao Zhao stopped pondering. Yang Ming was the last to ride. Although he could ride, his riding skills were not as good as the others, and since it was snowing, he didn't dare to ride freely like them. The young men were carefree, but their hearts were kind, and they specially left a guard for him. When passing by Pei Hung and Lu Rong, Yang Ming nodded slightly. He had been in the capital for over half a year and in the Fan family for a few months, so he had heard of their names and seen them a few times. The two also nodded slightly. After Lu Rong and the others walked away, Lu Rong teased, "Mr. Yang, your appearance is quite similar to yours. Does the Fan family plan to use the excuse of inviting a scholar to find a son-in-law?" He heard that Mr. Yang would take the imperial exam next year and was very learned. He was introduced by the Fan family's head's younger brother, who was an official. If he missed the chance to find a husband after the rankings came out, this could be a good plan. Pei Hung glanced at him coolly, not wanting to talk. Lu Rong, amused, stepped forward and asked, "Why are you so upset?" "Father isn't angry." Pei Mu poked out his little head, tilting it to talk to Lu Rong. "What's not angry?" Lu Rong said to Pei Mu, his voice unconsciously carrying a slight nasal tone. He was no longer the mighty Jinlin Guard commander who could decide life or death with a single thought. "It's because mother won't let him take me riding, so I can only walk slowly," Pei Mu said. Lu Rong's mood was unaffected. He laughed loudly. "So, you're jealous that their horses run faster. Do you want your godfather to take you to catch up? Your mother won't mind." Pei Mu hesitated, looking up at his father. Pei Hung pressed his head back into his cloak, saying, "Sit properly, or we'll go back to the carriage." Pei Mu pouted his little mouth and obediently pulled back. The courtyard wasn't far, but it still took about 2 hours. Pei Mu rode for a while, then sat back in the carriage. By the time they arrived, it was already noon. They had already packed everything up and left early with Feng and the others. Half an hour later, Qionyang and Zhao Mingli's group arrived. There was no time for hunting today. Winter days get dark early. After lunch, they rested a bit, and it was almost dark. In the afternoon, They wandered around the courtyard and then soaked in a hot spring to relax. Pei Heng also taught Mua how to paddle in the water. Kids learn quickly, and by the end of the night, he had almost learned the dog paddle. Several grown men are playing with children, having a wild and fun time, especially Lu Rongyu and Zhao Mingli, who are teasing each other. Just a few more tries and you'll be ready. In summer, your godfather will take you swimming, Lu Rongyu said while holding Mu'er. The Rongwang mansion is very large, with a natural lake nearby, famous for its beautiful scenery. Mua was very happy and kept saying yes. Zhao Mingli felt a bit jealous. His own uncle hadn't played with his nephew yet, but his adoptive father, Lu Rongyu, was already having fun. However, houses in the capital aren't easy to buy just because you have money. Zhao Mingli planned to find a good place outside the city to buy land and build a bigger house for Mu'er, so he could play freely. Xia Zhaozhao and Feng Xiuqiu were relaxing in a hot spring while applying face masks. Xia Zhaozhao made her own masks, using the best silk that was light and breathable. They soaked the masks in rose juice, and after using them, her skin looked bright and soft. Zhaozhao, have you ever thought about opening a rouge shop? The ointment recipe you gave me last time works really well, Feng Xiuqiu said, feeling very good lately. The only thing bothering her was not seeing her son. She bribed some servants from the Zheng family to secretly see her son, but now he was being taught not to recognize her. Even if she saw him, he would say cold and harsh words, which made her feel sad. But Minjiela makes a lot of money every day, which helps her forget her regrets. So, women should also focus on their careers. Otherwise, they can never get over the pain of marriage. I have thought about it, but there are many rouge shops in the capital, and our products are too simple. If we want to open a shop, it's not enough, Xia Zhaozhao said. Women's money is easy to earn, but they are also very careful about their face products. That makes sense. It's a good idea to consider. I'll start collecting some good recipes and try them out before making a decision. Feng Xiuqiu already had a plan in her mind. If you want, you could ask a palace maid who is good at skincare. The women in the palace, especially the empresses, are experts at maintaining their beauty. Every era has its trendsetters. Women in the palace are numerous and compete to be the most beautiful, so they are naturally very skilled. Exactly. Take the Empress, for example. She's over 40, but looks only in her early 30s. No wonder. Feng Xiuqiu lowered her voice. No wonder she's so favored. Xia Zhaozhao nodded in agreement. The Empress has a classic beauty. Her skin is tight, her figure is slim, and her appearance is stunning. Even 20 years later, she would still look beautiful. Oh, by the way, Princess Qingwu also came to Phoenix Mountain for hunting, Feng Xiuqiu said, knowing the latest news. The beloved princess and prince have separate residences on Phoenix Mountain. Although Princeton is part of the royal family, he is a different surname and does not have a base in the capital, so he does not enjoy the same treatment. In fact, she rarely visits the capital since her father does not like it there. Pei Heng's residence was left by his mother. It seems that Princess Qingwu's residence is not far from here. It looks like the marriage arrangement will be settled soon. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such leisure and elegance. The Empress just got pregnant and already faced so many problems. No matter what, the Emperor should suspect who is behind this, Feng Xiuqiu whispered. She and Xia Zhaozhao talk about everything, but they are careful not to let others overhear. Prince An's residence does not interfere in royal disputes, but they also dislike the way Prince and his mother. She and Xia Zhaozhao are close, so she naturally supports Xia Zhaozhao. Pei Heng and the Wei Prince have always disliked each other. The Empress is quite calm. Xia Zhaozhao admired her mindset. Her son leaves the capital, her daughter is to marry outside, and she is pregnant with another child. If it were someone else, they would not handle the pressure well. The Empress has been away from the palace for many years. Mei Fei never became the Empress, and after returning, she was overshadowed. Her methods and temperament are beyond others. I should call her anti-Empress, but the situation at Prince An's residence makes it hard to build connections. When the Empress was down on her luck, Prince An's residence did not help her. Now that she is powerful, they have no face to approach her. Moreover, Prince N's residence always keeps a distance from royal relatives and politics. No wonder I always felt the Empress looked familiar. It turns out she resembles you, especially your eyes. Really? But my mother was a famous beauty when she was young. My father says I look like her. You haven't seen your mother's portrait? Xie Zhaozhao casually asked. My mother was injured during my birth and passed away before I was a year old. My father was heartbroken and almost followed her. My grandmother burned all my mother's belongings while my father was away. He was so angry that he never remarried. That's why Prince N's residence only has me. Xie Zhaozhao heard Feng Shiqiu's voice trembling slightly and patted her shoulder, letting her lean on her. Uncle truly cares for you. You should be grateful. I would prefer him to think more about himself. Actually, he's not very old now, at least he's a prince. If he wanted to remarry, many noble women would be willing. But he just can't forget my mother. Sometimes I wonder how beautiful and wonderful my mother was to make a man so devoted and never forget her. I envy that. Feng Shiqiu's voice was low and full of sadness. She no longer longed for love, but she was really upset that her son didn't recognize her. Earlier, her grandmother scolded her father, saying the palace would eventually fall into her hands. It turned out to be true. The Prince N's residence was indeed declining because of her. Your mother lives in Uncle's heart, so he doesn't feel pain. Sister Chiu is blooming beautifully. Aren't butterflies supposed to come? If the husband isn't good, you can find a new one. If the son isn't good, then have another. At worst, leave the father and keep the son. Xie Zhaozhao took off her face mask, revealing a fair, tender, and pretty face. Feng Shiqiu punched her shoulder. You mean-spirited girl. You dare say anything. If men can do things that leave children behind, why can't women? Besides, I think Sister Chiu is even more courageous than men. Using a modern phrase, that is, husband is a feeling. Someone as beautiful, brave, and wealthy as Sister Chiu would be called older sister wife, and many male models would flock to keep her warm. Women, since they can't be with the one they love, might as well love freely. Am I really as good as you say? Of course. I hope Sister Chiu becomes the richest person in Great Qi soon, so I can follow her. Talking like that gives me more motivation. Be good, focus on your career. I really need you. When Xie Zhaozhao returned, Pei Heng had already put his son to sleep. The little boy had been riding in the carriage all day and was tired after playing with Lu Rong and Xuefu in the water. The dragon-shaped stove in the room was burning warmly, not cold at all. Xie Zhaozhao took off her cloak and wore the nightgown Sister Chiu had given her. The old-fashioned aesthetic was simply stunning, what it means to be charming without revealing too much. Today, she truly experienced it. Only her neck was exposed, but the close-fitting fabric outlined her graceful figure. Under the dim light, her silhouette was enchanting and captivating. Pei Heng had planned to leave his son with his brother-in-law and Rongyu tonight. He and Zhao Zhao would enjoy a quiet moment together, undisturbed. But then, Zhao Zhao was called away by Feng Shiqiu. The hot spring bath was used by them. He could only soak in the large bath with Rongyu. Later that night, Zhao Zhao didn't return. He thought she was sleeping with Feng Shiqiu, feeling a little jealous. When she walked towards him gracefully, he felt like he couldn't breathe. Finally, he understood why the beauty trap was so effective. He lost his mind. There was no room for reason. Pei Heng thought she was walking too slowly, each step feeling like it was walking on his heart. With every step, his heart trembled. He stood up suddenly, strode over, and directly lifted her into his arms. The lights flickered, shadows danced. The room echoed with shy, breathless sounds. Pei Heng, you're crazy. Don't tear my clothes. If you like it, I'll have 100 sets made just for you, only to wear and show me.
Who wants to see that?
You're a pervert. The next day was still sunny. Xie Zhaozhao didn't wake up early. Her waist was still sore. She didn't look friendly to Pei Heng during breakfast. Pei Mu watched his father try to please his mother, not eating what she offered, and couldn't help but smile. Father always made mother angry, but usually by noon, he'd have made up. Pei Mu raised his hand and offered his mother a piece of sweet cake. Mother, you need to eat well to have the strength to be angry. Mother isn't angry. Still, you should eat more. We're going hunting later, and Muir is worried he won't catch a rabbit and you'll go hungry. I also need to eat more. Today, Mother is waiting to eat the rabbit I catch.
Peimu nodded.
Don't worry, Mother. Father is very good at hunting. He'll help me. Then he winked at his father secretly, knowing he was good at comforting Mother. Xia Zhaozhao finally looked at Pei Heng, snorted softly, and waited. She would get her revenge eventually. Pei Heng looked submissive, and after she ate the sweet cake Pei Mu offered, he also took one. After the meal, Xia Zhaozhao went to change into riding clothes, and Pei Heng took the opportunity to dress his son. Father, don't take Mother's quilt anymore. It made her neck cold, and on such a cold day, she got bitten by mosquitoes and turned red. Pei Mu whispered to his father. Father was too careless, relying on his height and strength to Mother's quilt. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Pei Heng's eyes. He patted his son's head. Okay, I won't do it next time. Father, you have to keep your promise. Otherwise, I won't be able to persuade Mother next time. Father will listen to Muir. When we go back, I'll ask Aunt to make a mosquito repellent sachet to hang over Mother's bed, so she won't get bitten again. It's so annoying, Pei Mu said angrily. He remembered the fragrant sachet his aunt made during the Dragon Boat Festival that kept mosquitoes away. Since it worked on him, he wanted his aunt to make one for Mother too. Pei Heng. Mosquitoes are indeed very annoying. Pei Mu looked up at her silent father with a puzzled expression. Why don't mosquitoes bite Dad? They only bite Mom. Pei Heng. It's not really good for children to talk so much. Because your dad's flesh is old and tough, mosquitoes can't bite him, Lu Rongyu said teasingly. As soon as they entered the yard, they heard the father and son's conversation. In the middle of winter, where do mosquitoes come from? Yiji is good at fooling children. Pei Mu didn't know, and looked seriously at her father for a while. Dad isn't old. Lu Rongyu chuckled and agreed. Yes, your dad isn't old. It's your godfather who is old. He looked at Pei Heng with a meaningful gaze, shook his head, and said, I didn't expect you to be like this. Pei Heng picked up his son. Your godfather is an old bachelor, very boring. We don't pay attention to him. I promise to take care of my godfather when he gets old, Pei Mu said to Lu Rongyu. Otherwise, the godfather would be very lonely. The godfather also gave him a bow and arrow and a little horse. Muir is better. Pei Yiji, don't spoil Muir. Why doesn't the godfather marry a wife to keep him company? Then he wouldn't be alone, Lu Rongyu said. This time, it was Lu Rongyu who choked. Every time he saw the old man's chaotic backyard, he lost interest immediately. That's fine. Anyway, they did dangerous work every day, living without attachments. That's good. The godfather likes freedom. Being alone is fine. Muir thought Lu Rongyu had found a confidant. Because his uncle also said he liked freedom and promised to take him sailing when he was a bit older, saying the outside world was wonderful. No need. Two voices spoke in unison. The other was Zhao Mingli, who had just come over. They looked at each other with disdain, then remembered they had soaked in a bath with such a person last night, feeling uncomfortable all over.
Itched.
What do you mean, no need? Xia Zhaozhao just came out and heard these words. Xia Zhaozhao looked at the three men with their own expressions and finally focused on her son's face. I want my uncle and godfather to keep company so they won't be lonely. They said they don't need anything.
Keep company?
Xia Zhaozhao looked again at the silent three men. It seemed to be what she was thinking. Although she was quite open-minded, she still couldn't accept this. Especially her family members. Your godfather longs for freedom, freedom of power. Your uncle longs for freedom, wealth. They have different ambitions and don't get along well. They can't be companions. When Xia Zhaozhao said this, the two quickly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. They finally relaxed. It turned out that the problem could be explained this way. It's getting late. We should leave early, Lu Rong said with a forced smile, and was the first to leave. He was quite frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Although he understood the little things between men and women, he never thought about living with a man. He would rather become a monk. Zhao Mingli also agreed. He just hadn't met a woman he liked, but that didn't mean he would settle for a man. Xia Zhaozhao looked at Pei Heng and wondered how the conversation turned to this topic. It's too inappropriate for three grown men to chat so openly in front of Mu'er. Her son is still young. She didn't want to influence his views on marriage. Pei Heng felt wronged. It's all because of that mosquito. Today, many people went hunting, and Fenghuang Mountain was lively. Princess Qinggu, dressed in red riding gear, looked brave and handsome. She was quite grand, probably accompanied by the sixth prince. The brother and sister were chatting and laughing happily, showing a very good relationship. Xia Zhaozhao glanced at Qiunyang, who was wearing a red cloak nearby. When she saw Princess Qinggu, she almost thought it was Qiunyang for a moment. The horn sounded, and after Princess Qinggu nodded a greeting to them, she set off with her group. Before leaving, the sixth prince cast a seemingly casual glance at Feng Qiuxiu. Feng Qiuxiu nodded slightly, and the sixth prince also nodded back before leaving with his guards. A few young men from the Fan family had already entered the mountains. They were skilled, and without families to worry about, heading toward the big beasts in the mountains. Pei Heng was hunting with his son for the first time and didn't plan to go far, just catching some small animals nearby. This was his first hunt, so he didn't want to be greedy or reckless. Xia Zhaozhao had previously used the sleeve arrow Pei Heng made for her, and her archery was surprisingly good. Now she believed that all Chinese people had the blood of sharpshooters. Clearly, her own bloodline had awakened. Feng Qiuxiu's equipment was also complete, but unfortunately, her most familiar bow and arrow weren't with her, or her aim could have been even better. Pei Mu was the most excited, walking all the way himself. In the snow, it was deep enough to reach his calves, making it a bit tiring. Pei Heng often had to help his son, pulling him out of snow holes like pulling out a radish. Pei Mu found it fun, and was playing happily. Lu Rong sometimes deliberately threw Pei Mu into the snow, causing Zhao Mingli to complain. Xia Zhaozhao and Feng Qiuxiu shook their heads, thinking men would always be boys at heart. Zhao, look. Feng Qiuxiu found a trail of footprints. The sunlight was bright, shining on the snow, but it was hard to notice without looking carefully. Xia Zhaozhao only recognized the footprints, but she didn't know what animal made them. What's that? It should be a badger. Xia Zhaozhao had never seen one before. She searched her mind for it in the list of protected animals, and it seemed to be on there. But she couldn't remember what it looked like. Feng Qiuxiu saw Xia Zhaozhao looking confused, so she said, "Badger meat is very tasty, and it's said to help men with kidney deficiency." Feng Qiuxiu looked teasing. She had seen the marks on Xia Zhaozhao's neck more than once. "Mother Qiu," Xia Zhaozhao scolded. Sure enough, married women dared to say anything. Besides, if Pei Heng kept taking supplements, it would cause a big fuss. These are also good for women to help with pregnancy. "Come on, if we're lucky, we might find a nest," Feng Qiuxiu whispered. There was a kind old maid in the palace who often cooked badger meat to help her health. So when she had children, she didn't suffer much. Many women become weak after childbirth because they didn't take good care of themselves during pregnancy. If they don't recover properly after birth, their health gradually declines. Hearing about helping with pregnancy, Xia Zhaozhao's eyes flickered. The original owner had lost her health after childbirth. Could this really have such a miraculous effect? The two followed the footprints onto a small path. Since there were guards with them, and they weren't heading deep into the mountains, they weren't worried about getting lost. Feng Qiuxiu, experienced, soon found a badger den. "Zhao, do you want to try?" Feng Qiuxiu handed her a bow and arrow. Xia Zhaozhao rolled up her sleeve. "I'll use this, but if I miss, won't they run away? With Meng Tong here, what are you afraid of?" Feng Qiuxiu looked at Meng Tong. Meng Tong had already guarded the crossroads, so even if she missed, they couldn't escape. Xia Zhaozhao shot an arrow at one of the badger's legs. The young badger let out a soft squeal and scattered. Meng Tong and Luli's sisters were skilled. In no time, the remaining ones also ran into trouble. Xia Zhaozhao didn't expect to have such a big harvest on her first hunt. She was lucky. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a rustling sound, followed by a loud, like a tree falling. Meng Tong reacted first, looking tense. Princess, that sounds like a big beast. It's dangerous. Fang Shuqiu frowned. How could there be a big beast down here in the mountains? Maybe someone is chasing it down from the mountain. We should be careful and leave now, Meng Tong said, shielding Fang Shuqiu behind her. With such a loud noise, the beast must be frightened. When big animals feel threatened, they attack indiscriminately. Although Fang Shuqiu often went hunting with her father, he never took her to dangerous places or encountered large beasts. She was quite curious, and even though she had many guards, today she was with Zhao Zhao. She couldn't let her be in danger, so she agreed to Meng Tong's suggestion to leave first. The Luli sisters also became nervous and protected Zhao Zhao closely. They followed the original path to meet Pei Heng and the others. Not far along, they heard a loud, angry roar, which sounded very close. I hear its voice. It's nearby. We've been chasing it all day. We've finally caught it, a young boy's voice said from nearby. I saw it. Another young boy exclaimed excitedly. Oh, it's trying to escape again. Brother, block it from the east, someone else ordered. Fang Shuqiu recognized the voices as a few young men from the Fan family whom she had met on the road yesterday. It seems that the prey belongs to them, she thought. They've been chasing it all the way. It must be very hard to catch. Just then, a flash of black light shot toward her. The big beast was indeed formidable, with fierce killing intent from the start. Zhao Zhao had guards and the Luli sisters nearby, so she wasn't worried. Still, she instinctively stepped back a few paces. Behind her was a snow hole. Her legs sank in, and she fell backward unexpectedly. The suddenness caught her off guard. Pei Heng realized Zhao Zhao wasn't following and turned back to find her. Soon, he found a trail of footprints on a small path. Many people had come up the mountain today, but only they followed this path. From the footprints, it was clear they were the ones who had passed. Sure enough, not far ahead, he heard voices. He quickened his pace and saw at a glance that Zhao Zhao had fallen into a snow hole and was about to tumble down. Pei Heng was worried there might be animal traps left by hunters in the snow. In a rush, he used light skills to leap over and shouted urgently, Zhao Zhao. Hearing his voice, Zhao Zhao looked up just as Pei Heng reached her. He caught her around the waist, spun her in the air to avoid a charging bear, and then landed steadily. Zhao Zhao was startled too. She had already grabbed her arrow quiver, ready to shoot at the bear. She couldn't just watch it charge at her and knock her away. Luckily, he called her name, and she hesitated for a moment to look back. If she hadn't hesitated, he might have run straight into her, and her arrow could have hit him. Yang Ming, who was guarding the southwest with Fan Erling, heard Zhao Zhao's name and clearly lost focus. Big brother must have caught it. Let's go help, Fan Erling said excitedly. But Yang Ming didn't move. He just stared blankly in the direction of the voice. Sir, Mr. Yang? Fan Erling took 2 steps before realizing Yang Ming wasn't following, so he turned back and called out twice. Yang Ming finally snapped out of his thoughts. It was probably just a case of similar names. After all, this is the capital city. He left the border town 5 years ago and once wrote a letter back home, but he fell ill for a long time and then became homeless, losing contact. After arriving in the capital, he sent her a letter, but he didn't know if she received it. When he left the border town, she hadn't yet come of age. Now, 5 years later, she was of marriageable age. In the end, he had let her down. He promised to return in a year, but now 5 years had passed. Meanwhile, Meng Tong and the others did not step forward to help. The young men of the Fan family were skilled and capable of handling the situation. Young men are proud and arrogant. If they helped recklessly, they might think it was meddling and not appreciate it. However, they all stayed nearby. If real danger arose, they would naturally not stand by and watch. But the Fan family young men had already worked together to subdue the bear-like creature. This creature was huge and rare, making it difficult to hunt. They clearly didn't want to damage the creature's fur, which made the task even harder. Xia Zhao Zhao, though envious of their success in hunting the bear-like creature, was also quite satisfied with her own catch, a burrow of badgers. In a quick glance back, Yang Ming also saw her face, even ignoring the man beside her. He nearly stumbled as he hurried over to her, voice trembling slightly. Zhao Zhao. When Xie Zhao Zhao heard that unfamiliar male voice, she slightly frowned. She didn't remember that voice. Moreover, calling her by her childhood nickname indicated a close relationship. It definitely wasn't a guard. Xie Zhao Zhao's body reacted faster than her mind. When she turned to see his face, her memories as the original owner awakened. Yang Ming. He was Yang Ming. Zhao Zhao, it's really you. Yang Ming was obviously excited to see Xie Zhao Zhao, even with tears in his eyes. But he suppressed his emotions, not daring to touch her robe. He was being polite. Brother Ming. Yang de Ge. The original owner almost called him Ming Gij, but the term was too intimate, so she was pulled back by Xie Zhao Zhao, nearly biting her tongue. Most importantly, there was a jealous person nearby. No wonder she kept saying last night that she only liked him and wouldn't leave him. The strange feeling was here. But no wonder Pei Heng cared. Yang Ming was handsome and noble, like a clear, bright gentleman. Seeing him, she thought of the line, "Between moonlight and snow, you are the third kind of rare beauty." He stood there, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. No wonder the original owner would abandon her husband and children for him. Yang Ming nodded. It's me. His mood had calmed considerably, but his gaze still involuntarily fell on her, making everything else seem like a backdrop. She had grown taller than 5 years ago. When he left, she only reached his shoulder. Now she was at his chin. Zhao Zhao, is this the Mr. Yang you mentioned as your childhood neighbor? Chao Tanzi stepped forward, casually draping his arm around Xie Zhao Zhao's shoulder. Yang Ming's eyes first fell on Pei Heng's arm, then slowly looked at the man in front of him. He had seen him before. He knew he was Pei Heng, the Grand Master of the Dali Court. He also knew the stories circulating about him. So, the woman he held dear was Zhao Zhao? Yang Ming couldn't tell if he felt more disappointed or more blessed. At her age, she was surely married. He should have expected that. But still, he felt a bit sour. She had once said she liked top scholars and wanted to be their wife. In the end, he had disappointed her. If it hadn't been for that illness, maybe there was still time. But now, what's the use of thinking about it? Xie Zhao Zhao smiled and looked up at Pei Heng. Only he understood the warning in that glance. 5 years ago, Brother Yang went to the capital for the imperial exam and never heard from him again. I didn't expect to meet him today. Brother Yang, this is my husband, Pei Heng, she explained with a smile, looking straight forward. After all, it was the original owner who liked Yang Ming. Although Xie Zhao Zhao's emotions might be affected, she was now the owner of this body and could naturally control her mind. Yang Ming was a good man, but she clearly knew she liked Pei Heng. If she didn't like him, she wouldn't pretend otherwise. She would openly admit it and introduce him confidently. Feng Qiu had already imagined a dramatic scene of 2 women fighting over a husband. But with just a few words, Xie Zhao Zhao shattered all those romantic fantasies, bringing everyone back to reality. Yang Ming raised his hand in greeting. Greetings, Lord Pei. Seeing Yang Ming's respectful manner, Pei Heng couldn't be too petty. Brother Yang, you are too kind. Zhao Zhao respects you like an older brother. Just call me Yi Ji in the future. Hearing respect you like an older brother, Yang Ming understood what was meant. Brother Yi. Since it's rare to meet, if Brother Yang has time, my wife and I will definitely host you properly, Pei Heng sincerely invited. After speaking, he looked down at Xie Zhao Zhao, who also nodded with a smile. Today I have matters to attend to, but I will visit another day, Yang Ming said. Although he felt sad inside, he kept his expression neutral and behaved appropriately, so no one would misunderstand. Feng's second son also recognized Xie Zhao Zhao's appearance. He had seen her in a painting by his teacher. She was the woman in that painting. The teacher quickly put away his things at that moment. Although he said nothing, he must have been thinking about his beloved woman. Fan Erlang hadn't spoken yet when Yang Ming pulled him aside. This boy was quite outspoken. If he had spoken out, it would have hurt her reputation and might have caused trouble between them. Fan Erlang was honest and straightforward, but he wasn't foolish. He just thought that the teacher's fame was not yet established and that he was too picky about wealth. He had seen this many times. He never expected that Brother Pei's beloved wife was this kind of woman. After saying goodbye to them, Yang Ming left with a few other young men from the Fan family along a different path. Pei Heng held Xie Zhaozhao's hand tightly. With Yang Ming's gentle manners, he should have felt relieved. But inside, he was growing more anxious. Sometimes, not fighting is itself a kind of fight. Today, he had already gained Zhao Zhao's sympathy and affection. He wasn't sure if he was truly a noble person or just pretending. Sure enough, as soon as he had this thought, Zhao Zhao hit him on the chest. "Why are you looking? Can't bear to leave?" Zhao Zhao scolded him playfully. Pei Heng. He wasn't afraid of losing her. He was just worried she might be reluctant. Suddenly, his eyes looked at Zhao Zhao with a sad expression. Zhao Zhao rolled her eyes and hit him again. "Let's go." With his seemingly generous but actually competitive attitude, there was no reason to feel wronged. Pei Heng gently touched the spot she hit, moving a little slower. Zhao Zhao stopped and looked at him. "What's wrong now?" "Some discomfort at the wound. Hu Tai said you must not use internal energy. You were pretending to be strong earlier. Did you hurt the wound?" Zhao Zhao nervously tried to unbutton his clothes to check. Pei Heng's injury was worse than hers, and he had old wounds. Hu Tai repeatedly told him not to use internal energy. He had used light skills when holding her, and she had just hit him twice. Pei Heng took her hand and placed it on his chest. "It's better now. We'll check again when we get back." Zhao Zhao then remembered there were guards nearby. Although they hadn't seen everything, it was still not good to undress in front of others. "Don't try to be brave next time. Listen to your wife," Pei Heng said obediently. Fang Xiuqiu was worried that the two might argue because of Yang Ming, but when she saw the couple still happily together, she relaxed. She told Meng Tong to leave quickly, letting the young couple stay behind to talk quietly. Things between a young couple are best handled by themselves. Outsiders' interference often causes misunderstandings. With Pei Heng around, she was sure Zhao Zhao wouldn't get hurt. Soon, they met up with Lu Rong and the others. Muir caught 2 rabbits. When he saw Xie Zhao Zhao, he ran over on his short legs. "Mother, I caught a rabbit." The snow was quite deep, and he ran hard, but after a few steps, he realized walking was faster. Still, his smile remained bright. "Mother, you're lucky today."
Millioniter is een meising, Xi Jiaodao praised generously.
"This one was hunted by Dad with me. This gray rabbit was caught by me alone." Pei Mu proudly pointed at the rabbit in Ting Yu's hand. "When he grows older, he will hunt more for his mother." Since Muir was too young, they didn't go far. At noon, they didn't have time to go back for a meal, so they boiled tea with snow water and ate some cakes.
Muir ate happily.
Could this be what Mother called a picnic? On the way down the mountain, they met Fan's family coming down, including a bear and a wild boar. There were also many wild rabbits and pheasants. Pei Mu looked at the other brothers with envy. They were so impressive. Yang Ming saw Pei Heng holding Pei Mu from afar and was momentarily distracted. She had already become a mother. The child's features resembled her. Princess Qinggu and her group also returned. Coincidentally, the 6th prince had also hunted a bear. Although not as big as the Fan family's catch, it was still a good harvest. He invited everyone to gather at the princess's residence in the evening. The princess's invitation naturally couldn't be refused. The young men of the Fan family were still young but not foolish. Princess Qingwu was trying to win people's hearts for the 6th prince. But it was understandable that they celebrated together after hunting. Others couldn't find fault. Doing nothing might seem arrogant for the royal family. Xie Zhaozhao always felt that Fan Erlang looked at her with some hostility when he left. But given his age, he was probably just a middle schooler in modern terms. She wouldn't bother with such a rebellious kid. Pei Heng also noticed this clearly. He was probably defending his teacher. Muir looked longingly at the Fan brothers leaving. Actually, he wanted to say hello. But that older brother didn't seem to like him. Strange, he hadn't done anything wrong to him. Dad. Muir couldn't help feeling a little wronged. Pei Hung gently hugged his son. You like the bear? Muir nodded and shook his head. I like tigers. I want to raise one as a mount. In the stories Mother told, the immortals all had mounts. He also wanted one. Tigers looked more impressive than bears. He liked tigers. Pei Hung. This child, after hearing all the strange stories Xie Zhaozhao told, had very unique ideas. He heard for the first time about tigers being used as mounts. However, since his son urgently needed comfort, Pei Hung naturally agreed. Okay, when you're a bit older, Daddy will take you hunting, Pei Hung comforted him. His injury was not fully healed yet, so he couldn't hunt large animals. Once he recovered, he could fulfill his son's wish. When Mu heard he could hunt tigers, his eyes lit up. He kissed Pei Hung on the face and said, Daddy is the strongest. Daddy is like the Monkey King. Xie Zhaozhao glanced at the father and son. Pei Heng's love for his son was rare, even in this era, and certainly uncommon in modern times. He was overly indulgent with his son, but Mu was never spoiled. On the way back, Pei Hung carried his son, who fell asleep. He didn't want to wake him, so he let him sleep all the way home. When they arrived, he asked the kitchen to prepare the rabbit he hunted so that it would be ready to eat when Mu woke up. The kitchen had soup pancakes, and Xie Zhaozhao had half a bowl, feeling much better and warmer. Earlier on the mountain, she didn't notice, but now her legs felt very sore. Leaning on the bed, she gently massaged her calves. Pei Hung walked over, sat beside her, and wrapped his large hand around her calf to knead it. Does it hurt here? Xie Zhaozhao nodded. Yes, right there. How's the pressure? Could be a bit stronger. Xie Zhaozhao often went to a wellness center for massages after working hard, so her body was quite relaxed. Like this? It hurts, but a little lighter now. This is better. She let out a comfortable sigh. It would be perfect if she had some essential oil. Zhao Mingli was supposed to talk to his sister about Yang Ming. Although she and Yang Ming had no marriage agreement, their aunt was initially pleased with Yang Ming. She even secretly supported his studies. Who would have thought that so many things would happen later, causing them to miss each other? Zhao Zhao liked Yang Ming very much back then. She often said she wanted to marry him, calling him the top scholar's husband. He was worried Yang Ming might affect their relationship. Pei Hung was kind to Zhao Zhao and Mu, but he was narrow-minded and couldn't even accept Xian Yun, let alone Yang Ming. They hadn't even reached the door when they overheard some inappropriate sounds. Zhao Mingli blushed and quickly turned away. It's good for a young couple to be affectionate, but this was too careless. They weren't afraid of the children seeing. As soon as they left the yard, they saw Lu Rong rushing inside. Zhao Mingli hurriedly stopped him. What's going on? Don't go in, Zhao Mingli said urgently, his tone sharp. Lu Rong was usually tough and no one dared tell him not to go. If it weren't for Mu and his sister-in-law's sake, he might have already acted. I have something to take care of. How important can it be? Don't always show off in front of us, the little couple. If only there could be another child now, Qingwu princess. Moer is already sensible, obedient, and smart. If we have another child like Moer, he could help a bit. This person is somewhat annoying, always getting too close to the young couple's faces without regard. Can't he just start his own family first? Lu Rong looked into the courtyard again and remembered the mosquito problem from this morning. Oh no, they too wouldn't. It's unbearable to watch. He's just worried too much. Yang Ming can't possibly compete with him. Princess Qingwu held a banquet, and many people even came from the capital, showing her high status. Since Pei Hung returned to the capital, he has been low-key and rarely attended family banquets. Today, he brought his wife and children, which disappointed many who wanted to see some excitement. Pei Hung is known to favor his wife, but there are also many rumors about Princess Qingwu. In the southern border, someone wanted to marry Princess Qingwu, but Pei Hung strongly opposed it. He even persuaded the emperor. Because of this, Princess Qingwu remains the most honored princess of Deqi. Today's banquet was just her way of showing everyone through a hunting feast. Xie Zhaozhao's attitude was to come just to eat and stay low-key, not causing trouble. But the rule was, no one should bother her. Gala events among the powerful are never peaceful. She didn't want to be a scapegoat or for others. Tonight was less formal than a palace banquet, with her family sitting together. Xie Zhaozhao rarely appears in public. Besides that one palace banquet, this was only her second. People who saw her face were amazed, but they also stereotyped her as relying on looks and having gained status through her children. After all, beauty is common among the elite. But no one dared to say anything. Only those at her level could challenge their family's wishes freely. The chef from the princess's residence had prepared roasted dishes outside, served directly, unlike palace banquets where everything was cold. The food was good, but Xie Zhaozhao only took a few bites of the fresh dishes. Eating too much at night isn't good for digestion, so she didn't let Imoa eat much either. There was hawthorn water in her water bag, brewed by the kitchen to aid digestion, now at the perfect temperature. Princess Qinggu was surrounded by children of powerful families. Although the Deqi crown prince couldn't participate in politics, if a family's idle son married the princess, it would be a boost for their family. Especially, the sixth prince was closest to Princess Qinggu. Besides King Qin, only the sixth prince was a legitimate son among the princes. Princess Qinggu treated everyone equally. Her gaze was like a man watching a group of women fighting for her favor. She didn't care much, but also didn't stop them. Xie Zhaozhao also saw Yang Ming, sitting at the very back. Although dressed simply and ignored by others, he carried a resilient attitude like snow pressing down on branches, low but unyielding. These years of silence, he must have experienced many things. From a shy scholar to a strategist who can now bow his back confidently. Pei Heng looked in the direction of Xie Zhaozhao's gaze and indeed saw Yang Ming there. His expression was unchanged, but inside he felt uncomfortable. This young man is clever, pretending to be neglected to impress others. Everyone here today is from a noble family. Sitting here already puts him ahead of many. He has no bias against common scholars, but he hasn't yet taken the imperial exams, so his current fame is quite impressive. Especially choosing the Fan family as a different path. Could that be considered clever? This young man is not simple. Yang Ming noticed Pei Heng looking at him, and he wasn't surprised. He raised his cup to him. Pei Heng responded seriously, without any sign of disrespect. People were curious about their relationship. A poor scholar at the very back, surprisingly favored by Lord Pei. After all, Pei Heng's status among the powerful is unmatched. The Pei family's noble titles through literature are unprecedented, but they have fallen into decline. Pei Heng single-handedly supported the entire family. There was also a rebellious member in the family, almost leading to the family's destruction. Pei Heng's support from the sage himself was crucial. Otherwise, how did that mansion come about? In other words, Pei Heng's position in the court is extraordinary. Anyone who catches his eye isn't an ordinary person. Yang Ming's gaze at everyone was calm and confident. He came from a pile of corpses, and heaven spared his life to seek justice for those who died. He fears losing nothing and is unafraid of the future. Pei Mu was still a child. After a while, he found it boring. He needed to, so he asked Pei Heng to accompany him. Mom will take you, Xie Zhaozhao said proactively. She was feeling a bit bored and wanted to go out for a walk. I'll go with you, Pei Heng said, a little worried. I'm going with Qiu Nyang, Xie Zhaozhao said, raising an eyebrow at Fang Xiuqiu. The two clearly had a secret understanding. Many people approached Pei Heng to build connections, and they praised Mu'er highly. They praised Mu'er so much that he became shy. Now was a good time to clear the space. I notice the sixth prince keeps looking at you tonight, Xie Zhaozhao said. What are you talking about? The sixth prince is still a child, Fang Xiuqiu scolded her. Although, to be fair, this kid is quite good-looking. But this is too small. The smell of milk hasn't even faded. Xie Zhaozhao looked speechless. Older sister, he is a prince. Even if I support you to find a young handsome man, I wouldn't let you go flirt with a prince. In this era of imperial power, inciting her to provoke a prince. Are you crazy? Xie Zhaozhao spoke softly, afraid that Mu'er might overhear. I know you're worried about me. Maybe he just thinks I resemble his older sister a little, so he looked at me a bit longer. I was just riding on Princess Qingwu's fame. Don't forget, a few days ago, someone mistook me for her.
Have you thought about?
Xie Zhaozhao hesitated.
What?
Nothing, let's go. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a voice. Xie Zhaozhao quickly grabbed Fang Xiqiu, covering Mu'er's mouth with one hand, making a shushing gesture. A man blocked Princess Qingwu's way. Princess, don't worry. Even if we get married, I won't interfere with you. Rest assured, I will keep my distance. Princess Qingwu smiled slightly.
Gu Sanling, right?
We don't know each other well, but you and your second brother seem familiar, right? Rest assured, Princess. I plan to distance myself from the Gu family in the future. How the Gu family is doesn't concern me. I will naturally be loyal to you. Gu Sanlang pledged his loyalty. The Gu family supports the King of Wei, and Gu Erlang is even a close confidant of the king. Princess Qingwu chuckled softly. You want to distance yourself from the Gu family, but what right do you have to be my consort? Gu Sanlang suddenly knelt down with a thud. Princess, please. I know I come from a humble background and am not worthy of you, but I truly love you and have no other thoughts. He is only an illegitimate child with an unkind mother. He is neither talented nor martial, and the Gu family looks down on him and won't give him a chance. He came all the way from the capital just to see the princess and ask for a chance. Princess Qingwu narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled softly. Gu Sanling, why not look at yourself and see if you are worthy of being my consort? After she finished speaking, her maid summoned guards, and Gu Sanling was dragged out. After Gu Sanling left, Princess Qingwu said, "Come out now." Xie Zhaozhao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood that Princess Qingwu had already noticed them. She exchanged a glance with Fang Xiqiu, then took Mu'er and stepped out to bow politely. Greetings, Princess. Xie Zhaozhao didn't expect that eavesdropping in a corner could get her discovered, but she really couldn't be blamed. After all, they had been there since early morning, and no one knew that Gu Sanlang would suddenly barge in. But she couldn't reason with the princess.
Mu'er greeted Auntie.
Pei Mu also bowed like her mother. Princess Qingwu heard Mu'er's sweet voice and felt quite happy. Everyone, no need to bow, she said, taking Mu'er's hand. It's too cold here. Let Wind Lotus Auntie take you to eat some cake. Later, she can take you back to your father, okay? Pei Mu blinked and asked, what about my mother and Aunt Chi? Auntie needs to talk to them for a while. Don't worry, Auntie will take good care of them, Princess Qingwu replied. Pei Mu felt reassured and nodded, then looked at Xie Zhaozhao. Mother, come back early, and Aunt Chi too. Xie Zhaozhao patted her son's head. Got it. After Wind Lotus took Pei Mu away, Princess Qingwu said, let's talk over there. It wouldn't be good to talk here, as someone might come over. Xie Zhaozhao and Fang Xiqiu didn't know what was really going on, so they followed Princess Qingwu. They stopped at a warm pavilion. After a maid brought tea and left, only the three of them remained. Princess Qingwu took a sip of tea and spoke slowly, with a strong sense of pressure. Did you hear everything just now? Xie Zhaozhao thought it was bad. Sure enough, she was here to settle accounts. Fang Xiqiu quickly stood up. Your Highness, don't worry. We heard nothing and won't say a word. Zhaozhao just came to the capital, so she only knows me. Fang Xiqiu tried to take responsibility herself, since she was a princess, and had to be careful. Xie Zhaozhao wanted to speak several times, but was stopped by Fang Xiqiu. If Princess Qingwu wanted to use this as leverage to make Pei Heng divorce, that would be terrible. This matter could be big or small. If she took the blame, Princess Qingwu might just scold her for being rude. At worst, she'd be made to kneel. Anyway, she had already lost her reputation, so she wasn't afraid. Princess Qingwu's gaze lingered on Fang Xiqiu for a while before slowly shifting away. After a moment of silence, she spoke. You two seem to get along well. Fang Xiqiu was surprised. She seemed to sense some faint sadness in her words. She, a royal princess, had no reason to be unhappy. She heard she wouldn't have to marry to the southern border anymore. She would still be the powerful princess who commands the wind and rain. What was there to be sad about? Your Highness, Zhao Zhao is loyal and saved my life, Feng Shiqiu said. She owed Zhao Zhao her whole life, and it was not yet paid off. Are you going to talk about this forever? My ears are getting sore, Xia Zhao Zhao scolded her with a glance. She was willing to share the burden with everyone. She wasn't unloyal. Besides, there was also Pei Heng. If he cannot protect her, then this emperor and popular figure are not worth much. Princess Qingwu chuckled. You two don't really think I want to punish you. I kept you here to discuss Minjiala. Feng Shiqiu and Xia Zhao Zhao exchanged glances. Indeed, as a noble princess, it's not hard to find out who is behind Minjiala. Feng Shiqiu smiled and said, Your Highness, just speak frankly. It's our honor to help the princess. In 3 months, it will be my mother's birthday. I want to prepare a gift for her. I've been thinking but couldn't decide what to give. A few days ago, I saw a play at Minjiala that was quite interesting, so I want to invite you to perform at the palace then. Feng Shiqiu and Xia Zhao Zhao finally relaxed. Going to perform at the palace is a great opportunity. That way, Minjiala will become even more famous, and more people will come to see it. Their shop is mainly to make money, so of course, making more money is good. Princess Qingwu looked at Xia Zhao Zhao and said, However, I want Lady Pei to prepare a new play. I really like the scripts you wrote, and my mother also approved. She didn't know before that it was Xia Zhao Zhao who wrote them. Only after investigating Minjiala did she find out. Indeed, she is an interesting woman. After all, how could Pei Heng, a man like him, marry someone just beautiful? Your Highness, what kind of play do you want to perform? As long as it's fresh and interesting, any kind of play is fine. The story of the Monkey King you wrote is very fascinating. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness. I will finish writing it, and after you review it, we can start rehearsing. Actually, Xia Zhao Zhao was somewhat bothered by the rumors about Pei Heng and Princess Qingwu. But after meeting the princess, she felt reassured. As women, she understood very well how women look at men they like. Princess Qingwu's gaze on Pei Heng was no different from her look at others. She simply admired him. There was a sense of power around Princess Qingwu. People like her, whether men or women, look down on romantic feelings between men and women. Good, don't let me down. After discussing the play arrangements, Princess Qingwu let them go. As for the details, she would send someone to discuss later. The princess's residence was very generous, which even surprised Feng Shiqiu a little.
See?
Women talking business are much more efficient. You don't know how troublesome those annoying men are, Feng Shiqiu said, now completely relaxed. Actually, Princess Qingwu probably doesn't remember. When she was a child, she came to the capital for a palace banquet, probably for the Empress Dowager's birthday. She also taught Princess Qingwu how to fly a kite. At that time, she was about the same age as Muir, so she probably doesn't remember anymore. Princess Qingwu is quite filial, Xia Zhao Zhao said. During the years when the Empress was away from the palace for her training, Princess Qingwu often stayed by her side. When the Empress returned, Princess Qingwu played a significant role. Feng Shiqiu lowered her voice and said, The Emperor doesn't like Prince Qin, but he still favors Princess Qingwu because she is the legitimate princess. Xia Zhao Zhao, just before the banquet, ran into Yang Ming, who was also out for some fresh air. Both of them saw each other and felt a bit surprised. Since they had already met, pretending not to notice each other seemed a bit awkward. Feng Shiqiu took the initiative and said, I'll wait here for you. She couldn't leave now. If the guests saw her, it would be hard to explain the situation between a single man and woman. But seeing how they hesitated to speak, it was clear they had something to say. She decided to stay and listen. Have you been doing well all these years? Yang Ming asked, then realized it sounded like a silly question. Marrying someone like Pei Heng, how could he not be doing well? Xia Zhao Zhao smiled, her smile gentle and bright under the dim lantern light, blooming like a flower, confident and graceful. Not bad. Big brother Yang seems to be doing well too. The gentlemen of the Fan family respect you. We're all better than before. Yang Ming was momentarily lost in thought. She had truly changed from before. Her eyes now looked at him calmly, unlike before, when they were shy and timid. Yes, everything is fine, Yang Ming replied with a smile. There was no need to say the words that had not been spoken before. No need to tell her he had narrowly escaped death. No need to tell her he traveled to Jingqing step by step, bloodied along the way. No need to tell her he had written many letters to her. All of that was no longer necessary. Big brother Yang, I hope you will pass the high school exam next year. It has been your wish since childhood, Xia Zhaozhao said openly. Yang Ming thought of his younger self. He once had a dream to become the top scholar. He was proud and confident, enjoying the beauty of Chang'an in a single day. Later, he had another wish. But now, he knew that wish could never come true in this life. The night was so quiet that every word Xia Zhaozhao spoke hit his heart hard. He knew her wishes were sincere and kind. But no matter how glorious or powerful he became in the future, or whether he remained silent all his life, it had nothing to do with her. He would no longer see her gaze chasing after him, not even a single glance. Yang Ming smiled, very faintly and calmly. Okay, I'll try my best. It's cold outside. Let's go inside quickly, he said softly, his voice steady and calm. When he first came out, he saw Lord Pei bowing his head and talking to his son. Despite his high status and power, Lord Pei was gentle with his son. Although they had only met a few times, he always carried his son himself, never through others. It seems that Xiao Xiao is very caring. When she is happy, he feels at ease. Xiao Xiao took a few steps and suddenly remembered something, then turned back. By the way, I buried your house deed under the laurel tree in the yard. When you return home for the ancestral rites in high school, remember to take it out. Okay. The Yang family has farmed and studied for generations. Their ancestors had a small estate, and after his parents passed away, only the ancestral house remained. Before going to the capital, he gave the house deed to Xiao Xiao, thinking that one day, when he returned, he would use it as a gift for marriage. But that day will never come.
That's perfectly fine.
Xia Xiao turned to leave, and Yang Ming only then dared to show some emotion. He looked freely at her back as she gradually disappeared. Actually, tonight's moonlight was quite beautiful, but he felt that life was at its darkest, and even the air felt cold and hard. The moment Xia Xiao turned around just now, a sudden image flashed in his mind of the night before her wedding, when the original owner cried and buried the house deed under the laurel tree. The original owner cried intensely because she buried not just the house deed, but also her hopes for the future. At that moment, he felt a deep connection with the original owner and understood why she acted so wildly, with no desires or demands. Perhaps, even though Pei Heng was good, he was not the person she truly loved deep inside. The word love really can hurt people. As Xia Xiao turned past the long corridor, she saw Pei Heng holding his son and standing there. Under the dim light, the lanterns swayed in the wind, and their shadows flickered on the ground. Before she reached them, she heard her son call out, "Mother." Xia Xiao took a deep breath and quickly ran forward. Pei Heng held his son in one arm and took her hand with the other. "Let's go. We're going home. Go ahead first. I want to say hello to Princess Qinggu." Fang Xiuqiu saw Xiao Xiao looking at her and understood her meaning. Although she came with Xiao Xiao and others, she represented the Anwang mansion, so naturally she needed to greet Princess Qinggu before leaving. And she had a few things to say to Princess Qinggu. Besides, she thought it was better not to disturb Pei Heng, given his possessiveness. The princess's private residence was not far from their estate, so the family of three decided to walk back. Xia Xiao's hands were initially cold, but after Pei Heng held them, they quickly warmed up. "What did Qinggu talk to you about?" Pei Heng asked. "Are you worried about what she and I talked about?" Xia Xiao smiled. "Xiao, Princess Qinggu is indeed choosing a husband, but it's not me." Pei Heng looked straight at her. Although Princess Qinggu didn't need to marry into the southern border for an alliance, the marriage had indeed been decided. He insisted on not forming an alliance through marriage, and he had heard the rumors about him and Qingwu. But he thought they were nonsense, so he didn't care. Tonight, Qingwu stayed with her, but he was still worried she might misunderstand. Xie Zhaozhao remembered Gu Sanling, who offered himself as a pillow, and couldn't help but smile. "Why are you laughing?" "Because you probably won't become a prince." "How do you know?" Pei Heng chuckled softly. "Because your knees aren't soft enough." "That depends on who I'm with," Pei Heng said, meaningfully. "Others wouldn't have this qualification. Father is soft with mother, soft voice, soft body." Pei Mu thought that was what father meant. Pei Heng. He didn't have to be soft all over. When Xie Zhaozhao saw Pei Heng's look, she suddenly understood. No, she was turning bad. After returning home, Xie Zhaozhao soaked in a hot spring, while Pei Heng went to the study with Lu Rongyu. "What is the Gu family planning now?" Lu Rongyu asked impatiently. Gu Sanlang, that useless fellow, was just a troublemaker. Even if he died, it wouldn't matter, but he kept causing trouble and disgusting people. Even if Xie Zhaozhao and Feng Shiqiu didn't say anything tonight, Lu Rongyu still knew. There are no secrets that can't be uncovered. Jinlin Guard isn't just sitting around. Gu Sanlang came all the way from the capital, so the Gu family probably knows. The Gu family wanted to use him as a next to Qingwu. Even if he currently had no such plan, Gu Sanlang's surname meant he was still under the Gu family's control. If Gu Sanlang's move was correct, it was a backup for the Gu family. If wrong, it didn't matter much. That's despicable. Lu Rongyu cursed. "I think Gu Heir and the King of Wei are a perfect match. Both shameless. Since they don't care about face, I won't either." The Gu family was related to the King of Wei. Their interests were tightly linked. Let that bond open a little. "What are you planning?" "Don't act recklessly," Pei Heng warned. Lu Rongyu snorted softly. "Doesn't the King of Wei have a vacant concubine position?" The Gu family's fifth daughter was the right age, perfect to be sent to the King of Wei someday. The King of Wei was good at winning people's hearts, so he could let his women fight in the back palace. Men's affairs involving women are always complicated. Gu Sanlang's troublemaking and hurting a weak woman is ungraceful. Pei Heng frowned, not agreeing. Zhao Zhao hated using a woman's innocence for schemes. She disliked such things, and he didn't want to do them. "When did you become so soft-hearted?" "When the Gu family schemed against sister-in-law, why didn't you consider her as a weak woman?" Different ambitions, incompatible paths, but there's no need to make yourself as disgusting as they are. "Gu Sanlang, do as you please." Lu Rong paused for a moment and said, "All right, I will find another way." "That Yang Ming." Lu Rong saw Xie Zhaozhao talking to Yang Ming, even though they were apart. But from Yang Ming's gaze at Xie Zhaozhao, he was a man and understood. "I was just about to tell you about him," Pei Heng said seriously. "Really? Are you feeling a bit anxious?" Lu Rong teased. "I sent someone to Zhongzhou. What happened there 4 years ago? And everything that happened in these 4 years." Pei Heng narrowed his eyes, looking cool and calm. Yang Ming seemed like a gentleman, gentle and elegant, but underneath, he had a strong, unyielding spirit that a scholar usually doesn't have. Because of this resilience, he could get along well with the young masters of the Fan family. If the Fan family's young masters were easy to get along with, they wouldn't have driven away so many teachers. Yang Ming's ability to stay shows he has special qualities. His calmness in the face of praise and blame is even better than some noble children. He hides a secret. "I will send someone to check." "I am just a scholar, and even if I pass the high school exam next year, you don't need to be so worried," Lu Rong said. Although Yang Ming has feelings for Xie Zhaozhao, he is also very careful and patient. He is much more decent than Shen Xianyan. Thinking of Shen Xianyan, Lu Rong felt he was being too kind. Time passed quickly, and it was already 3 days later. Feng Shiqiu left the princess's courtyard the day after returning and headed back to the capital. She was worried about the business at Manhwa Tower. Xie Zhaozhao didn't keep her. Mother Chiu cared more about the business than she did. Moreover, she planned to open a rouge shop in the capital, eager to start soon. Honestly, Xie Zhaozhao preferred staying at the estate. Modern people have a strong attachment to natural environments. That's why she never felt uncomfortable in a frontier town like Biancheng. But she knew she had to go back eventually. Before she left, Pei Mu asked, "Father, when will we come again?" During the spring festival holiday, we can stay longer. Pei Heng always agreed to his son's wishes and didn't want to see him sad. Xia Zhaozhao couldn't help but feel touched by how much Pei Heng loved his son. Some say that people who spoil their children are often trying to fill their own childhood gaps. Pei Heng probably longed for fatherly love too. After returning to the capital, Xia Zhaozhao stayed at home for several days. She had been too lively before and missed many things, so she decided to focus on reading stories quietly at home. Most importantly, it was the Queen Mother's birthday. Xia Zhaozhao thought of many interesting things, but the palace had many rules, avoiding certain topics, not being too casual. After deciding on a few prototypes, she planned to discuss them further with Qianyang. She was more familiar with the etiquette and taboos of the palace. It was strange. Qianyang often visited the residence bringing fresh things, but she hadn't come for several days. Xia Zhaozhao rested for a while and was about to continue when the Luli sisters hurried in. "Madam, Jiehui wants to see you." Jiehui is the personal maid of the princess. She looked like she had been crying. Probably sent by Qianyang to urge the storybook, Xia Zhaozhao said with a smile, joking. Just as she was thinking about her, someone was sent to call her. They seemed to have a special connection. Jiehui entered and knelt down, her eyes swollen and red, clearly crying all the way here. "Help her up," Xia Zhaozhao said. "There's no rush, speak slowly." Jiehui must have come a long way. Her face was very cold and red. She was a maid of Qianyang, usually riding in her carriage. Her clothing and living conditions were no worse than those of noble ladies. "I dare not stand," Jiehui said through her tears. "My lady doesn't know I came here, but I've thought it over and only have this request for Madam. Our lady is about to be sent to the southern border for marriage. Please think of a way." Jiehui cried heavily but was still articulate enough to explain the situation clearly. As a maid, she didn't know much about national affairs, but Lord Pei might have a way to stop Princess Qingwu's marriage and perhaps he could save their lady. She knew it was a difficult matter and made Xia Zhaozhao feel troubled. But she had no other options. She was her lady's maid, and maids would do everything to protect their masters. The prince was not in the capital, and even if he was, there might be no way. How could this happen? The royal family had many princesses, and it shouldn't be Qianyang's turn. Moreover, Qianyang was married. It wasn't that she disliked Qianyang, but in ancient times, things didn't always follow logic. "I don't know either," Jiehui said, crying. "The chief priest of the envoy said that my lady's birth date matches the king's, and the emperor has made her Princess Anqing. In half a month she will go to the southern border." Jiehui was very anxious. After receiving the imperial decree, she felt like the sky was falling. Her lady's personality might cause trouble before reaching the southern border. The decree was final and unchangeable. That's why Qianyang didn't want her to know. The emperor had previously rejected Princess Qingwu's marriage proposal, so he wouldn't oppose marrying Qianyang to the southern border. After all, Qianyang wasn't his biological daughter. Whether she lived or died didn't matter to him, and he could gain from it. It was a profitable deal for him. Xia Zhaozhao's mind was in chaos, caught off guard. It was all too sudden. Pei Heng knows about Qianyang's marriage? Come to think of it, he hasn't returned home for a couple of days. How much does he know about this matter? Or has he been involved? For him, Princess Qingwu is his cousin, so naturally he is closer to her than to Qianyang. Did he have such plans from the beginning? Pei Heng? "The Lord has not returned home yet," Lu Li replied. "Xia Zhaozhao personally helped Hua Xian up. I know about this matter. I don't know how much I can help, but I will try to mediate. Hua Xian, go back first. Don't mention this in front of your lady, to avoid her worrying." Xia Zhaozhao asked Lu Li to send a carriage to take Hua Xian back. She stayed in her room, not leaving until nightfall, not even noticing when the lamps were lit. When Pei Heng entered, Xia Zhaozhao slowly looked at him, finally decided to come home. "The matter of the lady is settled. Pei Heng said quietly. Luli had already told him that she knew about Feng Xiuqiu's marriage. You say it's settled, then it's settled. You argue strongly for Princess Qinggu, and for Qiunyang, there are only these 4 words? Have you long planned for Qiunyang to replace her, which is why you haven't come home these days to hide from me? Zhao Zhao, this happened too suddenly. I knew after the emperor issued the imperial decree. You and Lu Rong are so familiar with what the emperor eats and drinks every day, you should know when the emperor issued the decree. Pei Heng, if you're lying to me, you must have a good reason. Xie Zhao Zhao frowned and sneered. If not her, then it must be Princess Qinggu. Looking back now, the 6th prince's gaze at Qiunyang was very strange at that time. And that day when she left the princess's residence, Qiunyang said she wanted to say goodbye to Qinggu herself. Something must have happened, which is why Qiunyang changed her plans and left the next day. But she didn't think much about it at the time. If she had asked more, maybe things would have been different. Zhao Zhao, stay calm. Is it her, right? Xie Zhao Zhao's eyes were fierce. It's not Qinggu. I'm still investigating. Pei Heng frowned. The emperor wouldn't suddenly have such thoughts. Something else must have happened. But he hadn't found out yet. You don't need to speak for her. Whether the 8 characters match or not, it's all someone behind the scenes causing trouble. I don't believe a word of these ridiculous prophecies. Although these divine and crude prophecies are simple, they are always the most effective. They can make up these false predictions, and she can too. Who harmed Qiunyang? She will go back. After returning to the capital, did you see the lady?
Pei Heng asked.
I have been staying at home these past few days and haven't gone out. How can I meet her? Don't change the subject. Until this matter is clear, you and Princess Qinggu are the main suspects. There's indeed no room for compromise with the emperor, but it's not completely hopeless. Zhao Zhao, stay calm. Since the great Qi always has a princess for diplomatic marriage, with your and the princess's close relationship, how could I possibly turn her away? Xie Zhao Zhao slowly withdrew her gaze, lowered her eyes in deep thought.
Pei Heng was right.
She had indeed acted impulsively. But if not Pei Heng, then who else could it be? Xie Zhao Zhao's eyes were cold and expressionless. She looked at her desk for a while before raising her head again. I don't doubt that you and Princess Qinggu have some emotional ties. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Regarding Qiunyang, you and she are the main suspects because the most likely beneficiary is the attacker. Even if it wasn't her, she is definitely involved. She looked at him quietly, as if she was fighting alone against everything, her whole body covered with a cold, hard aura. And, are you sure Princess Qinggu hasn't hidden anything from you? Pei Heng stepped forward, placing his hands on her shoulders.
Zhao Zhao, don't look at me like that.
It makes me feel strange. The always cheerful and bright her suddenly seemed cold and elegant. You don't ask me about things I hide from you. I don't understand the court's complexities, but I want the truth about this matter. You're my husband. Asking you to help me with this isn't too much, is it? Not too much. Pei Heng rubbed her head.
Give me some time.
All right, I'll give you some time. I want to stay at Qiunyang's house for a few days to keep her company. I'll bring Mu'er with me. Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow morning. Pei Heng didn't try to stop her and agreed readily. Eat something first. Xie Zhao Zhao had something on her mind and didn't have much appetite, so she only ate a spoonful of bird's nest. Before sleeping, Pei Heng asked the kitchen to heat a bowl of milk. When they were in the border town, she had Mu'er drink milk daily because hot milk was believed to help sleep and promote growth. Mu'er was always well-behaved, and indeed, she was taller and fairer than other children her age. I'll feed you. Pei Heng took a spoon and fed her to Xie Zhao Zhao. Don't, I can do it myself. Xie Zhao Zhao wasn't used to eating with a spoon. It was too slow. She picked up the bowl directly and drank it in one go, then handed the empty bowl to Pei Heng. Pei Heng wiped the milk stain from her mouth. Rest early. I still have some official matters to handle. As Pei Heng was about to leave, Xie Zhao Zhao reached out and grabbed his hand. It's not that I don't trust you. It's because I do trust you that I don't want these things to involve you. That's why I find it difficult. Pei Heng, there are many people in the world, but I only care about a few. I want the truth and your safety. Pei Heng lowered his head and kissed her corner of the mouth. I understand. Rest early. After Pei Heng left, Xia Zhaozhao tossed and turned for a while before falling into deep sleep. Pei Mu often went to the Prince of An's residence with Xia Zhaozhao. They knew the place so well it felt like home, and they were not reserved. Father had told him to take good care of Mother and make sure she ate well. Pei Heng only saw them to the gate of the residence. Early in the morning, the Dali Temple brought news that Lord Cui had woken up, and he had to go there. Xia Zhaozhao held Mu Er's hand, thinking about how to comfort Feng Xiuqiu. She even made the worst plans. When she saw Xiuqiu sitting by the window, playing with the beads of her abacus, making crisp sounds as they clinked, she found she was not as distressed as she had imagined. Xiuqiu, Xia Zhaozhao called her with worry and doubt. Feng Xiuqiu looked up and smiled. I knew you'd come. Look, this is our profit for this month, more than double last month. Yesterday, Hua Xinyan came back from outside with her eyes swollen like peaches. She knew she had gone to the Pei residence. She scolded her thoroughly and punished her to organize her private treasury today. She had wanted to send a message to her, but knowing her temper, she would definitely come today, so she gave up the idea. I heard about the marriage alliance. Xia Zhaozhao sat opposite her. Liuli's sisters took Pei Mu riding, and behind the residence was an open space where Pei Mu always went riding when he visited. There's nothing to worry about. I plan to take my business to the southern border. Nothing wrong with that, Feng Xiuqiu said calmly. Do you really think so? Of course. I heard the scenery there is beautiful, with spring all year round. I want to see it. When I settle down, you and Mu Er should come visit me. I'll host you well. Feng Xiuqiu spoke with longing about the southern border scenery. But the more she said, the more Xia Zhaozhao felt sad.
Don't be like that.
Feng Xiuqiu smiled warmly, as always bold and cheerful. I know you're reluctant to part with me. All right, don't cry. Otherwise, I'll feel heartbroken. What exactly happened? After I left the Princess Qingwu's residence that day, what else happened? Tell me. Let's think of a solution together. Since she heard about the marriage alliance, Xia Zhaozhao kept thinking about faking death, escaping halfway, creating prophecies to make the southern border regret. She went over all her plans in her mind. Feng Xiuqiu held Xia Zhaozhao's hand and said, I really didn't do anything wrong. I only asked about the queen's birthday and some palace rules. I wanted us to work together and make Manhwa Tower shine, but now I can only leave it to you. You know that since I left my family, I am seen as a traitor and my son doesn't acknowledge me. No one in Daki will marry me, and I refuse to marry an ordinary person. That's fine. The king of Nanjing is 2 years younger than me. I've seen his portrait. Look, isn't he quite handsome? Feng Xiuqiu took out a portrait of the Nanjing king, sent along with the imperial decree yesterday. Do you really think so? Xia Zhaozhao stared into Feng Xiuqiu's eyes without blinking. Of course. If I marry the Nanjing king, I will bring my father with me. Instead of staying in Daki and being suspected by the emperor, it's better to go to Nanjing, Feng Xiuqiu sighed. And what about your dreams? You said you wanted to be the richest person in Daki and to help me expand Manhwa Tower across the country. Even if I become the Nanjing queen, I can still do business. And there's you. When the time comes, you can manage the business, and I will count the money behind the scenes. Zhaozhao, as a good sister, I just wish you happiness. Feng Xiuqiu held Xia Zhaozhao's hand tighter, her eyes filled with a smile. All right, then I wish you happiness. But traveling to Nanjing across mountains and rivers, not to mention meeting, even letters would be difficult. She truly couldn't bear to part. Feng Xiuqiu knew she was coming and ordered the kitchen to prepare hot pots. They simmered bone broth all night, making the beef and lamb very delicious. This is still something you taught me. Do you remember how we used to cook hot pot in the pavilion behind the study in the border town? And the osmanthus wine, Feng Xiuqiu said as someone brought warm wine to her. How could I forget? Thinking back now, those days in the border town were the best. Xia Zhaozhao's voice slowed, as if lost in memory. Back then, only Xia Huimin was lively, and there was no hidden danger or scheming. If Mother Chiu hadn't come to the capital, maybe none of this would have happened. The capital is bustling, but the border town is simple. You can't find such good osmanthus wine there. Try some. Feng Shiqiu poured her a glass. Xia Zhaozhao usually had a good tolerance for alcohol, but today she surprisingly got drunk. Liuli's sisters helped her back to her room, and she still held Feng Shiqiu's hand tightly. Mother Chiu, we will be good sisters forever. When the door was closed, Feng Shiqiu's eyes turned red at last. When Feng Shiqiu arrived, Princess Qinggu was already waiting for her. After she arrived, the maid and guards beside Qinggu retreated, leaving only the two of them in the room. Have you seen her? Rest assured, Your Highness, I won't say anything. Princess Qinggu nodded with a smile. I know you're smart, but sometimes smart people can be a bit too clever. Feng Shiqiu frowned slightly. This is the matter of Prince Anne's residence. Princess, please don't involve innocent people. Pei Heng naturally would protect Zhao Zhao, but the royal family's dark schemes and plots are hard to defend against. She can marry into the family, but she also wants to protect someone. Princess Qinggu smiled, sitting casually, yet her noble and indifferent aura revealed her high status. Don't worry, Lord Pei is an important official in the court. I can't even win him over easily, so I won't hurt his wife. But on the condition that you ask your good friends to mind their own business. Feng Shiqiu smiled, feeling distant and guarded. Of course, I won't do anything here. But Princess, you must also keep your secrets well. Princess Qinggu picked up her tea and took a sip. My affairs don't need your concern. We will also keep our promise. She looked at Feng Shiqiu's face, seeming to examine her or perhaps to lose herself in thought. Feng Shiqiu paused briefly before speaking again. If that's the case, can I leave now? The wine she drank would only make her drunk for 2 hours. She didn't want Zhao Zhao to wake up and find she had left. Princess Qinggu's lips curved into a slight smile, her expression calm. The princess isn't heartless, but she is always on guard against me. Feng Shiqiu was silent for a moment before speaking again. Different paths, different goals. We are not on the same side. I will take my leave. She stood up to leave, and Princess Qinggu didn't stop her, only watching her figure with a distant look. After a long while, Pei Zili stepped out from behind the screen. I'm doing this for her good. She just doesn't appreciate it. Princess Qinggu shook her head with a faint smile. We should be close. Your Highness need not be upset. She will understand in time. Pei Zili said quietly. I'm not exactly upset. I don't have the energy to be sad about this. Annie, I did my best. Pei Zili came over and let Qinggu lean on his chest. Princess, what you're doing is a big deal. Ordinary people don't need to understand. They only need to be grateful. Feng Shiqiu had already decided to marry into the family and began preparing happily. Although the southern border royal family lacked nothing, it was always good to bring more dowry. She was marrying as a princess, so besides the dowry from Prince Anne's residence, the court would also provide an additional gift. In addition to daily necessities, there would be maids, guards, imperial doctors, and arrangements covering the entire inner court. Lady Feng Shiqiu was not polite at all. She even added twice the original amount on the gift list sent from the palace. She traveled thousands of miles to marry far away, changing 20 cities. She wouldn't do it for nothing. Moreover, the southern border king looks good, but he has lost wives before, each time remarried, so no one should look down on him. She took Xia Zhaozhao and Mu shopping for 2 days straight, eager to buy everything she liked. Over these days, Xia Zhaozhao didn't notice anything wrong. When King An arrived in the capital, Xia Zhaozhao took Mu back to the Pei residence. Pei Heng had been busy these days. After Minister Cui woke up, there was new progress in the disaster relief case in Shandong. With Minister Cui's evidence, Pei Heng followed the clues and uncovered several officials from the Ministry of Revenue. The previously silent assassins finally spoke and confessed, and their statements matched those of a few officials from the Ministry of Revenue. The guard from Prince Wei's residence and Minister Yao are from the same hometown. After being bribed, they used the prince's badge to make things easier. Minister Cui returned to the capital, worried that the truth might be exposed, so he participated in the assassination attempt. Therefore, the whole matter has nothing to do with Prince Wei. Thinking about what? Xie Zhaozhao placed the tea beside him, but he didn't notice. Minister Chui's case. Isn't it already resolved? She heard that Minister Chui was preparing to hand over his work and planned to go to the Qin prince's estate. Lu Rong and his men from the Jinlin Guard escorted him all the way. Prince Wei's guards have followed him since childhood. They wouldn't be easily bribed. That Minister Yao, a Ministry of Revenue official, how much silver would he need to bribe the prince's guards? It seems reasonable, but upon closer inspection, it's full of inconsistencies. What's more, that guard committed suicide after confessing. Xie Zhaozhao sat down beside him. It's a strange coincidence, as if an invisible hand is guiding everything. The evidence came just in time, but it also left doubts at the end.
Exactly.
With the guard dead, even if it's related to Prince Wei's residence, there's no proof. Moreover, since Minister Chui plans to follow the Qin prince to his estate, the case can only be closed for now. Maybe the one who doesn't want you to keep investigating is the emperor, Xie Zhaozhao said quietly. If the guard wanted to die, he would have found a way to do so when he was caught. But he waited until Minister Chui woke up, confessed, and then committed suicide. Pei Heng looked at Xie Zhaozhao, clearly surprised she thought of this. Once the guard is dead, whether Prince Wei embezzled disaster relief funds no longer matters. What's important is that everyone will think he died for Prince Wei, and he can't clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River, Xie Zhaozhao sneered. The emperor has eliminated rivals, expelled the Qin prince, suppressed Prince Wei, and used marriage alliances to push away Princein. The imperial power is secure. He can understand the schemes against King Qin and King Wei, but Princein has no way to retreat. He has no military power, no involvement in court politics, and outside of city, he has little presence among the people. The emperor's suspicions remain unclear. Anyone who sits on that throne is not simple. The marriage alliance is settled, and the Ministry of Rights has prepared the dowry list, Pei Heng said to her. Marriage alliances are indeed very cruel, especially for those close to you. I know. Qionyang is happy, but I always feel she is hiding something from me, Xie Zhaozhao sighed. I will do what I promised. I will give you the truth. However, things happen suddenly, and without warning. Recently, he has been busy with Lord Chui's affairs. Once Lord Chui leaves, he plans to visit the princess's residence. Xie Zhaozhao shook her head. She is acting so deliberately with me and strongly refuses our involvement. That means the truth is very dangerous, and she doesn't want us to be involved. Maybe Qionyang is right. Leaving with Princein might at least save their father and daughter. If she intervened rashly, it could put her father and herself in danger. Just like King Qin, staying in the capital might threaten his life. His territory is small, but he can survive. In front of imperial power, they are all too insignificant. Pei Heng remained silent, neither arguing nor responding. Is the truth dangerous? Princein is obedient and wishes to become a quail, so what threat does he pose to the emperor? It doesn't make sense. He can feel he's getting closer to the truth, but the obstacles are increasing. These mysteries seem unrelated, but behind them, invisible forces are pushing everything forward. Then start with the Southern Border Envoy Group. Since someone is controlling everything, there will always be clues, Pei Heng said. He grew up in the palace, saw and heard a lot. All these nonsense about matching horoscopes and fate must hide someone behind the scenes. In this case, instead of starting with Qingwu, it's better to go directly to the high priest. By the way, they are old friends. Won't that scare the snake? Xie Zhaozhao is worried about Qionyang and her daughter's safety. Don't worry. He must find out who is secretly controlling everything. The emperor is removing rivals, but he doesn't need to bother with Princein. After all, Princein has never been the emperor's target. When choosing marriage partners, the emperor sees them as pawns, not necessarily Fang Xiuqiu. Pei Heng finished his meal, played 2 rounds of chess with his son, then left again. Xie Zhaozhao didn't ask questions. He can reach his position in court, so he can't tell her every detail. Secrets, once revealed, always risk being leaked. The Manhwa Tower has been open for a long time, but this is the first time Pei Heng has come. Lu Rongyu arranged to meet him here, and he was rarely late. When Lu Rongyu saw Pei Heng approaching, he smiled and asked, "How is it?" "Pretty good," Pei Heng replied. "Do you dare to look a little more?" "You don't have to strictly follow the rules of modesty," Lu Rongyu said, amused. Everyone in the court now knows that the Minister of Justice keeps himself pure. He discusses official matters either in the government office or at tea houses. Although the theaters in the capital are not exactly places of romance, they still have many tricks. Recently, Lu Rongyu has been visiting Manhwa Tower often. It's a proper business place, clean and honest. "Speak if you have something to say," he said, not wanting to go out in the cold weather. Recently, Zhao Zhao hasn't been very enthusiastic about him. He's been running around often, so he's too tired to ask about it. Lu Rongyu signaled him to look at the stage. Pei Heng glanced and saw a man playing the zither. Looking again, he recognized the man. Shun Xianyun. He was sitting cross-legged in front of a zither, with fragrant smoke rising around him. He wore a white round collar, narrow-sleeved robe with a sash, his hair casually tied with a wooden hairpin, looking cold and ethereal. "Why is he here?" Pei Heng frowned. "That's what I mean, he's very scheming. Since moving out of the palace, he's been living at Manhwa Tower.
Do you see?
It's no different from living at your house," Lu Rongyu snorted softly. Although Pei Heng often argued with Yang Ming openly and honestly, he never used underhanded tricks. But this Shin Xianyun was different. He was quite skilled at charming men. Thanks to his excellent musical talent, he became quite popular, which was also a feature of Manhwa Tower. Later, the money sent to Xia Zhao Zhao also included his share, so he deserved some credit. Pei Heng sipped his tea gloomily and looked again at the man on stage. Feng Qiuxiu. If he really went to the southern border for marriage, Zhao Zhao would have to come to Manhwa Tower often. This Shin Xianyun was truly everywhere. "Are you just showing me this?" "Of course not. He's been busy lately and had no time to come. Today, he just found out that the stunning musician in the capital was Shin Xianyun. He really underestimated him last time." Shin Xianyun also saw Pei Heng. His white hair was very noticeable, making it hard for anyone not to notice him. Shin Xianyun nodded toward Pei Heng, but he was busy playing the zither and couldn't come over to greet him. However, he glanced at a young servant nearby. The servant immediately understood and set up food and drinks on the table for Pei Heng and Lu Rongyu. "This is our young master Shin's invitation. Please enjoy," the servant said respectfully before stepping back. Lu Rong looked at the stage and said, "This tea smell is almost rising to the sky." He threw it into the city moat to soak, and all of Beijing had plenty of tea to drink. "Why are you angry? Just say what's on your mind." "I'm just worried for you. Feng Qiuqiu is going to get married, and your family hasn't caused trouble?" Lu Rong shot him a glance. Xia Zhao Zhao and Feng Qiuqiu are like half-sisters, very close. Earlier, Yiji opposed Qingwu's marriage proposal, but now that the new candidate is chosen, everyone thinks Yiji is scheming behind the scenes. "My wife is virtuous." Lu Rong snorted softly. "Come on, I advise you not to interfere." Even King En, who cares for his daughter, didn't object this time. Something's not right. Also, Ninggua's Yurongyan has entered the capital, and everything is happening at once. The city is going to be lively. When did this happen? Pei Heng was a bit surprised. He had dealt with Yurongyan and Fengqing before, and while they weren't enemies, they weren't on good terms either. Don't say you're not surprised. Even I am. Yurongyan's name isn't on the list of envoys from Ningguo, yet he managed to escape the eyes of Jinlin Guard. Lu Rong took a sip of wine and raised an eyebrow. The emperor's birthday has passed. Ningguo sending envoys now probably has something to do with the sixth prince, Pei Heng said. The incident in Fengcheng was complicated, involving many people. After returning to the capital, Lu Rong reported everything to the emperor. Lu Rong nodded. "You're right. This time, even Ninggua's Prime Minister Han Jiyu came personally. Han Jiyu and Yurongyan have always disliked each other. This must be related to the sixth prince. Could their sixth prince really appear in the capital? Pei Heng looked thoughtfully at the woman playing the zither on stage. He had his people investigate Shen Xianyun's background. Nothing suspicious, very clean. But the more perfect he seemed, the more suspicious it was. It's hard to say. But if he's in the capital, he won't be able to hide this time. Lu Rong also looked at the stage. How do you know it's not him deliberately spreading the news? Pei Heng put down his wine cup. And shouldn't your Jinlin guard do some cleaning up? Lu Rong paused, holding his wine cup. Recently, there have been quite a few loose ends. Did you find out anything? Just a gut feeling. Pei Heng paused. Not only the Jinlin guard, but the Dali temple isn't very peaceful either. Otherwise, that guard wouldn't have died mysteriously. Just be careful. Also, are you really not going to do anything about the Fong family's father and daughter? Lu Rong felt his attitude toward this matter was a bit strange. He usually cared more than anyone about his wife's family affairs. Pei Heng didn't answer him. Drink your wine and leave. There will be a performance of the Monkey King causing chaos in heaven soon. Don't you want to watch for a while?
Lu Rongyu asked.
Since he had a rare day off, Lu Rongyu didn't want to go back to the mansion. No, I won't, Pei Heng replied. He knew more stories about the Monkey King. Wait, Lu Rongyu called him again. You're supposed to be a proper husband. Go home and act a little spoiled with your wife. That Shen Xianyun will have to pack up and leave. Men should put aside their pride. Pei Heng snorted softly. You understand. You just married a wife, and since he likes to show off and earn money, he should do it well. Lu Rongyu chuckled. Pei Yizhi, you've gone bad now. Just like his narrow-minded wife. Indeed, two kinds of people can't sleep in the same bed.
Same to you.
Pei Heng raised an eyebrow. Before leaving, he glanced again at Shen Xianyun, who was playing the zither, and their eyes met. Shen Xianyun smiled slightly. His tone was gentle and slow, flowing from his hands. Pei Heng's eyes darkened a little. It was the song Xiao Zhao Zhao used to lull Mu'er to sleep. Shen Xianyun was deliberately provoking. Pei Heng sneered coldly and walked away. What a show! Shen Xianyun naturally saw the disdain in Pei Heng's eyes. He only smiled faintly. The outcome was still uncertain until the end. Since he was waiting, he could wait as long as needed. After finishing his song, Shen Xianyun stood up and left the seat. No matter how enthusiastic the guests' applause was behind him, he didn't turn around. He remained as calm and elegant as ever. When Shen Xianyun returned to his room, Steward Shen had already prepared a bath. Steward Shen looked worried. Sir, there's no need to humiliate yourself. Although Manhwa Tower protected performers well, it was still a place of entertainment and flirtation. With the noble status of the Lord, he shouldn't be here. It's the safest place, Shen Xianyun replied calmly. Manhwa Tower not only had Lu Rongyu's Jinlin guards but also Pei Heng's secret guards. It wasn't the safest place in the capital, but it was much safer than living alone. Han Ziyai would arrive in the capital soon. He would protect the Lord, so there was no need for others. Don't forget, this is Daki, Shen Xianyun said with a cold expression. Actually, he had been in Daki longer. His mother was from Daki, and half of his bloodline was Daki. Because of this, he was not welcomed by other princes. But, so, what if he wasn't accepted? Shen Xianyun closed his eyes and slowly soaked himself in the hot water. Since he was already in the capital, sooner or later, he would meet someone. Actually, it was later than he expected. He thought the envoy from Ningguo would arrive during the emperor's birthday celebration. The young lord will return to Ningguo sooner or later. How does Lady Xie plan to handle this? The young lord claiming that the Moon Tower is unsafe is just an excuse. They are not unable to protect him. Honestly, they just want an excuse to stay close to Lady Xie. If the young lord makes such a big sacrifice and ends up with nothing, I think it's a shame for him. What I want is to take what I desire. But Lady Xie has already broken the curse, so it might not be easy now. Steward Shen admits that Xie Zhao Zhao is a rare beauty, but even the most beautiful woman, having married someone else, probably can't become the official wife. However, since the young lord likes her, becoming a concubine is acceptable. Feelings can grow over time, Shen Xianyun said meaningfully. Isn't the marriage alliance with the southern border a good opportunity? Xia Zhaozhao and Fang Shiqiu are close, but since this involves Princess Qinggu, they will surely have disagreements. The court has been lively lately. The southern border delegation hasn't left yet, and now the Ningguo envoy has arrived. The Ningguo envoy was summoned by the curiosity of the ministers, including the third prince of Ningguo, Yuan Yan, and Prime Minister Han Ziyai. The third prince is quite young and handsome, perhaps here to seek marriage? If marrying a princess can make them submit, why not? The southern border is especially ridiculous. Asking to marry a woman who is dismissed, truly a wild land. I am here to see His Majesty the Emperor of Daki on behalf of our king, to bring back our sixth prince of Ningguo, Han Ziyai explained after discussing border issues and making many concessions. This was an imperial order from the Ningguang, and he must ensure the prince returns safely. Yuan Yan was also part of the delegation, and naturally, the journey was not smooth. If Daki cooperates, it will be much easier. The emperor pretended to ponder. Your sixth prince is in Daki? As if unaware of what happened in Fengcheng before. Fengcheng borders Ningguo, and Ningguo moves freely there. Naturally, the emperor was unhappy. That incident led to the local military governor being replaced, with increased troop deployment, strengthened city gate checks, and blocked borders. Ningguo's border residents rely on Daki for their livelihood, but such strict checks caused problems for their lives. There were several conflicts at the border, and relations became tense. Therefore, Ningguo did not send envoys during Daki's birthday celebration. But soon, news of the sixth prince arrived. Even if Ningguo was unhappy inside, they had to accept it. This time, the gifts sent to Daki were not just for peace. Though not as grand as the 20 cities of the southern border, they included several cities neighboring Fengcheng. The emperor was naturally pleased. Recently, everything that happened made him very happy. He ordered the Jinlin Guard to help with the search, showing respect. Han Jia directly revealed the sixth prince's identity in Daki, making it hard for Yuan Yan to act openly. He knew Han Jia's trip was not simple, and it turned out to be true. Fortunately, he came. However, even if they found him, he wouldn't let him return safely to Ningguo. Since there has been no news for so many years, he shouldn't appear again. If anything happened on the way, it would ruin the alliance between Daki and Ningguo. Father is weak, so he gave away those cities. He naturally wouldn't allow that. Pei residents Pei Heng returned home late at night, just before midnight. Xia Zhaozhao had been waiting for him. She also heard about the Ningguo envoy. Yuan Yan and Pei Heng had a grudge in Fengcheng. If he spoke nonsense in front of the emperor, it might cause the emperor to suspect him again. There have been many things happening recently, so she was worried. Why are you still awake so late? Pei Heng took off his outer cloak and walked over to her. Has the Ministry of Rites been very busy lately? He sat on a nearby stool, feeling cold and not wanting to sit too close to her. The busiest recently were the Ministry of Rites and the Jinlin Guard. One was preparing for the princess's wedding, and the other was helping find the sixth prince. But he was so late because he met an old friend. Of course, he also found some clues. After the southern border high priest failed to marry Qinggu, he wanted to find women in the royal family whose birthdays matched the zodiac signs Si, Yu, and Cho. Princess Fang was the daughter of a different royal family, so she wasn't on the list. Her birth date was added later by the Anwang residents. That's impossible, Xia Zhaozhao didn't believe it. She had never heard Xiaonyang mention wanting to marry far away, so how could her birth date be added voluntarily? The southern border high priest personally said that the Anwang residents sent a letter with Princess Fang's birth date directly to the courier station. Only the Fang family knows the true story, he replied. The high priest from the southern border was caught once before, but this time he was more careful and told everything he knew. It seems Xiaonyang really was threatened. Xia Zhaozhao looked up at Pei Heng. Only a few people could threaten the Fang family. They must have caught some evidence. If we keep investigating, we will find the truth. But if we do, it puts the Fang family in danger. As you said, if the Fang family is hiding something and that secret gets out, it would be a disaster for them. Since the Fang family was hiding something, they didn't want others to know. Their roots aren't in city, so the investigation should start there. But with such secrecy, the truth can't be kept hidden forever. Xia Zhaozhao supported her forehead, her brows furrowed tightly as she tried to remember the original story. But now, the story had diverged too much. Many characters and scenes that hadn't appeared before were missing. She blamed herself for only reading the ending of the main characters because the story was too long, so she skipped over some minor characters. Pei Heng raised his hand to hold her. Don't be sad. Even if we can't investigate, we can think of other ways. Xia Zhaozhao shook her head. I'm not sad. I just feel very powerless. I've made arrangements for the southern border envoy, but we can only act after leaving Daki. When the time comes, I will make sure everyone is safe and brought to you. However, from now on, there would be no princess or prince. She would have to live in hiding for the rest of her life. Of course, this depended on whether the Fong family father and daughter agreed. Otherwise, the plan couldn't go forward. Really?
Yes.
The Fong family is now part of the palace. When she gets married, you'll have to send her off. I'll find a chance for you two to talk. Xia Zhaozhao hugged his waist and looked up at him. Why are you so good to me? If I'm not good to you, then who else? It's rare that you and Princess Fong get along, and she truly cares for you. Fong Xiuqiu would protect Zhao Zhao even in such a dangerous situation. How could he bear to see her in trouble? Did I cause you trouble this time? Nonsense. You're my wife. Whatever I do for you is right. Pei Heng brushed her hair aside and gently touched her face. I'm going to bathe. You sleep first. Be good. His voice was soft, like soothing a child, very patient. Xia Zhaozhao lay back down, clutching the blanket corner. I'll wait for you. A meaningful smile flashed in Pei Heng's eyes. Good. The next morning, Xia Zhaozhao woke up feeling sore all over. It wasn't painful, but her body felt uncomfortable. She rubbed her forehead and sat up in bed. The room was a bit dark, and the weather outside seemed gloomy, overcast, making it hard to tell the time. Such weather was perfect for sleeping at home. Xia Zhaozhao lay back down again. Last night. She looked down at herself, noticing the obvious marks. Now she finally understood why he had smiled like that last night.
Beast.
All her gratitude from last night was gone. Lying in bed, Xia Zhaozhao cursed Pei Heng 800 times in her heart. She hadn't slept with a woman in several lifetimes. When the door opened, she knew it was Pei Heng. Emoer entered the room, only opening a small to peek inside, unlike him, who was so bold. Xia Zhaozhao turned over, not looking at him. Her long black hair spread across the pillow, her shoulders slightly exposed, revealing a stunning and enchanting beauty. The man's Adam's apple moved slightly as he suppressed a certain desire. Pei Heng thought he was not a person who indulged in, but now he felt something was a bit off. Pei Heng raised his hand to push aside the curtain and said, "Get up and eat something. The princess is getting married. Don't you want to put on makeup? I'll take you there, okay?" Xia Zhaozhao pouted, deciding not to be angry with him for now, as there were more important matters to handle. "Are you free today?" Pei Heng lifted Xia Zhaozhao into his arms. "Yes, I will accompany you today." Xia Zhaozhao shot him a playful look. Every time he was reckless, he would act submissive afterward. Although he knew he was wrong, he just couldn't change his stubborn ways. After washing up, Xia Zhaozhao saw Emoer already sitting at the table, waiting for their father and mother to eat together, looking quite happy. Before he could ask, Emoa eagerly spoke. "Mother, I received a letter from Nyo. He's now an older brother, but not a sister. He has a younger brother. Earlier, he and Nyo had a contest to see who would get a sister first. Although he became an older brother, it wasn't a sister, so he didn't really win. Now, Nyo could read and write a bit, and he wrote letters himself, but his handwriting was big and ugly, wasting paper." "Really? That's good news." Xia Zhaozhao also felt happy for them. The Wang family was kind-hearted, and they often interacted with them when they were in the border town. Also, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Xiaoshuang are coming to the capital, Pei Mu said with a smile in his eyes. People tend to feel close to those who treated them well in childhood. Pei Mu used to be taken to the yamen by Pei Heng, always accompanied by Zhao Lei. So, in Pei Mu's heart, Zhao Lei was like family. It's not easy, Xie Zhaozhao sighed. It's not possible to rise from a small official to the capital overnight, but most people never achieve that in their lifetime. Pei Heng nodded. Governor Tang is now serving in the Ministry of Officials, and Zhao Lei was recommended by Li Zhizhou of Fang City. Xie Zhaozhao immediately understood. These people knew how to get along. No wonder they kept rising step by step. Mother, I want to ask Tingyu to visit Antigua later, Pei Mu said. Antigua hadn't come for many days, and he wanted to play chess with her. Although his father also played chess with him, his father's moves were not suitable for him now. He was too aggressive, never giving him a chance. He wanted Antigua to teach him new tricks, using softness to overcome strength, so he could beat his father. Xie Zhaozhao patted her son's chubby little buns on his head. Sure, Mother hasn't seen Antigua in a while either. You can go and visit her for Mother. After breakfast, Tingyu, accompanied by guards, took Pei Mu back to the Duke's residence, while Xie Zhaozhao and Pei Heng went to the prince and's estate. The prince's residence was not as lively as expected, or rather, it was too quiet. Everyone knows that Princess Fang will not return after this marriage alliance. In the past, the prince and's residence, although not very powerful, still cared about their reputation. Now, even that is no longer necessary. When Xie Zhaozhao and Pei Heng went over, the father and daughter were fishing by the pond. In summer, the pond full of lotus flowers looked beautiful, but in winter, it seemed a bit bleak. However, the father and daughter were happy. Xie Zhaozhao heard Fang Xiuqiu's laughter from afar. Father says, should this fish be steamed or braised? Of course, steamed. Father is getting old and prefers light flavors, Kingen said with a smile. Humph. Does father have the nerve to say that? Drinking so much wine every day and claiming to like light flavors. I think braised is better, especially in cold weather. You little girl, always arguing with your dad. If you want, I can go catch another fish for braising. Then father, you'd better hurry, or we won't make it in time for lunch. Fang Xiuqiu turned her head and saw Xie Zhaozhao not far away. Her expression brightened, and she almost jumped up from her small stool. Zhaozhao, you're here. That's great. I'll ask father to make braised fish for you. Girl, when did I say I would cook myself? It's not too late now. Fang Xiuqiu turned her head and wrinkled her nose at King, and Xie Zhaozhao usually appeared bright and confident, capable of handling everything on her own. Sometimes she was a bit indulgent, but never like this. Unexpectedly, behind the scenes, she showed this tender, girlish side. Perhaps only in front of her closest family could she be so innocent and lively. Fang Xiuqiu took Xie Zhaozhao's hand. Let's go, we'll have tea. Let him fish at his own pace. He's been freezing for nearly 2 hours. The two walked away arm in arm, but Pei Heng did not leave. Kingen looked at him with a smile. Lord Pei, sit down and chat. Pei Heng obediently sat on the small stool. Kingen is quite relaxed. Fang De had aged a lot since his poisoning, but he still looked healthy. Although he had gained many white hairs, his youthful, handsome features were still visible. Fang De smiled and said, my girl loves fish and is very picky. Then he looked at Pei Heng. I know Lord Pei cares a lot for his son. How about learning how to make braised fish for me? Sure. Once I catch another fish, one might not be enough. My girl is quite the glutton. Fortunately, Fang De was lucky and quickly caught his second fish of the day. He carried the fish on his back, while Pei Heng held the fish basket. They walked slowly and leisurely. Although the prince and's residence was quiet, there were many palace servants. Once the chosen person for the autumn festival was decided, they prepared to go to the southern border with her. In the kitchen, Kingen dismissed the servants. Today, I will cook myself. You all can leave. Only the two of them remained in the kitchen. Pei Heng skillfully prepared and washed vegetables, and Kingen felt like he had found a kindred spirit. Indeed, Miss Xie has good taste in choosing a man. While handling the fish, Kingen said, I know what you want to say today. I also know that you and your husband genuinely want to help Lady Qiu, but please don't interfere in this matter. It's the last dignity for our father and daughter. Are you really going to marry Princess Fong to the southern border? Lady Chio's personality is such that, as long as she wishes, she can live well anywhere. I understand her. If Lady Chio were in the Zheng family, she could also manage Zheng Sanlang's household well. But she was tired of Zheng Sanlang and didn't want to give him another chance. Lady Chio was his daughter, and he loved her dearly. As her father, he would personally see her off and give her the last farewell. From then on, neither of them mentioned the marriage again. Fongda was cooking, and Pei Heng helped out, working together very smoothly. Xia Zhaozhao and Fong Xiuqiu sat in the warm pavilion drinking tea. They talked about how they met, about doing business together, about their past dreams, but never about the marriage. It felt more like reminiscing about the past than saying goodbye. Xia Zhaozhao remembered a saying, "True farewell isn't about long pavilions or urging one more drink. It's that, on a sunny morning, some people are forever stuck in yesterday. No goodbyes are needed, nor are they necessary." 3 days later, Princess and of Anqing married to the southern border with a grand procession and a joyful farewell along the long street. Fong Xiuqiu sat in the carriage, a brocade box on her lap. This was Xia Zhaozhao's makeup kit. Inside was a hairpin that could be used as a hidden weapon, an extremely sharp dagger capable of cutting through iron. Only she could make such a makeup item. Fong Xiuqiu inserted the hairpin into her hair, and the dagger was hung at her waist. The bride's hairstyle was elaborate, prepared by the palace to match the princess's formal attire. Such a dangerous weapon like the dagger was not allowed to appear. But now that her makeup was done, and she was ready to leave, no one could stop her. She would live well and work hard to survive. She still wanted to return and see her again. Xia Zhaozhao stood upstairs, watching the carriage go farther and farther away. Pei Heng asked, "Won't you say goodbye to her? We will meet again someday." But when the carriage disappeared from sight, her eyes turned slightly red. Pei Heng embraced her shoulders. "You're right. We will meet again." Xia Zhaozhao's illness came suddenly. That night after sending Fong Xiuqiu off, she developed a high fever, fierce and unstoppable. She was unconscious for 3 days, dreaming of many people who eventually left her. She could clearly feel her sadness, but didn't want to face it. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xia Zhaozhao finally woke up. The winter sunlight was gentle, filtering softly through the window, giving her a feeling of rebirth. "Mother's awake?" Pei Mu said happily, holding Xia Zhaozhao's hand as if afraid she would disappear. Xia Zhaozhao nodded, her voice a little hoarse, and she softly responded with a "hmm." "I'll pour tea for Mother." Pei Mu got up, poured tea, and carefully brought it over. "It's warm, Mother. Drink slowly." Xia Zhaozhao had a high fever for 3 days, and her lips were dry with a hard crust. She was indeed thirsty. After drinking water to soothe her throat, she could speak a little louder. "Where is your father?" Father went to the kitchen to check on Mother's medicine. "He will come soon." As soon as Pei Mu finished speaking, she saw her father bring in the medicine. "Father, Mother missed you." Since Mother woke up, she asked for Father, so she naturally missed him. Xia Zhaozhao felt awkward. She had just asked casually, but now she was saying she missed him. Pei Heng approached with the medicine and sat by the bed, looking serious. "Missed me?" Xia Zhaozhao felt a bit embarrassed. Being asked so directly, she turned her face away and pouted, "No, I didn't." "Well, I missed you. Drink your medicine first, or it will get cold." Pei Heng brought it from the kitchen, and now it was at the right temperature. Xia Zhaozhao frowned. Although she didn't like the bitter taste, she knew she had to drink the medicine. She didn't want to risk her life over it. She took the medicine, wrinkling her brow, and drank it all in one gulp. It was so bitter. It made her feel nauseous. Muir immediately fed her some candied fruit. "Eat this, and it won't be bitter anymore." Mother is the bravest person I've seen to drink medicine all at once. She always had to be fed spoon by her father. Next time, he wanted to be braver too. No, he needed to exercise more and stay healthy so he wouldn't get sick. Since falling ill, Xia Zhaozhao had lost a lot of weight, looking fragile, like a delicate flower. The charm she once had seemed diminished, making her look like a sweet little girl, someone you couldn't help but want to protect. During these days, Pei-hung stayed at the mansion to take care of her and work in the study. Lu Rong and others came daily, but they stayed in the outer study and never entered the inner courtyard. When the wind blew in, Lu Rong casually put down the official document in his hand and asked, "Has your wife woken up?" "She just woke up. The fever has gone down, and she ate some mincemeat. She's looking better," Feng said. When the lady wakes up, both the adults and the young master are smiling. Lu Rong nodded and said, "I stay here every day, being mistreated by your master. I have become much thinner. Never mind, I will go back, so I don't cause trouble." "Prince, you're leaving now? My lady has woken up, and your master will have time to see you." "He will see me? Humph. He's just a heartless man. If I weren't clever, I would have starved to death in your house from begging in the kitchen every day," Lu Rong said. Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Our household doesn't have enough staff. We asked your master to find some reliable servants to help. We should pick some quick-witted ones for your lady. The Luli sisters are good at martial arts, but not very clever. They are clumsy and don't seem to know how to take care of others." Pei-hung opened the door and stood there. The servants serving him were not household staff. So many things were not done properly. "Yes, your highness," they replied. "Let's go." Lu Rong waved his hand, not bothering to have anyone see him off, and left gracefully. After Xie Zhaozhao recovered, she went to Manhwa Tower. Before Feng Xiuqiu left, she made thorough arrangements. Manhwa Tower was still busy with many guests. Xie Zhaozhao sat on the second floor, watching the lively scenes below. Guests cheered loudly, but she felt very lonely inside. She used to sit here with Aunt Chiu drinking and chatting. Seeing her seat empty, she suddenly understood the loneliness of raising a cup to invite the bright moon and sharing the shadow with only herself. Xie Zhaozhao stared blankly at the empty spot when she heard someone call her name. She looked up and recognized the face of the visitor.
Lin Wanning.
"Madam Pei, you seem in a bad mood." "None of your business." Lin Wanning was not new to being scolded by her, so she was used to it. But even so, seeing her gloomy and tired look made her feel very happy, so she ignored it. "If my good sister married to the southern border, I would feel sad too. I actually envy Madam Pei and Princess Feng's friendship. After all, I knew her earlier and she was my sister-in-law, but she is only close to you." Xie Zhaozhao lifted her eyelids, with a cold look in her eyes.
"Say what you want or get lost."
Lin Wanning burst out laughing. Madam Pei is really straightforward. Such a rough woman, it's a pity about her face. Xie Zhaozhao sipped her wine and ignored her. "Don't you want to know why she agreed to marry?" Xie Zhaozhao's dark eyes looked at her with a mocking smile. "I know you don't believe me," said Lin Wanning as she tidied her dress and sat down opposite him, lowering her voice. "Don't you think Princess Feng and Princess Qingwu look very similar? Actually, Princess Feng doesn't resemble Princess Qingwu, but rather the Empress Dowager." Lin Wanning's lips curled into a gentle yet cruel smile, speaking clearly and carefully. Xie Zhaozhao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a ripple crossed her eyes. "Lin Wanning, aren't you afraid I will tell Princess Qingwu? You should know the bond between my husband and Princess Qingwu." Lin Wanning's smile froze on her face. She didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to react this way, but she wanted her to know, to make her suffer, to let her see that she and her good sister would never meet again. "Princess Qingwu should have told you that her mother was from Huaiyang. Coincidentally, our Empress Dowager was also from Huaiyang. The year the princess consort of An died, our Empress Dowager just married the emperor, who was then the 9th prince." Xie Zhaozhao raised her hand and splashed wine on Lin Wanning's face.
"Shut up," she said.
Lin Wanning was splashed with wine, but didn't get angry.
"Why not?"
"Afraid to hear more?" Xie Zhaozhao chuckled softly. "I could call more people to listen, or invite Lady Wanning onto the stage to speak. She's been holding this in for so long, she might ruin her health." Lin Wanning took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the wine from her face, removing much of her rouge and revealing a pale face. "Xie Zhaozhao, If you hadn't encouraged her to come to Jing City and visit Mingyu Tower, she might have lived peacefully all her life. There are so many powerful families in Jing City. King An chose my cousin as his daughter's husband because the Zheng family stayed away from city disputes. But in the end, you ruined everything, Xia Zhaozhao. You harmed Feng Qiuxiu. Xia Zhaozhao looked at Lin Wanning's reckless smile, feeling a sharp pain in her chest, but her expression remained calm. How dark must Lady Wanning's heart be to watch others' sadness and rejoice. It's truly sad. Lin Wanning didn't care at all about her sarcasm and even smiled more freely. Yes, I have a dark heart. Do you know why? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have married a man over 50 and a widower. All this was secretly arranged by Pei Heng, forcing her father to agree. Compared to the future of the Lin family, what is a widow living as a guest? Nothing like love. Profit is everything. I will never be happy in this life, Xia Zhaozhao. I want you to live in guilt forever. It was you who harmed Feng Qiuxiu. This secret, if used wisely, might still be saved. If you tell Pei Heng, do you think he will stop? But if he does, he will have to pay a price. Lin Wanning burst out laughing. That price is very high. Maybe in the end, like his mother, she will swallow gold and commit suicide. Haha. Xia Zhaozhao quietly watched her go crazy. The angrier she got, the calmer she became. I will tell Princess Qingwu what Wanning said. She might be more interested in knowing why you are spreading these rumors. Lin Wanning smilet. I always thought Madame Pei was loyal, but I didn't expect her to be so cowardly and selfish. Although it's not their fault as a father and daughter, they have to marry far away because of a secret and might die there someday. Fine, I overestimated you. Turns out, you're just as selfish as I am. Lin Wanning finished speaking to herself and then left smiling. Today was truly satisfying. She was unhappy. Let everyone go to with her. It took a long time for Xia Zhaozhao to realize what had happened. She almost drowned in pain and despair. It turns out the truth was so absurd. Xia Zhaozhao closed her eyes, swayed unsteadily from the chair, her legs weak, her body tilting to fall. But instead of falling, she was caught in a warm embrace. She looked up and saw Pei Heng. In that moment, tears slipped down his pale face. If she didn't know the truth, it wouldn't matter. But now she knew, and it was a dead end. Now she understood why Qionyang told her not to get involved. Did Lin Wanning tell you anything? Pei Heng rushed over after hearing the news, but by then, Lin Wanning had already left. The fact that Lin Wanning married a widower was partly arranged by him. If she hadn't repeatedly caused trouble for Zhao Zhao, and considering their childhood friendship, he wouldn't have acted against her. He also participated in the incident with Lu Jingjun. She was not innocent in her downfall. Moreover, the Lin family could have chosen not to marry off their daughter. In politics, it's always the victors who win. But Zhao Zhao hated using such tricks to manipulate women. He was afraid she would dislike him if she found out. Xie Zhao Zhao shook her head. I don't want to talk about it now. Lin Wanning was crazy enough, but she couldn't afford that price. Qionyang chose to marry to keep the secret. If this secret were exposed, it might even end Qionyang's life. Okay, let's go home and talk. Pei Heng saw she couldn't walk and gently picked her up, leaving directly from the back courtyard. In the carriage, Zhao Zhao remained silent the whole way. Even Lin Wanning knew this secret. Perhaps it was no longer a secret. Is King Qin leaving the capital also related to these events? Xia Zhaozhao's mind was very confused. Why didn't the novel mention this part of the story? How much content did she skip? No, she remembered now. In the 22nd year of the Qingli era, Emperor Qingli passed away, and his sixth son took the throne, changing the era name to Yongyan. In the third year of Yongyan, the Empress Dowager deposed the emperor, established the crown prince, and changed the era name again. These details were only briefly mentioned in the book, and even the intense palace coup was barely touched upon. It only said that Pei Heng assisted 3 generations of the Qi emperors and was a key official. Now it was the 21st year of Qingli, meaning the emperor would die next spring. But during his last birthday, she saw that the emperor was healthy, with no signs of illness. Xia Zhaozhao closed her eyes and tried to remember. She only woke up when Pei Heng carried her home. Mu'er saw Pei Heng carrying Xia Zhaozhao back and thought she was unwell again, feeling very worried. Seeing her like this, Xia Zhaozhao said, "Mother is not sick, just a little tired. Then Mother should rest early. Mu'er can bathe and sleep by herself. No need for Mother to tell stories." Pei Heng first helped his son wash up and put him to bed, then carried Xia Zhaozhao to bathe. The warm bath made her feel much clearer. Actually, she rarely thought about the plot of the book after she entered the story. Besides the butterfly effect caused by her arrival, she also wanted to enjoy her own love life. She truly experienced everything with genuine feelings, enjoying everything, not just as the original protagonist's substitute. Subconsciously, she even wanted to forget the story's content. Over time, she herself forgot. She had been thinking along these lines just now, though the book mainly described how Xia Huimin established herself among the noble women in Beijing at the Pei family. It also mentioned some court affairs. On the day the emperor died, Pei Heng stayed overnight at his mother's memorial tablet. It was not her mother's death anniversary. It could only mean he was avenging his mother. He was involved in that palace coup. She was so focused on her thoughts that she didn't notice Pei Heng coming in. "Mu'er is asleep. I'll carry you back." Pei Heng took a handkerchief, wrapped Xia Zhaozhao completely, and carried her back to bed, carefully drying her hair. "Pei Heng," Xia Zhaozhao suddenly sat up from his arms, her dark eyes fixed on him without blinking. Pei Heng could clearly see her worried expression. What was she afraid of? She was usually lively and bright, rarely showing such an expression. "What's wrong?" Pei Heng asked gently. At this moment, countless ways to make Lin Wanning wish she had never been born flooded his mind. If she didn't want to live, he wouldn't mind letting the entire Lin family share her fate. It's not hard to find some evidence against a noble family. Moreover, the Lin family is indeed not spotless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have married their daughter to that old widower.
You.
Xia Zhaozhao didn't know how to start explaining the things from the book. "Zhaozhao, if you don't want to say it, don't force yourself." Pei Heng didn't want to pressure her. He just wanted to know, capturing Lin Wanning was enough. The 108th detention at the Grand Court always had some way to make her speak. Xia Zhaozhao shook her head. "No, it's about Qiunyang's background. I'm a bit shocked." Pei Heng narrowed his eyes, secretly guessing something. It was just that this matter was very serious, and during the critical time when the Fong family's father and daughter left the capital, he didn't want to investigate further. So, he didn't confirm his suspicions at first. Actually, from the attitude of the crown prince that day, he was almost certain of his guess. But when Zhao Zhao suddenly brought it up, it was clear Lin Wanning had told her. So, does that mean the Lin family also knows? Maybe the reason the crown princess committed suicide back then was also related to this. Xia Zhaozhao could only hint to him through Lin Wanning. Just these hints were enough for Pei Heng. He had been investigating for many years. He probably already guessed it involved the emperor, but he lacked concrete evidence. Because the emperor had no reason to do such a thing. Now, that reason was solid enough. Thinking this through, he realized that the crown princess used the secret as leverage to threaten the emperor into protecting the Pei family. But she also knew that once this secret was revealed, she wouldn't survive. After all, the empress's chastity was in question, which directly threatened the foundation of the country. The mistakes made by the Pei family were insignificant compared to the secret. Pei Heng was not as angry as she imagined. He held Xia Zhaozhao and gently patted her back to comfort her. "Zhaozhao, don't worry about these things. I will handle it." Anyone who harmed his mother would not escape his revenge. His mother was gentle and kind, doted on by the former emperor, innocent and lively. But children raised in the palace were not truly naive and unaware of the world. She was from the royal family. Naturally, knowing some secrets had to stay hidden forever. Once revealed, it would be irreversible. By then, she was already alienated from her father, and she loved him so much that she wouldn't pay such a high price just for the Pei family. She must have had her reasons. And those reasons were related to the Pei family and to his good father. It seemed he needed to return to the Pei residence. No matter what the truth is, stay calm. You still have me and Muir. Don't be impulsive. Pei Heng, the more he seemed about to lose control, appeared to be very calm. She knew he was trying hard to hold himself back. Zhao Zhao, Pei Heng gently touched her slightly warm hair. My mother is a very kind person. She has been loved since birth, kind to others, but she suffered from love. She shouldn't have such an ending. She ended up lonely, like a wandering ghost. At first, he wanted to bury his mother in the ancestral tomb of the Pei family, but the Pei family didn't deserve her. That dirty place would only tarnish her soul. He had asked her to marry him himself, and he should have considered the cost when he did. If he couldn't bear the loss, he would just blame his mother. He was a coward. Pei Heng, your mother surely hoped you would live well. Yes, that's why she insisted I leave the capital first. At that time, he thought his mother was the beloved princess of the former emperor, protected by his will. No matter what the Pei family did, the emperor would spare her life. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Pei Heng's eyes. Only he could threaten his mother. Since the emperor had banished him to the frontier city, he wouldn't threaten his life. It could only be him. He should have realized this long ago. He was foolish to think about father-son bonds and family bloodlines, supporting them for 8 years. And in those 8 years, the old man had raised Pei Qin, a poisonous snake that bit him harshly. He was probably afraid he would not let him go once he knew the truth. Xie Zhao Zhao was afraid of his gaze, afraid of this version of him. Lin Wanning's goal was not Autumn Lady, but Pei Heng. She wanted to drive Pei Heng crazy. They grew up together, so she knew Pei Heng's weakness best. She probably also guessed the cause of the eldest princess's death. She was revengeful toward him. Xie Zhao Zhao took the initiative to kiss Pei Heng's lips. Pei Heng, even if we are seeking revenge for our mother, we must keep our hands clean. Neither the Pei family nor the emperor is worth bearing a bad reputation for. We don't want to end up as traitors or rebels. Our mother wouldn't want that either. If we want revenge, we must plan carefully, forge the sharpest sword, strike directly at their vital points, and leave them no chance to struggle. Pei Heng held her face and kissed her forehead, a faint smile on his lips. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But when he looked down, a trace of cold seriousness flickered in his eyes. He wouldn't wrong good people, nor would he spare bad ones. Since the Lin family wouldn't teach their daughter, he would first target the Lin family. Pei Heng led the people from the Dali temple straight into the Lin residence. The gatekeeper didn't even have time to report. They had already entered the courtyard. He quickly surrounded the entire courtyard with a fierce force. Minister Lin looked at these people who showed no respect for him or the Lin family, and he was very angry. He threw his teacup, and the porcelain shattered everywhere. The Lin family is a noble family, and they married the daughter of the king of Anyang. Their ancestors contributed to building the imperial palace, and several former ministers of works in the Daqi dynasty came from the Lin family. Although their imperial favor has not been the strongest in recent years, it is still notable. Especially since, despite the decline of noble families in recent years, the Lin family remains standing. That is quite impressive. Minister Lin, who has enjoyed a comfortable life for many years, has never been treated like this before. Naturally, he cannot tolerate it. Pei Heng, dressed in official robes of the Grand Court, looked very authoritative. He said to Minister Lin, who was sitting there, I received a report that Lord Lin is involved in the Shandong disaster relief grain case. Search. Pei Heng waved his hand, and the people behind him orderly rushed into various courtyards to start searching. How dare you? I have served as an official for many years, working diligently.
Who reported this to you?
If you don't tell the truth today, no matter what the details are, I will report you to the emperor. This is not the residence of Duke Pei, so you cannot act so presumptuously. Minister Lin blocked him. However, the young man with yellow hair thought that the emperor valued him, since he had just returned to the capital a few days ago, and he was acting quite arrogantly. He was just a dog raised by the emperor. What was there to be proud of? Daring to cause trouble at the Lin family's place. Does he not see where he is? Minister Lin was not very old, but he was quite proud and old-fashioned, calling himself Old Sir and acting arrogantly. Minister Lin, not only you, but even a prince involved in this case would be thoroughly investigated. The Grand Court is carrying out official duties. If you refuse to cooperate, it will be considered treason. Then, not only you, but the entire Lin family will be in danger, Zhang Siji said. Zhang Siji was gentle in nature and rarely made enemies among colleagues, especially with high officials like Minister Lin. He spoke up because he couldn't stand to see Minister Lin talk so arrogantly. Everyone in the court knew that Lord Pei and the Pei family did not get along, and they understood why. But for Minister Lin to openly speak such harmful words in front of their elders was really too much. Minister Lin sneered coldly. "Who do you think you are, to speak so boldly here? Minister Lin, your eyesight must be failing. Can't you see the official robes he's wearing? The Grand Court is acting on imperial orders, doing official work. You are a high-ranking court official too. There's no need to curse like a shrew. It damages your authority. If we find no evidence, I will personally apologize. But if we do find evidence, Lord Lin will have to come with me to the Grand Court," Zhang Siji said. "Old Sir, I won't let you get away with this," Minister Lin said angrily, his face twisting with rage. Pei Heng sat calmly on his chair, showing no signs of panic. "Don't say smashing things or insulting others. Even if Lin Xiangshu were to destroy his home, he wouldn't flinch. Since he came today, he won't leave empty-handed. He will definitely take someone away." Soon, Zhang Siji returned with evidence. "Sir, this was found in the study." Lin Xiangshu's face immediately changed. "Slander.
You're slandering me."
Pei Heng sneered. "Please, Lin Xiangshu, come with me to the Dali Temple. The Lin family is under quarantine and cannot leave." "You don't have the right." "I want to see the emperor. I want to meet the emperor." But before Lin Xiangshu finished speaking, guards came and took him away. It won't be easy to see the emperor now. Meanwhile, the commotion naturally alarmed the women in the back courtyard. Madame Lin saw it was Pei Heng and hurried forward. "Iji, what's going on? Is there a misunderstanding?" If it had been 9 years ago, Pei Heng might have called her Aunt Wan, but now... "Madame Lin, the evidence is clear. Please don't interfere with the official investigation." Hearing Pei Heng call her Madame Lin, she knew things were bad. When the Pei family fell on hard times, the Lin family didn't help, but they also didn't cause trouble. After the death of the Princess Chang, their relationship was no longer as close as before.
"This."
Madame Lin hesitated. Lin Wanning hurried over, her hairpins jingling loudly, blocking Pei Heng. "Pei Heng, do you really have to do this?" Pei Heng barely spared her a glance and was about to leave. "Pei Heng, are you revengeful? Just because of Xie Zhao Zhao?" Pei Heng looked up, a cold smile in his eyes. "Wanning, you should worry about yourself. The case involving Sir Lin is not just one. The women involved could be sent to the brothel or even exiled to the Northern Army." Hearing that the brothel was involved, Madame Lin's face turned pale. When she heard about exile to the north, her body shook, almost falling. Exile to the north meant becoming a military. How cruel. All this just because of Xie Zhao Zhao. Pei Heng was so vengeful. "Pei Heng, are you crazy? For a woman, you're abusing her power and slandering my father. You'll ruin yourself." Lin Xiangshu also coldly said, "Pei Heng, don't dig your own grave and ruin your future. I only verify evidence and follow the law. The emperor will decide on everything else. Anyone blocking the investigation will be taken down." Pei Heng said coldly. Wanting tried to stop him, but she was pushed down, and Pei Heng's foot landed precisely on her hand. She let out a terrible scream as she heard the sound of her fingers breaking. Lin Wanning is most proud of her skill at playing the piano. Now that her fingers are injured, even if they heal, her ability will be affected. Madame Lin helps her daughter up and looks at Pei Heng in disbelief. "Iji, how could you treat Wanner this way? She grew up with you. The two families were once related by marriage. Even if they couldn't marry, it shouldn't be like this." "Pei Heng, don't go too far," Lin Xiangshu said, still hoping the woman would marry into the Lin family for their benefit. Pei Heng looks at Zhang Siji. Send someone to guard the Lin residence. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes, Zhang respectfully replies. His family is from Shandong. Their hometown was hit hard by disasters. The court clearly allocated relief grain, but corrupt officials stole it, so aid never arrived. He just received a letter saying his mother died of starvation. How can he not hate these corrupt officials? With Zhang Yanting protecting him, the Lin family can't even escape like an ant. Pei Heng leaves with his men in a grand procession. The servants of the Lin family had already hidden away, and no one dared to block their way. News quickly spread that Lin Xiangshu had been taken away by the Court of Justice, causing unrest at court again. The case wasn't supposed to be over, so why bring up Lin Xiangshu again? The court was about to become unstable again. Having a rebellious young prince already made things tense. Now with Pei Heng returning, the two men together radiated killing intent. Xia Zhaozhao heard about the Lin family's trouble at Manhwa Tower, but it was already 3 days later. If she hadn't come to Manhwa Tower today, she wouldn't have known. Pei Heng had been coming and going early and late these days. She usually stayed home with Muir, so no one told her about these events. The guests at Manhwa Tower were talking about Lin Xiangshu's evil deeds. He was asking for trouble. Not only did he embezzle disaster relief funds, but he also colluded with the Ministry of Revenue multiple times, stealing money meant for repairing the Yellow River. 4 years ago, the in Weixian County, Zhongzhou, collapsed under the supervision of the Ministry of Works, killing hundreds of thousands downstream. Later, a plague broke out, and several counties became ghost towns. This incident was always covered up by local officials. The Yellow River floods every few years, so people thought it was natural disaster, not human-made. Hundreds of thousands of lives lost. Lin Xiangshu lacked great virtue. I heard that all the women of the Lin family have been taken into the brothel as slaves. That's right. Princess Wan Ning said her daughter isn't really from the Lin family, but her husband refused to acknowledge her to cut ties. She and her daughter jumped into a lake, and when they were pulled out, they were frozen stiff. All karma. Xia Zhaozhao used to feel pity when she heard these stories, feeling sorry for the little girl. But now, she felt nothing at all. A person's heart indeed becomes colder and harder over time. Xia Zhaozhao knows that this is only the beginning.
Zhao.
Her thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice from her memory. She looks up and is surprised to see Yang Ming at Manhwa Tower. Today, Yang Ming still wears plain cloth clothes, his hair tied with a matching band, making his gentle features stand out more. Without any adornments, he looks elegant and refined. Big brother Yang, what a coincidence. Please sit down. Xia Zhaozhao gestures to the seat opposite her. Yang Ming smiles and sits across from her. The place is busy with people, so their meeting is private enough not to harm her reputation. I'm here with a friend. He just sent someone to say he has urgent matters and will be late by an hour. Xia Zhaozhao pours tea for him herself. I see that big brother Yang looks much better than last time I saw you, which shows you're happy about something. The last time she saw him was during a hunt on Phoenix Mountain, and his brows carried a trace of sadness. Now, that sadness has turned into elegance, and he looks even more handsome and refined. Indeed, I have good news. I must thank Lord Pei for this. Xia Zhaozhao is momentarily stunned. My husband? She doesn't say that Lord Pei is bad, but he tends to be very jealous when it comes to women around her, so she doubts he would help Yang Ming.
Exactly.
Lord Pei uncovered the truth about the dam break in Weixian County, bringing justice to the people of Weixian, Liangzhou, and Rong County. Lord Pei is a good official. He personally witnessed the disaster, was trapped in Liangzhou, and later caught a plague. The government covered up the truth, sealed the city, cut off supplies, turning the nearby 3 counties into a dead city. If it weren't for the brave efforts of the people to save him, he would have died. Over the years, he traveled from place to place, trying to seek justice for the people. He faced many obstacles, once nearly dying in prison. Luckily, some villagers risked their lives to buy him out. Later, he realized his own power was limited and that officials protected each other. He planned to reveal the truth during the imperial examination, even if it meant risking everything for fame. He studied and earned money in the capital, walking a difficult path. But he endured all hardships to reveal the truth from that year. He was only waiting for the spring examination next year. Unexpectedly, Lord Pei solved the case. The truth from that year was finally uncovered. The emperor was furious and sent the Jinlin Guard overnight to bring the officials involved back to Beijing for punishment. The innocent people who died finally can rest in peace. So, you've gone through so much these past few years, Xie Zhaozhao says, her gaze fixed on him. No wonder she hadn't heard from him all this time. No wonder he seemed so burdened when they first met. Now, my life is no longer mine. I have no control over it. For a long time, whenever he closed his eyes, he saw flooded fields and houses submerged in water. He was trapped in the water, feeling dark and cold. An old man gave him a soaked steamed bun, which helped him survive that night. When he woke up the next day, the old man was gone. Later, there was a plague and many people died every day. He could always hear the voices of the villagers calling him. Some called him a scholar, others a young student. They all hoped he would stay alive, escape, and tell the officials in the city about what was happening so help could come sooner. But day after day, more people died. They never received help from the authorities. His life was saved by the villagers, and now he had to live for them every day. He used to think about studying and becoming an official, but he never considered what he would do after becoming one. Now he understands. His life is to serve the people and be their leader, so he won't waste the years he spent studying. He knows this path is difficult. But living is much better than dying. Brother Yang will definitely be a good official someday, Xie Zhaozhao said with a smile, her eyes lively but serious. Having such a childhood friend made it hard for her to like anyone else. She must have felt very painful inside when she was acting out. If her mother hadn't died early, if she hadn't been rescued from the water by Pei Heng, if her aunt hadn't forced her to marry, and if he hadn't lost contact, maybe things would have been different. But unfortunately, those things didn't happen. She replaced the original owner and came here. She fell in love with Pei Heng. If there were truly miracles, she hoped they could be together in another world to make up for the regrets of this life. I will try my best, Yang Ming said, his gaze falling on a plate of osmanthus cake. He unconsciously picked up a piece. It was sweet, soft, and melts in the mouth, like the taste of memory.
Brother Yang likes osmanthus cake?
Xie Zhaozhao asked with a smile. Yang Ming seemed a bit distracted and nodded gently. He didn't like sweets, but she did. Back then, she often shared her favorite treats with him, and eventually, he got used to eating them. But after many years away from home, he hadn't eaten pastries in a long time. Today, he lost his composure. This osmanthus cake is made in the border town. Doesn't it taste familiar? Xie Zhaozhao used chopsticks to pick up a piece and place it in front of Yang Ming. Seeing him finish eating and reaching for more, Yang Ming raised his hand to stop him. That's enough. Please thank Lord Pei for me. My friend is about to arrive, so I'll take my leave. You can enjoy your meal slowly. Yang Ming stood up to leave. As he took a few steps, Xie Zhaozhao suddenly called out to him, Big Brother Yang, make sure you succeed in the exams. This was the original owner's wish. At least, he should help her achieve it. Okay. If there is any regret in this life, it is her. He ultimately let her down. Fortunately, she is now happy. Otherwise, he would never feel at peace in his life. After experiencing life and death, he no longer loved anyone. If there is an afterlife, if she is willing, he would marry her with a grand wedding.